Convergence. Book 4 in the Ashport Mender series. Written by G.K. Lund. Part 1. Humility. Chapter 1. When the knock on the door sounded, I hoped for the tall, hot guy I hadn't seen in a few days. Maybe he'd come back early and wanted to surprise me. Instead of that welcome sight, though, it was a 60-something and not so tall farmer or lumberjack who stood there, judging by the flannel and worn work trousers. Maggie Evans? I swallowed my disappointment and nodded. I'd never seen the man before, but judging by his non-threatening stance, I was sure he was affiliated to the hidden supernatural community in town. Why else see me? I doubted we ran in the same circles when not working, and if he was here for my work, that meant he needed help with something. "My name is Brian Godin," he said, and reminded me of someone building up the courage to ask for a loan. "I own Godin Farm out by Green Oak? Yeah, I'm familiar with the place." I stepped aside and waved him into my tiny apartment. Much like Nate, Brian appeared oversized in there. He was polite and sat on the little green sofa when I indicated it and offered him some tea. I'd already been making myself some. He opened his thick jacket but didn't take it off. Everything about him spoke of someone who didn't want to bother me, which was ridiculous since they were indeed supposed to bother me if something was wrong. "So," I said when pouring water into 2 mugs with tea bags in them, "I'm guessing something's wrong since you're here when you clearly don't want to be." "Well, no offense, I know you're the town mender, but you're so young." 25 to be exact, in case that makes it even more difficult for you to ask for help. I also don't have a penis, but if I did, I wouldn't use it to solve a community problem. And upon reflection, they're more likely to cause many of those problems anyway. "Milk?" I added when I handed him his tea. He shook his head to that and then cracked a wide smile. "Betty Baird said you might have some, colorful language and blunt statements." I smiled. I knew Betty, so that made me wonder why she wasn't here instead of him, or here with him. "Well," I opened the fridge and homed in on the milk carton there. "Why don't you wait until I fail or succeed at whatever you need help with before making up your mind?" Fair point. I shrugged, and then grimaced when the stink from the carton assaulted my senses. "It's the curdled milk," he said. I peeked around the fridge door. Did he have a superhuman sense of smell? Was that his ability? "Excuse me?" "Curdled milk. We're being extorted. Lots of us." "Wait, what?" Closing the fridge, I settled for drinking my tea without milk too. I joined Brian and sat on the coffee table, facing him while holding the steaming mug in my hand. "You need to start from the beginning." "All right." He shifted and took a sip of the tea. "It's been going on for a couple of weeks now, so this fella, Terry Ralston, he's—" Wait, Ralston?" "Yes?" "Damn it, I thought those guys might have calmed down now after Dale died." "I'm not sure about that. They're not known for being reasonable, but you'd think they were even a smidgen more sensible when so many law enforcement representatives have been scurrying over that compound these past few weeks." "My thoughts exactly," I said, and smiled. The Ralstons were not popular among the town affiliates because of their superiority complex and often mix-ups with the law. They drew attention. None of us liked that. "Okay, go on." "Yes. So Terry Ralston shows up on my farm and starts talking about how I'd be wise to pay him off and nothing bad will happen to my crops." "What crops?" I asked. "Because it's winter, right?" But he was adamant, demanding payment now or the soil would be barren come spring. I refused, because he sounded like a cheesy mobster movie. Scrawny fella, too. Then he comes back 2 days later, only this time he's brought a pair of muscle guys with him. One of them was Wesley Phillipson. I recognized him. The other, I haven't seen before. Anyway, they roughed me up some when I told them to get lost. Then they forced me to show them the milk tanks and held me immobile while Terry curdled the milk. It took time, too. He's a smolder hex, but not a very good one. It wasn't done in a heartbeat. So you paid him? I did. I had my grandkids visiting. I couldn't risk anything, or them coming back. I'm not the only one, though. He's been going after affiliate farms. Safest that way, I guess. I dipped my chin. He was right. Outsiders wouldn't take him seriously if he talked about what they would construe as magic. Are there many of you? I asked. A few, yes. I came alone in case he's watching us, but we all agreed to contact you. This has gone too far. Brian reached into his jacket and withdrew a piece of paper from a pocket there, which he handed to me. Those are all the names and farms. We're talking thousands of dollars here. None of us can afford this. And he's threatening payments now in the winter. Only an idiot would think he'd not come back for more when spring comes around. I agree. I scanned the list. Some names I knew of, but most of them were people I hadn't dealt with other than in passing. They were peaceful, hard-working folk. They did not deserve this. So this Terry, would that be the one living near to Dale's compound? Yeah, that's him. He's Dale's brother. I glanced up from the list in surprise. Brother? Are you sure? Oh yes, I went to school with their mother. She was a kind woman, but her husband, and their father, well, he fell off the wagon more than he stayed on it, if you catch my drift. Right. I pursed my lips sideways, mulling this over. Dale's brother. That didn't bode well. He might not be happy about the death of his sibling either. It would be prudent to not barge into this situation. I need to talk to the other farmers, I told Brian. And I need to look into Terry, but I'll get you your money back. It's not about the money, he began and then frowned. To be honest, it is. But for the most part, we want to be safe. You understand? Yes, and you deserve to be safe in your homes and to do your jobs. Brian reached out then and touched the tea mug in my hands with 2 fingers. I could feel the liquid heat up at once. You're not shy, I commented. Usually, affiliates didn't go around shouting what their abilities were. Oh, I am. But this is why we need help. That's about all I can do. Completely useless against these men. It's my granddaughter who's got the real juice. But she's young, only 10, and I don't want her in harm's way. Understandable. I blew on the reheated tea before taking a sip. I've had enough of the Ralstons treating people like trash. I'll deal with him. You have my word.
Chapter 2. Not having to get out of the car to catch a fraudster in the act was a new one. I sat in the company-issued sedan from Sterling IC, camera clicking steadily, while the man I'd been following, Emmerich Lammy, had his underage son help him carry furniture out of the basement of a local diner. I already knew the owner of the diner was an old friend of Lammy from high school, so this came as no surprise to me. Judging by how this was going for my case, I should text Maggie and see if she wanted to meet up later. I was already back in Ashport since I was given cases here if I wanted them. This one was turning out a bit on the boring side, though. I already had enough to make sure the insurance company didn't have to pay a dime for the fire that had burned down Lammy's antique shop. They would hand the case over to the police for arson as well as fraud now. Still, it didn't hurt to follow the man and see where he stashed the goods. He was clearly moving them, having waited 3 weeks to do so, likely taking precautions should someone follow him. Not very good precautions. I snapped some pictures of the truck's license plate when Lammy shut the back door, simply to be sure. I was pretty certain he'd borrowed the truck from a friend, so there'd be no record of him renting it. But that didn't mean some camera hadn't picked up his image along his route today, or would later on. 5 minutes later, father and son entered the cab and drove into traffic. Not that traffic in Ashport was much of a nuisance outside rush hour. I started the engine and followed at a distance. Just because Lammy wasn't the world's best at this didn't mean he couldn't catch on to me by sheer luck. About 10 minutes into his drive, I noticed that he headed west, toward a large residential area where his mother lived. He had to be deeming it safe enough to store his antiques in her garage. I shook my head in condemnation of the man and his use of his family. Following someone else had me on alert, paying extra close attention to my surroundings, and I did notice a light blue sedan a few cars back that had been there almost from the start of this drive. That was interesting. Who else was following this guy? An angry client? Lammy had been selling antiques on commission, and I guessed that those were the things which had actually been consumed by the fire. The rest was his own property, safe and sound. Knowing where he was going, or at least being fairly sure, I took another path to Mrs. Lammy's house. I wanted to avoid him noticing me when he parked outside her home, but I also wanted a decent vantage point of the other car. However, when I turned right on Mill Street instead of following Lammy to the left, the blue car stayed on my tail. I tapped my fingers on the wheel, navigating the streets without thinking too much about it. Why was someone following me? Had they spotted me close by Lammy and thought I had something to do with the arson? Or was it something else? I tried seeing who it could be, but didn't recognize the license plate number or the car. The driver stayed far enough behind for me not to see anything other than there being only one person in there. Lose him or not? I was curious, but I had a job to do. Yes, I had enough on Lammy already, but proof of where his goods were would be helpful. I decided to keep going toward his mother's house. If this was some unforeseen element to Lammy's case, then it would be best to find out. When I turned into the street where Mrs. Lammy resided, the blue car disappeared. I slowed down to walking speed a moment, staring in the rearview mirror. Either that car had stopped in the street I had come from, or the driver had taken a left back there, the only way to go before this street. Not wanting to draw attention by almost parking in the middle of the road, I drove on and found a good vantage point in regard to Mrs. Lammy's house. Her son, and unfortunately, her grandson, were already busy with carrying their pristine and definitely not charred antiques into her garage. I grabbed the camera from the passenger seat and began taking photos. By the looks of it, they were taking some time, carrying everything up into the attic above the garage proper. A hint of movement in a small window up there all but confirmed it. Good. That meant there wasn't much else for me to do, the only benefit of such a clear-cut case. If there wasn't any challenge in it, at least there was spare time waiting. I lowered the camera to pack it up when movement caught my eye in the rearview mirror. "Uh-huh," I uttered, at the familiar sight of the blond man, dressed in jeans and a casual blazer. Detective McCallan, former colleague and... Well, I had no idea if he was a former friend or not. I couldn't really blame him for the strain on our friendship, since I'd quit my job for the Ashport police quickly and without much warning, and for them, no apparent reason. I'd also entered into a relationship with Maggie about the same time, but unlike my other ex-colleagues, McCallan knew too much about her. We'd both been investigating her for a long time before I'd discovered the truth of her life. And who the hell would believe that to be true? McCallan gave a quick knock on the window and then opened the door to the passenger side and simply got in. "Hello, Nate." "Bill," I raised an eyebrow. "New car?" McCallan sighed. He didn't seem surprised at being spotted. New partner managed to scrape up the entire right side of the old one. "You let him drive?" It had taken 6 months before he'd let me drive the old car. "Yeah, well, he's 15 years older than me. More difficult to boss around." "Uh-huh. Maybe I shouldn't have let him use reverse." "Well, I see you didn't bring him along." "This doesn't concern him." "Oh, good. And judging by your demeanor, it sure sounds like I'm going to be concerned about this." McCallan did not look happy about it, judging by his flinty expression and anything but relaxed body language. We'd met many times since I quit. It was impossible to avoid in a small town like Ashport when we had the same circle of friends. Conversation then had been polite and unobtrusive. Only once had we spoken alone, one night when he'd come to my apartment, and been quite frank about his worries and suspicions. Worries about Maggie's alleged criminal life, and suspicious of us being in the Marbella when everyone in there had been taken hostage. That last one was, to be fair, a suspicion bordering on knowledge. He knew all right, he simply couldn't prove it. And it wasn't like I could admit I'd quit my job because I now saw people with otherworldly abilities everywhere I turned my head. "Do you have anything to be concerned about?" McCallan asked. Oh, please. I waved him off. I knew what he was doing. You've just become a witness, by the way. Two could play at that game. What? I pointed at the eminent arsonist further ahead, who was lifting a porcelain lamp out of the truck. You should pay attention since you're here. Oh, why? Meet Emmerich Lammy. He's going to become your problem soon. Are those stolen goods? Nope, his own. Only they should have been burned to a crisp. Ah, yep. You know, I miss those kinds of cases. Lately, it's only been hostage situations, stolen and exploding ammunitions, and Ralstons killing each other in some weird hunting and/or revenge spree. That right? Yes, but you're aware of all this. You read the news, don't you? I did, but considering I'd been there for the actual events, I knew more than the reporters did. All the crazy things that had happened lately had drawn out-of-town reporters, though it had died down a bit by now. Yes, I keep up with the news, I told him. But last time you had something to say that only concerned me, you pretty much accused me of being inside the Marbella during that whole debacle. So I'm keeping quiet this time in case you're going to accuse me of setting that explosion or something. That had actually been my sister Sarah's doing, which McCallan didn't need to know. It wouldn't improve my situation. McCallan remained silent for a moment. Something unusual is going on in this town. I'll say. There was crime in Ashport, but it usually didn't reach the scale it had in regard to the town's supernatural community. Those affiliated to that community had unwittingly become test dummies in a new project spearheaded by a man called Blakey. He'd been mapping out the genealogical and historical traces of every, or almost every, affiliate family in town. For all I knew, he'd finished his grand project by now. We wouldn't be sure until he and his team began abducting people. It would happen subtly, and people would merely seem to move away. Blakey and his team worked for a large corporation called Yorov, and I didn't know whether to call them a conglomerate or a business. Maggie and her kind said they were too big to be stopped in full, but I did believe we could end their individual projects and discourage them from trying again. It was all we could do. The problem was the actual stopping part of that plan, which wasn't a plan yet, like at all. And, McCallan went on, to that event. Yes? I perceived we'd gotten to the crux here. Someone saw Maggie inside Dale Ralston's compound a few days before the explosion. Did they now? Nate, what do you want me to say? I don't keep tabs on her. That day, I'd been following Ivy Allister, one of Blakey's people, and that had led me to the compound. Ivy had evaded me, but I had seen Maggie enter the place. It had scared the crap out of me seeing that, considering the danger of going in there. But that was another matter than McCallan bringing it up. I didn't think you did, McCallan went on. Seems no one does, upon closer scrutiny. What does that mean? He appeared to consider whether to tell me, which told me that he hadn't come here with some script ready. This was likely a friendly confrontation. Awkward, but friendly, yet still potentially dangerous. No one inside the compound said anything about her being there, except one of the children. She mentioned it quite apropos, stating she'd seen her, seemingly well aware of who she is. She'd been thrown out by Dale shortly after. He eyed me openly at that. You don't seem very concerned that Dale Ralston threw your girlfriend out. Eyeing Lammy's truck again, I saw it was more or less empty now. I was done here, free to leave. It wasn't that simple, though. Of course that concerns me, but Maggie can take care of herself. McCallan snorted. Yeah, that much is clear, he said, his tone dry. Anyway, the girl recanted once her parents noticed what she'd said. Apparently, no one in that place had seen her or even heard of her. I nodded at that. So, 1-0 to McCallan. I'd all but confirmed she'd actually been there. Still, she hadn't said anything about the police contacting her. She would have been quite vocal about it. I'm assuming you haven't talked to her about it. Not relevant to the case, is it? They knew she hadn't blown up the weapons and explosives that Dale had received as payment to help the Yorov people, which was an oddity in itself. No one in the community helped them. But even Dale's people being tight-lipped about Maggie to the police, it did not surprise me at all anymore. Community affiliates might dislike each other, but they hated cops even more. McAllen didn't respond at once, likely because I was right. There was nothing linking Maggie to that case, not even Theo, the young boy we'd rescued. All the paperwork on him revealed nothing about our involvement, and the kid himself had only said he'd run away from Dale. That was true too. He simply hadn't run away alone. No, I was pretty sure McAllen had nothing but suspicions when it came to Maggie, most of them because I'd started that whole thing. I have no reason to suspect her of that, no, McAllen admitted, but he did reach into his pocket where he found his notepad. He flicked back through a few pages, probably skipping a case or two he'd been working on last. I had another look at Collier's file on her. I sighed inwardly at that, and not for the first time. Why had I not taken that damn thing with me when I left my old job? For God's sake, Bill, there's nothing more to... But there is, he broke me off. I know you've been dragged into something here. There was no avoiding rolling my eyes at that. I went through what Vince found, which, admittedly, was a lot and a little. I nodded at this because it was true. We'd discussed it many times before. Vince Collier was an excellent private investigator, but even he couldn't dig up everything. So I did, asked around a lot. Did you know there are small, telltale signs to her accent? No. I didn't try to hide the exasperation in my voice. I did, however, have to hide my feelings of dread while McAllen relayed how he'd made some calls to a couple of acquaintances who happened to live in the Northwest and who happened to work with or in law enforcement. It had paid off. For him, that was. She traveled far to get here. From Seattle, as it turns out. A couple of cops over there remembered someone matching her description. He focused on his notepad. I knew there was nothing good written there. She was younger, of course. Very young, considering some cops were well aware of her. And her name, which we already assumed to be something else. He eyed me at that. But I was busy going for a flat granite face at this point. Was Peggy Alder. He kept a watchful eye on me at this, likely checking for clues to my ignorance or otherwise. That's not even the strangest part. She's not Maggie Evans anymore. Did you know that? She seems to go by Meg Avery now, he went on without waiting for a response. He huffed in resignation before adding more. She's got an affinity for her first name. Yes, she did. It was the only thing she'd kept from her past, the one thing that belonged to her, given to her by parents that had been scared out of their wits by her ability to read their minds. She still loved them. I knew that. And she stayed away to protect both them and herself from the Yorov Corporation, who wanted her badly for themselves due to that ability. But I'd always thought she must miss them a lot since she'd held on to that part of them. She'd never blamed them for being afraid and making mistakes. Anyway, that's oddly not the most concerning issue here, McAllen said. I didn't respond. This was a matter best left hidden to avoid exactly what was happening. She seemed to have turned up in Seattle at age 15 or 16. Before that, there's no record of her, not a single thing. Interesting. Had she not been messing with me then when she'd implied she'd not been born here? Maybe she's merely a runaway, I suggested. A runaway with an exceptional interrogation technique, excellent fighting skills, and yet an absolute distrust of the police? I didn't say she wasn't complicated. Nate, wake up! I can't help you if you won't help me. I glanced upward for a moment. I don't need help. Is she blackmailing you? Did you get tricked into something? If I did, I'd own up to it. You know me better than that. McAllen looked like he doubted that. I'd done a lot of things of late that were out of character. The problem was, they weren't. Not really. Instead of badgering me more on that subject, he closed the notepad and stuffed it back into his pocket. He opened the door and had one foot out on the ground before he seemed to remember something. Oh, and Rosita says hi. She said to point out the exclamation mark. Huh? Oh, right? She would not be happy about this situation at all, no. Say hi back? Mm-hmm. He responded to that and then left. At least he didn't slam the door shut. I leaned my head back but didn't relax until I saw him leave the street, heading back in the direction of his car. Closing my eyes, I drew a deep breath keeping all the curse words I wanted to shout on the inside. I put the camera I'd been holding back on the passenger seat and got my phone from the console, sending Maggie a brief text of warning, using only a couple of emojis. It had become our way of communicating things that involved her world. I put the phone back down and noticed Lammy backing out of the driveway now, his son and mother waving at him from the front door of the house. I agreed with him on one thing. It was time to be done with this job. Seemed life had gotten a lot more complicated than Emmerich Lammy's simple scheme. Chapter 3. The darkness made it impossible to walk without the flashlight on my phone to light the way as I made my way to one of the weirder places Maggie had said to meet. The forest was more or less quiet around me, only the odd creaking branch affected by the wind. It was cold outside, but not too bad when walking. We were expecting snow soon, but so far had gotten only rain. By all appearances, we were in for a cold, yet mild, and rainy winter. I'd been walking for about 15 minutes when I found the building I was searching for. I supposed it was some kind of shed. Maggie had called it a utility shed, but it looked like a fairly sturdy building. Maybe it had been some sort of a shop before? It was painted black, or nearly black. It was hard to tell in the dark, and it didn't have any windows that I could see. There was a door at the short end nearest to me, so I could get inside if nothing else. Maggie's last text had said to turn off any flashlight. So I did that, and then rapped on the door, so as not to surprise her. I had no clue what she was doing out here, but I'd come to at least not be so surprised lately. "Maggie?" I tried after closing the door behind me. I was immediately engulfed by darkness. Utter blackness. The only thing I could see were spots in front of my eyes from using the flashlight outside. "Over here." It was Maggie's voice, at least. "That's really helpful. Walk straight ahead. There is only one way in here." I moved my arms about, trying to pinpoint what I was dealing with. There was a dry smell about, mixed with metal and wood. That didn't tell me much, other than that, yes, this had been or was likely a workshop of some kind. To my left, I felt nothing until I found the wall, but to my right, I soon felt a high table. Clanking noises sounded when I touched all kinds of stuff on top of it. I walked further inside and realized that it wasn't a table, but a long workbench, cluttered with nails and tools, even bottles and jars from what I could feel. It gave the impression of an all-round workshop or shed. Everything that needed doing got done in here. "I think I'm right in front of you." I startled at the sudden close proximity of Maggie's voice. I held my hands out blindly to locate her, and so did she. "That's my nose." "Whoops," she said, and moved her hand to the back of my neck, drawing me in. I was going for a more elegant and romantic greeting than that. "Were you?" I pulled her into a closer embrace. I couldn't see a thing of her, but felt her jacket and smelled the citrus scent of one of her favorite perfumes. "Mm-hmm," she uttered. I felt her stand up against me on her toes and dipped my head to kiss her. It wasn't as cold in there as outside, but the chill that existed inside that shed was non-existent on her lips. "I haven't seen you in a couple of days, what with you going off on adventures in Ashdale without me." "Adventures? In Ashdale? I assure you my job is perfectly mundane. What affiliate problems happen there anyway?" I felt her move and interpreted it as a shrug. "Nothing that's my problem, thankfully." "Yeah, and to that end, why am I in a pitch-black shed not far from Dale Ralston's compound?" "Oh, that." "Yes, that." I had passed by the place on foot, following her instructions and leaving my car behind. I knew it wasn't because of the compound. I'd seen some lights on in a few houses, but there wasn't much life there after the explosion and the death of Dale himself. Instead of going there, I'd walked on east, toward the water, though not that far. "I guess you'd call it a stakeout," she said. "Out here? Who are you expecting to gather intel on? A deer?" "Nope. I saw one earlier, but it ran away. Anyway, come here." She caught my hand and pulled me along, closer to the workbench and a few feet more in the same direction I'd walked. "Look up the wall, behind the bench," she told me. And I did. It took a second, but then my eyes picked up a dark shade, almost. It was square and had a weak bluish tint to it that stuck out from the surrounding darkness. "A tiny window," she said, "but big enough for me to see what I want. It's also big enough to be seen if I switch on the lights in here, and that will rouse suspicion with the guy that owns this place." "And that would be?" "Terry Ralston." "Ralston?" I had been leaning toward the window, but froze at this. "Terry," Maggie clarified. "Dale's brother, as it turns out." Dale's brother? What was it with this ordinary day and bad news? Dale's brother and Theo's father was dead. This had to be a different brother. Maggie confirmed that when I asked. "Why the hell are you dealing with more Ralstons? They've been lying low, haven't they?" "The ones that survived and were involved with Dale's business?" "Yes. But Terry wasn't, from what I figured out." I shook my head, not that she could see it. "Why then, are you here?" "Just have a look." I did, and saw nothing outside but the outline of what was probably another building further down a slope. At least it had been a slope the last part of my trek here. "A house?" I asked her. She took a moment to answer and had likely nodded before remembering I couldn't see that. "Yes, Terry's house. I'm waiting for him to return. It was too cold to wait outside, so—" "I see. I'm waiting here until the lights come on. That's why I couldn't come meet you in town. You have news? Bad ones?" That's one way to put it. I relayed everything McCallan had learned of her, old and new names alike. She remained silent while I spoke, and since we were merely standing next to each other now, I had no idea how she was reacting to it all. The tiny window high in the wall let no real light inside, not that there was any, due to the clouds that had formed out there before dark. I could probably see my hand as a silhouette if I held it in front of the tiny square, but that was about it. "How did he know my new name?" she asked when I was done talking. "I never use it in public." "My guess is he saw you buy something once, or sign something. Likely asked the clerk to have a look after you'd left." "You can do that? I mean, they can do that?" "Your little slip aside there. It's amazing what people will show people with badges, especially new and inexperienced staff." "The more experienced ones ask for warrants, huh?" She paused, thinking this through. "He hasn't said a word to me." "I'm not sure he's told anyone except me. Probably won't unless he finds something concrete." "And to think I used to have a higher tolerance for him than for you." "Well, maybe you still should. This wouldn't be happening if I hadn't put the idea in his head." "Are you all right?" "What?" That's not an appropriate low-tolerance response. "Maybe not. But I think it's an appropriate, we're in a relationship and therefore I care about your well-being response." "I'm fine." "Really?" She came closer again. She felt my face like a blind person and then rested her hands on my shoulders. Because that face and those tense shoulders do not indicate fine. I'll figure out a way to dissuade him. That doesn't sound ominous at all. With words. Good. She sighed, stepped closer, and I wrapped my arms around her. "Thanks for telling me, Nate." New start, remember? Mm-hmm. Trust was a marvelous thing when given and returned without any doubts, as we'd come to learn. Keeping this from her wouldn't help either of us. I held her closer, catching the faint scent of her floral shampoo, her familiar form so near. I moved my hand up to cradle her head, her soft hair against my palm. I knew exactly how it looked, dark, wavy, and reaching right above her shoulders in a bob. "This is so weird," I said. "I can literally not see my hand in front of my face, let alone you." "I know, right? Freaky." She slid a hand up my side until she rested a finger on my lips, as if guiding herself. Soon after, her lips met mine again. "Everything feels right, though," she murmured. "Everything feels more. A sigh escaped her when I focused on her neck, trailing kisses toward that little sensitive spot right behind her ear. The gasp that followed was like music to my ears. I moved a hand under her jacket, feeling the smooth fabric against her back, and pulled at the shirt or sweater, gaining access to her warm skin. I am so thankful that hand is warm and not causing me to squeal in an unladylike manner, she uttered, and turned her head, locking us back into a kiss, our breaths and the soft rustle of clothes the only sound inside the cold and dark building. Has it only been a couple of days? She added, slightly breathless. Mm-hmm. Maybe you coming back from mundane adventures has its upside. She treaded her fingers through my hair. Not adventures, work projects. That's what they're called? She angled her head, giving me access. I kissed my way to her neck again. Yes. That's even more mundane. I smiled against her neck. Told you. Whoa, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? We're in the middle of nowhere. This place is likely a tetanus shot waiting to happen, and... You think too much, Nate? She pushed gently for me to take a step back. I bumped into the workbench at once. There's no such thing as thinking too much. I heard her scoff at that. Give the cogwheels a break for once, Nate.
Chapter 4. So, what do you want to do here? Nate asked, closing the door to the shed behind us. We both stared down at the house, which now had lights on in a few rooms. Terry Ralston had returned home. I smiled at Nate. What I wanted was to go inside the shed with him again. Of course, that wouldn't help any of the people Terry was harassing. And if I could finish my business with him fast, we could find a comfortable bed somewhere warm instead. Now that sounded like a plan. I want to talk to him first. Talk? Seems only fair. He gets a chance. Most do. Most, okay. Despite it being slightly easier to see outside the shed, it was still dark with no natural light to help, not even the artificial ones down in the house. Nate was merely a silhouette near me, so I couldn't read his expression. I knew what he was thinking, though. I forgot. You've only seen the worst cases so far. Personally, I think this one's been interesting. I smiled again. Good. So, shall we get this over with? Yup. We made our way down toward the house. It lay in an open area near the forest that started all the way up at Dale Ralston's compound, although I supposed it wasn't his anymore with Dale being dead and all. Terry's house appeared to have been part of a small farm at some point. The two-story house lay next to a modest barn that we hadn't seen from up in the shed. From what I'd been able to dig up, Terry didn't keep any animals, though. Nor did he seem to tend to his surrounding fields, which, despite it being winter now, was an open area of withered, long grass and weeds. Getting closer to the house allowed for these details to become even clearer. I wasn't all that happy with losing my night vision, but it couldn't be helped. I don't remember this guy's name from the ledger, Nate said, his voice hushed. We didn't see anyone outside and assumed everyone to be inside, but you could never know, especially since the light had come on at some point during our tryst in the shed. I saw now that there were 2 cars parked outside the house, which meant there was at least one other person there with Terry. He's not in there? I asked, eyeing the house. We'd hunkered down in the field, hidden by darkness. No, Dale was mentioned, but none of his brothers. I checked after the whole thing in the compound. Theo wasn't either, but his history wasn't even known by you guys since his mother didn't have much contact with the community. I nodded at this. Nate and I could see each other well enough by now to discern facial expressions and gestures. That ledger was a continuing problem considering it was part of Blakey's plan to gather information of and suss out the affiliates in town with the strongest and rarest abilities to be used by the Yorov group. Could it be that this information simply hadn't been gathered before the Marbella? I asked. The copy we had of the ledger was one we'd gotten our hands on before Blakey and his crew had taken everyone in there hostage. They'd done that partly to get the ledger back from Nate, and partly to gather more information on the Phillipsons, the oldest and strongest affiliate family in Ashport. That's a possibility, yes, Nate said. It doesn't really matter in this case, though. I reckon you've got your own sources of information regarding this guy. Yes. So what's his deal then? I winced at the question. It was still surprising to hear him ask this. Nate hadn't grown up an affiliate, belonging to a community intent on hiding their gifts from outsiders. Many affiliate families had stories of how some ancestor or other had been revealed to the outside world and suffered greatly for it. It wasn't considered polite, because even other affiliates could pose a threat. Therefore, it took trust, and maybe generations knowing each other. Still, I got why he was asking. Not telling him would be the same as letting him go into an unknown situation blind. He must have picked up on my hesitation because he placed a hand between my shoulder blades. I know, I'm not supposed to. No, it's okay. It merely takes a little getting used to. I noticed movement through the window placed high in the front door. He's a smolder hex like Dale, but his ability is a bit different. How so? He has a knack for destroying, well, I guess food is an apt word. Food? I thought smolder hexes manipulated their surroundings, especially fluids? That's right. And though I was told Terry can do that, it's apparently easier for him to ruin things like crops, for an example. Crops? Yeah, he's into extortion. I talked to a few of the nearby farmers before I came here and, oh look, someone's coming outside. I was right. The front door opened, and a man came outside, thick jacket and a cap on. Nate and I ducked down lower, but the man never even glanced in our direction. He was carrying a bucket in his hands, and he walked around the house, likely toward the old barn. That him? Nate whispered. Careful and alert in case someone else were to come outside, we hurried to follow the man. Probably. I got my baton out and flicked it, the hidden shafts expanding. Let's get closer to be sure, though. We jogged around the house, taking care not to be close enough to be seen from the windows. We slowed down before the last corner, but needn't have bothered. The man had indeed walked over to the barn, but he was standing in front of a compost bin, mixing the scraps that had been in the bucket, no doubt, with the contents of the bin. He wouldn't hear us over the noises he was making himself, nor would he see us with his back turned. An extortionist who composts? Nate mused at the sight, but he said nothing more when I pointed at his eyes, and then the house. He nodded, and I went forward, closing in on the composting man, knowing I didn't need to worry about whoever might come outside. The man was still busy mixing the compost in the bin, and I was directly behind him when I raised the baton and tapped him on the neck with it. The man startled so hard he bounced forward and hit his head on the lid leaning against the barn wall. Ow, Barrett, what the hell are you? He swiveled around and noticed me. Oh, crap! It's you! I smiled widely at him and kept my baton in sight, but slightly lowered. What did you expect, Terry? I expect nothing from the likes of you. The likes of me? Don't understand what you mean. He was about to retort but changed his mind and instead shook what turned out to be a pitchfork free from food scraps and laid it level on top of the open bin. There was a sharp, almost moldy and dry smell coming from it, and a flashlight hung from a nail on the wall. Despite the light flowing downward, it lit up a small area around the compost bin. Terry eyed Nate, who was standing with his side to us, enabling him to pay attention to both us and the house. Menders have bodyguards now? Butlers. Terry sighed, unable to hide the annoyance on his face. Why are you here, Evans? I've never had a beef with you. True, but then you homed in on your brother's tenants and threatened the affiliate farmers around these parts. Brian Godin had not been exaggerating. I'd checked into his story at once, and it seemed that Terry had inherited the compound from his brother, which meant he now owned it. While most of the residents had left after Dale's death, a few remained having nowhere else to go, and Terry had increased the rent to absurd amounts. Fueled by his newfound power, by all appearances, he'd then turned his greedy little paws on the nearby farms, run by affiliates who'd take his threats seriously. There were no crops about this time of year, but he'd apparently started early to have them in the palm of his hand by the time there was actually something to destroy. His threat wasn't unfounded either. The crops would simply wither and die, and no amounts of tests would ever find any poison or chemical to blame. No one could prove it, and judging by all the curdled milk on the Godin farm, Terry's threats were not empty. You should stay out of things that don't concern you. Due to our quiet and dark surroundings, Nate's snort at that reached my ears. Apparently, he thought such an order a waste of time. Listen, Terry, I recognize that you suddenly came into some property and saw a chance to earn a few extra bucks. I can't do much about the rents other than hope the last folks up in Dale's compound see sense and move. But the extortion? That's too far. What extortion? He tried for innocence, but like his dead brother, he didn't really master it. Recognize this for the warning that it is. You will hand back that money. I'll give you a couple of days, but that's it. You have no authority here, girl, he sneered at me, his face ever more similar to his brother. Course not. It all depends on how you want to be seen by your community. As long as they leave me alone, I don't care. There was a twitch to his right hand, which was closest to the pitchfork. I sighed silently. You realize that entails you leave them alone too? Terry didn't answer that with words. Instead, he reached for the pitchfork and grabbed it with both hands before he swung it my way. Terry, though, was not his brother. I'd heard he had a goon or two working with him, but they were not here. By the time the long prongs sliced through the space I had been standing, I'd already swung around the guy. A swift strike with the baton into his stomach elicited an "oof" from the man. He dropped the pitchfork and bent forward. After that, it was even easier. I gave him a kick to the back of his thighs, and he stumbled to the compost bin, grabbing the edges to steady himself. At that point, I simply couldn't resist. I crouched down and grabbed his feet. He wasn't a big and heavy man, and I managed to haul his feet up before he had the wherewithal to kick back. He cried out when he tipped over and went headfirst into the bin. It was half full, so his ass and legs hung out. I reached for the lid and slammed it down on his lower back. He grunted in pain and then started yelling. "Hey!" I shouted and smacked his ass with the baton. He yelped at the pain. "A couple of days! Do you understand?" His legs were twitching, and I heard a desperate "yes" from within. It had to be hot and smelly in there. I nodded and collapsed the baton between my hands. "Butler?" came Nate's voice, dry and level. He'd come closer. I didn't blame him for that, but he'd let me deal with this on my own, which was how I wanted it. I shrugged at his comment and wiggled my eyebrows. "Hey, butlers always do it." Good grief. He shook his head and indicated we should leave before Terry wriggled out of the bin or someone else came outside. That pun is so bad. What? I was busy stuffing a middle-aged man into rotting food. Cut me some slack. It was so bad I might have to pretend not to know you in front of the forest critters. Ah, I uttered in mock hurt while we ran past the house, Terry's angered curses behind us. That hurts all the feels. We slowed down a bit when we passed the shed and headed into the forest, certain Terry wouldn't find us in there in the dark. I hooked my arm through Nate's, although we couldn't walk like that for long. Care for a romantic stroll through the forest? I teased. If by romantic you mean try to not stumble over roots we can't see, sure. See? I knew you wouldn't pretend not to know me, you softy. Chapter 5. The crowd and music in the bar was at a pleasant number and volume, making it possible to talk. Tegan and I sat at an elevated table near one of the windows. Streetlights outside illuminated people walking by out there, but their numbers were diminishing due to the drizzle that was coming down. Anyway, I was considering booking that new place over in Hemlock Street, Tegan said, plucking at the stem of her wine glass. Dressed in her usual retro style, she stuck out a bit, yet was the most elegant person in the room with her dark blue flower print dress with voluminous skirts. Her black hair, now with a red stripe that curled its way through her Liberty bangs, was puffed up and frankly fabulous. I, in contrast, looked like most others in there, with a white flowery blouse and black pants, my hair in its ordinary loose bob. "Oh yeah?" I said, thinking of the place she was alluding to. "Liquoronomy? I've been in there once." "Without me?" They had an offer on. I could feel my cheeks flushing. Wine? Tegan suggested. I sighed and admitted it. Brownies. Tegan pursed her lips, trying and failing to minimize her smile. Regardless, it seems like a friendly bar at night. And since I'm turning, yes? Too old to host birthday parties in my apartment, I thought it a good idea to invite everyone there. I shrugged and nodded. There'll be less cleaning. There is that. And a better selection of booze. She raised her glass of red and clinked it against mine. I'll drink to that. Think you can make it? She added when we put our wine glasses down. I'll be there. She nodded, confident I'd do my best. Over the course of my 5 years in town, I'd missed 2 of her birthdays. But she understood and made no fuss over it. She reached for her phone and started swiping through photos on it. And I thought I'd wear the dress we saw when... Oh, the polka dot one? No, that was a skirt. Huh? The teal one. She turned the screen toward me, showing me the image of said dress, triggering my memory. The one I needed to sew the hem on. Seriously, Maggie. We should find you a dress too, she mused and eyed me. I knew she'd have something other than her own style in mind. She had an eye for these things, but then again, I had memories of the last time. No, I'm not going dress shopping with you again if it's for me. I loved going with her, though. We had fun, and she knew so much more than me, her style having taught her an immense deal on tailoring, patterns, and fashions of many decades. Shopping with Tegan could be a history lesson, but an interesting one. And there were no tests, usually. Why on earth not? She asked. Because the last time you had me buy one, even a nun couldn't get laid in. I don't think they're supposed to. Yeah, but the dress was smoking hot, and yet I literally had to cut myself out of it. I really had. Tegan smirked and tried to hide it by drinking from her glass. I saw that. She made a face of feigned innocence. Well, who did what and to whose couch is neither here nor there at this point, but... Mind if I bother you, ladies? We both looked sideways at a guy who'd approached our table. It was a long table, and there was room for more, but I eyed Tegan on reflex to gauge whether she was interested in talking with him. I did, after all, have a knack for alienating all kinds of people. The guy was in his early 20s, I thought, dark-haired and tidy, with his clean-shaven face and cream-colored shirt tucked into his gray pants. Before I could pick up on any subtle sign from Tegan, he put a big tape recorder on the table. I then noticed a microphone in his hand and a headset he wasn't wearing. My name is Rupert, he went on before we could gather ourselves enough to respond to his initial question. The recording equipment was effective. Are you a reporter? Tegan asked him. There was a hint of frost to her words. Yes, there was no one affiliates distrusted more than cops, and to a lesser extent private investigators. They all snooped into things they shouldn't. But then there were reporters. For the most part, we didn't care much. Hell, Tegan's and my best friend was one. But there was reading their mundane news and then having one of them walk up to you with a microphone. A podcaster, Rupert clarified. A what? I said. Internet broadcasting, Tegan clarified with an eye roll. I shrugged. When the hell did I have time to listen to anything like that? The closest I got was maybe turning on the radio in my car. Rupert gave me a curious glance, and I chose to hold off on anything that made me stand out. What's your podcast about then? Tegan asked and took a sip from her glass. I'm doing a series on all the remarkable things that have happened here in Ashport. Remarkable? For a moment, his eyebrows twitched like he thought we'd been living under a rock. Yes, the hostage situation in the Marbella, then this case in Dale Ralston's compound outside town. Oh, Tegan and I said at the same time, nodding our understanding. We shared a glance. Tegan knew most of that, of course, since I'd told her about what had happened. You weren't there, were you? Rupert asked, his eyes darting to his equipment, probably considering whether he should hit record. In Dale Ralston's compound? Tegan blurted with affront. She even huffed at the implication. No one in their right mind goes there. Everyone knows that. I heard someone there killed him. Is that true? Rupert nodded. Clearly he'd heard this from a number of people, affiliates or not. Dale had a terrible reputation in Ashport. A deserved one, too. You weren't in the Marbella, then? He fished. Oh my God, can you even imagine? I said to Tegan. I know, right? With all those guns? She widened her eyes and turned to face Rupert fully, resting her chin on one hand. I bet those people all need therapy after that. Have you talked to many? Some, yes. It seems to have been an ordeal. Ordeal? I reached for a pocket mirror and lipstick in my purse, rummaging until I found the burgundy one. More like a nightmare. So how's the series going then? Tegan added, looking both engrossed and clueless, like he needed to think we were. Well, I'd only heard about those two cases before I came here. Such strange events for a town like this, you know? Uh-huh, Tegan uttered and nodded her agreement. But there seems to have been more going on. Did you know there was a murder before the chaos at the Marbella? A murder? I frowned but went on with touching up my lipstick. There was a woman who was murdered by her husband. Rupert nodded but waved that tragedy away. Yes, I read about it, but it was her boyfriend. Like that made it any better. That had been my last case for the Ashport Police Department. Not that I was going to expound on that to this guy. No, it was another murder. A kidnapping, actually, that evolved into a murder. What? Here in Ashport? Yes. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. The woman, Andrea her name was about your age. I thought maybe you knew her. Tegan and I glanced at each other and shook our heads as if we were considering this. Doesn't ring a bell, I said. But Ashport is just big enough for everyone not to know everyone. I've lived here all my life, Tegan added, so I might know someone that someone's related to, but no. She gave him an apologetic look. Rupert shrugged and didn't seem like he was surprised. He must have been talking to a lot of people to get a feel for the town. So what do you do? He asked us. Clearly, our lack of information on the mysterious happenings in town did not dissuade him from chatting. I'm a hospice nurse. In between jobs, I hastened to add, and then let Tegan talk about her job while I appeared to pay attention, but in reality decided to do a quick check. Tegan must have understood what I was doing by gazing at the stranger's face. His eyes, really, because she suddenly began adding a lot of details from her job. Rupert's thoughts came to me easily, the echo of them in the forefront of my mind. The noise of people chattering and music playing over the loudspeakers dropped to a muffled background noise. But there was nothing alarming in the guy's mind. He truly had thought we could have known Andrea. He already knew who had been at the Marbella. That information could not be contained in a small town like this. He believed us about Dale's compound and was now simply chatting because he wanted background on the town in general and was hoping maybe to get to know one of us better and would be happy with either one. So there was that. I managed to give Tegan a discreet signal should she be interested, one never knew. But a reporter snooping into things that involved the community? Her refusing headshake was almost overt, and a few minutes later he seemed to take the hint, moving on to someone else, having never pressed record. Guess we're not knowledgeable enough, Tegan mused, and then emptied her glass. She smiled at me. Rob hates those guys, she added. Rob hates anything that draws in out-of-town interest in us. As he should. Anyway, I have an early shift. She jumped off her bar stool, and I did the same. Same time tomorrow? Rob's free. Joel isn't going to be back in a few days because of work. I shook my head in honest regret. I'm working. I wasn't giving Terry Ralston more time than until tomorrow night, and that was only because I required darkness to aid me. We headed outside and immediately regretted it. The rain was falling heavier now, and it was cold and uncomfortable. Hey, I forgot to say, Tegan began before I could run off into the downpour. What? About liquoronomy. Yes? I eyed her, expecting something I wouldn't like due to her tone, but she only smiled back at me. I'd like it if you'd bring Nate. That stopped me short. You would? I had been careful in not pushing my relationship with him on Tegan and Rob. They meant so much to me, but I knew I'd chosen a guy that was hard to trust for them. Hell, it had been hard for me too, but it had been worth it. I know it's been awkward, difficult, uncomfortable, awkward. I said awkward twice, didn't I? Tegan nodded. You love him. Actually, it's more than that, I think. You trust him, and I trust you. Are you sure, though? I asked, despite that. Tell you what. She plucked an umbrella from her purse and pressed the button on the handle so it sprang open. I'll help you find a smoldering hot dress so non-restricting it will fall off just by him looking at it. That sounds awfully inconvenient at a party, I said, but smiled nonetheless. Thanks, I added, and hugged her goodbye before pulling the hood of my jacket up and walking into the cold winter rain. I'd decided to forgo my car that night for the sake of the wine, but it wasn't too far to walk home. I determined to try to lure Nate to join me there. I hadn't seen him since we parted ways at his place this morning, but I was in need of clean clothes and to check if my plants were alive. Nate had been working the last few days, but so had I, and I'd spent precious little time at home. The droplets splashing down on me and around me made me think it best to conduct phone business under some cover, and I slipped into an alley where the roof above provided enough of that so as not to drown my phone. I was regretting my choice of jacket, though. The water was seeping through and making me shiver. I was planning on running home and jumping into the shower to get warm again when the sound of footsteps reached me. I hit send on my phone and moved closer to the corner of the building I'd had to my back, to listen. The street had mostly been empty so far, and the few people I'd seen had hurried to get out of the nasty weather. Not this person. The sound of shoes hitting the sidewalk came rhythmic and calm, even uncertain at times. Someone searching for someone? It could simply be a patron from the bar who'd had a drink too many and was now a little confused. I frowned, the cold and wet rain forgotten. It had saved me more than once to not think the best of people. I edged close enough to the corner to peek back into the street. There was someone there, a figure walking slowly and looking around carefully. If I didn't know better, that person had lost sight of someone. Great. Someone was following me. At least everything suggested it. I resolved to test it, though. I walked back into the street with not so much as a glance behind me. The sound of the person's footsteps hitting the ground vanished at once. I made a show of putting the phone back into a pocket. The screen lit up to draw my followers' attention. If they thought I'd simply detoured to use the phone out of the rain, then they might not think I was aware of them. As for who it was, I was fairly sure it was a woman judging by build. My first thought was of Ivy Allister, one of Blakey's people. But I had also glimpsed a long braid with a darker color than Ivy's light blonde hair, so I had my doubts. She could be wearing a wig, of course, so I couldn't be certain. But who else would be tailing me? Yes, I had a few enemies in town, but they would usually be blunter than this. I also doubted that Terry Ralston had recruited a woman since our meeting yesterday to confront me. No, this was either Blakey's doing or something else entirely. My hair was wet under the hood when I chose to end the whole thing. I'd caught a glimpse of her now and then, and had kept on walking far past the apartment building I lived in. I hadn't even gone near it, in case this woman didn't know where I lived. Maybe she was looking to find out what I did for a living? I didn't know, and though I did care, I wanted to go inside and get out of the downpour. Banking on knowing the town better than her, I began moving quickly through smaller streets and through shortcuts I'd used many times, both to lose people or to trail them. It paid off 10 minutes later when I caught up to the woman almost in the same place I'd first spotted her. She was dressed in dark clothing and had a hood over her head. The thick braid that hung over her shoulder again told me this was likely not Ivy Allister. She was walking faster and with apparent purpose now, though. I suspected she'd gone back when she lost me, thinking I might turn the tables on her like I had indeed done. I didn't get close enough to deduce anything useful, though. I was hiding behind a line of parked cars on the other side of the street from her, contemplating running up to her when the chirping sound of a car being unlocked caught my ear. The woman clearly had one of those fancy models because the engine started before she got in. I quickly got on all fours between two cars to try to get the license plate if nothing else. It was a black sedan, and the streetlights were of no help in the rain to illuminate the hooded woman driving it. Even worse, the plates were obscured by something. A see-through film of sorts? The numbers were impossible to discern. I sat back, squatting between the cars while staring after her. What the hell was that? She'd known I turned things around and was following her. Or she had suspected and not taken a chance, heading for her car to escape any kind of confrontation. Clearly, she didn't want me to know what this was all about. I understood that, though, but it pissed me off nonetheless. If this wasn't one of Blakey's people, which would be bad enough, that meant something new was afoot. Like I didn't have enough things to deal with already. I shook my head and got up, certain I was alone bar the soaked man on the other end of the street who was out walking a dog. A shiver ran through me, and I was reminded of where I'd been going before noticing the woman. The thought of a scalding shower and a warm bed much improved my mood, and I sped up and walked with a brisk pace the entire way home, though not without the occasional glance over my shoulder. Bright daylight slipped in between a gap in the curtains when I awoke. The threat of the car last night seemed far away, especially when I rolled over on my back and found Nate next to me, sleeping soundly. He looked so peaceful, his handsome features softened, light blue eyes hidden behind relaxed lids. I reached sideways and touched him with the back of my hand, tracing along his cheekbone and down along his jaw. The stubble there contrasted to my skin, and I smiled when I noticed the untidiness of his short hair. Nate was always so orderly and put together, and he really was a looker, but like this, he was gorgeous. And to think I might have missed out on seeing this intimate, open, and trusting side of him. The mere thought brought a sense of despair with it. I turned my hand over and skimmed 2 fingers gently across his lips. His steady breathing shifted then and became shallower. With his eyes still closed, he reached out an arm and pulled me closer. "Are you staring creepily at me while I sleep?" "No," I said, snuggling into him. "I'd use the word adoringly. It's more socially acceptable." "Mm-hmm." "We overslept," I added, eyeing the small clock on the dresser, the only other piece of furniture in my bedroom. "Who cares?" He brushed his hand up and down my back. "Well, when you put it like that." His body was warm against mine, my face nuzzled against his neck. Going out into the bitter day did not seem all that appealing. "Besides," I said, "I quite like waking up like this." "Glad to hear it, because I've been thinking," he mumbled, and then dozed off, his breathing starting to even out again. "Really? You stopped mid-sentence?" I gave his shoulder a lazy swat. "Hmm? You've been thinking?" "Oh, yeah." He stirred, forcing himself awake. "I've been thinking about moving in together." I began, and then paused. I was smiling, but I didn't think he could see that. "Is that you asking me?" "What?" "Ah, no, apparently that wasn't a question. I haven't exactly done this before, but do you want to move in together?" I hadn't known that. "So this is the first time that you actually want to live with someone?" "Yes." We were lying close enough for me to feel how calm he was. No elevated pulse or fast breathing. He wasn't afraid to ask. Unlike him, I felt a pleasant surge in my chest, which did cause my breathing to come shorter. "You're not asking because you don't want to stay over here, are you?" "Why would you think that?" He proceeded to pull his legs up a little, and then planting his ice-cold feet on my legs. I squealed and wriggled away. "Now that, I believe, is unladylike," he said, remembering what I'd stated in Terry's shed. I feigned an indignant huff and sat up. The air in the bedroom was cool against my skin, and I quickly pulled the covers down to warm his poor feet, which were sticking out over the bed. I dove back under the covers, shimmying back to face him. "So you want a place where you can stretch out in bed, huh?" "I also want a shower I can stand upright in, and a fridge with food that doesn't talk back to me. I'll have you know a lot of food gets better and fancier with age, like cheese. Not when it's completely covered in a fussy green layer." He wrinkled his nose at the memory. I decided to ignore that bit of truth. "And you weren't complaining about the shower last night?" "Considering the, acrobatics that occurred in there, I don't have any complaints to make about last night's shower, no." "And where exactly do you think we should live?" "Don't know. A new place, my place, even this place if you want that." "Even though you continually bump your head in the bathroom lamp?" "Yes." I thought about this, aware of his eyes on me now. But he seemed so relaxed, like he was merely waiting for me to express my thoughts on the matter regardless of what they were. He was asking me to take a new step with him and plan years ahead, though. I never did that. Most Menders didn't. Our life expectancy wasn't all that much to brag about. "I'm not sure I know what to say." "I know." "You know?" He nodded. "I know that planning further ahead than next Monday is challenging in your life, and that living with you might mean the occasional fireball crashing through the window." "I've told you that fireballs don't." I stopped myself and sighed when I arched my neck and noticed his smile. He'd been oddly patient with me, and also adapted to so much. I had never had anyone like that in my life before. The thought of him ending up hurt? "I don't think I can make that decision right now." "I'm aware of that too." The smile was still there, sincere and warm. Instead of saying anything else, he pulled me close again and captured my lips with his. I sank into the embrace, content to think about nothing but the here and now for a while.
Chapter 6. What choice did I have? There was actual fear in the middle-aged farmer's voice. I have kids in the house. I know, Maggie said, her voice full of sympathy. We were standing outside the man's farmhouse, and he'd closed the door behind him to avoid anyone inside hearing this. Warm light streamed out through windows, which, combined with the porch light, meant we had no trouble seeing, despite it being dark outside. Having closed my case and sent everything over to my employer, I had a few days off. When Maggie'd asked if I wanted to tag along, I'd said yes, mostly because I'd never seen her on one of her regular jobs. So far, I'd seen the cases that had escalated or been out of the ordinary, even in her world. This was different. And he had those thugs with him. Terry's no threat to me, but those fellas are. They made no pretense regarding what they'd do. Terry ruining my living is bad enough, but those vermin laying a hand on my wife and kids? So you paid? Damn right I did. He stopped himself and glanced at me. I can't do anything to them. And my wife's only an affiliate by marriage, you see? To me, that translated to his ability, whatever it was not something that would help him when dealing with Terry's thugs, and that his wife had not been born with any otherworldly abilities that could help. Maggie nodded. Yes, and I only ask because I am going to get your money back and set Terry straight. As far as I knew, she'd never had much to do with this man before, but her reputation must have spread through the community over the years. She was a head shorter than him, and though he wasn't on the heavy side, he outweighed her with 50 pounds at least. He was, by my estimation, probably 20 years her senior too, but all the reaction he gave to her declaration was a nod and a sigh of gratitude, like some weight had been lifted off his shoulders. From what little she'd told me in the car on our way over, he'd been one of the farmers that had decided to ask her for help. She had not only built a reputation over the few years she'd lived in Ashport, she'd earned respect too. Back to Terry's then? I asked her after she'd gotten the amount from the farmer and we were back in the car. He's had enough time to get the money by now, unless he's keeping it all in the house anyway, she said, eyes on the road. We passed by trees and houses that only appeared as silhouettes in the dark. Do you think he will have? Maggie shook her head. Of course not. He's an idiot, just like his brother. The road widened a bit and stretched out in front of us before the last bit down toward the sea, and she changed gears and sped up. Actually, Dale wasn't an idiot, but he was a stubborn asshole. So you're expecting trouble then? She was dressed for it with dark clothing. A light down vest provided warmth, yet made her able to move, and her hair was pulled back into a short ponytail. I cast a glance over my shoulder at the backpack in the back seat. I had no idea what was in it, but I'd been curious ever since she put it there. The straps were tightened so it wouldn't dangle about and disturb her for whatever she'd planned. Hopefully there'll be no trouble, she said. I mulled this over until the exit down to Dale's compound came into view. If she knew Terry Ralston wouldn't do what he was told, yet she expected no trouble, then that would be because she'd planned something. She'd been gone a few hours before dark and come by my place looking for a lighter, and, I guessed, company. Her asking me to tag along wasn't an invitation to join her planned whatever this was. No, most likely, my question this morning at her place had gotten her thinking. Was this her way of showing me what I'd be in for if she decided to say yes? I was pretty sure I already knew that. Like we'd done so many times before, she parked her car, hidden from any curious people still living in the compound, and we walked from there. I can't believe so many of them are still staying, she said. Her voice hushed when we passed by the area at a distance a few minutes later. The compound was visible in the dark, with 5 houses having lights on. Most had moved away after Dale's death and the scrutiny of the police. They probably have little choice. I eyed the forest ahead, remembering when we'd last been there. A smolder hex had forced the foliage down with a shockwave then, but the last couple of weeks had seen to it that the reddened and brown leaves had fallen off completely. The forest still gave sufficient cover in the dark, and after last night's rain, the clouds had cleared somewhat, and it was easier to navigate outside in nature. Besides, from what I understand, you're helping them too? Yes, well, Terry's free to do what he wishes with the rent, I guess, but hopefully he'll see the error of his ways. Anyway, he's kind of forcing them to leave, isn't he? They won't be able to make their payments in the long run, and who the hell is going to be willing to move out here? Did you know there are out-of-town reporters here still? There are all kinds of theories about Dale. There's even one of those podcast people, likely hoping to score high ratings. There is? Yep. Came right up to me and Tegan last night. I had to put on my dumbest small-town demeanor to deter him. I could see her making exaggerated quotes with her fingers at that and couldn't help but smile. Maybe it will calm down soon. I don't know. She ducked under a low-hanging branch, and I did the same. We thought that about the Marbella too, but it's the combined cases of dumpster fires that have brought people like that guy here. Maybe not cause a dumpster fire tonight then, just in case? She took hold of my hand then and squeezed before letting go and stepping over something dark and uneven on the ground, likely roots from a nearby pine. I did the same. So, Terry didn't strike me as an enormous threat the other day. Is his ability no good against people? I don't think so. I think he needs some time, so in a sense, chemical warfare would be an excellent choice. I think he was kind of unknown in the community before this, but now that Dale's death left him an opportunity, he'll be losing respect he never really had. She stopped. We'd come close to the shed now and had to walk slower to make sure we didn't make any noise. Without any windows, it was hard to tell if anyone was in there. Anyway, it's his new goons that I'm considering. You know who they are? Yes, that helps, of course. Barrett Townsend. I've met him before. Obviously, you know of Wesley Phillipson, too. I did. He'd been one of Dale's guys. Seemed some people needed a leader to do anything in life. Why did those people tend to gravitate towards such pernicious figureheads, though? I assume you have a plan? We walked out of the forest and stood beside the door of the shed. There was no hint of light coming from there, nor was there any noise coming from inside indicating someone was working. Of course I do, Maggie confirmed, her attention on the house below now that we were in the clear here. There were lights on, mostly downstairs and in one room on the first floor. The two cars were parked outside, exactly like last time. Since I was nice enough to give him a chance, aka a warning, he's likely expecting me back and waiting with some countermeasure. I frowned at that. Couldn't help it. I had no doubt she could handle herself. I'd seen her in enough dangerous situations to know that. Besides, a mender with no active ability, as they called it, needed to think on her feet and find alternate solutions. That didn't mean I had to like it when people like Terry Ralston sat and waited to hurt her. Keeping more than one eye on our surroundings, we made our way down to the house. The rain the night before turned out to be a good thing, considering there was no rustling when we walked on the long and withered grass. "They're inside," Maggie whispered, after a long while of checking the nearby area of the farmhouse and the old barn. I nodded my agreement and went with her over to the house. For crying out loud, they're not even making it difficult. I could see her roll her eyes in the light that came out through the kitchen window. Inside that kitchen sat Terry with his two friends, or business partners, in his little venture. They were drinking beers, but there weren't enough bottles on that table to hope they'd be inebriated. No, they were waiting and playing cards while doing so. The two other men, Barrett Townsend and Wesley Phillipson, were bigger than Terry. Wesley was on the meaty side. I'd seen him in Dale's compound, but hadn't really known his name until Maggie told me. The former I had no knowledge of at all. To me, he was one of the unknown faces belonging to the community. Maggie touched my shoulder and indicated the barn. I followed her. I do realize that it would have saved me time the other day if those two yahoos had seen Terry head down in the compost bin. I smiled at that. She was right. The sight of their boss being spanked with a baton upside down in the compost would have lost their respect instantly. They likely knew he wasn't much of a fighter, but so far he had probably seemed an intelligent, to them at least, option to making some quick bucks. "What can I do to help?" I asked. Maggie took her backpack off and started opening the zipper. "You can relax and look pretty. Actually, wait." She glanced over at the compost bin. "I could use some help with that." She put the backpack back on and jogged over to the bin. "Can you help me lift this thing?" she asked when I reached her. I had no clue why she wanted it moved, but did help her. The bin was rectangular and heavy, and we came off as anything but elegant while we shuffled our way away from the barn. There was a dry odor escaping it, too, despite the lid being closed. "First you tell me not to think, and now I'm reduced to brawn," I joked while we pulled at the structure. Terry had obviously built it himself. It appeared to be homemade, but it was a sturdy and useful structure. "Very appreciated brawn, though." Maggie smiled at me over the bin. "I promise, this won't take long. I know what to do." That last part came without a hint of a facetious tone to it, and I nodded. Instead of arguing, I asked where she wanted me, and began heading for the opposite side of the house to be able to keep an eye on the front door, though not without casting a glance back. Was Maggie taking something from her backpack and putting it inside the bin? It became harder to see while walking away from the only light source, but I soon had the answer to why she wanted to borrow a lighter from me earlier. I didn't see exactly where she chose to hide, but I did have an excellent overview of the front door, where I kept hidden among a few stubs and many soaked logs that had been forgotten at some point. This was where Terry chopped his firewood, and the chopping blocks were enough to conceal me from quick glances, if nothing else. There wasn't much to hide behind in the flat area, except the cars, which were too close to the house. The chopping stubs would have to do. A popping sound rose up from behind the house. I cocked an ear. Had she set off firecrackers? No, that was not the case, I realized, when that popping turned to crackling and bangs before lights emerged from the other side of the house. Not firecrackers, but fireworks. The display of lights, sparks, and floating stars did not resemble any New Year celebration, since they barely sprang up over the house. It all came in a condensed spray of colors, and the bangs sounded like they were contained, which they obviously were, igniting each other inside the compost bin. The display of light, fire, and blasts soon had the desired effect because the front door opened and two men ran out. I couldn't discern who, but that hardly mattered. Their shouts were almost drowned out by the cacophony from the other side of the house. The moment they rounded the corner to see to the blatant scare tactic, a dark shape came around the other corner and headed for the now open door. I smiled. Couldn't help it. Maggie slipped inside, and I strained my neck. Was that something in her hand? Her baton? I couldn't see since she soon vanished further inside. It turned out to not be the impact weapon, because a few seconds later I was certain I heard a loud bang that had nothing to do with the chaos she'd created outside. For a second, I thought the last person in there had fired a gun, but was relieved to see Maggie's familiar form appear in the hallway for a moment. She was only visible for a couple of seconds, before heading further into the kitchen again, but this time I saw smoke seeping into the hallway. "What the hell?" I mumbled. I saw a flicker of green light. The remaining man's ability put to use? Whatever he could do, it didn't help him because Maggie appeared again, running outside this time and back to the corner she'd come from. Next thing, the two men who'd been drawn outside came running back, not caring about the fireworks anymore. They weren't endangering anything but the bin itself anyway. The thing had to be blown to smithereens by now. The two men ran inside, drawn by the smoke, yelling and waving their arms toward what looked like a fire. Maggie wasn't done, though. She had run the entire way around the house this time, keeping an eye on the two, and she rounded the same corner they had the second they went inside. She ran fast and threw something inside the hallway before pulling the door shut so hard I could hear the slam through all the other noise. Then came a new blast from inside, and I could see a flash of light that had nothing to do with the supernatural through the small window atop the door. She was using smoke grenades. "Crafty," I said, and watched her grab the doorknob. Someone had to be wrestling with the door from the inside to try to get out, because she made a short jump and placed her feet on the wall while holding the door shut that way. If she lost her grip, she'd fall flat on her back. Despite the men having lots of weight on her, the smoke and her tactic held them at bay. She didn't lose her grip, but instead jumped down again. This time, the baton did materialize in her hand. It expanded with a familiar flick. She opened the door and ran inside a wall of smoke. I stood then, uncertain as to what to do. I wanted to run in there, but that would likely disturb her. Right now, anything that moved was an enemy. And how was she moving in there? I hadn't seen her clearly, but she had to be wearing a gas mask. The fireworks were dying down because I could hear shouts from within. Another blast and flash of light came, then more crackling light, sort of light pink this time. Then it all went quiet. I eyed the rusted axe that had been left on one chopping block, but was already walking. My gun was a better choice, and I drew it just in case. I realized going in there with guns would have worked too, but affiliates did seem to rely on their abilities more than anything else. I also understood Maggie's need to go about this differently. She had scared the men, separated them, humiliated them, hopefully beat them. The silence from the house was worse than seeing everything that was going on. Was she all right? Her way of separating the men and then rendering them blind and hard of breathing was impressive. But what if... I shook my head and stepped onto the porch, keeping a bit to the side of the door while I approached. Smoke welled out through the opening, but no sound other than a smoke alarm I hadn't heard until I came this close. "Screw it," I mumbled and shouted Maggie's name. No answer came. Then, footsteps. The sound came closer, and I swung to the side of the wall, gun at the ready in case one of the men appeared. Instead, it was Maggie's smaller frame with a gas mask over her face that emerged from the smoke. "It's me," I said, and lowered the gun while taking a step back in case she swung that baton before checking. She whirled around quickly, ready to defend herself, but probably expecting it to be me. I would have warned her had someone else showed up. She said something, but the mask and the smoke alarm made it impossible to understand. She held up an index finger and went back inside. She went about opening windows and doors because the smoke dissipated soon enough, and she made short use of the smoke alarm too. It took a few minutes, but I could soon enter the house without choking and passing out. I walked through the hallway and found my way into the kitchen. Beer bottles, playing cards, and a chair lay on the floor. But little else had been thrown about in there. There were a couple of scorch marks on the walls, though. Was that due to the men's abilities? Maggie, thankfully, looked unharmed. She pulled the mask off when I came in, and she drew a relieved breath from being out of it, but it turned into a grimace at the still, somewhat smoky air. Around the kitchen table, the three men were seated, bound to their chairs. Terry and Wesley were awake, Barrett unconscious. I hoped the binds would make it difficult for them to use their abilities. The conscious ones did seem slightly out of it, though. I wasn't surprised. Maggie was a force of nature with that weapon. I glanced around at the calming chaos. Actually, she was a force of nature without it. Yes, I understood how she'd needed to do it this way. They knew now that she was not to be underestimated, and that this wasn't even the worst she could do to them. She began, and threw the mask over to me. I only had one of those, she finished. I doubted that was her reason for doing this alone. That's why you kept your plan secret? No, she admitted. I thought you wouldn't agree to all the noise. We've been attracting some attention. Ah, yes. The aforementioned dumpster fires. They had drawn attention, all right. They might have heard the fireworks up in the compound, but I doubted any of the people there would come running to check on Terry, nor would they call reporters any more than they would call the cops. I simply smiled at Maggie and shook my head. Despite knowing her capabilities, she never ceased to amaze me. I doubt anyone will come running for his sake, I told her, indicating Terry with a flick of my hand. Oh, and for future reference, what you did to that compost bin is not the way to deal with the questionable food in your fridge. She was eyeing Terry, but her gaze shifted to me at that. A smile followed. Duly noted. She walked closer to the tied-up men, keeping a careful watch, no doubt in case they tried something. Mind checking the house? She asked me. Just in case? Sure. I doubted Terry had more goons inside. They would have come running when the noise started. I stepped over a canister that lay on the floor. It did not emit any more smoke now. Where had she even gotten them? I knew she had an eclectic network of people to help her out or supply her with things she needed, but that was also about all I knew. There was a living room, a small pantry, and an old and cold bathroom besides the kitchen on the ground floor. No people lurked about, so I headed for the stairs. You're going to regret this, you meddling bitch! I stopped at the sound of Terry's voice, recognizing it from a couple of days before. He sounded more aggressive now. Maybe he was putting on a show for the other two. Stop being so melodramatic, you old fart. Or do you want a new spanking like the other day? I chuckled and headed upstairs. It was dark there, and I flipped the nearest switch. A narrow hallway with 3 doors greeted me. One of them was locked from the outside with a padlock. That stopped me short. There had been one light on upstairs. It had been visible from the outside. I switched the lights off again and stared toward the door. There was no light coming from under it. Again, I turned on the light and studied the door. Padlocked. Was that where Terry hid the money he'd pressured the farmers to give him? They'd paid him in cash. Maggie had told me that, and the last farmer had also confirmed it. Finding that money was important. I checked the other 2 rooms first in case I wasn't alone up there. The first door was another bathroom, empty, like the one downstairs. The second held a surprise, though. It was a bedroom, sparsely furnished, and with a slight pungent smell that made me think Terry didn't change the beddings all that often. That wasn't really surprising. No, the big black bag with thousands of dollars in it was the surprise. I stared at it. Then I whirled around and peered at the locked door across the hall. If you're keeping your money here, I murmured, and stepped closer to the door. Does that mean you're keeping diamonds in there? I heard the muffled voices from below in the kitchen. Maggie was busy getting her threat through. Considering her handling of them so far, they'd be fools not to listen. I holstered my gun and retrieved my lockpicks from the back pocket of my jeans. The padlock proved to be of no challenge. It took mere seconds of manipulating the mechanism before the desired click came. I quickly shoved the lockpicks back into the pocket and drew my gun again. I didn't know what to expect, and though I highly doubted Terry had locked in someone with a gun to shoot intruders, I wasn't taking any chances. The door slid open at my push, and I kept to the side of the opening. The light was still off in there, but a little flooded in from the hallway. "Anyone in there?" I asked, keeping my voice level, not to scare whoever. Someone had turned that light off, and Terry hadn't had time after Maggie set off the fireworks. Nobody answered, but there was the distinct sound of someone drawing breath and then bumping into something. Someone who was afraid? Scared people could react in dangerous ways, though. "I'm armed and I'm coming in," I told the person. I was beginning to think this wasn't someone working with Terry, but rather against him. Was it another farmer who'd refused to pay him, maybe? Not all of them had gone to Maggie. I carefully felt around inside the door, aware that I might get my hand stabbed, and fumbled until I found a light switch on the wall. "I won't shoot if you keep calm," I told the person, and carefully peeked inside first. No one stood ready with a weapon, or anything else for that matter. I stepped fully into the room, which was different from what I expected. There were a few toys, some school books, and some clothes for a child, not an adult. The same thump as before came from the bed. I whirled around, gun raised. Someone was hiding under there. It was a child, judging by the contents of the room. I holstered the gun, not wanting to scare him or her. "You can come out. I won't hurt you." Whoever it was now had trouble keeping their fear hidden. They knew they'd been spotted, and their breathing came rapid and raspy. "I promise. My name is Nate," I went on. "What's your name?" "Nate?" came a young voice from under the bed. The duvet hung down a bit so I couldn't see properly, but there was something familiar about that voice. "Yes," I responded. I didn't want to yank the duvet away and scare the child. I didn't have to either. The duvet moved as the kid shimmied out from under the bed, his tousled brown hair appearing first, before I saw a face I knew in the light. "Theo?" I blurted. "What are you doing here?" I bent down to face the kid on his level, but he got to his feet and ran over and threw his short arms around my neck, hugging me fiercely. "Hey, kid, what's—" I began, but then decided to give him a minute. What the hell was going on? Theo was supposed to be in a new home, free from his Uncle Dale, who had turned out to be a horrible choice for an 8-year-old to live with. Dale had hit him and not provided any kind of safe home. We'd gotten Theo out of the compound for that exact reason. And now he was here? A lot of thoughts flew through my head then, most specifically regarding the head of Ashport Child Services and how he'd obviously messed up again regarding this kid. "They put you with another uncle, huh?" I asked him. Theo nodded and released me. Then he wiped his eyes with his sweater sleeve. He looked pale and thin, but had no bruises that I could see. "Does he always lock you in here?" "Yeah," Theo said meekly. "He doesn't want me disturbing them." Them. Terry and his new cronies. I drew a deep breath to keep from running downstairs and pummeling the man's face. It would be better than he deserved. "Nate?" Maggie shouted, up the stairs. "Everything all right?" I was taking too long. "Yes, I found the money," I shouted back. "I'll be right down." I didn't want her to come running up here, and she would the second I told her about Theo. She needed to make sure the 3 men remained tied up, now more than ever. "Listen, Theo," I told him, and put a hand on his shoulder. "I know you heard a lot of scary noises. Maggie's downstairs, and we're taking you away from here. That okay?" "Yes, I don't like Uncle Terry." "Okay." I nodded at that. We didn't have time to talk it out, but there was no way I was leaving the kid here with that bastard. "Pack your things. I'll grab something from the other room." I arose to go, but Theo grabbed my hand, and didn't his fear to be left alone for a second say it all? A couple of minutes later, we descended the stairs and headed for the kitchen. "I swear, Terry," Maggie's voice drifted toward us, "if you try something so mind-numbingly stupid again, you won't like what I'll do to you. Today was nothing compared to—" She stopped herself when she noticed me enter the kitchen with the black bag full of cash slung over my shoulder. "Great. There you are. I was just delivering threats." She forgot what she was saying when she noticed Theo behind me, clinging to my free hand, afraid of his uncle and his goons, despite their current tied-up state. Maggie's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the boy. Her gaze moved up to mine, and her entire demeanor changed at my nod before she turned back to Terry, pure hatred in her dark eyes.
Chapter 7. Driving at the speed limit proved a test of my already fringy patience. With Theo in the back seat and his neglectful Uncle Terry in the trunk, this was not the night to get pulled over by Nate's former colleagues. "Is there a plan here?" he asked, paying attention to where we were headed now that we'd come back to town. He hadn't argued when I'd decided to take both Terry and Theo with us in the car, nor had he objected when I'd left the two goons tied up in Terry's kitchen. I'd simply made sure they'd use a few hours to get free from their binds. I needed some time in case they came searching. I doubted they would, considering they weren't following Terry around for any other reason than the money he'd promised. Loyalty and admiration would not send them looking for him. But now we were heading into Ashport, and I could see why Nate was curious. There were more opportunities to get noticed doing nefarious things here, and nefarious was what I was contemplating. "I'm working on it." I glanced over and saw a frown on his face at that, or the fact that he saw where I was taking us. Modern buildings were being replaced by the smaller and older white houses that had been here when the town had been built. We couldn't see the characteristic red tiles on the roofs in the dark, but he knew who I wanted to see. "Eddie Hayes is going to help with this?" "Maybe." I didn't say much more, mostly because of the boy seated in the back seat. He'd revealed some of how it was living with this uncle, and it hadn't been much better than with Dale. Terry didn't hit him, but he yelled and locked the kid inside his room for hours, often without food, and seldom remembered to let him out to use the bathroom. Why he'd agreed to take in his nephew was beyond my comprehension, considering how much he seemed to shirk that responsibility. As for Eddie, Nate had worked with him before. He might not trust him, but he knew how useful Eddie could be. Also, he likely didn't want to discuss it in front of Theo any more than I did. "Does Oliver Langan know where you ended up?" he suddenly asked, looking back at Theo. "Yes, he drove me there." I slammed my hand onto the steering wheel. "I am going to I'm going to have a stern talking to with that guy." This was not the first time he'd messed up regarding Theo. "Maybe I should do the stern talking to, and then if that doesn't work, I'll help you do the myrrh." Nate paused intentionally and faced forward again, his face blank now. "What will happen to Uncle Terry?" Theo asked, his voice hushed like he was afraid his uncle could hear him from the trunk. I turned into the right street and slowed down. "Your uncle has been misbehaving. That's not okay, but we do have ways to teach people manners." I parked the car in an empty spot a couple of houses down from Eddie's. I arched an eyebrow, and Nate nodded, understanding my meaning. I got out of the car and left them there. I didn't want Theo to hear what I had to discuss with Eddie. A last glance back showed me that Nate was talking to the kid, probably trying to comfort him. I stepped into the secluded courtyard that hid the entrance to Eddie's house and about 10 other small ones. Eddie's was the first to the left, and he was easy to spot despite the dingy lighting back there. The glow on his cigarette was a telltale sign. "Hiya, Maggie," he said when I came close enough. He was on the porch, seated on a plastic chair, smoking and seemingly relaxing with his legs crossed at the ankles. "I got your text," he went on and puffed out a cloud of smoke. "Hope it's important." "Oh, Eddie, I know better than to disturb your social enterprises without good cause." This late, he'd likely been at a bar or a pub. I only hoped he wasn't too drunk to help. He peered down at his half-smoked cigarette, probably contemplating how strong his need to finish it was, and then stumped it out in an overfilled ashtray next to the chair. "Let's chat inside." I found that the best option too, and followed him into his house. The courtyard was quiet and empty of any neighbors, but I didn't want to chance it. He led me into the kitchen, which was tidy, and as usual didn't seem to be in use all that much. Not for cooking, at least. A few pizza boxes, empty beer bottles, and energy drink cans stood on the counter and kitchen table, But that was about it. He wasn't really very good at taking care of himself, Eddie. Despite that, he shared many traits with his twin brother Jacques, a former flame of mine, who was a striking specimen of the male species. While Jacques sported extraordinary good looks with his sparkly blues, defined bone structure, and dark hair, Eddie somehow managed to downplay all that with his laid-back appearance of worn jeans, often crumpled shirts, and unwieldy hair. Unlike his law-abiding brother, Eddie was of a more law-ignorant persuasion with some useful computer skills. He didn't live up to the stereotypes, matching his twin's build, though maybe missing a few pounds due to less physical work. They were identical, yet no one noticed unless Eddie made an effort to smarten up. "Can I get you something?" he asked and opened the fridge. I eyed the contents since he didn't block my view and politely declined, considering he only had a shelf full of energy drinks. He grabbed one for himself and then sat at the kitchen table, indicating I should do the same. I was too agitated, pacing back and forth in his kitchen while relaying the happenings of the night to him. "So this is the same kid that Saint Nate agreed to help you kidnap from Dale Ralston's compound?" he asked when I was done. I was standing between his kitchen and sitting room near the stairs to my right. There was no light on anywhere but the kitchen, and the little house seemed big and empty. "Yes, but you know full well that it wasn't a kidnapping." "Yeah, don't worry." He waved it off. "I understand he's been through a lot, and all because his mom was killed." I faced Eddie at that. He must have sensed the sincerity of my tone, because I was not in the mood to make jokes about this. Theo's mom was murdered by Dale, technically by one of his cronies, to distract me from the Yorov operation in town. And that not only ruined his safe and happy world for no good reason, it made it so much worse. So yeah, I went and got him out of Dale's place, and I sure as hell wasn't going to leave him with Terry Ralston. Eddie drained the last of his can and then stared at the tabletop for a long time. "Everyone in the community knew about Dale," he said after a while. "He had a nasty reputation. I don't know too much about his brother beyond what you've told me now, though. What is it you want done with him?" Eddie was, in addition to being handy with a keyboard, also a sociable guy. He knew a lot of people in and outside the community. The fact that he didn't know Terry wasn't that much of a surprise. First off, he didn't like Dale and his guys. Second, Terry had not been a problem until now. Apparently, he'd mostly kept to his property and his job in town. Dale's death had simply brought him an opportunity he hadn't had before. "You shouldn't ask that," I told Eddie. "What I wanted done with Terry were not good things. Who the hell locked children in their rooms for hours and forgot to feed them, or chose not to?" "I see." Thankfully, Eddie seemed to catch my meaning. "But I still assume you're here to find a solution?" "Terry's in the trunk of my car." "A quick solution, then. Preferably." "I guess," Eddie made a throat-cutting sign with his hand, "is out of the question?" I sighed. I suppose. I was not kindly inclined towards poor Theo's uncle. "Any other suggestions?" "Mind lock." Eddie recoiled, almost jumping out of his chair at that suggestion. "Surely it's not that bad?" Funny how death was seen as a better option than losing one's ability, even for a while. I was not surprised by his reaction. "Remember what he's been doing. Can't we chop off his foot or something?" Eddie was squirming in his chair now. Considering our talk so far, I was so glad Nate wasn't here for this. I flicked a hand out. "Just check, will you?" Eddie got up and went into the unlit sitting room, though not without some grumbling. When he came back, he had a laptop in his hands. "You don't have to look so unhappy about it," I told him. "Goes against everything I believe." He booted up the laptop and then got quiet for a while. I'd seen him do this before, so I waited in silence with him. Eddie's equipment was encrypted, and it took more than a simple password to get into his stuff. After a couple of minutes of this, he sat back and stared at the screen. "Khan isn't here, nor is Gia." "Really?" I said. That was hard to believe. We had two people with the ability to control others' abilities. It was a safeguard against affiliates who went completely off the rails. It was also a last resort. Not the last resort, but one of them. The fact that Eddie reacted with such disgust even for a scumbag like Terry wasn't that strange to me. I'd feel violated too if someone took my ability away. Really? Eddie repeated, albeit in a different tone than me. Have a look yourself. He started to show me the screen, but I waved him off. I'd never experienced both our mind sealers to be out of town at the same time, but I did believe him. I had no reason not to in this kind of situation. Besides, Eddie was right. This wasn't exactly a decision I was supposed to make on my own. There were good reasons for that. But I would have taken the blame. I still needed to do something about Terry, though. This still puts us in a bind. Can you orchestrate something illegal? Eddie scoffed. Can I? I'm offended you even have to ask that. Of course I can. Money? He started typing so fast, I wondered if he was setting something up already. He has been extorting people. It would be fitting, I mused. Okay, Eddie said, his eyes never leaving the screen. I'm checking out some suitable. He stopped typing and started scrolling instead. Remember that guy we pulled the harbor scheme on? Yes. There is an opportunity for such a venture. Is there? Eddie smiled. Just got a tip on something unrelated, you understand? Yep. I never meddled in Eddie's doings, and as long as they didn't pose a threat to the community, which they never did, I never would. I was again glad Nate hadn't come inside for this. He'd seen and heard a lot since finding out about us. He'd even done things he never would have before, but he still had a somewhat different moral compass than us. Some would say a better one, and maybe they would be right. I chose to think of it as a less lenient one. The Golden Connie is docked in the harbor. That's Captain Peterson, if I remember correctly. Yep. You think we should pull that scheme on Terry? Are you going to miss him? Eddie drew his attention away from the screen and stared at me. He was right, of course. I was so tired of the Ralstons screwing up little Theo's life. The way I see it, Eddie went on, we can wait for Khan or Gia to get back if you prefer. But you know as well as I do that you can't actually make that decision on your own. However, if he disappears for a while for no good reason, he won't have a strong case regarding his nephew when he returns. That's not good parenting. Also, I doubt he'd have much clout with his new ding-dong minions. When the hell did you become the voice of reason, Eddie? I am always reasonable. It's only that I prefer speaking my mind and that makes people not notice. I smiled and nodded. Fine. Let's make him disappear. 10 minutes later, we were ready and headed for my car. I could see from outside that Nate and Theo were quiet now. I made a pass around the car, behind it, when Eddie opened the back door. Hey there, little dude. I'm Eddie. Scoot over, please. I glanced toward the trunk, but if Nate was still in the front seat and not worried, I had no reason to think Terry had made a fuss or gotten out of his binds. Eddie got his newly packed backpack off and put it inside before he got in himself. It contained his laptop, lots of wires and electronic doodads, as well as a sturdy rope. If it isn't His Holiness, I heard Eddie say when I opened the door on the driver's side and got in myself. Nate greeted me with a deeply dissatisfied frown, not deigning to answer Eddie's salutation. All I could muster was a sheepish smile. We needed Eddie's help. Why? Was Nate's only question. He was obviously referring to our new passenger, not having expected him to actually join us. I might as well be straightforward, I thought, and shrugged. Because we're about to commit a felony, or two, maybe three. Strange how that only seemed to deepen his frown. Chapter 8. Connie looked somewhat haggard, Nate observed. We were standing on the wharf, the lapping of water coming from below, the air heavy with salt. The Golden Connie did not live up to the golden part of her name. She was an old 90-feet trawler that hadn't been used for fishing in decades. The hull was white, I supposed, at least if one put some imagination into it. Spots of rust and other things had left it more of a blotchy beige in addition to the paint that was peeling off. She's not supposed to draw people's eye, I told him. No, I know. Nate craned his neck as if he could see 90 degrees down the edge of the wharf. Shouldn't he have drowned by now? I smiled. We'd heard a splash when we'd arrived about 10 minutes ago and seen a dark figure dive into the water from the Golden Connie right before that. Captain Peterson is slightly more advanced than the rest of us in the water. What, like a merman or something? We call them aquatics, but sure. No, not sure. They don't sprout fishtails. That is so cool, Theo said. He was standing on Nate's right side and now seemed like he wanted nothing more than to run over to the wharf's edge and have a look. Nate raised an eyebrow in my direction that could not be mistaken despite the dark and the hood over his head. We'd all hidden our faces like that. There were too many surveillance cameras on the wharf than I thought healthy. At the moment we were in a blind spot, so I motioned for Theo to remain put. Is this the best place for him to be? Nate asked anyway. Theo is one of us. He should learn, like all our children, that we watch out for our own. Was the response Nate had to that, but he didn't argue. So far that night, he'd been going along with how I did things, how the community did things. He might not like everything, but it warmed my heart that he went with it and respected our ways. Theo was a child, yes, but his knowledge of the community was lacking, and he should learn that he had help in us, as well as corrections should he ever choose to go against us. Not that I thought the good-hearted boy capable of that, but his ability was strong and potentially dangerous unless he learned to master it. He could create vibrations in his surroundings strong enough to simulate small earthquakes. Luckily, his late and non-affiliate mother had done right by him, and he seemed to have some control. Though he had buried his Uncle Dale and a few of his cronies in a rock wall collapse, that had been due to Dale scaring the life out of the kid. We hadn't told him about that, and I hoped he hadn't connected the dots himself. Rippling water sounded, and we all craned our necks this time. Peterson must have surfaced down there. Then came the sounds of someone climbing the ladder that hung from the wharf, right by the aft section of his boat. So we're enlisting a smuggler then? Nate asked, more rhetorically than anything. Don't look so glum, Nate. It was your job to catch them before. Now we have to make use of one. It all comes around. He snorted at that, and I stood on my toes and placed my fingers on his chin, guided his head down, and kissed him on the cheek. So that's how you get Colonel Crotchety to go along with everything. Eddie appeared between Nate and Theo and snickered before moving on toward the ladder. I snaked an arm around Nate, holding him back as he shot his hand out, nearly smacking the back of Eddie's head. Eddie moved on, oblivious, but Theo laughed at the sight. The sound made me smile. At least the kid hadn't been completely downtrodden by his uncles. A head popped over the edge of the wharf, and then promptly lowered again at the sight of us. Peterson had clearly thought himself alone when doing his nightly dive. "Hey, it's Eddie Hayes," Eddie said. He wasn't shouting, but it was loud enough for us all to hear. Even if this part of the wharf was deserted at this late hour, that didn't mean we wanted to draw people from nearby. Eddie had taken care of the nearest cameras, and we could technically move more freely and pull our hoods back, but it was best not to avoid being seen by happenstance by other people. Peterson's boat was docked in a more industrial part of the wharf, with warehouses and the harbor master's offices nearby, rather than the quaint shops further ahead. If it had been up to Captain Peterson, he'd likely have used a more secluded spot, but the size of his boat gave little room for that. Also, with the authorities keeping an eye on him, pretending to have nothing to hide was his best course of action. Eddie's greeting was enough to draw Peterson up from the ladder. He was a middle-aged man, lean and gray-haired. Water dripped from his soaked trousers and shirt, and he held an odd-looking package in his hand when he emerged fully. "I don't understand," Nate whispered while we walked closer. "Shouldn't he appear different?" Contrary to common belief, shape changers don't actually change all that much, I told him, speaking hurriedly so Eddie and Peterson wouldn't hear us discussing such private matters. Private to affiliates, that was. They take on some traits and abilities but retain their basic humanoid form. So he grows scales and gills or something? Something like that, yes. Good grief. Webbed feet, too? Like ducks? Theo asked, apparently as unfamiliar with this as Nate. I wouldn't know. Best not to ask him, though. We don't want to offend him, do we? The kid nodded solemnly to that and kept at our side. And so, we're looking to giving this guy the same treatment. Eddie, the fast talker, had already explained our predicament, it seemed. The package in Peterson's hand caught my eye while Eddie expounded further. It had a triangular shape and appeared to be wrapped in some sort of thick plastic. Whatever it was had probably been tucked into some space underneath the boat's hull, and he'd gone down to fetch it under the guise of night. His boat had presumably already been inspected. Peterson glanced at Theo when Eddie briefly touched on that part, but then his eyes flicked to Nate and stayed there. I noticed his hand twitch, the one he held the package with. You brought the police? He spat the words out, directing that question to Eddie. What? Of course not. Eddie was horrified at the accusation. Liar! Have you two met before? Eddie asked Nate, who smiled, though not happily. Oh, yes. He's one of those idiots that keep harassing me every time I come to town. That's because you smuggle illegal cargo on board every time you... Now, Eddie interfered, hands up in a placating motion between them. No need for that. Captain Quarrelsome here is no longer working for the nosiest establishment in town. In fact, he's tame now. That's not... Nate began, and was then promptly elbowed in the side by Eddie, who looked way too happy about it. Nate eyed me, practically begging to throw Eddie into the water. But before either of us could say or do anything, Eddie had leaped forward to grab Peterson's arm before he could dive back in there. Peterson, stop! He managed to pull the man back from the edge. No one's here to expose your business. Who the hell do you think we are? You've worked with me often enough to know that? Peterson considered that for a moment. Likely, doing business with Eddie was lucrative or had some sort of benefit. Last time, it had involved changing a few documents. Of course, that could also lead to some sort of revenue in the long run. You trust that guy? Peterson asked him, his voice gruff. Trust him? God, no, Eddie exclaimed without looking Nate's way. But I do believe that he doesn't like what happened to this little dude. He indicated Theo with a wave, but still kept his gaze on Peterson. The older man's eyes narrowed. Apparently, he didn't like it either. All right, he finally drawled. But I don't want any questions from him. He pointed at Nate as if there was any doubt who he was talking about. Fine, Nate said. Peterson grumbled something, looked back and forth between Eddie and Nate, and then eyed me. Usually the Menders are the insane ones. Well, Eddie said, indicating both Nate and me. That's her boyfriend, so... Peterson grumbled some more. As I said. Well, if you're all done chattering, I said, and indicated my car further back. We have a guest in the trunk. Got room for a stowaway? Peterson pursed his lips while thinking it through. I can offer you the same deal you got last time. Last time? Nate mouthed at me. I couldn't help but smirk before focusing on the captain again. That won't work, will it? You can't pull the same trick on the same port authorities? Won't be the same port. I have another... He glared at Nate this time. Job up north near the border. After that, it will be a different continent than last time. Much warmer, though. That sounds doable, and awfully difficult for Terry. Eddie nodded his agreement. That will do. Let's see him then, Peterson grumbled and walked toward the gangway. I'll get him, Nate told me. While he went back to the car, Theo trailed me over to the gangway where Eddie and the captain were discussing the rest of the deal. Those papers need to be dated a week from now. That's no issue. I'll get that done right after this, and you can leave tonight if you want. Tomorrow is less suspicious. They already signed off on me. Nothing to find. Why aren't you cold? Theo asked Peterson. Water was still dripping off the man, and I noticed he was barefoot too. Temperatures did not necessarily affect aquatics the way it did the rest of us. I was missing a proper coat by now, but the down vest I was wearing would have to suffice a while yet. There simply hadn't been time for any change of clothes after discovering the kid. Peterson stared at Theo, surprised by the private question. Theo here is one of us, but he's been raised outside the community so far, I explained. Oh, Peterson said and nodded, a bit more accepting of a child's mistake, but he didn't answer the question. You have no idea who you're messing with. You're going to regret this. The sound of Terry's shaky voice did not back up his threat. I highly doubt that, Nate said. He was pushing Terry ahead of him. With his hands tied behind his back and his feet hobbled, it wasn't fast going. Seeing us, and then the boat behind us, Terry visibly drew breath to start yelling, but a brusque shove from Nate put a stop to it. Let's have him aboard then, Peterson said without so much as a glance in either Terry's or Nate's direction. We followed him. I noticed Theo's discomfort at the sight of his uncle, and made sure to keep between them at all times. Terry, though, seemed to have forgotten all about his nephew, because he ranted on about how we shouldn't do this to him, the most important man in the world, or something along those lines. Needless to say, I tuned him out while we wound our way downward in the boat. Peterson led us below the galley and cabins into tight crawl spaces and forward in the boat. From my last visit down here, I knew that a few of the ballast tanks and cargo holds had been rebuilt years ago to accommodate Peterson's more lucrative business of importing and exporting. Well, I wasn't sure, but my guess was people who needed to cross borders without being seen. He led us to the same hidden space he'd shown us last time. You have got to be kidding me, Nate blurted when Peterson withdrew a plate from the bulkhead that concealed a tight space within. It was impossible to spot unless you knew about it, fitting seamlessly in the bulkhead. It was also padded on the inside, producing no hollow sound should someone knock and check. It merely appeared to be isolation to the blind eye. The space inside was just high enough to stand and wide enough to lie down or walk a few paces. Peterson, at Nate's outburst, shot him a glaring look. Hey, Nate said defensively. That was not a question. You're putting me in there? Terry blurted, his voice wild with horror. Only for a couple of weeks, I told him cheerfully. Maybe it will teach you the art of not extorting your neighbors for money, threatening their families, or locking little boys inside their rooms. When you think about it, the punishment is kinda poetic. Judging by the way Terry eyed me, I was beginning to wonder if I'd sprouted a second head. Really, why did these dumbasses always think they were going to get away with crap like this? You can't put me in there. It's inhumane. I stepped closer to him and made sure to smile extra wide. He flinched at my approach. When I came to your place tonight, I was there to punish you for your stupid extortion plan. The way you treated your family, though, you're no better than Dale. And look where that got him. If you ever come near Theo again, I will show you inhumane. So far, you can thank Eddie for escaping a mind lock. Terry jerked back, only to be shoved against the bulkhead by Nate. But Terry began. I never even wanted the kid. That man and woman came around saying I was the only option, that I'd get money. What man and woman? I interrupted, not interested in whatever money he was talking about. From the community. Ellie something and Oliver, Langen, Nate finished for him. Oliver Langen from CPS and Ellie Torp from you guys. I nodded at Nate. We'd have to figure that one out later. For now, though. I don't care whose idea it was, Terry. You messed up. You became my problem, and now you have to pay for going against us. The man didn't go gracefully, but we did manage to remove his binds and stuff him in there. He had 2 empty liquor bottles, a bucket, and some food and water for the journey. There was also ventilation in there, masked as an odd part of the boat's construction. When the Golden Connie reached her destination, Peterson would report the stowaway to the port authorities of whatever country he was going to, and have Terry arrested. To all intents and purposes, he'd appear as someone who'd snuck on board and passed his time drinking and waiting to escape into another country. He'd have a hell of a time getting back, which he would be able to. That was his punishment for threatening our own and mistreating a child. I'd been in this game too long to have second thoughts about it by now, but while Peterson and Eddie were putting the bulkhead plate back into place, I glanced at Nate. He seemed strangely pleased. There was no tension to his eyes or shoulders, usually telltale signs he wasn't happy about something. Now, he only glanced briefly at the opposite side of the narrow passageway we were in, and then shrugged and told Theo to come along outside.
Chapter 9. "We're not done," Eddie said, somewhere behind me. I glanced back and found him and Maggie following me and Theo in the direction of Maggie's car. "He's right," she said, biting her lower lip. That small physical reaction of uncertainty in her told me everything I needed to know. Whatever else remained to be done, I was going to like it even less than I had so far. Not that I minded Terry Ralston getting his comeuppance for what he'd done. He would be a worn-out wreck by the time he'd get out of Captain Peterson's hidden hold. I mentally shook my head at the thought. It had been so well concealed, I was amazed. Then I'd noticed how careful the man had been about stepping certain places near that hiding hold, and how he'd not placed the padded metal plate there. I would bet money on there being another concealed hiding place right next to the one Terry was currently in, and that was how he got people across borders. By the looks of Maggie and Eddie, smuggling was not going to be my biggest problem tonight. Had I sunk far, or sort of slinked sideways regarding my recent life choices? "What more can we possibly have to do?" I asked them. It was the middle of the night by now, and Theo was visibly yawning. "We need to pay the man," Maggie said. "It's only right." "I agree, but Eddie said he'd take care of that." "Not with money," Eddie said, and then pointedly stared at the old converted warehouse a few buildings down. I followed his line of sight, and then realization dawned. "Oh, for crap's sake!" "You said a bad word," Theo pointed out. "Shh," Eddie admonished. "You heard the kid." "You're going to break in there?" I shouted, even though no one was around to hear me. "The harbor master's office?" "Don't look so surprised. We just made a deal with a smuggler." "He's right, Nate," Maggie chimed in before I could respond. "A deal's a deal." "There are customs officers in there." "Not right now." Eddie rolled his eyes like I was a complete idiot, and then fished out a cigarette pack from his jacket pocket. "Besides, at this very moment, the cameras are conveniently not working." I sighed. "Theo is not coming along on this." "Of course not," Maggie assured me. "This is a bit beyond what he has to learn." "Fine," I huffed out my displeasure. "How long will it take you?" "Well, actually," Maggie began. She'd clasped her hands behind her back and was twisting her right foot, looking so innocent I almost laughed. Nothing good could come of that. "I was hoping you could help Eddie with this." "What?" we blurted simultaneously, Eddie in a huff of smoke since he'd lit his cigarette. Maggie pushed Eddie a couple of steps back, pointedly eyeing the kid. She wanted to keep the smoke away from him. "You can't be serious?" I asked her. "There's not much to it, really. Eddie will do most of the work. You'll simply assist at a crucial point." "Come on, Maggie," Eddie almost whined. "I'd rather have you." "You know, Nate is more help than me. I almost broke my back last time. And besides, I'd like to take Theo up to Tegan's and have her check him out." There was that last time comment again. How many times had they done this? And damn it, she was right about Tegan. She lived close by, a lot closer than Dr. Morris, no more than a 10-minute walk. She would not be happy at me showing up on her doorstep. It had to be Maggie. "I'm doing this under heavy protests," I said. "Aw, Nate," Maggie lit up in a smile. "Thanks, and don't worry, it will be fast, in and out, quick like a viper." Eddie snickered again, smoke wafting around his face. "That's your pillow talk, isn't it?" I glared at Maggie. "Can I throw him in the water now?" "Hey, that's not nice." Eddie took a step back. The sight of him with his cigarette in his mouth and both hands up in a disarming gesture was ridiculous. It made Theo laugh. "I want to go with Nate and Eddie," he said. "No," we all whispered. At least we did manage to agree on something. "Let's just get this over with, and we'll meet you over in the Blue Street," I said. Maggie nodded and put her hand on my arm as she made to pass by me. "Oh, and if we get arrested, I expect you to bail me out." She stopped and smiled up at me, mischief in her dark eyes. "Oh, sweetie, I will always bail you out." "That's not as romantic as I fear you think it is." She only laughed and squeezed my arm affectionately before walking on and taking Theo with her. "You have half an hour," I told Eddie. "After that, you're on your own." Pfft! He waved that off with his cigarette hand, the smoke creating a back and forth pattern in the cold air. "I need 20 minutes. He pursed his lips and considered the building in question. Maybe 25. "I am going to regret this so much, aren't I?" Eddie appeared affronted. "You? What about me? How do I know you won't go blabbing to your friends in blue the moment we're done?" "Oh, trust me, admitting to this would be too embarrassing." "I know the feeling," he said, and threw his almost finished cigarette to the ground and smothered it under his boot. Then his demeanor changed, and he looked up and smiled wickedly. "Ready?" "This is how you do it?" I glanced around the empty roof and back to the small window up there. If we'd known that, our investigation... You know, I kind of liked Peterson's stance on no questions from cops, current or otherwise. Eddie was busy checking a rope he'd pulled out of his backpack. After hiding and waiting for a lone security guard on his round to pass by, we'd climbed up on the roof via an external fire escape. With some help down on ground level first, that involved a dumpster, and then me having to give this oaf a boost up to the lowest rung. We'd passed a few windows and an emergency exit door on our way up, but Eddie'd pointed out that they were all connected to the building's security system. I knew that from before, though, having investigated one of 3 instances when break-ins had been suspected. On the first case, before my time in Ashport, something had been amiss with the database. That had never happened again. Oh no, Eddie learned from his mistakes, but other external factors like witnesses seeing suspicious things had drawn attention. Every time there had been no trace of any break-in. "The roof windows aren't connected to the security system, are they?" I asked, completely disregarding Eddie's wish to continue Captain Peterson's demand of no questions from me. There were 4 smaller windows on the roof, spread out, 2 on each side of the gable. The roof itself held no more features than that. The gabled roof had a low-degree angle and was easy to stand on, which the asphalt shingles that covered the deck helped with. It was certainly a blessing for those of us attempting to break in, I thought wryly. "The roof windows are hooked up to the system," Eddie told me. "If you look closely, you'll see the sensors clearly enough." He handed me the end of the rope. I sighed and glanced at the window we stood next to. "All but this one." "Yep. Seems it was forgotten, overlooked, or maybe someone else uses it too sometimes." He shrugged like he didn't mind sharing the secret and bent to open it. It wasn't a big and fancy skylight, simply a small rectangular opening in the roof that let in a bit of light from above. It had probably been particularly convenient in a time when this had been a warehouse, and electrical lighting had been expensive. Now it merely added to the atmosphere of the historical building to the people who had offices down there. "So why am I holding this rope?" "Well, Lieutenant Lightweight, let's see if you can find a place to fasten it." There was none, of course. There was nothing on the roof, not even a chimney. Both the rake edge and the gutters were of a flimsy plastic material that wouldn't hold a grappling hook. Neither would the old edge of the window, which meant that I was the grappling hook. I stared down at the uneven surface of the asphalt shingles. "Are you meditating or something?" Eddie asked, laughter in his voice. "I'm counting to 10, so I don't throttle you and then throw you off the roof." "Hey, that's not cool." Eddie shifted uneasily and then eyed the window, the drop down inside, and the rope in my hands, likely contemplating how safe this was going to be for him. "Why not use the doors?" I asked him. Given that his ability was opening any lock with his mind, surely climbing onto the roof was... Never mind, it's the alarm system, isn't it? Yes, I don't want to unlock that. Not without my electronic helpers. And I can, mind you, he added, pride in his voice, because of course. But doing that also means moving through a lot of rooms, and that means the odds of leaving traces are bigger. So this is the most risk-free way inside. He stared at the rope in my hands again, considering those risks. Have you gotten to 10 yet? Let's just get this done, I said, and threw one end of the rope inside, holding on to the other. Eddie put his backpack on and went to lower himself into the opening. Remember to hold on to your end, Sergeant Simpleton, he said, when he hung on with one hand on the sill and the other on the rope. Maybe you should have considered the slow-witted choice of saying that before you've come back up. Eddie looked like he didn't want to let go of the window's edge for a moment, and then managed a sort of strained shrug. The problem with people like you, your saintliness, is that you don't let people fall 13 feet. He smiled and then let go to ease himself down. There was an immediate pull on the rope as his weight was suddenly held up by me. I had the rope around my back, easing him down, gloves on my hands, to protect them from rope burn. Still, the dead weight of Eddie forced me near the window, since the protruding edge of it was the only thing I could brace a foot against. It also gave me the opportunity to peer down and see what was happening. Eddie held on, looking strained while I added to the length of the rope, lowering him down. It was lighter than one would think inside, despite the darkness of the night. Exit lights and lights from vending machines and other office space machinery saw to that. Eddie wasn't the only one who felt the strain of this maneuver, and I was relieved when he reached the floor and the pull of the rope gave. Eddie landed awkwardly. It had gone fast there at the end, but he'd wasted no time. I was thankful for that, at least. He rushed to an office that I could only see the door to from my vantage point, but I'd been in there enough times in my old job to know that was the harbor master's office. I felt no surprise anymore at seeing Eddie lay his gloved hand against the lock on the door. Seconds later, he entered the office and vanished from my sight. That meant I had little to do before he needed to get back up. And to think we'd never checked this stupid window. I shook my head and hunkered down to avoid being seen by anyone passing by and glancing up. The chances were slim that late in the night, but better to be safe than sorry. The cold air intruded upon me then, and it felt almost cold enough to freeze soon. The salty smell from the harbor was strong, even here on the side of the building that faced away from the wharf. The sounds were fewer, though there hadn't been that many to begin with. There were the occasional voices far off and a siren coming from further in town. There were few lights on as well, given that few people actually lived in the buildings here. These were mostly warehouses that were in use, were abandoned, or had been remodeled, like the one I was currently perched on top of. Too bad they hadn't had enough funds to repair the roof and change the shingles with something better. And to think we maybe could have caught Eddie if he'd used another way inside. I rolled my eyes and glanced back down into the office. I doubted it. He was a shifty guy who should not be underestimated. I could see why Maggie had use of him. I'd never ever tell her or him that, though. The sound of an engine drew my attention away from Eddie and his meddling with official documents below. With the rope still in my hand, I crept closer to the roof's edge, craning my neck to see the narrow sliver of the wharf that I could from here. Moments later, the sound got louder, but not alarmingly so. Then, a plain car drove past, slow and deliberate. Probably nothing. Yet, something prickled, making my whole body alert. There were suddenly several new sounds about. I sat still, straining my ears to pick it all up and identify it. Another engine, out on the wharf, a scraping noise, soft yet not supposed to be there, from the alley behind the building. A hushed voice. No answer. Something said into a radio. These were too many and too close movements to be any kind of coincidence. My instincts told me that. Careful not to make a sound or to be seen, I crawled back toward the fire escape to look down. There was no one to see, but the dumpster had been moved. My heart started speeding up. Someone was making sure to block possible exits. Crap, I mouthed, too careful to make any kind of noise. I made my way over to the other side of the building, keeping high on the roof to avoid being seen from below, before I ducked down and in the end lay on my stomach before I peered down at the waterfront side of the harbor master's office. Two cars had passed each other and were both stopping a few buildings down on either side. There was nothing special about them, but I had no problem recognizing them. I knew the people who drove them day in and out, after all. And sure enough, a minute later, two more cars joined the first ones, a couple of cruisers. There were no lights or sirens giving anyone away. They were obviously here for us. Crap, I whispered it this time. None of them were close enough to hear me anyway, and I had a full view of the area below due to the street lighting on this side. Oh yes, I saw them all. Officers Lyle and DeMar exited one cruiser, while Officer Rollins came out from between the neighboring buildings to my right. So, she had taken care of the dumpster then. Even worse than that was the sight of McAllen and Kay getting out of the plane cars. Lovely. I knew they lived closest, so my guess was that they had been called in a hurry, while the other three actually had the night shift. Their work schedule didn't matter, though. The fact they were here did. There was no time to second-guess anything. There was only time to act. I moved backward before getting up into a crouch and hurried back to the window, grabbing the end of the rope again. There was no sign of Eddie down there, but I saw the open door to the office he'd gone into. I had no choice but to risk some noise, but I doubted it would reach the cops, still on the wharf side of the building. I ducked into the window and called his name. Thankfully, he must have been paying close attention to his surroundings because he emerged in the door opening. "We have company. We need to go now." Eddie nodded, but held up a finger before vanishing back into the office. I hoped that meant 1 second and not 1 minute, because we didn't have that. I knew that because the break-ins that never appeared as break-ins had been grating on both the harbor master and the customs officers who shared the building. And since the former had gone to school with Chief Mulligan, they'd agreed over a beer and a game of darts one night that the police were allowed to enter the premises with less than normal cause to get rid of the problem. Thankfully, Eddie exited the office promptly, shutting the door behind him and stuffing both a laptop, some wires, and some paper documents in his backpack before running over to the rope. Getting him back up was a much harder ordeal than the other way. Standing was not an option. I had to sit, bracing my feet against the window this time. For crying out loud, have you ever been inside a gym? His climbing was slow going, and I had to help by pulling the rope. "Like you could do this better," he wheezed from below. "Yeah, I could," I huffed, and was grateful he wasn't able to respond. "How the hell did Maggie do this?" I added. It felt like hauling a car up. "She's, stronger than she, looks," Eddie wheezed. She had to be because this was an absolute strain, though I'd seen her perform above and beyond in difficult situations. A hand slapped onto the window's edge when Eddie finally reached it. Things happened faster then, and I had to help him through because his backpack was too wide after his hurried placement of equipment in there. I pulled desperately at the last few feet of rope while he got his feet out and then shut the window. It wasn't a second too soon because the lights were switched on down there at that exact moment. I threw myself sideways to avoid being spotted should someone glance up. That close to the glass, I could have been seen even in the dark outside. "Friends of yours," Eddie whispered. "Yes." Which made this all the more difficult. I stared at the sky, trying to catch my breath. "We need to get out of here," I added, and forced any thoughts of people I considered friends away. "I'm not arguing that," Eddie said, and sat up, glancing toward the fire escape. I shook my head. "Not that way." "What? Why?" "They removed the dumpster to trap us on the fire escape in case they chased us out of the building. One of them is waiting down there now, I'm certain of it. Rollins had likely gone back to keep watch. Why would they do that?" There was pure indignation in Eddie's words, yet he lowered his whispers so they were almost inaudible. "Because it's a smart move?" "But—" He stopped himself, arguing that fact was not productive at the moment. "So do we wait them out?" "Not a good idea," I said. "My cousin Mel's down there, and she'd never back down from a challenge. She'll climb up here to check. It might be the last place she'll investigate, but she'll do it." I'd never seen her shy away from a hunch like that. For crap's sake, cops are related to each other too? Just the one, I found myself saying defensively for some reason, and then considered it best not to mention about 90% of my family. I shook my head. We need to go. You keep saying that, but the only way is down. I am not a seer, but I predict the end result will be broken necks. For once, I agree with you. Gosh, I wish I'd recorded that. Shut up, Eddie, I told him, and began looking around for options. He was right, unfortunately. It was too far down, and Rollins would likely spot us. If I'd been in her shoes, I'd have checked both long sides of the building, and I could only assume one of them was stationed on the wharf side doing the same. Realization dawned on me then, and I sighed. There was only one way away that I could see that didn't involve handcuffs and people I knew staring at me funny. That roof, I told Eddie, and pointed at the neighboring building. The old warehouses were tall buildings that stood too close for the fire department's comfort, though there was ample space for their trucks on the wharf side. The space between the roofs were too big to jump, but... Are you crazy? Eddie asked. We'll never make that jump. Maybe if we were Olympic long jumpers, but even that would be too much of a gamble. I did have the rope, though, and the other roof was not quite like the one we were on. First off, whoever owned it had afforded a full restoration. I moved closer to the wharf side of the buildings and stopped when I was level with the chimney over there. It wasn't too far. What the hell did I have to lose by trying? Seriously? Eddie said a minute later when I'd tied the loop on one end of the rope. You're playing cowboy now? I ignored his comment, and subsequently his snort when the loop barely snagged the corner of the chimney on the first try. Lassoing wasn't in my repertoire of skills, nor anything I'd ever thought to try before, but on the third attempt the sucker landed around the chimney. You were saying? I asked Eddie rhetorically, because somehow the idiot was drawing me down to his level. Okay. Eddie indicated the roof we were on with a wave. Now what? There was nothing to tie the rope to, of course. That left only a very poor option. Are you crazy? Eddie blurted, thankfully still whispering. I tied the rope around my waist and slung it over my shoulder while telling him what to do. I'm not doing that. You have one shot, or I'm leaving you here. Unlike Maggie, I had little patience for Eddie's ramblings. I turned away from the other roof, pulling forward until the rope was taut between me and the chimney. It'll never work. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Eddie walk over to the edge. He peered down into the passageway between the two buildings. You have to be quick. I won't be able to do this for long. That means quicker than you were climbing up the rope. Ha, ha. He grabbed the rope. And no sudden movements. I can't lose my balance. He was done arguing, thankfully, and did as told. If I'd thought he was heavy while hauling him up from the office, this was worse. I put my weight and strength into holding the rope up, leaning forward until I was in a 30-degree angle to the roof. Eddie was shorter and lighter than me, but this was excruciating. He climbed over, and it likely was fast, even if it didn't feel like it to me. When he let go, I almost fell backward. The surge from falling down was in my head, though, not reality, and I twisted sideways and landed on the roof. I drew breath and looked up to see Eddie safely on the other side. Okay, time for the next step, or jump, as it were. I eased closer to the roof's edge, but a quick shooing motion from Eddie held me back. I could hear the murmur of a voice below and the sound of footsteps. Eddie mimicked talking into a radio, one of the cops passing through the passageway. A few seconds later, the sound vanished. I pulled at the rope until I had it somewhat taut between me and the chimney again. Eddie looked like he wanted to ask if I was sure. I really wasn't. But being caught here was not an option. I am so going to regret this tomorrow, I mumbled, and then slowly eased my body over the edge. Anything to minimize the impact of my impending crash. I was hanging by one hand on the roof and the other holding the rope when I let go of the former. I swung like a pendulum on a crash course toward the wall on the other building. I kicked my legs out and hit with them first, the bolt of pain hardly registering as I bounced off and hit with my side next. I gasped and clung to the rope with all my might, thinking of little else, certainly not the fact that falling further would likely break my back when the rope around my waist snapped. A few softer impacts more with the wall, and I realized I had not fallen. "Are you all right?" Eddie asked from above. "Yes, I think so." I looked down. The height didn't bother me too much, but the risk of someone coming in there again and seeing me did. I drew breath and shimmied up the rope. "Now you're only showing off," Eddie said. I hadn't been lying about being able to climb the rope. Yes, going to the gym paid off. Accompanying Maggie to Ashport's only climbing hall now and then hadn't hurt either. Still, I was feeling exhausted from everything regarding that rope so far, and Eddie grabbed hold of my shoulders, helping to pull me over the edge. "You are crazy," he concluded, and appeared to have an epiphany. "Is that why Maggie puts up with you? Because you're crazy enough to go along with her schemes?" "Sure, Eddie," I told him, catching my breath. "That's the one and only reason we're together." I thought briefly of my asking her to move in together, then pushed it to the back of my mind. There was little point in guessing while I waited. I sat up and started untying the rope. Eddie loosened it from the chimney and then stuffed it into his backpack. "I'm not leaving evidence," he said when he saw me staring, eyebrows raised. I couldn't argue with that. I knew my ex-colleagues would gather everything they found if they thought to look up here. That reminded me we still needed to get down. So far, I didn't think the cops were focusing on the nearby area. That left us a short window to get away. "Right," I said, and got to my feet. There really was no way out of this but going forward now. "Time to put your ability to use, Eddie." Chapter 10. Getting out of the secondary building had happened fast due to Eddie's ability. Every lock had given way. Unfortunately, that building had an alarm system too, because mere seconds after we exited it on ground level, we'd heard shouts and engines revving behind us. It had to be a silent alarm, and someone had alerted the cops to that fact, and now I was running among the buildings on the harbor, aided by Eddie Hayes, of all people. "This way," I told him, trying to run left before anyone saw us. "No." He grabbed the back of my jacket, pulling me to a stop. "I need to deliver the documents to Peterson." "Are you kidding me? Now?" "Yes, now. He might want to leave quick after all this commotion." He got his phone out. "You're not using that now? Here?" "Please," Eddie scoffed. "Like your feeble-minded friends will ever be able to trace me." "Well, good to hear you're being modest about it." Both Maggie and I had turned our phones off before tonight had even started out on Terry's farm. I was grateful because I knew McAllen and the others would be checking to see what phones had pinged nearby this area. "Okay, he'll meet us at Mal's Hardware." "Is this really necessary?" "Maybe not to you, but Peterson's not real trusting, you see, and I appreciate his business considering I've earned that trust." Eddie rummaged through his backpack and retrieved the documents in addition to a couple of Ziploc bags. He took the time to fold the papers properly before sealing them inside not one, but 2 bags. "Fine, at least it'll get us out of here." It would. It was a minor detour, but we couldn't stay here anyway. When Eddie was ready, we legged it. I knew how our followers would pursue us, in pairs and canvassing all the nearby alleys and passageways. Any sightings of something unusual would draw them nearer, and 2 running men with hoods drawn up were suspicious now. We didn't have much of a head start. Lucky for us, there was no one else about in this area. Mal's Hardware was only an old run-down warehouse farther north on the wharf. We didn't even need Eddie's ability or my lockpicks to get inside. Instead, we went in via the waterfront side along an edge about half a foot wide that let us enter through the large barn doors, which were rotten and had a huge hole in one of them. With our descent from the roof in mind, the slight drop into the freezing water wasn't much of a consideration at this point. "Well?" I pressed when we were merely standing there, staring out of the opening in the broken and rotted wood and down into the water. "Give it a minute." I wasn't sure we had that, but luckily, ripples soon appeared in the water. It was more difficult to see on this side since there were few sources of light, but there was no mistaking the man that suddenly jumped up and with a scaly hand gripped the edge we'd been shuffling along to get there. "Holy hell!" I jerked and bumped the back of my head against the uneven wooden door I was leaning out through. Peterson might look humanoid all right, but the scales, blown eyes, and web between his fingers did not remind me of anything human. Peterson snarled at me and opened his mouth, but no other sound came out. Did he have gills or something? I didn't want to know, I realized. Manners, man, Eddie chided and reached down to hand the Ziploc bags with the documents to Peterson. There are cops about, he added to the man. Peterson, unable to speak in this form apparently, nodded and then let go, landing in the cold water with barely a splash. He was wearing clothes, and as far as I could see, he hadn't sprouted a fishtail, so Maggie was right about that. I rubbed the back of my head, watching him dive and disappear in the dark down there. Let's go, Eddie whispered. The sound of a distinct voice halted me. It was familiar, and I leaned out of the hole again to try to hear better. One of the cops? Eddie asked. He'd heard it too then. Sounds like Kay, my cousin. She must be checking the area. Will she come inside? I would. Eddie snorted at the response. Either way, we need a distraction. Throwing a rock and having her look the other way was not going to work. I considered for a moment and then snapped Eddie's phone from his hand. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Making a call and creating a distraction. Oh yeah, a call from the burglars is sure to distract her. I typed in the number and admonished Eddie of the repercussions should he ever use this information to do something stupid. Because then I will not count to 10. Hello? Came my sister's sleepy voice through the phone. Sarah, it's Nate. Nate! Oh my God, is something wrong? She sounded more alert at once. Why are you whispering? Is someone dead? Why would someone be dead? It's AM, she responded, with no need to add any numbers. Sorry, but I need a tiny favor. It's urgent. Are you in trouble? No, I said, slightly uncomfortable since Eddie was standing close enough to hear, despite the speaker being off. The less he knew about my life, the better. Nate! I need you to call Mel. Mel? Why? Just talk to her for a minute. About what? You can decide that. What is going on? I could hear the sound of Doug, her husband, in the background now, and she quickly shushed him. Then she appeared to have gotten up from bed due to the slamming of a door. Does this have something to do with Maggie's conflict consulting? Eddie raised an eyebrow at that, but thankfully said nothing. Yes? There was a pause. Well, okay then, but Mel's my best friend Nate? You freaking owe me. Hey, I said, with as much mock indignation as I could put into a hushed whisper. I'm your favorite brother. Shouldn't that count for something? That favorite part comes with very limited options, considering you're my only brother, she said, and hung up. A sister, eh? Eddie said immediately, and took his phone back. Is she happily married and working for the Air Force as an investigator? Yes. Oh my God, more family cops? There must be something seriously wrong with the Hansen clan. I shook my head and eased it out of the hole again, though not before shooing Eddie to the other side of the large open space we were in. I could hear Kay's voice. It was faint. Then I heard her footsteps as she walked closer to the edge of the wharf. Now, she said, clearly not speaking over the radio due to the lack of crackling static. Sarah, it's the middle of the night. Nate! Eddie whisper-shouted from behind me, and I withdrew from the opening. Our escape would have to happen from Eddie's side. Work insomnia is not a thing, I heard Mel say, before I went over to him. He'd already opened a door that led out to the street behind the building. Is she distracted? He inquired. We only have seconds, I confirmed, and then followed him out. With Kay on the other side of the warehouse, we ran the opposite way. We'd nearly escaped when a sharp yell of Kay! Down Alderman's Alley sounded. That was McCallan. He must have been looking at the neighboring building and then come out and seen someone running away. It didn't matter, though. At this point, I knew where to go to find Maggie, guiding Eddie away from shortcuts he wanted to use that my ex-colleagues knew all too well. 10 minutes later, with some added evasive routes, we walked among the huge storage buildings in the Blue Street, nicknamed so because of the blue color code on the houses there. In the dark, everything in that street came off as gray, though. Is this it? Eddie asked, rounding a corner. I glanced at the place where McAllen had been shot. God, that felt like ages ago now. I mentally shook the events of that day off and followed Eddie, nodding my answer when he glanced back. We needed to walk a bit more to reach the apartment building where Tegan lived. "How'd those mince heads find us in the first place?" he asked. "That depends on what another mince head did with the cameras." "I put them on a loop. You didn't think I'd be stupid enough to turn them off?" "I think it was the security guard." "Who? Oh, that guy. How?" Eddie added, with a tone that suggested a mere security guard had not done anything more than force us to hide and wait, certainly not tampered with Eddie's work. They've been on to you a long time, Eddie. My guess is the guard went on his round, and when his colleagues couldn't see him on the live feed, they called it in." Eddie considered this with a frown that spoke volumes. He didn't seem like his pride was hurt. More intrigued, the police were making it difficult. "Well, I'll use one of the other ways in next time, then." "Next time? Come on, Corporal Cantankerous, did you think a close call like tonight would scare me away?" "You're hopeless, Eddie, and don't think I haven't noticed you've been demoting me all night." Eddie laughed that off, and I took a right, thinking we were about at our destination now. I was rewarded with the sight of Maggie on the other side of the street. She was standing outside Tegan's place together with her and Theo. "So how much damage did you do in that office?" I asked him, not expecting an honest answer. He'd had a few minutes in there, and Eddie was fast with his computers. I was certain he'd conducted more of his business than only Peterson's. "Do you honestly expect me to answer that? Oh my God!" he exclaimed. "What? Where?" I jumped, looking around, expecting the cops to burst out of the walls that surrounded us. "That is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen." "Who? Maggie?" I stared at him in horror. "No, though I suppose it speaks in your favor that that was your first thought." "What?" I mumbled, utterly confused. "Look, her, the one next to Maggie." "Who, Tegan?" She'd hunkered down next to Theo, voluminous skirts flowing around her, having a word with him, and the kid was listening intently. "That's her name?" Eddie said. "The name of an angel," he concluded immediately. He had a nauseating smile on his face, like he'd been smitten hard and fast, which, when reflecting upon it, I supposed he had. "Don't you know her?" I asked. "No, should I?" "She's from here. Wouldn't you have gone to school at the same time?" Eddie squinted. "Maybe. She looks familiar now you mention it, but I'd remember someone like that." So Tegan might have adapted into her retro style later on. She couldn't be more than a couple of years younger than Eddie. Not that it mattered. I was tired of this entire night. I got one step forward, though. "Is she single?" "How the hell would I know?" "She's Maggie's friend and an affiliate?" I sometimes forgot that not all affiliates in town knew each other. "Aren't I supposed to not tell you that last one?" I asked, though it was kind of obvious, since Maggie had taken Theo to Tegan's. "Come on, Admiral Asshat, help a fellow burglar out." "With what? And I know you think that was an improvement on your name-calling, but geez," I huffed. "Maybe get me her phone number?" "Like you can't get that yourself." "Yeah, but that would be creepy." I stared at him. "Really? The guy who broke into the harbor master's office has a moral line?" Eddie rolled his eyes. Pot, kettle. "Seriously, Eddie, you think your smokes will go over well with her? I've seen her fridge. It's full of vegetables that she makes into smoothies. Do you even know what that is?" "Fine, I'll quit and go vegan if that's what it takes." That had me stumped. I'd seen Tegan eat meat, not that I needed to tell Eddie that. "That is what it takes." I nodded emphatically. Eddie's hand jerked toward his jacket pocket where his packet of cigarettes lay. Then he nodded too. "Be real, Eddie. You just saw her and—" "She's a goddess. Look at her, all assertive and taking charge, yet being caring with the kid, and smoking hot. Pure soigné." "Well, good luck then, because she's not my biggest fan. All the more reason to respect her." "You're not exactly good at asking for help, are you?" I narrowed my eyes at him. He seemed unusually high-strung and earnest. "Come on, Nate. If you won't help because of your darkened police soul, then—" Then you owe me. I owe you? Think of what I could have done to your phone. You filled it with erotic poetry. Eddie snickered. Poor prudish you. Yeah, poor me, because Maggie learned a few of them by heart and now recites them in public when she wants to annoy someone. That woman knows how to enjoy life. Okay. I flicked my hands out in an exasperated gesture and began walking out of the passageway. I don't even know why I'm part of this conversation. Dude, come on, Eddie said and stepped in front of me. I have no sway with Tegan, Eddie. Yeah, but you're doing unspeakable things to her friend, and she does have sway. I groaned in frustration. Please? I looked up then. Will it get you to stop pestering me? Absolutely. He nodded fervently. Then get out of my way. Oh my God, it is a magic word, he mumbled when I pushed him sideways so I could get past him. Again, I didn't get far, but this time it was the sound of an engine again, not the blabbering miscreant next to me. I leaned against the wall and peered into the street. The sight of the oncoming cruiser had me retreat fast. What? Eddie asked, thankfully back in the actual game now. The police. Still? I scoffed at that, then realized Maggie and Tegan were outside and with a kid who was supposed to be elsewhere. Crap. I glanced around and saw an old battery on the ground, picked it up, and threw it. It struck the wall next to the front door of Tegan's building. She and Theo jumped, but Maggie swung around, drew her baton, and flicked it open in one smooth motion, staring right at us, assessing the cause of the noise. I waved my arms in a shooing motion, and she didn't hesitate. Instead, she motioned for the other two to get inside the door, while Eddie and I backed up into the darker area behind us. The cruiser passed by at low speed, but the cops inside saw nothing that gave them any reason to stop. Did something happen? Maggie asked a couple of minutes later, while Eddie and Theo got into her car. Tegan, thankfully, had not come out again. I could only imagine Eddie's behavior then. Eddie's break-in scheme has been retired. I shrugged. How's Theo? I asked instead, already feeling the need to forget everything after we brought Terry aboard Peterson's boat. It could be worse, I suppose. Maggie glanced back at the apartment building behind her. Tegan had a talk with him, and the kid wasn't only being scared or polite earlier. Terry didn't hit him, which I guess fit his behavior. He needed to hire someone to be his muscle in his extortion plan after all. But he shut the kid in his room for most of the days after school. Food's been scarce and... She stopped herself and shook her head. This is all happening to Theo because Blakey needed me distracted. I nodded. Let's get in the car, for now. We walked over to each our door and stopped there, our eyes meeting over the roof. I'll call Oliver Langen while we drop Eddie off so he can deal with school and everything. Maggie got her phone out, turned it on, and startled when she looked at the screen. It's like 4 hours until Theo needs to get up and go there. Theo can use the guest room. We will sort this out, I told her and held her gaze with mine. And you know as well as I do that Blakey and Dale's actions to kill Theo's mom in no way is your fault. That's misplaced guilt that's riding you. No good can come from that. She gave me a sad smile, yet it widened a bit when Eddie knocked impatiently on the window. I slammed my hand on the outside of it so hard I heard him yelp. Then her phone started ringing and her smile faltered completely when she answered. Genevieve? I knew that was one of the community's leaders, but I hadn't met her. She lived outside town on a farm and was a Phillipson, or the Phillipson, according to Maggie. They were the oldest and most powerful family in Ashport. Apologies, I've been on a job, Maggie said, and I couldn't decipher what else was said on the other end. Not until Maggie shot me a look of horror. She covered the mic on her phone and told me the truth. Someone's gone missing. Her voice sounded a lot more controlled than she appeared. Blakey and his team have started abducting affiliates. Chapter 11. She swallowed that doggy treat so fast, I'm not even sure she chewed it properly, Theo said, with the cheerful tone of anyone newly initiated to the cult of Kona, my golden retriever, who'd stolen the kid's attention the moment they met the night before. Her perpetually joyous disposition never failed to comfort people, and Theo had needed that. Now his thoughts of the dog seemed to fade away when he glanced at the door leading into the Ashport Child Services at the top of the stairs. They still hadn't fixed the elevator in the 5-story building. "You okay there, Theo?" I asked him, and stopped outside the door. He nodded, but the downcast look didn't speak of sincerity. "Nate, what if—" he began, and then stopped himself, afraid to speak his mind, it seemed. That had me fuming inside. His uncles had done a number on an already shy boy. "Yes?" I only asked him, keeping my voice patient and friendly. "What if they placed me with another uncle?" I knew that wouldn't happen in the literal sense. Theo didn't have any more blood relatives, uncles or otherwise. "This time they'll do right by you," I told him. "I promise." He glanced up at me and then hastily down to the floor again. "Can't I come with—" He stopped again. "Listen, you know both my and Maggie's numbers. Call us if anything bad happens, okay?" I'd made sure he'd learned them by heart this morning. He didn't have a phone of his own yet, but if he knew what numbers to call, he could always reach us. He sighed. "Okay." I smiled as reassuringly as I could, but it was hard for him to see that when he was only staring at the floor. I told him to follow me and proceeded to enter the offices of CPS. As usual, the desks in there were empty, bar one. Erin sat at hers, close to the door, her red hair in a simple braid, and wearing a flowery dress like she often did. "Hi, Erin," I greeted her, and then noticed the man next to her. Leaning against the corner of her desk was Jacques Hayes, her new boyfriend. There really was no problem separating him from his twin. Jacques was a more meticulously groomed and fashionable version of Eddie. "Jacques, how's the head?" I asked him. "Oh, all good now, thanks," he added sincerely. I didn't know the guy all that well besides getting him off an angered affiliate's mind illusion of his fishing boat. Jacques had been in terrible shape then due to a serious concussion, and I'd been too preoccupied by Maggie's injuries to inquire about anyone else at the time. There was also the fact that he was her ex, and that he was now seeing my ex, Erin. Maggie, who'd orchestrated this, found it sweet. I found it uncomfortable, and was eternally grateful when Theo emerged behind me when Erin asked what she could help with. I quickly explained who Theo was, and saw understanding appear on her face when I reminded her he was the boy who'd been sent to live with Dale Ralston. "Is your boss in?" I added to her, before she could ask questions. She nodded. "Good. Theo, do you mind waiting here with Erin and Jacques while I talk to him?" The kid did not mind. In fact, he shot an unusually angered grimace toward Oliver's door. That told me his uncles had not beaten him down completely. At Erin's quick nod, I simply walked inside Oliver's office, not bothering to knock. "Hey, you can't—" he began when he noticed me, a cell phone to his ear. He removed his feet from his desk and stared at me in horror while I calmly closed the door behind me. "Is that Lily?" I asked him. "Or did I get them confused?" "I have to go," he told whoever was on the phone. By the lack of panic and oncoming anger, I assumed it to be Lily, who was most definitely not his wife. My knowing this meant he wouldn't throw me out just yet. There was too much at stake for him to risk anyone telling Mrs. Langen. "Mr. Hansen, what do you think you're doing?" His voice was marred by indignation, yet also trepidation. At least he sounded more awake than when he'd answered his phone last night. "I'm merely bringing in a child who's in need of your incompetent help a third time. What are you doing? Spending work hours chatting up the mistress? Or is it a new one this time?" "There are factors here you're unaware of." He began scooting closer to his desk and placing his hands on the surface of it. It was tidy, with only a few files and papers laying on it. He closed one upon reflection, and I assumed it to not be for anyone else's eyes. Fair enough, but "I'm only aware of the fact that Theo has been abused and mistreated by 2 family members now. Theo is a special case, and I think you know that. Finding affiliate foster homes in such a small town as Ashport is, well, the few we know of are full." "But Terry Ralston?" He shrugged. My hands were tied. "Because one of your leaders said so?" Terry had mentioned Ellie Torp had a say in this, but I knew less about her than I did about Annalise. I had an inkling, though, that Annalise would never have sent the boy to either of the Ralston brothers. It's a good thing your hands are not tied anymore then, because luckily for that little boy out in your front office, there are no more Ralston relatives with close enough ties. At least, not that could be considered responsible guardians for a child. Care to do your damn job a third time, properly this time? Oliver stared at me, mouth half open, but there was an angered gleam to his eyes. So it took some serious insulting before his meek persona gave way for anger then. He decided against retaliating and gathered the papers on his desk in a neat pile while thinking. I will see to it that Theo is sent to an emergency home for a few weeks while we sort this out. Hopefully, the community can provide a suitable solution. Maybe find him a suitable home with decent people who'll take care of him like their own? It's not that simple with his ability. Yeah, I waved him off. I've been told. The community took care of their own, preferring children to be raised with someone who understood their hidden society and the various abilities their affiliates had. To some extent, I could understand it, and Theo's gift was powerful. It was something he needed to be able to control. At the moment, he seemed to be too shy and downtrodden to use it. It was pure fear that had caused him to create the tremors that had ultimately killed Dale. I had precious little patience for Oliver, though, and told him I'd check on what he did this time. If I find the kid has been wronged again, I'm going to... Do what? He asked, a smile on his face. He made the decisions here, and I was an outsider with no say. I'll do what anyone in your community does when one of you needs help. Really? And that would be? I suppose I'll alert your Mender and have her fix it. That drew a gasp from the man, and his face paled instantly. Wow. I sometimes thought Maggie was kidding when she said there were those who didn't like her, but this guy was downright scared. I wondered if it was her in particular, or the reputation of the Menders. Knowing her, it was probably a bit of both. I didn't stay to argue my point. Theo needed a home, and a good one this time. I left Oliver to stew in his fear of Maggie, and said my goodbyes to Theo before heading out. Maggie's disturbing news had halfway occupied my mind this morning, but now they came to the forefront. Nate, wait. Erin's voice rang down the stairs, drawing me back to the CPS mess again. I turned to see her moving hurriedly down the steps, her heels slowing her down. Yes? She stopped a few steps above me, and then proceeded to check over her shoulder, and then further down the stairs. Sharing state secrets? I asked her. I know more about Theo's situation now than the last time you were here, she told me. Uh-huh. I know he's special. She whispered the last word like it truly was top secret. How do you mean? I asked, suddenly keenly aware I wasn't supposed to say anything, and finding that I cared about that rule. Listen, Jacques and I haven't been seeing each other for long, but it's become serious quite fast. Okay? I flicked a hand out, indicating she should elaborate, though hoping she wouldn't expound on their actual relationship. It wasn't jealousy. I truly wished her all the happiness she could get, but it was awkward having shared a lot with her at one point in my life. Still, I trusted her and saw her as a friend, so I would endure if I had to. Thankfully, that was not her plan. I know about the... She eyed me and then drew breath, steeling herself. The magic stuff. I snorted at that. They don't like it when you call it magic. Her sigh of relief transformed into a smile. I know, right? It's like they expect me to know everything from the get-go. Mm-hmm. I know the feeling. It must be quite serious if Jacques told you. They're tight-lipped. All of them. Yeah. I assumed it was serious with you and Maggie, too. Since you know, I found out by happenstance and was then considered a threat and then gained her trust. And they still look at me funny. She opened her mouth, about to say something, then smiled and apparently went in another direction. Okay, we so need to have a talk about all of this later, but about Theo. Yes? He needs a good home, with someone who understands him and his abilities. I don't think this, society... Community, I corrected. Right, she nodded to herself. I don't think they're wrong about that. Maybe not, I said, and got my phone out at the sound of an incoming text. I had no idea how serious Aaron and Jacques were, but if they were considering being foster parents, I saw no harm in them taking in Theo. Anyway, Aaron went on, he should be with people he trusts. Are you okay? She added. I looked up from the phone and Maggie's bad news. Huh? Yeah, fine. You're right. I'm sure you'll figure it out. The stare she gave me made me think I'd missed something important here. I couldn't stay to figure it out, though, not when Maggie had gotten confirmation that Blakey had finally initiated the last stage of his plan.
Chapter 12. It was dark by the time I got back to Nate's apartment, and I was glad. I was not in the mood to meet any of the neighbors, so I'd taken my alternative route inside. I sat perched atop the building, on the edge, ready to climb down, yet I'd paused where nobody could see me. I'd known it was coming, yet the confirmation that someone had been taken by Blakey's people stung deep. I was supposed to protect them from this, not let it happen under my nose. I drew a breath and huffed it back out, the plume of smoke from my mouth visible in the dark. Then I forcibly shook off what I could and climbed down to Nate's bedroom window, found it unlocked, and went in. I'd barely made it into the kitchen when a white flurry of fur greeted me happily, barking, and only doing a half jump up toward my shoulders. Thankfully, Kona listened when I told her to stay down and pattered back, forth, and sideways in barely contained joy. You'd think I'd been off to war judging by this greeting, I mumbled, unable to stop myself from smiling. I'm glad to see you too, girl, I told her, and kneeled to stroke her fur. Is that you, Maggie? Nate shouted from the living room. Considering the fact that the big golden retriever who was seated in front of me and panting happily at being petted would likely do that if a burglar came inside and did the same, I could understand the question. I gave Kona a last scratch behind the ears and walked on, into the next room where I found Nate on the floor between the two couches that framed the coffee table near the windows. He'd covered the floor and the table with papers. I knew that to be the ledger, Blakey's list of Ashport affiliates and their abilities, historical and current. You're busy, I commented at the sight. Nate looked up then and must have seen something on my face because he quickly got to his feet, came around the nearest couch, and scooped me into his arms. Are you okay? He asked, and rested his cheek on my head. Of course. I breathed in the familiar scent of him and sighed. I've had better days. I snaked my arms around him and closed my eyes. I could come home to this every day. The thought struck so fast I was surprised. I hadn't been thinking about his question today. Not until now. I wasn't used to someone seeing me like this, and then simply being there. It scared me how I could get used to that. How was your day? I asked him instead of saying more. He gave a soft scoff, likely onto my deflection. Well, I threatened a man with you, so that was a first. Really? I couldn't help but laugh, and Nate tightened his hold on me. Yes, seems Oliver Langan isn't afraid of someone bigger than him, but he almost pissed his pants at the thought of facing you. That man didn't know how lucky he was that he'd been dealing with Nate, who was remarkably sensible. I was not impressed with how Oliver had handled Theo in his situation. I didn't care if the order came from the community. We were allowed to use common sense, and sending children to live with Dale or Terry Ralston was pure stupidity and negligence. If you're up for it, I have something to show you, Nate said. I nodded against his chest, and he kissed the top of my head and let go of me. So, he began, while stepping back around the couch. Regarding Eli Cornick, Nate moved into the maze of paper, gingerly placing his feet to avoid disturbing whatever system he'd created, and picked up a page before finding his way back out. He sat on the couch and added an, "Come here," to me. I kicked my shoes off and joined him, leaning sideways against the back, my eyes on him. Eli Cornick, he repeated. He can stun people? Like an electric current? I nodded. Did you get that from the ledger? I hadn't known about this man until last night when Genevieve called and told me he'd disappeared. He could indeed stun and harm or kill people that way, but according to Genevieve, it was a lot of people, not one at a time. He'd not had an easy childhood, and had never really managed to control his ability. Therefore, he'd remained on the family farm after the deaths of his parents years ago. He was in his 30s now, which meant, with the proper mind manipulation, he had years of service to the Yorov Corporation. He'd be a powerful weapon indeed. I did, Nate confirmed. And if they've taken him, I'm assuming he's quite strong? Yeah. Turns out there are more affiliates with extraordinarily dangerous abilities in town than we knew when Thomas was hunting them down. Nate couldn't help a frown at the mention of the man. He'd been one of Andrea Kirby's kidnappers, and had in his warped mind thought that killing potentially dangerous affiliates would hinder his employer, none other than Yorov, in using them. Eli had really gone under the radar, though, I said. I think Genevieve was aware of him because she knew his mom. He's been keeping away from other affiliates, other people, to be honest. Why? Nate looked puzzled. I know you don't all know each other, but that someone knows someone who knows someone and so on. He made a rolling motion with his hand. Not this guy. Huh. Nate stared at nothing for a moment, then at me again. Did you check his house? Of course. Any sign of a fight? No. The house had been shut down. Lots of things missing, including Eli's wallet, phone, and car. It had seemed like he'd left the place for a while more than anything, and I told Nate so. If I hadn't known any better, I'd have thought he'd left town. Which, if we look at it from Blakey's point of view, is a good thing. It will draw little attention, at least at first. What do you mean by that? They're not only after adults, are they? I shuddered at the thought. I guess not. And what child just ups and moves on their own? I sat up a bit at that and eyed the paper in his hand. You've narrowed it down? Unfortunately, I don't think so. We don't have the updated ledger, remember? We didn't. Our version predated the attack on the Marbella. There might be people we didn't know about in the version Blakey had. Okay, so what's that then? I nodded at the paper. It's as much narrowing down as I could do. He held the paper out to me and I took it. This is Frances Perkins, ability, absorption. I glanced at the paper and found her name among a few others. It did list that as her ability, all right. What's that? Nate asked. Means she can kind of copy other abilities when near them. That's rare. Do you know who she is? Yeah. I racked my brain to remember. She's a cashier at Gerard's store, I think. An affiliate, yes. I lowered the paper. I didn't know about her gift, though. Look at that, Nate said, and pointed out something after her name and general info. It said single. Is that important? Is Blakey on the prowl for a date? I didn't think about it before, but there are a few names with that comment on them. Oh, crap. I stared at Nate. You mean they go after the ones living alone first? He nodded. It might take a bit longer before anyone catches on to the fact that they're not at home anymore. I didn't realize I was scrunching up the paper before Nate gently took it from me, flattening it out again. He got up and carefully placed it back where it belonged before returning to the couch. By then, I was breathing like a normal, calm person. I smiled at him. You okay? I realized I was smirking, and he had never really gotten any wiser when it came to those, so I got up on my knees and leaned closer to him, kissing him, and then smiling more sincerely, holding his chin and peering into his light blue eyes. And to think I told you not to think so much. His eyes softened. So, you mean you were wrong? That hardly ever happens, I smirked again. And in that particular circumstance? I thought about our time in the utter darkness of Terry's shed. I was not wrong, no. Apparently, his brain was still thinking because he opened his mouth to say something on the matter, so I leaned in and kissed him again, longer and deeper this time. "What are you doing?" Nate asked when I twisted around in the car seat, inspecting the back seat of the car and finding it disappointingly tidy and empty. "Nothing." "Uh-huh." He took a sip from his coffee. I huffed and turned back the right way in the passenger seat and scrunched up the paper from my now finished turkey sandwich. I might have been searching for some chocolate. "Is that why you rummaged through the glove compartment console and under the seat, too?" I scoffed at him. What kind of person doesn't have chocolate in his car? Nate smiled and shook his head. "There's gum," he offered, like that was even remotely the same thing. "Sometimes I wonder about you," I told him, and ignored his chuckle by focusing on the house we were staking out. It was a normal-looking one-story white house about a 10-minute drive from the town center. The area seemed nice with similar houses around, cars parked in quiet streets with enormous trees that were doubtlessly lovely, with huge green canopies during summer. The house where Francis Perkins lived appeared quiet too, though there were lights on in there. It was daylight out, but the heavy gray clouds above made it dim enough to see lights indoors. According to her social media accounts, she'd been to a charity function earlier today, and she'd returned a few hours ago. After that, we'd seen nothing weird. "It might be they're checking into someone else," Nate warned me, likely picking up on my impatience. "I know. I just need to stop this so badly." I leaned my head back against the headrest. Nate put his hand on my arm and squeezed comfortingly. He knew about my past, and that I knew exactly what would happen to these people if Blakey got to see his plan through. "Go on then," I told Nate, and mustered a smile. "What happened next?" He'd been in the middle of recounting the events at the harbor master's office when I'd been distracted by the gross negligence that was lack of chocolate, or any sweets for that matter. I'd noticed his subtle winces now and then, due to sore muscles in his shoulders and arms, and hearing what had transpired now made me realize worse things had happened. "If I'd known you'd end up chased by your friends, I wouldn't have—" "Don't worry about it. We got away, so it's fine." "It's not, though. It has never been my intention to alienate you from your friends and family. You need to know that. I shouldn't have asked you to go with Eddie. I should have gone myself." Judging by what had happened, Eddie and I would likely have gotten caught. There was no way I'd been able to hold up a rope so Eddie could climb over to another building. "I get that you feel bad, Maggie, but I am capable of making my own terrible decisions." He smiled at me. "And besides, there was someone in Frances's window right now, and unless she's gained a ton of weight in a few hours, she's not alone anymore." For a second I wondered whether he was trying to deflect, but no, he wouldn't do that like this. I couldn't see anything when I turned my attention back on the house. "Are you sure?" It was a flash, but yes, she's not alone. No one entered the house from this street. We caught each other's eyes for a moment, and then, in silent agreement, exited Nate's car. He'd parked a few houses down from Frances's house. A withered hedge that ran along Frances's neighbor's front lawn gave us some cover, despite being partially see-through at this time of year. We couldn't be sure, but we didn't think we were easily spotted before reaching the front door, not when there was no first floor to spy from. That theory was proven right when we found ourselves on the small stone porch and heard the soft murmur of voices from within the house. There was no agitation to be heard, only someone talking like they weren't worried about us entering. Nate and I both stared at the door with suspicion. "Around back?" he asked me, his voice a whisper. I nodded. These people must have come that way since we hadn't seen them enter. But no, when we reached the back of the house, there was no back door. There were only the windows that we'd meticulously avoided, a garden that was as barren as any garden this time of year, and wooden fences that separated Frances's plot from her neighbor's. "They must have been in there the entire time," Nate whispered. We stood pressed against the back wall. "Yeah, which means they were there before we got here, and—" I thought about it. What have they been doing all this time? Didn't you say Eli's house looked like he'd abandoned it? For crying out loud, they're packing down her house. I shook my head and considered our options. We needed to do something to stop this and save Francis from their clutches. Do you want the door or the window? I asked Nate a few seconds later. His gaze followed my line of sight to a smaller window higher up on the wall. It was open, with just a gap, likely a bathroom window. Door, he said. I agreed. I was a better fit for that opening. Nate went around the house again. The short jump and climb was nothing to me, and half a minute later, I stood inside a bathroom that was oddly void of cosmetics. Only a lone bottle of soap stood on the sink. Weird, I mouthed, and moved over to the door. I pressed my ear against it, while getting my baton from my purse and flicking it open. I heard no immediate sounds from outside, so I carefully opened the door and stepped out into a hallway. There wasn't much furniture there, but the white wall had loads of squared shapes where the sun from a window behind me hadn't made the paint fade. A box stood further down the hall, near the entrance to another room, and when I came closer, I noticed the missing photos and frames stacked in there. The room itself was open and spacious. A living room was my guess, but most of the furniture was covered by sheets and bedding. In the middle of the room stood a dark-haired woman I'd seen before. I thought her name was Nura, and she was bent over a laptop, the images flying impossibly fast over the screen, while her hand merely hovered over the keyboard. Technokinetic was my guess. Likely, she was altering Francis's digital footprints to fit with the appearance of her leaving town. I was 3 steps away from the focused woman when a noise from an adjoining room broke her concentration. She glanced up in time to see a man, the pilot from the Marbella heist if I remembered correctly, staggering backwards past a door, arms waving for balance. Then, Nate appeared. Nate twisted to avoid the other man's grip, but his hand brushed Nate's shoulder and I saw his face contort in pain. Nura stepped forward and so did I. I swung the baton, hitting her upper arm hard. She cried out in shock and pain and turned back. Her eyes were wide in surprise, yet she ducked surprisingly fast to avoid my next swing. The baton swung over her head, but I didn't let that deter me. I bent and kicked sideways, hitting her straight in the gut. She fell on her back and hit her head on what had to be a hard piece of furniture, judging by her dazed look. I glanced at the doorway and saw Nate, who'd grabbed hold of the pilot's shirt and was now slamming the man into a wall. Nura stirred, and my gaze was pulled back. I jumped fast when she kicked out, her legs sweeping under me. Then another movement by Nate caught my attention. The pilot slumped down to the floor, but a man, one I'd not seen before, was behind Nate. The newcomer flicked his hand, and next thing, Nate flew through the hallway, vanishing from my sight. I forgot all about Nura and ran after the new man, a blonde guy about my height and a lot heavier built. All that muscle in itself would be a challenge, but his telekinesis worried me more. I burst through the door and found myself in the hallway. This one was shorter than the first one I'd been in. I saw Nate on the floor in what looked like a bedroom further down. The man was walking toward him. I could see Nate trying to get up, but he must have had a hard landing. I ran after them, ready to strike the blonde man hard enough to knock him out when my legs didn't cooperate. I glanced down in shock and then fell forward. Something hard was preventing me from running. I crashed to the floor, gasped in pain, and tried rolling over to see what was causing it. All I managed was realizing someone had thrown a small rocking chair at me, and with great success. I tried gathering my legs and then heard someone laughing. I glanced up and saw the blonde man raise a lazy hand. Something foggy, gray, and with black spots flowed from his hand and straight into Nate's eyes. He jerked back immediately and covered them with his hands. "No!" I yelled, and then felt an immense pain in the back of my head. The world around me went black, but not for long. I opened my eyes again and saw feet in front of me. I stared up, my head hurting. There he was, the new man. Before I could even scream, his hand was in front of my face, the same foggy and oddly colored light flying straight at my eyes. A silent scream escaped me then. The burn in my eyes incapacitated me. I lost hold of my baton and could think of little else but to cover my hurting eyes. "What the hell?" the man shouted above me, likely to whoever had struck me from behind. "Is this what you call order?" "Calm down, Basily," a woman's voice said. I was gasping for air, trying to will my shocked brain to get over the pain, but I thought I heard her coming closer. "Get Nura and have her help you with Perkins. We need to leave earlier than planned." I had to force my hands from my eyes to see, but that was pointless. My vision was completely messed up. Everything was covered in a gray haze with black spots, making it worse. I thought I could discern a figure above me. Light hair? It was Ivy Allister talking, wasn't it? Who else could it be? She must have thrown the chair after me and then struck me with her kubotan, the stick-like weapon she used, nestled in her hand, amplifying any blow she delivered. My head hurt as if she'd pounced an iron bar into it. "What about—" the man began, but she cut him off. "Do what I said, and get the car. I'll take care of this." "No!" I gasped, but had no strength for more. The world began to change into a true dark instead of the splotchy vision I now had. All I could think of then was Nate in the nearby room, blind and helpless like me, and both of us at the mercy of the same people we were trying to stop. Chapter 13. It was dark outside when I came to. My vision was poor, hazy, but the dark spots were gone. Despite that, I managed to tell it was darker than daylight around me. "Nate?" I said, my voice hoarse and strained. "Nate!" I tried again, panic threatening to overcome me. What if they'd killed him? What had happened? Why was I still here? My legs were free now. I quickly found and felt the rocker chair nearby. I was still inside Francis's house. Why? I patted the floor around me and to my intense relief found the shafted baton. I gripped it hard and then realized I couldn't use it if I couldn't see. "Maggie?" "Oh my God!" I blurted at the sound of Nate's voice. "Nate! Where are you?" "Not far, I think," he said, his voice hushed like he wanted to avoid any noise. Still, I heard him dragging himself along the floor, probably to where he thought I was, so I did the same. My head pounded, and I got up on my knees and forced myself forward. The seconds seemed to never end, but when I finally felt his hand under mine, I gasped in relief. "Are you all right?" he whispered, as we clung to each other, checking each other for injuries, and feeling the intense solace of finding each other. "I can't see very well," I told him, staving off panic with sheer will now. "And damn, my head hurts." He stroked a hand through my hair and then stopped the motion when he reached the back of my head. I hissed at the sting. "They got you good." He pulled me closer in our awkward position, yet I'd never been so relieved to be in someone's arms as at that point. "What the hell happened?" "I can't see either, but I think it's gotten better. It doesn't hurt anymore, only my head." They must have knocked him out too then at some point. I think Blakey recruited a new member. We lay still then, clinging to each other and trying to make sense of it all. "I don't hear anyone in the house," Nate said finally. He was right. It was eerily quiet, and it was getting cold too. They must have shut everything down, including the heating, before leaving with Francis. That realization stung. "They took her, Nate." My voice was nothing but an indistinct murmur because that was all I could muster. Carefully, to avoid too much pounding in my head, I twisted around so I lay next to his body, instead of head to head. "I know." He put his arms around me again and held me close. "We failed. They have her now." I had to stop talking then, because my voice threatened to crack and force me to tears. "Okay," Nate said, and his hold on me loosened. He couldn't talk in more than whispers, but he managed to sit up. "We can't stay here." "We're blind, Nate. Where are we going to go?" "It's only temporary, I hope." I heard him get up. It was slow going, and I managed to sit up. By the time he'd helped me to my feet, I was swaying, and he was holding us both up by leaning against the wall. Now what? I asked. I was still clutching my baton, keeping an ear out for sounds that were not there. We were alone. Rationally, I had no doubt of that. When Nate began walking, I let him lead me. I was thrown into a bedroom, I think. It's all a bit confusing. He was right. I remembered seeing a bed behind him, and he found it now as we blundered our way to it. I heard the soft rustle when he pulled the sheets aside. Then we both lay down, shoes and all, before he pulled them back over us. I was immensely grateful for the cold being pushed away. I curled up next to him. What now? We wait. I think our eyes will get better. I can see contours clearly now, at least. A chuckle escaped him, and he groaned at the immediate pain it resulted in. I moved my hand up from under the covers and brushed my fingers through his hair. We should have checked at first to see if they had someone unknown to aid them, he said, berating himself. That was a mistake. And losing Francis, that was worse. In fact, I thought it unforgivable. The ledger worked. What? The ledger. What about it? It worked. Nate cleared his throat. We can use it against them. I smiled, not that he could see that. You've said so since we got it. We simply have to try again. We know they're not done. We. That word. He wasn't even thinking about it. I felt tears coming on despite the smile on my lips, and they burned my already sensitive eyes. Wounded, blind, and cold. And I didn't feel nearly as beaten as I truly was right then. We just need a moment, Nate whispered into my ear and pulled me closer so his scent masked the unfamiliar and strange one of the bed. Strangely, I fell asleep shortly after that.
Part 2. Duplicity. Chapter 14. Green Farm Park wasn't particularly green, like the name implied, with all the foliage fallen to the ground. Still, it was a popular place for joggers in Ashport, and I saw several while I sat on a bench waiting for Maggie, who was late. It didn't matter that much. There was little else to do but watch the old, abandoned factory by the river. It was an extensive brick building with 3 floors above ground that I could see. Narrow windows spread out on the walls, likely having let light inside but not invited workers to stand and gaze outside. I'd looked it up online and found that it had been an old mill for over 100 years before being shut down a few decades ago. The river had powered the mill, and local farmers had sold their crops here. Now it was a quiet building in the middle of the park with some scattered graffiti on the walls. Graveled pathways crisscrossed through the park, and though there were trees and grass everywhere, a more wooded area spread out below the factory building. At the moment, everything seemed quiet, but having been here a few hours already, I knew better. A text pinged on my phone, and I opened it to find a brief message from Maggie. Heads up. I frowned. Then I heard footsteps crunching on the nearest pathway. I looked up to see a dark-haired guy with gray chinos and a camel-colored coat for the cold approach me. "Nate Hansen?" he asked, before stopping by the bench. "Yes?" I made no attempt to hide my wariness, especially at the sight of the recorder in the guy's hand. I was pretty sure it was on. He introduced himself as Rupert Ainsley, a podcaster in town, doing a story on all the crazy things that had been happening here lately. "Oh yeah," I said, and did not invite him to sit down. "I heard about that." "You did?" "This is a small town," I said. I'd heard it from Maggie first, and then some guys at my old job a couple of days ago. Apparently, Rupert had been trying to get some of them to talk to him. "Well, I was hoping to ask you a few questions." "You can ask, but I can't answer," I said frankly. I wasn't lying either, for so many reasons. First and foremost, for having been involved to some degree in everything he was looking into. "Why not?" "Any questions from reporters have to go via my boss's office." "Ah," he smiled, like he'd spotted a loophole. "But I'm only interested in your former job." That made me smile too. "Doesn't matter. The rules are the same there. No one talks to the press except Chief Mulligan." "Yes," he said, and stepped closer. "But you don't work for her anymore, do you?" By the look of him, I suspected he'd been knocked back a dozen times while trying to get information from the police. You resigned shortly after the Marbella and began working for Jansen Sterling. You're well informed. Rupert squared his shoulders a bit, suddenly looking as young as he was, puffing himself up like a cub. That's my job. Uh-huh. Well, sorry I can't help you. But you're free to say what you want? I shook my head. I also have personal and working relationships with my former colleagues, so no. Are you working on something now? He persisted. It wasn't hard to guess since I was sitting alone on a bench in freezing weather. I only raised an eyebrow, though. My answer wasn't going to change. He slumped his shoulders a bit at that, clearly not used to so much resistance yet. That would change if he kept at it. At least he made a quick exit, handing me his card and then heading in the direction of the older part of town. About 3 minutes later, I heard the crunch of footsteps on the nearby gravel again. Been spying long? I asked when Maggie appeared at my side. She slumped down on the bench beside me and smiled, leaning against my side with an ease it had taken us time to get to, but which I wouldn't trade for anything. She wore her light pink lipstick, and her dark eyes contrasted with the crisp and bright day. Like me, she was dressed in a warm jacket and gloves, all of it in darker tones, not the ridiculously noticeable coat that Rupert had worn. Not until I saw that guy, I decided to avoid him, but then he noticed you and... Meh. She shrugged. Is that the guy you met before? Yes, and he thinks I'm utterly clueless about anything happening in Ashport. He might be a newbie to this, but if he connects the dots between you and me, he'll find it hard to believe I don't know anything. Hell, I consulted on the Stanton case, which is on his radar. I listened to her recount of how she'd met Rupert Ainsley while a few people passed us by, either on the nearby path or the wet grass. The bench I'd chosen stood with a view of the factory and large parts of Green Farm Park. There was a slope in front of us that led down to a small creek lined by trees, which at this time of year did not block the view. Anyway, Maggie finished, I forgot all about that guy when I realized I was being followed. What? She sighed and stretched out her legs, crossing them at the ankles. Then she gave me some brief details on what seemed more important than a guy searching for a story. Do you suppose it could have been Ivy? She asked, when done. I mean, she could have used a wig, right? Or maybe it was Nura? I thought about it. There was something off about the whole thing. It didn't really fit with how Blakey's people had operated so far. And Ivy? I'd seen her before the recent addition to her crew had literally thrown me around. I'd adhered more to gravity in my life before Maggie became part of it. Ivy's subduing of Maggie, though, had been swift and then... done. I'm not sure, I said. There might be more than one player in town. Maggie shook her head and might as well have shaken all our problems off for now. So why are we here? Do you like hanging out on cold park benches now? Is this something I'm expected to take an interest in? She shoved her hands into her pockets. I smiled. It's an excellent view of the old mill. She followed my gaze and sat still for a while. I see that we can see 3 out of 4 sides and that we're difficult to discern due to the trees lining that creek. Someone interesting in that building? Well, I thought it time for us to stop licking our wounds. If it had been up to me, she smiled at me and almost purred, we would have been licking each other all over instead. Oh, came a strange voice, and I turned to find an old couple a few feet away, walking on the grass. The woman looked utterly shocked, and the man like he couldn't believe his own ears. Hello, Maggie chirped and smiled widely while waving at them. The couple huffed and moved on. Anyway, I said, aware that my face suddenly felt warmer. About licking, she added helpfully. Never should have used that word. I sighed. We'd ended up sleeping through the night in Francis's house, and by the time we woke up next morning, our eyesights had been good enough to find our way home. Not good enough to drive, but that hadn't been an option anyway, since 2 of the tires on my car had been slashed. We'd managed to walk the 5 minutes to one of Maggie's hideouts in town and spent the next night there. Despite being thrown into the ceiling of that bedroom, I'd been the lucky one. The hit on Maggie's head had caused her pain and nausea, and she'd thankfully relented and agreed to call Dr. Morris. It was only pure dumb luck it hadn't left her with a concussion. After that, we'd found our way back to my place to recuperate. That was 5 days ago, and in that time, one more person had disappeared. Lorraine Curran, a shapeshifter of human form, who would probably have gone unnoticed too, except now, the community had begun spreading the word and checking in on each other. That was a good thing. If nothing else, finding out about Blakey's plan had made it harder for him and his crew to fully do as they pleased. Stopping them would, however, be far better. About the factory, I said, before Maggie could freak out anyone else in the park. I did some research when Lorraine was taken. Maggie had gone out to the woman's house a couple of days ago, despite her headache, to check it out, and I'd gone to make sure Maggie didn't pass out in a ditch. But the sight of the abandoned house, with half the furniture missing and the rest covered, had got me thinking. I believe their actual hideout is somewhere outside town. I'd followed Ivy out of town once, and besides, they'd taken hostages at the Marbella. They had needed to be out of the way of all the cops in the aftermath of that. Maggie nodded her agreement, her eyes now on the brick building below. But this process of making it appear as if people are leaving town freely, it made me realize something. And that would be, it's all about logistics. I bet you say that to all the girls. She fluttered her eyelashes at me. They need to move the furniture. They do, Maggie perked up. They have to store it somewhere. Her gaze swiveled from me and back to the mill. Here? It's unused, empty, and is easy to access from anywhere in town. Granted, I think the abandoned tailor shop over on Lake and Warren Street was better, but we ruined that for them. Yes, we did, Maggie said, with unhidden smugness in her voice. Our knockdown in Francis's house had been a hard lesson in humility, so it was nice seeing her fire return. Okay then, let's wait. Something's going on. Oh? About an hour ago, a woman snuck around the back of the mill. I didn't see her enter, of course. Did she by any chance have platinum blonde hair? The woman had worn her hood up, but not bothered to hide her long hair completely. Yes. Maggie smiled then, nodded to herself, and settled in to wait. I don't know what she's up to or if she's even there anymore, so this might take time. Maggie cleared her throat theatrically. I can recite some poetry for you while we wait. Please don't. I had no wish to encounter more shocked people in the park. Why couldn't she have focused on all the pictures of piglets dressed as clowns Eddie had filled the phone with a few hours later? Now, of course, he filled it with too many texts about his new obsession. Which reminded me. Have you ever thought about setting Tegan up with Eddie? I was going for innocent and apropos nothing. But Maggie caught on to that, judging by her knowing smirk. He saw her, did he? Unfortunately for me, yes. Apparently, they don't know each other. I don't think so, no. She's met Jacques, so I'm sure she knows he exists. The twins are a couple of years older than Tegan, and she and Eddie don't exactly move in the same circles. I snorted at that. I should think not. She's not into smokers, though. That's okay. Eddie's a non-smoking vegan now. Maggie pursed her lips and looked thoughtful, likely trying to imagine that, and failing because she shook her head and laughed. That's not necessary. He doesn't need to know that. He's smitten, huh? He actually used the word soigner, so you tell me. Maggie shrugged. Well, his people are French. They understand style. Also, there's the City of Love and all. Inland Paris is full of fishermen. Eddie came from a long line of them, from what I knew. Oh, Nate, you should be glad my type is logical and, apparently, geographically minded men. She leaned in and kissed me. She eyed me speculatively and drew back a little. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. A gust of chilly wind hit us, a few drops of rain in the air. Maggie scooted closer for warmth, all the while smiling. Why do I feel like I have to pay for Eddie to get what he wants? It's not a heavy price, and besides, I'm banking on you wanting him off your back. I rolled my eyes. Fine, what is it then? An expression that stated not much crossed her face. Tegan wants me to bring you to her birthday party. What? Why would she want me there? I used to be a cop. Affiliates did, as a rule, not like us. Yeah, but I think you grew a bit on her when you were blitzed out of your mind drunk after Jack Kenzie injected you with pure alcohol. Oh, for crying out loud, what did I say? Only Tegan knows that, you were mumbling. Strangely enough, that revelation made my face feel warmer than the ire of the old couple had. Maggie smiled wickedly, which did not help at all. Okay, fine, I'll go. Anything to not have to deal with a lovesick Eddie. I'd even take Tegan's disapproving glares. Besides, I needed to work on at least getting Maggie's friends to be somewhat okay with us. They were so important to her. They were, in fact, her family. And that mattered. Great, Maggie declared, and rested her head on my shoulder. Apparently, she liked playing matchmaker, albeit in her own bargain scheme kind of way. I'll... She broke herself off and sat up. Look at that. I followed her line of sight and saw the same woman I'd seen enter the mill, now coming out from behind it. She was dressed for the cold, hood up, with tufts of light-colored hair spilling out around her face. She was staring down at something in her hand, likely her phone. It was hard to discern from our distance. Still, this was the first lead we'd had in days. I smiled at Maggie and got up. Care for a walk?
Chapter 15. Did she just change directions? I asked Nate. We'd been following Ivy for about 20 minutes, and so far she'd been walking toward the town center. Now, she seemed to be walking somewhere else. Yeah, looks like it. A frown flitted across his face before it was gone. I'm not sure if she spotted us or not. We should follow her anyway. I was not letting our only lead get away that easily. She might have changed her mind about where she was going for some innocent reason, too. Or she'd gotten a job from her boss. She was constantly checking her phone. So far, she hadn't held it up to check the area behind her. Hopefully, she wasn't aware of us. Then again, she wasn't your average thug either. She knew what she was doing, no matter how loath I was to admit it. It was hard to believe she would have spotted us, though. We'd not been near enough for her to see us in a window or a car mirror. Since there were two of us, we could even split up and predict some of her movements. Now she's walking away from everything interesting, I said, 5 minutes later when it was clear that she was walking into a residential area. Maybe we're looking at the early stages of a new abduction, Nate mused. He glanced around the street we were in, but besides people out on their own errands and cars passing us by, there was nothing going on. It was simply a normal workday. She is alone, he concluded. All the better. I saw Ivy turn left further ahead down a smaller street and nodded at Nate. We followed her again, and a few minutes later, I was starting to suspect where she was headed. Isn't the Boudreaux home close by? Nate asked, slight worry edging his voice. It is. We'd already pegged the young girl living there as a potential target. She had been before, after all, but then the Yorov affiliate had wanted to kill her for her ability, not abduct her. Sure enough, we weren't surprised when Ivy's target was indeed the little blue house with the well-kept driveway where Nate and I had once forced that Yorov affiliate into the trunk of my car. This is bad, Nate said. Eloise is only a child. I didn't think they were planning on taking them so soon. We might have less time than we thought. The most important thing is figuring out where Blakey and the others are hiding out. If we can get that information from her, I indicated Ivy as she vanished behind the Boudreaux house. We knew what was there, though. A fenced-in backyard that would make it difficult for us to keep out of sight from her. We had to wait and hope she didn't vanish that way. She seemed more than interested in the house anyway, subtly taking pictures of it with her phone. The baby came then? Nate suddenly said, eyes on a stroller outside by the front door. Amy had been pregnant when we met her and prevented her daughter Eloise from being rendered into a conscious coma. Yeah, it was a girl. You kept in touch? Of course. Tomas scared Eloise, and her parents too. I've been in touch a couple of times to check on them. They are doing impressively well. Do they know if the new baby has the same ability that her sister does? I shook my head. Too early to tell. She won't show signs until she's a toddler at the earliest. Eloise, like her mother, had the ability to put any image into someone's mind, nightmares and sweet images alike. Unlike her mother, Eloise could do it for a prolonged amount of time. She could essentially torture someone like that, and there would be no escape. They might take both girls, just in case. Eloise's gift is dangerous in the wrong hands. There was nothing but sincerity in his voice. He'd actually had a taste of that when Amy had demonstrated it on him. She'd shown him both sides of the coin from what I could remember, giving him the impression he was being stabbed, and I frowned and caught his eye. Amy showed you something more than the darker side of her ability, right? Nate blinked, and then realization seemed to hit. Yeah, she did. He smiled then. Care to share? He hadn't at the time. Of course, we hadn't exactly been friendly then. I had been curious, though. Still was. Nate studied my face for a moment, and the wistful smile remained. She showed me you. Me? How? She showed me an older version of you. Old? Nate shook his head and laughed. Not old. Older. You were you, only a few years older, a couple of lines here. He touched the corner of my eye, his finger brushing gently. Your hair was a bit longer, and you had this incredibly warm smile, and it felt... He glanced up a second. Familiar for some reason. He settled on that and met my gaze again. That was the image she showed me. Huh. I guess I started thinking there was more to the jaunty, sharp-tongued, clever woman who kept on getting in my way. Getting in your way, was I? I seem to remember I was the one with the answers. I was sidetracked by him leaning in and kissing me. So that's how you want to end that discussion, huh? I murmured, our lips brushing each other. I'm partial to ending it this way. He smiled against my lips. Besides, Amy can't foresee the future, but she was right, because I've seen that smile many times now, and it makes me feel like the luckiest man on the planet when it's directed at me. He took my hand in his, and I felt a warm tingle run up my arm despite the cold. I deepened the kiss then, and our lips locked in a slow and tender glide that made me sigh. His hand cupped the back of my head, careful not to press against the stitches under my hair. My entire body felt like an electric spark that came alive when touching him, kissing him like this. It wasn't greedy or desperate, just slow, insistent, and tender. And to think this man wanted me, with such an uncertain future, in his life permanently. Menders were hardly ever that lucky. Oh, Ivy, he suddenly said, breaking away from me. Oh, Ivy? I repeated, halfway in a daze, yet aware enough to remember I did not like her. Yeah, look. Nate's attention was back on our target, which wasn't all that strange since he hadn't had his back on the Boudreaux home. He was right, of course. Ivy had emerged on the opposite side of the house that she'd been at first, but she must have been done with whatever she was doing, because she turned then and walked away. Nate and I remained unmoving at first, watching her between hedges, cars, and bus shelters. Then, before she vanished on us completely, we followed at a safe distance. This time, she led us straight back to the mill in Green Farm Park. That was disappointing. I'd hoped she'd lead us back to their actual hideout. She didn't seem to be in a hurry either. A couple of hours later, dusk was in full motion, the park slowly emptying of people walking or jogging. Think she left? I asked Nate. We were back on the bench we'd been seated on before the detour to the Boudreaux house, and I was glued to his side, absorbing what warmth I could like a shivering succubus. She could have. Nate, who seemed to handle the cold better than I when sitting still, scanned the area. Our blind spot's behind the mill, on the riverside, but she can so easily see us if we approach from there. I vote we go in and check, because I need gallons of steaming coffee to thaw now. Yeah, I suppose we'll lose her in the dark anyway, he said with little regard for the mention of hot beverages. He clicked his tongue disapprovingly. I really wanted her to show us the way to Blakey's hideout. There are ways to gain that information, I said, and disentangled myself from him. If I could get close enough, I could read her mind and extract that information. That required restraining her, though. I know, Nate said noncommittally. Let's just see what we're dealing with first. I sighed and went with him toward the mill, picking the route that offered the least chance of discovery through one of the windows. It was no secret between us that though he found my ability useful at times, he also found it troublesome. Everyone who knew about it did, even I. Every last bit of freedom would be lost forever if even thoughts were not one's own anymore. That didn't mean I wouldn't use it to help people like Eli, Francis, and Lorraine if I could. Ever been here before? He asked me when we reached the building and hid in the shadows caused by the protruding, sheltering walls surrounding the main entrance. A few lights shone here and there to discourage burglars and squatters, but that was about it. There were no lights on inside. A couple of times, I told him. A few old jobs had led me here for various reasons, but I'd not spent much time inside. It's mostly empty, some crates about, but nothing of value. He nodded, taking that information in, and got to work on the lock. It was newer than the mill itself, having been broken and changed a few times. Not long after, the lock clicked open, and Nate put his lockpicks back in his jean pocket. He nuzzled the door open, and it didn't make a sound. Darkness awaited us, and it was harder to see inside than out. This wouldn't be as much fun as Terry's shed, I thought glumly, and walked inside, close on Nate's heel. I stopped him by grabbing his arm. I knew there was nothing but a large empty space in there. Darkness would do us no good. I took hold of his hand and led him to the wall, next to the door where there was a light switch. He gently squeezed my hand, which I took for a nod, and I turned on the light. It flooded the factory floor. There were a few crates placed here and there, and now also a stack of furniture pushed into a corner. Nate was right. They were using the mill to stow away stuff to make it appear people had packed up and left their homes. There was nothing else of interest regarding the abductions, and my eyes caught sight of the machinery connected to the old wheel outside, as well as the office spaces and smaller rooms to our right. Ivy'd be in there if she was still here. We were still sort of secluded, standing shaded by the narrow steps that led upstairs to our right. I caught Nate's eye, and in silent agreement, we decided to go further in and check out the rooms. We took one step inside the factory floor when something hard hit us from above. I gasped, and had time for no more than my eyes to widen when I fell forward, crashing into the concrete floor with something heavy and painful over me.
Chapter 16. My hands slammed onto the hard floor, and I stared in shock at it, my eyes a mere inch away from the unforgiving concrete. "No!" Maggie shouted next to me, and I could feel that whoever had landed on us was moving, scrambling to get away. A flurry of light-colored hair blinded me for a second, and I knew Ivy had jumped us. What followed was a painful and downright embarrassing tussle, where she pushed and shoved at us before finally trying to scamper off. When she got her hands on the floor in front of us and looked like a professional runner waiting for the starting pistol to go off, Maggie and I grabbed an ankle each and yanked. Ivy cried out and fell flat on her stomach, clawing like mad on the floor as Maggie and I got to our knees and pulled her back. Maggie took hold of her shoulder and forced her over on her back. Ivy swiped a hand toward her before she could even see where and who she was trying to hit. Maggie arched back in a surprisingly elegant move for someone who'd just been pummeled from above. "Don't let her touch you," I shouted, despite both of them being close enough to hear me whisper. I'd once seen Ivy compel a man to take his own life merely by touching him. I pulled my gun and aimed it at her, and she immediately froze. Maggie backed off, and I did the same when we got to our feet. For a moment, we all glared at each other, trying to catch our breaths and the situation. Ivy lay immobile on the floor, but she'd eased up on her elbows, my gun the only thing keeping her in check, no doubt. Maggie brushed an actual dusty footprint off the back of her thigh. Now what? Ivy asked, settling on a smile. She was too calm for my liking. I glanced back and up. The stairs hadn't been right above us, but a narrow ledge with a small lamp under it was. Had she waited, perched up here, for 2 hours? These Yorov people were insane. Insane and persistent. She knew we were coming, I said. Well, duh, she knew, Maggie huffed. When did you spot us? I asked Ivy, who canted her head, watching me. I didn't expect an answer, but she gave one nonetheless. I didn't. I was pretty sure, though. I eyed her and didn't try to hide it. Pretty sure? Had she been waiting for us? What was this? I was certain none of the other Yorov affiliates were around. It was only her here. Who cares? Maggie snapped. We have her now. Let's find out where they're hiding and... No, thank you, Ivy said, and promptly closed her eyes. Clearly she knows enough to know how to avoid your ability, I said. Guess you have something in common, then. I rolled my eyes. Has it even occurred to you to ask her before going prowling into her mind? Ask her? Maggie looked shocked, eyes wide, waving an arm in Ivy's general direction. Why don't we ask her if she wants cake and coffee, too, if we're being so nice? I wouldn't mind a cup, Ivy said, smiling while still closing her eyes. It's not about being nice. It's about at least giving her a choice first. There might be other things she doesn't want you to hear. Definitely, the blonde woman agreed, seeming way too relaxed and amused. Oh, for crying out loud, maybe we should ask Blakey to simply give back the people he abducted too, huh? I'm sure if we say please... That's obviously not what I'm saying. Well, everything I hear coming out of your mouth right now is nonsense. Just search her, I told Maggie, who huffed in anger before doing so. Ivy didn't try anything. She simply let Maggie empty her pockets. There wasn't much to find besides a cell phone, some money, 2 IDs that did not name her as Ivy, and a small memory card. For her phone? Maggie frowned. Of course for her phone, I said. What else could it be? It's likely the ledger. They've been careful with their copies. The fact that Maggie was standing there with what was probably an updated version of the ledger did somehow not seem all that important anymore. I know that. She shot me an exasperated look, her eyes dark with anger. We won't need this if I can just read her. Damn. Mind. Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot. That's why I find it so incomprehensible how you can't see what I'm saying. She threw the card to the floor. We don't need this. This is why I fear for you. You think you have to do everything yourself and your way. One day, it will backfire. Oh, will it? Well, being nice and honorable surely won't backfire, will it? I didn't say that was the only option. You keep saying you don't say things, she smirked through her anger. But you sure as hell are shouting a lot. That's because, ouch! Ivy's foot connected with my hand, which I'd lowered, and the gun flew out of my lax grasp. When had I even let my guard down? Before either Maggie or I could do anything, Ivy threw herself after the weapon and rolled to break her fall, before reaching out and taking the gun a second after it clattered to the floor. It happened so smoothly, it was impressive. Much as your moral quandaries entertain me, she said with a lazy smile, aiming the weapon in our general direction, I'm not staying for the end of this. How could you not watch her? Maggie snapped at me. How could you not watch her? Am I the only adult in the room? Ooh, funny. She rolled her eyes this time. Ivy was busy collecting her belongings, and I watched in anger while she picked up the memory card and put it in her jacket pocket. See, if only I'd read her mind, I could have... Oh, there'll be none of that. Ivy broke her off. She used the gun to indicate we should step sideways, and we did, before she moved past us. Then she opened the door, bent down, and slid my gun across the floor, before she slipped out and slammed the door. You can't read anyone's mind if you spend your time shouting, I argued, not interested in retrieving the gun. Oh, she flicked her hands out in a jittery motion. Nice to be taught manners from a foghorn. No wonder Ivy fled. You were lecturing her and making her go deaf at the same time. Wait, I said, forcibly lowering my voice. Why aren't we following her? Hadn't we gone in here to see if we could subdue her somehow? I don't know, Maggie yelled, gesticulating wildly. I want to shout at you. I'm so mad. Well, I'm mad at you, I said earnestly. So mad. It was like a fire in me I didn't want extinguished. What the hell do you have to be mad at me for? She asked indignantly. How can you even ask that? It's so obvious. Is it? Okay then, enlighten me. There was a distinct smugness to that question, and it annoyed me to no end. Yet, no matter how I wanted to prove my point, something stopped me. I had no answer. Oh, hell, I blurted. Oh, yes, when even you swear it must be bad. No, she did this. What? Ivy. She touched us when she attacked us. Maggie closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Oh, crap. I didn't even know she could do it so fast. Oh, so there is something you don't know? Maggie, I said, the reproach hard in my voice. It made me wince now that I was aware of it. I can't help it, she said. I'm so damn angry with you. As if I'm particularly happy with you, I grumbled. You're right. Well, duh. No, I mean, I can't stop being angry even though I know it's all because of her. Maggie stared at the door, her eyes flaring with anger. I do not like her. Then she caught my eyes. But right now, I dislike your stupid face even more.
Chapter 17. I'm sorry, Maggie, but I can't tell a big portion of Ashport's affiliates to up and leave. Something like that puts us at risk, Gerard said. The big man rubbed both hands over his tired-looking face, and then stared at me again. His beard stuck out in all directions now. Being the judge for our community, he had a lot of demands and responsibility on his plate. I knew this didn't help. I know, but affiliates are disappearing, and these Yorov people are hard to get at. I bristled at the thought. Nate and I'd had to spend an hour in that bloody mill, on each our side of the factory floor to avoid shouting more vitriol at each other. It had not been entirely successful. I was pretty sure Ivy hadn't even given us the full dose, and yet I'd been so angry at him. I might have shouted about it when she was present, but not for a second had I read the woman's mind, because I'd been so annoyed by Nate, the guy who was actually on my side. Now, though, I couldn't even feel a remnant of that fury. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Gerard told me, a small smile on his face. That's it? Nate broke in. You put all the responsibility on her and hope for the best? Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence, I muttered. Nate actually blushed, which also made Gerard blush because he, as a strong empath, picked up the emotions of those around him whether he wanted to or not. Nate had been acting a bit funny since the mill. That's not what I mean. You should do what you do best, Maggie. And that is deal with Blakey and his team. The rest should be handled on your end, he added to Gerard. It was cramped in his little office in the back of one of his grocery stores, warm too with the door closed. Mumbled voices from customers drifted through the door, reminding me that life went on like normal for everyone despite 3 missing people in town. We've already warned the community to be careful, especially those with extra potent abilities. Everyone knows Yorov's in town. There isn't much else we can do. He actually slammed his massive hand flat on his desk, making the keyboard and a coffee cup jitter. You're making me agitated, he added to Nate, looking up at him with annoyance. Usually, Gerard was better at controlling his own behavior than this. The threat to his affiliates had to be hard on him. My sympathy seemed to ease his mood, and he nodded and smiled briefly. I wish this nightmare would stop, he added, likely displaying his true emotions now. It astounds me sometimes, Nate said when we left the grocery store 5 minutes later through the back door and out into the alley behind it, how much the community relies on you. Not only me, every community does. That's what menders are, the ones who fix things. We know what we sign up for. He gave me a look at that, which was difficult to interpret. What? I asked when it went on for what felt like ages. Are you still angry? I thought we'd both felt the resentment go at the same time. What? He echoed. No. He closed his eyes and sighed. I'm so sorry, Maggie. Despite the light in that alley being dingy and mostly directed at the dumpster, I could swear I saw him blush a little again. What on earth for? Nothing was actually said that was too awful. Ivy must have simply commanded us to argue, but not about something particular. I know, but. And it's not like we've never argued before, the most recent case being the mystery of my dead spice plants. His lips quirked. That's not so much a mystery as a case where the culprit refuses to admit the crime and how it was done. The multiple cases of dead food at my place was a continuing case of frustration for him. He'd popped out one day to get some supplies, and he'd come back an hour later to find the plants that had been green and spry mysteriously wilted upon his return. I would never admit to having, while distracted by a job, taken the kettle with boiling water and watering them with that instead of cold water. Let the investigator wonder was my motto in that case, and avoid the shame of failing at a simple task. When you figure it out, I will tell you. I stepped closer, reached out, and cupped his cheek. Why are you so bothered? I lost my temper. He had a look on him like he couldn't understand how this was not obvious. I was yelling at you. I'd never do that. I lowered my hand and smiled at him. He was right, come to think of it. I'd heard him raise his voice when disagreeing with me. I'd heard him shout too, but actual angered yelling? No. Is this one of those Hansen repress our feelings things? Huh? Like yelling is beneath us, keeping calm and collected is the best way to remain in control. Is that supposed to sound like my dad? Well, I shrugged. I've only heard him speak the once, and I was eavesdropping at the time. The answer to that weird claim is no. I just choose not to unless it's an emergency. Oh, sweetie, I think you're one of those people who would benefit greatly from standing on a cliff and screaming as loud as possible once in a while. Sounds awfully tedious, he drawled, and like something dramatic from a historical novel. It's called releasing tension. Not to mention windy, he mused. Oh my God, turn your brain off, Nate. I put my hand on his neck and pulled him to me, catching his mouth with mine. You have nothing to apologize for, I told him between kisses. Notice how I'm not? Because I know it wasn't either of our faults. At his responding embrace, I lost myself in the kiss. Tell me, Margaret, he asked, his voice a bit husky while dusting my lips with kisses. How did you kill the plants? I smiled against his lips then when a gasp broke through the moment. I thought it one of us first, except neither of us had the breath for that. Apparently, Nate heard it too, because we broke the kiss at the same time, both turning our attention toward the nearby street. Oh, damn, the kiss ruiner, I hissed at the sight of Ivy, who stood there, phone in hand like she'd been checking something when noticing us. Now she seemed utterly surprised. Then she bolted. I'm not losing her this time, I said, and ran after her, Nate by my side. Out in the street, we saw her run down a passageway further ahead. It was dark now, but still early night with people about, especially so near the town center. Ivy didn't run at full speed. She obviously didn't want to draw attention, but she probably would if cornered. This time, we weren't interested in following her without being spotted, only in stopping her. This time, I would read her evil little mind and find out what was truly going on. She's going along New Street, Nate said moments before we would enter that street ourselves. She's going to the harbor? It's the most obvious, at least. Fine. I'll head down Hayward. Maybe we can corner her. Nate nodded, and then I was off, running down a nameless passageway that would get me to New Street faster than Ivy. She might have been here a while now, but she didn't know all the shortcuts. Hell, I was pretty sure Nate knew more of them than I did. In this case, though, it didn't matter. Dark walls loomed over me before I found myself in Hayward Street, right at the entrance to the Blue Street. All I had to do was... Maggie? I twisted around to see a woman approach. It is you. How lovely to see you. I groaned inwardly. Hi, Chief, I greeted her, trying to keep the tension from my voice. I glanced behind her and had to choke down another groan. I knew Danny's was here, of course, but I'd forgotten the time of day. A lot of the local cops went to the diner after work to eat, even the married ones a couple of times a week, which explained Chief Mulligan's presence. She must have come straight from work, judging by her direction and the badge still fastened to her thick coat. I was hoping I'd run into you at some point, Mulligan went on, and stuffed her hands into her pocket. It was a sure sign she'd decided to stop, not just say hi and move on. Oh? I glanced in the direction I'd been headed and knew I couldn't run away. That would arouse suspicion. The woman might even follow me. Yes, I understand that things got a bit difficult for you when the Andrea Kirby case ended the way it did. Was the best I could offer to that. Mulligan actually knew I had been the intended target, but had agreed to keep it quiet on account of knowing about my ability. After all, it was why she'd hired me on occasion. She didn't know about the community, and never would if I had anything to say about it. Are you all right, Maggie? You seem a bit... A bit what? Winded? Only walking fast in the cold. Mulligan nodded, and a strand of hair came loose from her tight bun. Yes, well, give me summer any day, and I'd be as happy as a clam. I shifted from foot to foot, hoping it only looked like I was freezing. You wanted to see me? Ah, yes. She glanced at her phone, checking the time, I hoped, and finding she was in a hurry. I want you to come back. What now? To come back. I understand that you wanted to quit. I can't even imagine the things you hear when... She rolled her hand to indicate the words she still had trouble acknowledging, that I could read minds. She even glanced down a second, before apparently giving up on that. Ah, yes, she still had the notion I heard people's thoughts all the time, and I had never corrected her. The less details she knew, the better. I'll admit it feels a bit like cheating at times, she went on. But good grief, it's satisfying when the truth is wrangled out of the best and nastiest liars. I couldn't argue with her there, but I was not interested. My short-lived stint as a consultant to the Ashport police had been due to me helping Mulligan find her kidnapped son a couple of years back. I'd taken a huge risk then and revealed my ability to her to get her to listen instead of arresting me for having knowledge about his whereabouts. That had led to her badgering me to work for her, and I'd gone to the leaders of the community for advice on how to get her off my back. Instead, they'd done what felt like a complete reality flip and wanted to experiment by having me do exactly what the chief of police was asking. They'd wanted to see if a foot in the door could give us some heads-ups since the damage had been done in regard to the chief already. I'd never liked that experiment and had been glad when I'd told both the chief and the community leaders that I wanted no more of it. It had led me to Nate, though, so it hadn't been all bad. Well, he'd been annoying as hell for a while, but that was beside the point. I don't want that, I blurted before Mulligan could say anything else. I mean... I cleared my throat and forced myself not to sound so eager to say no. It wasn't a secret exactly that I didn't like the cops in general, but she didn't need to develop an interest in finding out why. You're right. I don't like what I hear. Gives me nightmares. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. She seemed a bit taken aback, like she couldn't imagine it. Well, if you change your mind, give me a call. Sure thing, I said, intending never to do that, and feeling relieved when her phone started ringing. Ugh, that damn podcaster, she snarled, and then caught my eye. Give my best to Nate, will you? We didn't see him last time at the Lager Den. I will, I told her, and remained a second longer, watching her walk over to the diner, phone to her ear, where some familiar faces were already inside. That was weird, and I wasn't thinking about the conversation with her. The cops and their friends would gather at the Lager Den once every other week. I was well aware of this, having avoided it all through my consultant days. Their last gathering would have been before Nate and I got knocked around by Ivy and the new guy, Basily. So why hadn't he gone? The thought troubled me, which was likely why I didn't notice the next cop in my path before it was too late to feign not having seen him. Hello, Maggie. Detective McCallan said, giving me a smile that was more resigned than friendly. I stopped short in my tracks. I'd passed the diner, but not seen him sitting there on a bench that wasn't visible from the diner because of the giant concrete flower bed behind it and a winter-beaten bush in it. The detective sat relaxed, leaning back, legs crossed at the ankles, and his hands folded in his lap, eyes alert and on me. He must have noticed me talking to the chief, and then decided to wait and corner me. Or is it hello, Peggy? Or hello, Meg? Crap! Talk about wanting to stand on a cliff and scream. I drew a breath and sighed. Didn't care that he could hear. Then I simply went and sat next to him. Bill, I said pointedly, figuring that since he knew my names, I might as well use his. This time, his smile was somewhat amused at least. I could see that much from the streetlight a few yards away. I crossed my legs and sat back too, desperately wanting to get the hell out of here. But I knew that could lead to trouble. I'd already been through this with Nate. The thought of him had me worrying about him following Ivy, but I couldn't help with that now. She was long out of my reach. If you want to use a new nickname for me, then by all means, I told McCallan. He snorted. It's not really those names that worry me. It's the surnames, the different social security numbers, different bank accounts, hell, even your bank balance. Oh, come on, Bill. I haven't even told Nate that last one, and I'm sleeping with him. Yes, he does seem a bit lax when it comes to you these days. Maybe he's become more open-minded. That made McCallan laugh. Not bloody likely. So that only leaves him being horny and gullible? McCallan shook his head, still smiling. Not that either. At least then he could come to his senses. Ah, yes. I sighed and huffed out a plume of smoke in the cold air. I've brainwashed him with my womanly wiles, have I? Oh, please. Neither of you are that simple. That's the problem, after all. Oh, I forgot, he added, twisted, and grabbed something from his other side so fast I could do nothing but react. My hand was already in my purse at once, clamped around the outer shaft of my baton when I noticed the curious look on McCallan's face. Then I noticed the twitch to his mouth and the paper bag in his hand. This had been a test. He already had a description of a woman with a baton having been inside the Marbella. I thought you might want this, he said, all innocent, and proffered me the bag, the wonderful smell of freshly baked goods accompanying it. A bear claw? From in there? I gave a backward nod, indicating the diner. He nodded. He must have seen me chatting with the chief, grabbed one, and come out fast to end up in my path. I dropped the baton, withdrew my hand, and gave him a wide smile I was sure didn't reach my eyes. But I couldn't help that. Then I will take it. Thank you. I took the bag from him and broke a piece off the bear claw and popped it into my mouth. Not afraid I've poisoned it? Oh, golly, Bill, I said in mock innocence. Isn't this just a friendly chat? I snorted. I am not gullible either. No, I simply don't think Nate would be friends with a pervert. Something flitted across his face at that statement. Were they even friends anymore? I chewed while considering him. I was hungry after spying and running after Ivy all day and not too proud to say no to a pastry from Danny's. Now that would be foolish. So, what's up, Bill? I'm sure there's something you want. Besides multiple identities, you mean? You're not slapping cuffs on me, so I'm assuming most of that information wasn't obtained all that legally. Whatever remained could be handled by a lawyer, and one of my best friends was married to a good one. I have some questions, yes. Shoot. The Marbella and Dale Ralston's compound. I kept eating my delicious bear claw while providing a short comment. Those weren't really questions as such, but I think you'll find more information about all this in the daily. Oh my god, this is so good. Did you know there's butter pecan in this one? You were in the Marbella during the attack, McCallan went on unperturbed, and you were in Ralston's home a few days before he died. I chewed hastily and swallowed. The first one? No. The second one? What if I was? You admit it? Aw, Bill. I tisked at him, well aware he could be recording me. You know, it's funny, he began, and then crossed his arms over his chest. I bugged my eyes at him. Well? After I was shot, I noticed signs that Nate had been in a fight. I shrugged. He had been. Several. It had been a few chaotic days there trying to locate Andrea Kirby. He shrugged it off as grazes from responding to a car crash. I could only lift my shoulders again. I'd been in that car crash. Nate had dealt with the aftermath. He must have told a fib to squash McCallan's curiosity. Too bad it had kept growing anyway. No wonder they'd made such good partners. They both caught on to details like bugs to flypaper. Something changed from then on. Me, you mean? McCallan surprised me by shaking his head. No, at least not entirely, though you're involved, I'm sure. I smiled a genuine, albeit tired smile then. And to think I used to find him more annoying than you. That was one mistake, he said in a tone suggesting there were, in fact, more than one mistake to make. I couldn't for the life of me figure out what the others might be, and felt the unspoken warning like an electric current running through me. To hell with Nate's reservations, I thought, and in a split second homed in on McCallan's mind. He didn't give me the feeling of being near a predator. No, he was actually a nice guy despite his chosen profession. But the thoughts of Cliff's recently had me thinking he was dangerously close to pushing me off one. Looking him in the eyes weren't that difficult considering we were sitting and talking together, and his thoughts reached my mind easily. You managed to enter and leave the Marbella without being seen? And normal people do not visit Dale Ralston. There's something I'm not seeing here. How the hell are you blackmailing Nate? What did you get him into? I will find out. Bill? Where did you go? Someone nearby shouted, and my connection was broken as McCallan turned his head instinctively. He couldn't see through the thick bushes behind us. It was Detective Bowman's voice, though. I'd worked with the cops long enough to recognize them all. I didn't care much, and didn't try to re-establish my connection to McCallan. Something stung deep in my chest. Blackmailing Nate? What the hell? Nate hadn't said anything about McCallan suspecting that. Bill? Bowman shouted louder. Knowing him, he was not going to go searching in the cold, merely keep shouting. McCallan got to his feet. One thing? I asked him, and he nodded. Were you at the logger den last time? Yeah. He seemed a bit surprised at the change of topic. Why? I drew a deep breath. Nothing. Only something the chief said. He remained by the bench a few seconds more staring at me. Then, I'll be seeing you, Maggie. I didn't respond to that, merely stared ahead as he walked away, both fearing and feeling certain that he was right.
Chapter 18. The moment I ran into the myriad of storage buildings near the Blue Street, the amount of people lessened, and I could speed up. Unfortunately, so could Ivy. I saw her as a dark figure ahead of me, sprinting fast, ducking around corners, and toppling over trash cans and the like to slow me down. It didn't work. That was one good thing about my height. Jumping over the debris of her escape was easy. Maggie did not approach where I thought she would, but I pressed on, hoping she'd thought of another plan and shoving any worry something had happened to her away. She wouldn't want me to stop now. I smiled when Ivy made a mistake, taking a right. That would lead her back among the labyrinth of buildings we were in, not out toward the harbor. I immediately took my own right and legged it. My steps echoed between the tall buildings surrounding me, but it didn't matter. I knew she'd either come straight for me or keep going into a dead end. It turned out to be the latter when I ran left, and through the last opening she could have taken. There was no sign of her, and I slowed down, pulling my gun from the shoulder holster hidden under my jacket. Ivy Allister was dangerous. She'd merely been messing with us earlier, and that had been enough for her to get away. It had taken the anger she'd infused us with to dissipate before I'd even thought of retrieving my gun. I remained close to one of the walls and approached with care. That didn't help much. Something, a fist, swung out from the corner. I began to duck my head, but was hit in the shoulder. I gasped at the sudden pain. It spread from a point and almost paralyzed my upper left arm. I jumped back and raised the gun. Stop! I rounded the corner in a wide circle and laid eyes on Ivy, who was ready to pounce by the looks of her, crouched and with that damn Kubotan in her hand. No wonder my shoulder was hurting in a steady rhythmic beat. It was only luck that she'd been waiting where she'd attack my left side. The gun in my right hand made her smile, but she eased up and straightened. Put that thing away, I told her, indicating the Kubotan. Why? She asked. What do you think I'm going to do, throw it at you? Just do it. She clicked her tongue in exasperation, but did as told. Why were you scoping out the Boudreaux home? She smiled again, turned her head sideways, yet didn't take her eyes off me. She'd be foolish to, with a gun trained on her. Are you sure you're willing to use that? We're not that far from a known police hangout. I'm sure they'll hear gunshots even at this distance. So, she knew Danny's wasn't far away, and that many of the town's cops would be there around this time. That wasn't too weird. Blakey and his team must have kept an eye on the police at least before the Marbella, if not longer. You threatening me with the police isn't very believable. Maybe I'd rather deal with them than you and that gun? She shrugged. Actually, come to think of it, I don't really think you'd shoot me, Nate. I'm unarmed. You strike me as the kind of guy that would matter to. Hearing her use my name as if she knew me was unnerving and was probably meant to be so. She took a step closer then, and I wasn't having that. I'll shoot you in the foot. You are not unarmed, and we both know it. You will not touch me again. Oof. She held her hands up defensively. You make me sound like a degenerate, Nate. That's not nice. The Boudreaux home? I pressed. Oh, fine. You're no fun. You know that? Ivy? She rolled her eyes, her shoulders sagging a bit. That didn't fool me. Okay, she said. The girls. Girls? As in both of them? Yes. Blakey isn't taking any chances. We can't come back and take the younger one later. I shook my head in frustration. You're all monsters. Now that, she began, raising her index finger and then lowering it as if changing her mind mid-sentence, I will not dispute. You have no conscience, do you? She made a faux pout. We can't all be like you up on your high horse. Her tone sharpened. We are what they made us. Her smile was gone then, her face brutally honest. The ledger, I said instead of discussing this. Give me the memory card. She sighed deeply and looked bored. You don't need that, Nate. Seeing that it's the only flaw in your boss's plan, I kind of think I do. Ivy, I added. Using my name wasn't going to get me worried, so I'd use hers too. I wasn't quite sure it was actually her name, but I wasn't hoping to have her open up about her past. The memory card, I repeated. Fine, she groaned theatrically. I'll give you the damn card, you twat. I blinked. That had surely come out in an English accent. Had she slipped? Or had it been on purpose? Was it even real? I knew the Yorov Corporation acquired their people from all over the world, but... I shook my head and kept my eyes on her hands while she rummaged through her pocket. She'd spoken with a very slight southern drawl so far. What the hell was this? Is this what you're looking for, handsome? She said, in the same new accent, and smiled at me, the tiny card between her index and long finger. I decided to ignore her sudden change of nationality and instructed her to put it on the ground. Then I had her back up a few paces before I bent to pick it up, continually with an eye on her. One touch, and she could have me do God knew what. What now? She asked, eyeing the card when I put it into my own pocket. She didn't seem that worried. It was a good question, though. I hadn't thought that far, considering our original plan had been to follow her back to Blakey's hideout. I assume you're not going to try and extract thoughts from my head? Where is that intractable girlfriend of yours anyways? Another good question. I was not keen on bringing Ivy anywhere. I had loads of questions I wanted answers to, not least why they hadn't taken Maggie with them from Francis's house. I knew they'd postponed taking her because she was a threat even in captivity, but now that they'd started taking people, surely the time was ripe? I'd been so relieved to hear her voice nearby when I woke up blind and battered. They'd left her behind that time. When would they not? That thought made me uneasy. I got as far as "why" before Ivy started to scream. It was loud and shrieking, like a woman in absolute peril, her face even contorted into a mask of pure horror. "What the hell?" I blurted when she stopped to get air. "Sure you want to take a chance on none of your old buddies showing up," she said, and winked at me. Then she screamed again, a shriek that made my ears ring. "Help me! Oh my God! Help! Help!" she yelled, and then screamed like a foghorn before abruptly cutting herself off. To someone nearby, it would have sounded like she'd been snuffed out. She winked again at my stunned face and then ran. What the f... I took off after her. She was right, though. I wasn't going to shoot her, especially now that I could miss and hit someone coming the other way. I skidded to a halt when she slipped around a corner. I glared after her and muttered foul things before holstering my gun and running the other way in case someone actually reacted to her cries. Something niggled at my mind, though. Despite the obvious, something was off about Ivy. I just couldn't put my finger on it. The important thing was that I now had the new ledger. That mattered the most, not monsters acting strange.
Chapter 19. A wall of warmth hit me when I closed the door behind me. Trying to locate Nate had not been fruitful, and so I'd texted him and walked the few minutes over to the offices of the Ashport Daily to get out of the damn cold. Everyone but Rob had packed up for the day and gone home, but I knew he liked to hang back a few nights a week and catch up on work. So, unfortunately, did Rupert, since he was standing in front of Rob's desk gesticulating, despite Rob pointedly shuffling papers around, too busy for this. "Oh, hey," Rupert said first. "We've met." I made my face go blank. Having claimed not to know what was going on in this town, walking into the local newspaper might not hold that story up well. "Oh yes, you're that pod snatcher guy." "Podcaster," he corrected, though in a confused and sad tone. Rob noticed me and opened his mouth to greet me. "Mr. Lawrence?" I sniped first. "I'm here to see if you've finally seen reason. Your cat has gone into Mrs. Paisley's garden again, and one of her parakeets has gone missing." He responded to that, scratching his head in confusion. Um, I echoed in a mocking tone. "That's what you said about all the mice that keep popping up on her doorstep, too." I, Rupert began and backed away from the desk. "I think I'll leave you to it, Mr. Lawrence." "Do you get some thrill out of your cat scaring a poor old lady?" I went on, ignoring Rupert as I passed him, and he went out the door. "Who's Mrs. Paisley?" Rob asked, pushing his glasses back up. "Hell if I know. Probably someone." I shrugged. "I don't want that guy to notice me." "I think that ship sailed." Rob slumped down in his chair. "He's persistent and annoying, and now he thinks I scare old ladies. Thank you for that." "My pleasure." I waved that off and smiled at him. It must not have been very convincing because he only frowned at me. I need him not to connect me to... I thought about it. Anything in town regarding news, crimes, or the police, really. And I thought I'd had a long day. That guy really wants all the weird stuff that's been happening here to be some kind of breakthrough story for him. And it's all connected to the community. He leaned back and rolled down his shirt sleeves in brusque movements. Why isn't he bothering Andy? He was the crime reporter, after all. I think he's caught on to Andy's firm no followed by nasty words finally, and figured out that despite the fact that I do small-town news, I know everything anyway. He indicated Andy's desk, which stood so close Rob could probably hear the other end of phone conversations. "You need to become a meaner person, Rob." "Don't I know it?" He sighed. Then he seemed to take proper notice of me. "What's up with you? You look like you had a rough night, or saw a ghost, and we both know that's unlikely." Ouch, that's mean. How you ever dated women is beyond me. They were 14, and so was I when I was still in the closet. It didn't take much to get a date then, he said, and then his smile vanished. "You seem shook up, though. Something happen?" I bumped back against Oleg, the photographer's desk, sending a stack of papers tumbling down on the desk surface. It really was the norm in this office. With the damage done, I leaned against the desk and crossed my arms. Well, with that frown, you've got me utterly curious. I need you not to tell the community leaders. His eyes bugged out. That sounds like something terrible. Of course I won't, Maggie. You know that. I nodded and exhaled deeply. My talk with McAllen had shaken me up more than I wanted to admit. I'd already known about this through Nate, but having the man insert himself in my way meant he would not let this go. He was likely intensifying his efforts to find out the missing link he wasn't seeing, the community. I couldn't have that happen. Nate did not understand how lucky he'd been, and that was only because of his surprising ability to accept and adapt to the otherworldly things he'd seen. That did not mean anyone else would do the same. Experience told us otherwise. Maggie? I blinked and focused on Rob again. The cops. No strike that. At the moment, a cop is on to me. And by on to you, you mean? He rolled his hand encouragingly. He's baffled as to why Nate quit his job for no apparent reason and suspicious of my connection to him. Rob rubbed his jaw. Hell, I don't understand why he quit. Not that I mind. The less he has to do with them, the better considering everything he knows. That is why. Rob's brows creased. I don't understand. That is why he quit. Because of everything he knows about us. He did it to avoid being caught between our worlds and not be able to do anything when he knew what was really going on. Oh. Rob appeared a little stunned, and then remembered to close his mouth. I didn't know that. That's because I didn't tell you. Why the hell not? Seems important to me. There's a lot I don't tell you and Tegan about this. This time his eyebrows creased even more, the motion pushing his glasses down a bit. I know you respect my choices and I am grateful for it. But I also know you don't like those choices, so I've been mindful of that, I told him. Oh, Maggie, no. He looked regretful, shaking his head and staring at me with compassion. You've never been that serious with anyone before. I guess we assumed this was no different. I'm sorry. I smiled at him. Thanks. He wants to move in together, I added, happy to finally tell someone. Then it is time we took this seriously. You can tell us everything. You should know that. It doesn't matter anyway. Why not? Are you going to say no? Strangely, he didn't seem excited by that notion. He was being serious. That cop is after me now. If the leaders get even a whiff of that, they'll start arranging to have me sent away, safe somewhere else. Oh, right. He huffed and pushed his glasses back up. He knew as well as I what would happen because it already had. The leaders had made such arrangements when Yorov had sent people to town to get me back, after discovering where I was in the world. I still had no idea how that had happened. Changing identities again had helped a short while, but not anymore. Frankly, I was certain the only reason I hadn't been shipped off yet was because I was the only Mender in town and deeply invested in this chaos. I don't want you to go either, Rob said. So for entirely selfish reasons, you can trust me to keep my mouth shut. He smiled warmly at me before getting serious again. That cop, though, that must be handled. I think Nate is the solution there. Why? It's his partner, ex-partner that is, so he knows him best. I shrugged. His ex-partner? Rob's voice rose with outrage at that piece of information. Yes, I was interrupted by a blur of someone passing the window out to the street before the front door opened and Nate stepped inside. Hey, he said. I got your text. Are you all right? No, she's not all right, Rob snapped, his voice way too loud. You need to control your friends, he added in the same tone. Nate, who hadn't noticed him until then, took a startled step back, eyes wide at the chastising words. The sight was amusing considering Rob didn't have a violent bone in his body. The look in his eyes, though, could rival that of Medusa. Instead of turning to stone, Nate produced a nervous smile for Rob and eyed me. Your ex-partner is harassing Maggie. He's a threat to the community and he wasn't harassing me. He gave me a bear claw. What? Both men said, eyes on me. Then Nate shook his head and seemed to catch up to the situation. He strode over to me, making a few papers fly off Andy's desk in his wake. Did Bill talk to you? I nodded and closed my eyes for a moment, tired of it all. That means he's found something, or something's happened. He reached out and pulled me into him. We'll figure it out, I promise. Rob huffed, but his eyes softened somewhat. What took you so long anyway? I asked Nate when he let go of me. Did you catch up with Ivy? Yes, but it was that guy. He glanced up, trying to think of the name. Rupert Ainsley. Rob groaned. Seemed the podcaster was really getting to know both the cops and reporters in town. What about him? I asked. He was hanging around down the street for minutes. Just now? Yeah, and close enough to see this place but not be seen. You didn't want him to see us together, so I waited. I caught Rob's eyes, and we both sighed. So much for telling him I have a grudge against senior citizens, Rob muttered. What? Did I miss something? I shook my head. No, only now I have another problem from outside the community, and things are bad enough within. It's a long story. What happened with Ivy? Nate smiled and produced the memory card she'd had in the mill. Great, I said earnestly. Maybe this would lead us somewhere good. What about Ivy? Where is she? He must have stopped her somehow to get hold of the memory card. That's actually a very short story, but I don't want to tell it. Did she touch you? The thought of what she could have made him do. But no, then he wouldn't have the card. Yes, did she touch you? Rob smirked. Unfortunately, we don't have a doll here you can point at. No, Nate said, too happy to care. So what now then? I asked him. This was more his project than mine. I need your help. Okay, with what? Talking to Eddie. We need him to check this out first. Nate held the memory card between his thumb and index finger. I'm sure he'll listen to you. This is for the community. Yes, but he'll badger me the whole time and… This is Eddie Hayes? Rob asked. Yeah, I told him. He's developed a crush on Tegan, and now he won't shut up about it. I seem to remember he was a bit of a chatterbox, yes, Nate snorted. A bit? Also, don't forget the fact that he's a criminal with questionable morals at best, whose only halfway good deeds are done when helping you guys out. He stopped smoking, though, he added, and then glanced at the door. Anyway, nice seeing you, Rob. Maggie, the night's still young. Nate flashed me a smile and winked at me, but Rob couldn't see it. Then he headed for the door. I noticed Rob had a thoughtful frown on his face. I suddenly suspected Nate of applying reverse psychology on him. If Nate didn't approve of Eddie, that upped the chances Rob would say the opposite to Tegan. I pursed my lips to avoid laughing and waved goodbye to Rob instead of saying something, before running after Nate. They'd both managed to lift my spirit tonight. No way was I going to let either Blakey's people or the community leaders take me away from the most important people in my life. I just needed to balance all the surrounding threats to make sure of that. That will be so easy, Margaret, I told myself, and closed the door behind me. Chapter 20. Since it was the middle of the day, and I didn't want Nate's neighbors to see me climbing inside his bedroom window, I resigned myself to the safe and boring entrance that was the front door. The moment it opened, Kona greeted me, her paws pattering on the floor. Hi, girl, I told her and bent to pet her. She was such a beautiful dog, inside and outside, her white fur shiny with a slight golden sheen to it. Why are you so quiet? I asked. Usually you say hi with loud and enthusiastic barks. I stood and glanced around, seeing an ocean of papers strewn on the couch facing the TV, the coffee table, and likely the couch that faced the windows, with its back to me now. I had no doubt what it was. We'd found Eddie last night at the Harbor Bar and Grill, and after some cajoling, he'd agreed to take us to his place to have a look at the memory card. This time, cracking the encryption had only taken him a couple of hours since it had, according to him, not been that dissimilar to the old one that had taken ages. Nate had been oddly patient with Eddie, but to be fair, Eddie hadn't said much while focusing on his task. Now, I assumed all the paper in front of me to be the new and updated ledger, with all the Phillipson family members in it. I traipsed over to the dreaded papers to see, but found Nate instead when I looked over the back of the couch. He was lying, stretched out on his back, sleeping. One hand rested on his stomach, the other touched the floor, a few sheets of paper clutched even in his sleep. I'd gone out before daylight this morning, and I wondered if he'd been at it since then. That would be hours sifting through all this information and searching for the added bits. I knew he'd taken a few days off from work, and it touched me seeing this. Yes, I knew he was doing it because he saw an injustice happening to the people of the community, and with being someone who genuinely cared about people, he couldn't let that go. It was one of his absolute most basic personality traits, and he couldn't walk away from someone who needed help. Yet I also knew he was doing it for me because I mattered to him, and that warmed my heart. His phone lay on the floor next to the couch on the rug, thankfully, and with being muted, the sudden ringing didn't wake him. I ignored the flashing of the screen too. It left me some added time to study him. He wore a simple white t-shirt and dark pants. His face was softer and more at ease too, and I wished he could always be that free and not have to worry about anything. Kona nudged my leg and I smiled at her, and then took in the surrounding place. It wasn't lost on me how I spent much more time here now than in my own apartment. I loved coming here. This felt like a home to me. My own place had always only been somewhere to put my things before having to leave again. It was why I'd never bothered to upgrade and get more space. What would be the point? But here he lay sleeping, his eyes moving slightly under his lids. He must be dreaming. I wondered if it was a good or a bad dream. Or maybe his mind never really shut down, and he was still puzzling at the ledger even now. This man who was right within my grasp, who I could reach out to and know I'd be safe and not alone. That knowledge kindled something in me which flared and warmed all of me, calming me and grounding me. I knew that his desire to be with me was the same, anchored in love and tenderness toward me. I knew I was important to him, and that felt good. I knew he was on my side, ready to fight my battles for me, or with me, or let me do it myself, like I would for him. I'd never had that before, and had therefore never known how precious it could be. And now he wanted us to have a home together. The truth was, he could live under a dumpster, and that would be where I went instead of my own place. He felt like home to me, and that scared me, because if he felt the same about me, then I would bring so much trouble into that home. Nate sighed and turned his head sideways. One thing I knew for certain at that moment was that pushing him away wasn't the right thing to do for either of us. But with all the troubles surrounding me right now, what else was there to do? I unzipped my jacket and shucked it off before kicking my shoes off, leaving them in the middle of the floor, and simply climbed over the back of the couch and placed myself on top of him, straddling him. A sigh of satisfaction escaped his suddenly smiling lips when I stroked my fingers through his hair. "Are you staring creepily, admiringly at me when I sleep again?" he drawled. Of course not. I bent over him and nibbled and kissed along his jawline. I'd use the word wonderingly this time. Wondering what? He sighed like the newly awakened and let go of the papers in his hand before placing both hands on my back and sliding them up under my top. They felt so warm and comforting against my skin. I bent so I looked directly into his eyes. "I've been thinking." He opened his eyes fully and stared up at me, the silver flecks in his light blue eyes more pronounced in the sharp light that flowed in through the windows. "The last time you said that, I ended up in the middle of an affiliate argument, with pyro abilities." I smiled and planted a soft kiss on his forehead. That had been an entertaining afternoon. I mean, I've been thinking about moving in together. You have? He was fully awake now, yet his hands didn't even stop stroking up and down my back. How could he be so calm about these things? He was always leaps and bounds ahead of me, yet also so patient when reaching back for me, waiting. I have, but I haven't made a decision, I hurried to add. I was only wondering. Yes? His voice was inviting and patient. He knew this was not my strongest side, and he let me get wherever I needed in my own time. His hand slid down my back, over my ass, and rested with a light hold against the back of my thighs. Out of curiosity, what would you do if I said no? Not much. Not much? I couldn't help but frown. His smile was so warm then. This isn't an ultimatum, Maggie. So if I say no, we don't break up? Not if it's up to me. But you want to live together. Yes, though I'd be happy with what we have now, too. Judging by his alert and calm eyes, I believed him. I didn't quite understand, though. Why? I feel at home around you, Margaret. I smiled warmly at his use of my name. Where you are, he continued, is home. He gave a slight shrug. Actually, living together would be logistically easier, sure, and it is a big commitment, but I just want to be with you. You're tugging really hard at my heartstrings here, and they're badly out of tune. You're more in harmony than you think. I was about to object, but, well, he was better at this than me, so I decided to believe him. I lowered my head and kissed him, a deep, slow kiss that made me heady. I raked my fingers through his hair. His other hand slid up my back again, stopping at the clasp of my bra when I heard a click, and I sat up so abruptly Nate halfway followed me, his face suddenly alert and wary. I saw Kona near the front door, tail wagging impatiently while the door opened to reveal Mrs. Gaines. Are you waiting for me? That's a nice girl, isn't it? She crooned as she bent to pet the dog. Then she froze and turned her eyes on us. Oh, crap! Nate blurted and fell back on the couch, eyes closed in what looked like utter despair. I stared back at the older woman and then shrugged. Hi, Mrs. G. Taking Kona for a walk? I smiled brightly. She uttered awkwardly, seeming not to know exactly where to direct her gaze, settling for my eyes. She'd seen me in less than a top, so I didn't really care at this point. She was not used to Nate being home in the middle of the day, which was when she took Kona with her on errands and to visit friends. The dog and the old lady were excellent companions. Mrs. Gaines was not a force to be reckoned with. She was a lithe, gray-haired widow with a polite attitude toward the world in general. At the moment, though, she sighed and shook her head. Yes, I am, she confirmed, and reached for Kona's leash, which hung by the door. The dog gave a single bark of joy at this sign of impending adventures outside. Mrs. Gaines clipped the leash onto her collar and then straightened up. She opened the door but stopped before exiting. Don't wear him out, Maggie, she said, her lips twitching. Oh, God, Nate groaned. Nathaniel, she added in a deadpan tone of voice, but couldn't help a marvelously wicked grin before she stepped outside and closed the door behind her and Kona. Peals of laughter escaped me then. Nate put his hands over his face while shaking his head. Damn, I'd just gotten into the habit of looking her in the eye again. Don't laugh. Why not? You didn't see her at the end there. The fact that she was here was enough, he said, and then began feeling for something underneath the couch. What are you looking for? A hole to sink into and die. It's only Mrs. Gaines. The only thing worse would be my mother walking in. Oh, sweetie, you're highly overestimating how pious and prudish older women are, I told him. If you want to live with one, you're bound to discover that one day, I said, and the laughter died on my lips. Before he could ask why, I bent forward and kissed him again. Implying I would live to any old age was a mistake. Maggie, he gasped between my fervent kisses, is everything, all right? More than all right. By the time I moved back a little and gazed down at him, I'd forced the thought away, instead keeping myself in the moment. I winked at him, and his hand flew out, flailing on the floor before he caught hold of his phone. Ooh, kinky, I said. No, I don't want old Mr. Hooper across the street to gawk at you. He found the right app on his phone and the blinds started closing immediately. Nate threw the phone onto the other couch with no regard to the missed calls and texts on it. I actually think you might have missed something there. He'd be more interested in gawking at you, I said. Well, either way. Honestly, I think it's the couple next door to him that's the real issue. There's some serious gawking going on there. A couple of weeks ago, when your neighbors were going at it, I swear they were poised at that window with a camera and popcorn. Nate slipped his arms around me and pulled me into a kiss. Apparently, he'd had enough of his neighbors for now, which, fair enough.
Chapter 21. The smoke hung thick inside the harbor bar and grill, since the proprietor never bothered enforcing any kind of smoking ban. I quickly spotted Eddie seated at the bar and headed over there, noting who he was talking to. It was a guy named Kemp, a fence, who I'd arrested a few years back. It was the middle of the day, and only the serious drunks were in here to drink, while Eddie and Kemp seemed uninterested in the glasses in front of them, heads bent together and talking. Nelson Kemp, I said, the music in the bar low enough this early in the day for me not to have to shout. Imagine seeing you here? I sat on the bar stool on Eddie's other side. Kemp posed no threat, and sure enough, the sight of me had his eyes bug out. Since I had no wish to hang out here any longer than necessary, that suited me fine. I needed the other man to go away, which he promptly did, scurrying toward the door without looking back. Eddie sighed theatrically and glared at me. Thanks for that. His tone of voice left no indication of any true heartfelt gratitude. I had obviously interrupted some sort of deal. I thought you quit smoking. I indicated the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. I did, and then started again, thinking there's no point until you do what you promised. He took a puff and then pointedly blew the smoke right into my face. I grimaced in disgust at the pungent smell. I need your help, I said, and ignored both his manners and comment. Eddie wasn't having it, though. When don't you? Seems all you do is hang around me asking for favors. Oh, I'd laugh at the sweet irony of a former cop needing me to do everything for him because he can't perform himself. He snickered. And what do I get? He waved his cigarette around. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen doesn't even know I'm alive. Well, Eddie, it's hard to spot you inside that cloud of smoke. That only earned me a close inspection of his middle finger. I groaned in exasperation. Fine, I've gotten Maggie on it, and maybe Rob, if he hates me enough. That doesn't sound good for me. You just need to trust that it is. He looked dubious, but then took a drag of his cigarette and tapped the excess ashes into an overfilled ashtray on the red cedar bar in front of him. You do realize she might not be interested? Yes, but that's not up to you. So if she says no, she'll break my heart and I'll age prematurely from grief. Really, Eddie? I didn't know you were such a dramatic romantic. All Hays are. How do you think my brother shacked up with your ex so fast? He downright laughed at that. So Eddie'd met Erin then and found out about my connection to her. Lovely. I was sure this was the last I'd ever hear about that. Oh yes. Seems you and Jacques have the same taste in women, he went on. Shut up, Eddie. Of course he didn't shut up. That was the problem with Eddie. And since Maggie didn't fall for my brother's charms, which are bountiful in any Hays, then she must really be into staid men with a stick up their ass and the charming charisma of a wooden plank. I tapped my index finger on the bar a few times. Are you done? Feel better? Eddie took a final drag of his cigarette and stumped it out in the ashtray. Never. And yes. He turned toward me. What have you got then? I eyed a couple of guys in the back of the bar, which had started arguing over a game of cards. Let's get out of here. I have no interest in getting into the middle of that. Eddie glanced at them over his shoulder and then rolled his eyes at me, but he followed me outside and over to the nearest fast food shop. a small and dingy place that smelled of grease. I bought some coffee, deeming that the safest, and then took a piece of paper out of my pocket and handed it to Eddie. Okay, so this is a page from the ledger? Mm-hmm. I swallowed the coffee, which turned out to be half decent. But check under this section here. I pointed at a row of numbers and letters that made no sense. A few of those pop up now and then. Eddie shrugged and shook his head. Probably some excess code in your printer. I thought so too, but then I happened to be looking things over on my laptop and I noticed the same thing there. It doesn't show up often, but it does near the entries of some people we think are of interest to Blakey. Eddie frowned. Probably a bug, he said, but he kept staring at it. He grabbed his own coffee and took a sip, his eyes glued to the paper. Just look here, I said, and opened the file on my phone and scrolled until I found an example there before showing him the screen. He took it and eyed the same type of letters and numbers under the entry for a Phillipson family member, which Maggie had, incidentally, warned and told to leave town for a while since the leaders weren't doing it. It's not part of the original encryption, Eddie told me. I decrypted that. It wouldn't show up like this if it was. He appeared to be about to tap on something, and I yanked my phone out of his hand. Not in a million years, I said, and he laughed. Use your own. I am not buying a new phone today and changing all my passwords again. Eddie tisked at me. You should do that often. Don't you know people with nefarious intentions can get hold of your data if not? His smile could rival that of the Cheshire Cat. He did get the file up on his own phone, though, and then proceeded to take out a small tablet with a tiny keyboard and hook it up to it with a wire before getting to work. I waited patiently, emptying my coffee cup and noticing the two cruisers that now drove up outside the harbor bar and grill before 4 of my former colleagues ran inside. And you say I never do anything for you, I told Eddie, and pointed when 4 guys were taken out in cuffs, looking bruised and rumpled from the argument that had surely escalated and involved more than the original 2. Eddie huffed at the sight and then swung back to his task. It's a bug, all right, he said after another 5 minutes. It's pretty sloppy. What is? He turned the screen of the tablet for me to see. It's all numbers. Rows of numbers at the time. 21 occurrences all in all. Seem familiar? I leaned forward to see clearly. Yeah. Latitude and longitude. Coordinates. I guess so. He turned the screen back and a few seconds later, my phone pinged as he'd sent them to me. It appears, Eddie went on, that before that memory card was ejected from that woman's phone, she didn't scrub all the location data. Which is so sloppy. I mean, that's the point of the memory card, isn't it? They are notoriously unsafe, but if you don't want the information to be on your phone permanently, then that is a way to do it. It's easier to get rid of a tiny card in an emergency too. But the location data got embedded in the file somehow and not removed. She might have thought she got it all, of course, but considering they're into abducting people, you'd think they'd remember to cover their tracks. I blinked. That was Eddie. Almost bearable when he actually focused on something and took it seriously. Okay, I said cautiously. Thanks. That might actually help. Oh, that's me, the helpful genius with a heart of gold among lesser amoebas who pester me when they don't understand the escape button. And with that, he stopped focusing and transformed into an annoying jerk again. The coordinates turned out to be interesting, though. I went back home where I could go through them on my laptop instead of the small screen on the phone, happy to see that Mrs. Gaines had already left with Kona, so I didn't have to face her. The coordinates were, like I thought, from close by the addresses of people we suspected would be of interest to Blakey. They were all unfamiliar names I hadn't known about from the old ledger. Most of these people, when looking them up, commuted to Ashdale, which explained why we had not been aware of them when Thomas was preying on strong affiliates. They had never been in danger then. But now? Blakey could surely wait until the weekend, when they were back home, to get to them. I wrote down their names and also paid attention to one set of coordinates that were the same number, over and over again. They didn't seem to follow any kind of pattern in the ledger other than appearing near to the others. I double-checked and found them to be close by Dale Ralston's compound, northeast, and by the water, to be specific. I sat back in my chair. I couldn't see the pattern. Dale was dead. That much was clear. I was starting to suspect these coordinates might lead me to Blakey's whereabouts. It was likely where Ivy had returned after staking out their victims' homes. I briefly considered calling Maggie. This could be nothing. I doubted it, but it could, and she was busy warning people. It couldn't hurt to go and check it out. Shortly after, I was in my car, heading out toward Dale's, or technically Terry's compound. As usual, I parked on one of the secluded dirt roads out of the way of the main dirt road that led down from the main road farther up. It was better to avoid prying Ralston eyes. There were still a few of them about. I noted the smoke from 2 chimneys inside the compound when I passed by, but saw no one. Things had calmed down a lot out here with all the chaos after the explosions and subsequent deaths in the forest. As far as I knew, the cops had only found dead and wounded Ralstons, so Blakey had cleaned up his own mess. Terry's house was quiet when I reached it. His compost bin still lay spread out over the lawn with remnants of the fireworks. I made a quick stop to check inside the house, since I was there anyway. His thugs had gotten loose and left, and the house was closed up. Likely, Oliver Langenid had to make a visit to keep up pretenses, and he would not have found the man. I felt a small pang of guilt at knowing he was currently stuck in his little cubbyhole, somewhere on open waters. Then I glanced up at the window of what had been Theo's room, or cell, more like it, and that sliver of empathy for the man vanished. I walked on and was soon enclosed by forest again when Terry's fields gave way. The GPS led me closer and closer to the water, which was no surprise, but when I reached the point that it claimed the coordinates led to, I was somewhat baffled. There was nothing but a rocky beach with seaweed floating near land. The air was heavy with brine, and the wind picked up a bit when I was no longer sheltered by the trees. This didn't make sense. I stared out at sea trying to figure it out. There was a boat so far out I couldn't discern much about it. Was that it? Was this some sort of drop site? I knew they used boats, having seen it when the pilot had attacked me in the warehouse in town. To my right was nothing but more beach, and then the rocky shores that were so common around Ashport. It was the same to my left. That would lead me away from Ashport, and the further away, the less familiar I was. That was the way to go then. I zipped my jacket all the way up, feeling the cold more now so close to the sea, but I left the hood down to both see and hear better. I might not be on friendly ground as I climbed over the massive and uneven coastal rocks which were slippery and treacherous in those areas where I was forced out toward the water for the less steep passages. It paid off because 10 minutes of this led me to a building I had no idea was even out here. I'd jumped a puddle of water and algae when the tall, white, and tower-like structure emerged above the rocks. A damn lighthouse? I mumbled to myself and climbed up the rocks and popped my head over the edge. I was right. It was a lighthouse. There was some distance, but the tower structure itself looked like it had been made from wood, with windows and shutters parsed out along its height. At the top was the glassed-in lantern room with a roof above. Down below were 2 outbuildings. One was a boathouse near the water, where the rocks were less jagged than where I was. The other was a simple 2-story building at the base of the tower, which had likely once been the lighthouse keeper's living quarters. I couldn't for the life of me imagine this lighthouse being anything but automated at this point, if operational at all. A perfect hiding place. No road led down there from the forest above it, and I saw no one around. I got my phone out and checked the map on it. It wasn't well marked, and I hadn't noticed it before now either, because Ivy's phone had pinged 10 minutes to the south. That wasn't all that strange, though. GPS signals weren't always reliable. Now that I knew where it was, I saw that it could be reached more easily by bypassing Terry's farm and cutting through the woods further up. Judging by the map, there'd be a small structure between the 2 places that would serve as a pinpoint to where one was headed. Good to know, I huffed and rolled my eyes right before movement caught my attention. It wasn't much, but the door of the keeper's quarters opened, and a dark-haired man stepped outside. He appeared to react to the cold, and tried pulling a blazer tighter around him. It was Blakey. the historian who was causing all the threats to the people whose abilities he was tracing through generations. He dashed to the lighthouse itself and entered through a door at ground level. I sat back on my heels, assessing. This was it. I was sure of it. This was their base outside town. It was secluded and abandoned. There was likely only need for maintenance once or twice a year, or if the lighting system malfunctioned. I knew the woman called Nura was their resident tech expert, so I guessed the equipment would not fail as long as they needed the place. My gaze caught on the keeper's quarters. My bet was our 3 missing people were in there. Blakey's people were not the Ralston clan, though. They were trained professionals with added strength in their abilities, manipulated into doing their master's bidding at any cost. Going in there willy-nilly was not an option. Still, I couldn't help a smile. This was it.
Chapter 22. I honestly can't believe Gerard's passive attitude, I said the moment Annalise opened the door to her home. Maggie, she greeted me. How lovely to see you. Her eyes crinkled with amusement, and she stepped aside to let me in. Her dark and green den was tidy as ever, the soft green chairs looking inviting after hours driving around town. I was too agitated to sit down, though. The worst part isn't even this passivity, I went on, pacing back and forth on the floor, between the furniture, the huge bookshelves framing me inside the cozy room. People aren't afraid enough. I mean, I got them to get the hell out of town, but maybe they're more afraid of you? Annalise mused. Ha ha, I told them people have gone missing. They're not stupid, but everything happens so slow. It's like they don't believe it could actually happen to them. I stopped myself when I realized I was gesticulating wildly. I caught Annalise's eyes. She looked tired and frail, though dressed in dark pants and a white blouse, and with not a hair out of place on her short gray bob. She was elegant, as always. "How are you doing?" I asked her, forcing my voice into a more polite tone, while assessing her and noting the slight tremor in her hand. "I'm doing well, Maggie," she said. Usually she would update me on whether she was sleeping well, which had a big impact on her daily condition, but instead she said, "I have a visitor." "What? Then why the hell did you let me ramble on?" "Couldn't get a word in edgewise, dear." Dear? Was she being nice? That was weird. Annalise was sharp-tongued, no nonsense, and one of the smartest people I knew. "I'll get out of your hair," I told her and headed for the door. "I'll call you later, okay? And if you need something..." There you go again. Are you getting any rest yourself? I thought briefly about last night, which had not brought much sleep despite spending it in Nate's bed. It wasn't really the same issue. "Listen," Annalise went on before I could answer, which was just as well. "I have a visitor, and I want you to meet her." Okay?" I frowned. "I told you to come here, remember?" she reminded me. I had forgotten that. I'd put it in the back of my mind as a thing to do. But what kind of visitor? Annalise was my friend in addition to being one of the community leaders in Ashport, but she would send me away for my own protection in a heartbeat if she knew I now had another cop on my tail, as well as possibly a snoopy reporter. She'd do it to protect both the community and me, and I'd almost gone along with it at the time Nate had found out about us. Now, I had too much to lose. And so, I followed her with trepidation through her house to the living room at the back. Bright light came in through the large windows that showed the now dormant garden out there. On a large couch sat a young woman waiting, staring out with a cup of tea in her hands, judging by the smell of aromatic herbs. "Maggie, this is Liz," Annalise said. "I know," I told her when the woman turned her gaze on me and smiled. "We've met." Liz had not been caught in the best of situations when she'd been on a getaway with her friends and boyfriend up on Highfield Ridge, and her boyfriend had been rendered comatose by Thomas. It had been a kind of in flagrante situation too, so that hadn't made it better. Liz, though, had really gotten it together, despite the horror, and helped Nate and me to get the lifeless young man down from there. "You know each other?" Annalise's perfect brows lowered. "Oh," Liz said, and brushed some of her dark curls away from her face. "I thought you knew." Annalise shook her head, looking like she couldn't remember. Neither could I, to be honest. Liz had not been rendered in a coma, so it was likely I hadn't told Annalise about her. Annalise offered me a cup of tea instead of dwelling on it and vanished into the kitchen. "How's Will?" I asked Liz, and sat on the nearest chair. I'd been by to see him once after he woke up from his coma, and he'd still been shook up, but also on the mend. As far as I knew, he went back to Ashdale College pretty quickly. "We broke up." "Oh." I stepped into that one. "Nah." She waved it off with ease. "We clearly wanted different things, and besides, should you end up with your college crush?" I thought about McAllen and his wife, who were high school sweethearts and happy together. I don't think there's a right answer to that, but if you're asking, then the answer is probably no. Liz smirked. "Yeah, I remember you were pretty blunt. Too few people are." "Here you go," Annalise said, and lowered a large cup of tea in front of me, a cookie stuffed with chocolate chips on the saucer. Seemed everyone who knew me knew my weakness. I shrugged at the thought and bit into it. "Liz here wants to be a mender," Annalise said, and sat next to Liz on the couch. I stopped chewing, then I chewed hastily to be able to talk. "Really?" Liz nodded vigorously, glanced at Annalise and then back at me. "Yes. I've been thinking about it for a while now. Well, since I met you." She shifted on the couch, slightly embarrassed at this admission. "I'd never met one in person before, but we needed help, and there you were. A friend of mine back in Ashdale was struggling with her ability because she's bipolar, you know?" I nodded in the flow of words that were escaping her. Some conditions could interfere with affiliates' capacity to control their abilities. In Annalise, it was physical, but something like bipolar disorder could well do the same. She was putting us at risk, but a mender got wind of it and stopped her, only he didn't punish her, he helped her. Liz stopped and then glanced at us both before shrugging, seeming not to care that she was rambling. "Anyway, I went to nursing school because I want to help people, but lately I've been thinking there's another way to do it. I mean, I want to finish, of course. I only have one semester left." She went quiet then, and both she and Annalise stared at me expectantly. "Okay," I said. "But why do I get the sense I stumbled into a job interview where I'm on the hiring side of the table? You're free to do what you want." That was part of the point. Anyone was free to try. It was how they performed that decided whether a community would trust them and keep coming to them. When you earned that trust, your community would then make sure you were provided for. "We know that," Annalise said, "but despite the fact that Ashport is big enough to warrant 2 menders, it's nice if the ones we have get along." I couldn't agree more. I missed Freddie, who'd been the only mender when I got here. He'd appreciated sharing jobs too. Still, there was something to Annalise's scrutinizing face, a soft fondness that wasn't often there. "That won't be a problem," I told them. "You handled yourself well on Highfield Ridge, Liz." I'd appreciated her ability to compartmentalize and get things done instead of panicking, and recognized that usefulness. I guess death warnings would be a handy tool as well. It was her ability, after all, and judging by the lack of reaction in both women, Liz hadn't kept it secret from Annalise. Good. It was a rare ability, maybe not quite like mine, but it was useful. Probably harrowing too, but that was how it was. My phone pinged, and I checked it to find a text from Gerard. I sighed in relief at the message. "I'm sorry, guys, but I've got to go." I put down my half-finished tea on the coffee table and got up, but stopped and peered at Liz. "If you're finishing your last semester in Ashdale," I said, and scrolled through my contacts and then sent Annalise an address, instructing her to give it to Liz as well as my number. "You should contact this guy. You have a passive ability like me," I explained. "You need to know how to defend yourself." "Okay," she nodded, wound tight in excitement. "I will. I promise." I said goodbye and hurried out of the house, a small bounce to my steps. This was good news. Maybe I could hand over a job now and then if things worked out with Liz. I couldn't see why they wouldn't. In the middle of everything else, this was a ray of light in a bleak reality.
Chapter 23. "You're kidding me," Maggie said for the umpteenth time, the phone connection doing nothing to diminish her tone of both incredulity and relief. "Of course I'm not. I told you." "But it's there, right next to the damn compound. She kept talking, but I could hear her voice nearby now, which caused a slight echo. I walked over to the nearest street corner and saw her approach. It was dark at this point, but even with only street lights, there was no mistaking that lithe, confident woman for anyone else. At the sight of me, she disconnected the call and stuffed her phone into her jacket pocket before she reached me. "That is great news. Thank you, Nate." She stepped close and embraced me. I put my arms around her and held her tight. "This is just a first step," I began, but she shook her head against me. "No, it's a freaking leap. We know where they've been holing up now. They might not be keeping their victims there." "I know." She took a step back and smiled up at me. "There's a ton of stuff to figure out, but at least we can focus on one place, not the entire town and the countryside." I nodded my agreement. "Yes, we need to figure out if they're all there. I only saw Blakey, and with the new recruit, freeing people might get tricky. Some would call blindness debilitating rather than tricky." She swallowed hard and then dipped her chin decisively. "But yeah, we're not going to do anything rash. We'll figure this out and then strike." It was a joy to see her spirit so lifted, especially with all the trouble we had with McAllen now actively investigating her. I'd have to figure out a way to stop that. Last time this had happened, which was because of me and the Yorov operatives who'd been in town looking for her then, the community had wanted to send her away. Now it was happening again, and the police part was still my fault. I'd started this line of investigation into her past, and I needed to put an end to it. If I could also help in any way with the new Yorov problem, I would. She meant everything to me. I was not going to let anyone take her away against her will. My gaze fell on her face then, her dark eyes crinkling with excitement. "Why are we here?" I asked. We were back near Gerard's grocery store, the one he kept his office in. "Gerard has come to his senses. He's concluded that the ledger is the way to go." "Now he realizes, after you've spent all this time running around and warning people," I scoffed. "Better late than never, I suppose." "Well, people might get their asses in gear a bit faster if the leaders start warning them." I couldn't argue against that. It was the same in every institution. Orders were obeyed faster and taken more seriously the higher up the food chain they were issued from. "Anyway," Maggie went on and took my hand and pulled me toward the grocery store which lay on the other side of the street. "You have the ledger with you, right?" I nodded, but she couldn't see that being 2 steps ahead of me. "Yes, I brought the memory card Ivy had." "Good. With all your papers, I'm sure you won't miss it." And all the extra copies I'd taken of Eddie's unscrambled files, I thought. I was not giving up any information we had, merely sharing it. There was a decent number of customers in the grocery store, and Maggie squeezed the door shut after we entered Gerard's tiny office. I didn't know if he'd taken over the building or had it built, but the office was not meant to accommodate any more people than the big man alone without the door being open. Discussing abductions of Ashport citizens with people able to listen was not a good idea, so we had to endure. "I apologize, Maggie," Gerard said, after her brief explanation of how the ledger mapped out every possible family and affiliate in town. "There's been rather a lot going on. Is that it?" he added, when I took the memory card out of my jacket pocket. "Yes, but—" He stood and reached over the desk and took it from me. "And to think that such a small thing can pose such an enormous threat." He shook his head in apparent disbelief. "You need to—" I attempted. "I'll see to it that we'll get to spreading the word tonight already." He suddenly mirrored the look of relief that was apparent on Maggie's face. She cared so much about the safety and well-being of her kind, and this was going to help with that. "But—" I tried again, but Gerard waved me off. I can sense your impatience, but I promise we will begin tonight already. He got up from his chair and grabbed the coat from a hanger behind the door. I was wrong to not take this seriously, but it's so hard to believe, you know. He ushered us out the door, and with that there were limitations to what we could say out loud. How will you handle it? Maggie asked him. We walked past shelves upon shelves with produce, zigzagging between customers and their carts. Is there anything I can do? Oh, Maggie, you've done so much already. So much when a silly old man wasn't listening properly. Gerard smiled at her. No, I'll take it to Ellie and let her handle it. A frown of confusion flitted across Maggie's face, but it was gone in a heartbeat. And Genevieve, right? The Phillipsons will all ask how high if she says jump. That saves a lot of time. She was right. From what I understood, that woman was the matriarch of that particular family, and many of them were of interest to Blakey. Yes, of course, you're right. Genevieve, too, Gerard agreed, and strode through the automatic doors and into the cold outside. Great, I said, but you... Don't worry, Nate. Gerard seemed to force a reassuring smile through my confusion and whatever Maggie was emoting. I'll see you later, he added to her, and then turned and walked down the street, away from us. I guess he's really efficient when truly prompted, I mused while we watched him go. He even looked back and gave us a thumbs up. We entrusted him with our safety, Maggie said, and indicated we should walk back the way we came. He'd be a fool not to take that seriously. I'll admit it's trying at times, but sometimes our leaders know things the rest of us aren't privy to. Like how that memory card only contained the encrypted file? I asked. Maggie snagged my forearm and forced me to a halt. Say what now? The decrypted file is not on the card. Eddie uploaded it to a cloud service where I can access it. Maggie stared back at the corner we'd passed. So you mean Gerard is wasting his time? Why didn't you tell him? I tried. He kept cutting me off. She made a head shake that turned into a nod. Yes, he did. Okay, come on. She headed back around the corner, and we could see Hartman's again. He must be long gone now, I pointed out, trying to keep up as she shot down the street. I'm sure he'll call when he figures it out. That will take time, and... She stopped so abruptly, I walked into her and had to grab her shoulders to keep her upright, because she wasn't paying attention to her balance. She was stiff as a board and staring straight ahead. What? I followed her line of sight and then froze myself. Gerard hadn't made it all the way to his car. Instead, he was being forced into another one, a dark SUV, that had stopped in the middle of the street. The light wasn't all that good at a distance, but I had no trouble discerning the man's large frame or the light color of the hair of the woman who held the door open, one hand raised in a threat. Ivy didn't need a gun to be one. Gerard moved stiffly and got in. Ivy followed, and then they were off before a car behind them would begin honking. Maggie gasped and flailed, trying to get hold of my arm. For a moment, I didn't react, merely stared in disbelief as the car vanished down the street, taking a right and leaving us far behind, unable to do anything. They'd taken Gerard? I knew he was insanely strong, but I couldn't see how the Yorov Corporation would want an empath at all. What the hell are they up to? I mumbled, and then realized Maggie was about to run after them. I clamped my hands around her shoulders and held her back. They're too far away, Maggie. We never stood a chance here. She didn't fight me, merely slumped a little. He's our judge, Nate. I know. What the hell am I supposed to do about this? She shook her head and stared down. I turned her around and pulled her close. Exactly what you'd do about all the others they've taken, I told her. Assess, plan, and then get them the hell out of there, preferably with crushing their entire operation in this town. Chapter 24. Seeing Maggie barge in through Annalise's front door was a good indicator of how serious the situation was. She'd called ahead to the older woman, of course. Annalise's condition meant she was not always available for visitors, and Maggie was both worried about and mindful of her friend's declining health. "Annalise!" she shouted the second she was inside. I followed her through Annalise's little green and brown den, and further in when Annalise answered from within. She was in her sizable kitchen, leaning against the kitchen counter with a cell phone in one hand. I talked to Genevieve, she told us as her way of greeting. Here, sit down, Maggie said at the sight of her, and pulled out a chair by the kitchen table. Annalise looked tired and like she was forcing her body to stay still. Her medication must not be working, or maybe she was overdue for a dose. Annalise waved Maggie off. This is unprecedented. She closed her eyes a moment, took a deep breath, and then focused on us again. I've never heard of it happening. A community judge taken by Yorov affiliates. She flicked her hands out in a gesture of despair. Why is that supposed to be impossible? I asked. Not impossible, Annalise said. Unheard of. We do take some precautions when the Yorov group send people to our communities. Not precautions that were good enough in this case, I thought. Judging by Annalise's narrowed eyes directed at me, she could read it on my face. I don't see why they'd do it, though. Maggie's uneasy gaze flicked between us. Because he's an empath? She nodded. They're very common. But he's insanely strong for one? Yes, Annalise chimed in. He is, but I've never heard of the Yorov group using one unless they're double-gifted. And for all Gerard's strength as an empath, he is not that. It was a strange thing to think that all my encounters with these people meant I knew exactly what she was talking about. The Yorov affiliates I'd met were incredibly strong and, more often than not, had more than one ability. Add the fact that they were also highly trained in tactical and combat situations. There was no wonder regular affiliates found them intimidating. I wouldn't be surprised if the adults told their children scary stories to prepare them for a life of staying away from these people. They may be using him for a number of other things, Maggie said. They might want information from him, to use him to gain information from others. Or use him as leverage, I said. Or all of that. Annalise shook her head. Though it does matter. We need to handle this on our end. How so? I asked. There are people who need to hide right now, not only the ones this historian might be after. The amount of venom in her voice at the mention of Blakey was almost tangible. There are also some, she cast me a glance, operations that need to change? I rolled my eyes at that, like I didn't know they had contingency plans for most things in this town that were likely not above board. They had a cleanup crew for crime scenes, for crying out loud. What could they possibly be doing that was worse than that? I have a lot of calls to make, Annalise went on, and then flashed me a smile that was caught somewhere between amused and annoyed. Why don't you step into the living room, not a police detective Hansen? I eyed the ceiling in exasperation and then did what I was told. She might be weakened by her illness, but she was strong as hell, and testy to boot. I sauntered into the living room, shucked my thick jacket off, and sat on the couch. Large windows reflected the room and revealed little of the outside in the dark. She's just looking out for us, Maggie said with a sheepish smile. She took her shoulder-strap purse off and then her jacket too, but remained on her feet. Isn't that your job? We all have the same goal. I wonder about that, I murmured. Something was not right, and one name kept popping up. Maggie eyed me, but decided not to comment. Instead, she got her phone out, tapped on it, and then put it to her ear. Turned out she was calling Eddie. She swore him to secrecy, and then chatted to him about tracing Gerard's phone. I listened patiently, since she, unlike Annalise, wasn't hiding her call from me. I could hear the older woman's voice drone on in the kitchen, but couldn't make out what was being said, even if Maggie hadn't been talking. Not surprisingly, Eddie couldn't trace Gerard's phone. He'd never been near the thing. Despite the urgency of the situation, it was a relief the guy couldn't hack into any database in existence. Even he had limits, or maybe he needed more time than Maggie was giving him. I'm desperate here, Eddie. Something was said on the other end which had her sigh and pinch the area between her eyes, a jab at me if I knew him correctly. What about the license plate? I offered. Maggie shot me an urgent look. What? No, not you, Eddie. The license plate, I repeated. You caught that? I nodded, and then told her when she rolled her free hand in a get-on-with-it gesture before repeating it to the miscreant on the other end of the call. Maggie kept quiet while Eddie said something. Then she sighed deeply. He can't help it. It's how they trained him, and it might help us. Good grief, I muttered, and sank back on the couch. I didn't think it would help all that much, though. I was quite sure now of where they were taking Gerard, and that posed a new set of problems. The biggest one being how the hell to get inside the lighthouse. Then there was the fact that I wasn't sure everyone of Maggie's kind were playing as nice as she and Annalise seemed to think. Something's been niggling at me, I said when she ended the call, got up, and began pacing back and forth. What? She shoved the phone back in her pocket. There's a name that keeps popping up too often. Maggie stopped with her back to me, and her shoulders visibly sank. Then she walked into the kitchen to check on Annalise. I had no idea. But she came back quickly and sat next to me on the couch, curling her legs under her, facing me sideways. It's Ellie Torp, isn't it? I raised an eyebrow at that. Did you think I hadn't noticed, or is it that you think I don't want to notice? The latter. Maggie canted her head sideways while considering me. She leaned an elbow on the back of the couch and supported her head on her hand, dark waves of her hair flowing between her fingers. It's true I wish I could overlook such things, but I can't. Ellie's one of our leaders, but she seems oddly close to things right now. Especially Theo, I pointed out. Especially him, Maggie agreed. Theo's mother had been murdered in cold blood to keep Maggie from focusing on Blakey and his crew, and in the aftermath, Ellie seemed to be heavily involved in where the kid ended up. She'd personally been part of sending him to live with Terry after the ordeal he'd had in Dale's house. What you're suggesting here is difficult, Maggie told me after I'd gone through these points. Just like Annalise was keeping her voice down in the kitchen, so had I. I didn't need to be an affiliate to understand the ramifications of being either right or wrong on this. Accusing a high-standing member of their community was not a good way to keep peace with them. I was already walking on a fragile tightrope. Gerard was going to see her, and then he was taken by Ivy and whoever was driving. It literally happened minutes after our meeting with him. That's not a coincidence. Maggie pressed her eyes shut and then opened them and straightened up. She got her phone out again. Annalise hasn't talked to Ellie yet. So that was what she'd checked on in the kitchen. I merely raised an eyebrow again. Maggie huffed and then dialed Ellie, putting the call on speaker. I couldn't help the look of gratitude I sent her. We'd been through a lot and come so far, and to be able to speak frankly with her on this was a relief. She wasn't hiding these things anymore, because she trusted me. I would do anything to keep that trust, and that meant helping her when others might be betraying that exact same gift. Ellie's polite voice broke through the silence between us, and Maggie started talking to her. I kept quiet the whole time. The community leader likely wouldn't say much if she knew I was listening anyway, like most of them. I have some bad news, Ellie. Gerard was taken by the Yorov affiliates about an hour ago. What? Ellie almost shrieked on the other end. That can't be right. It can't. He's an empath. What would they want with him? That sounded genuine enough and along the lines of what we were thinking. He was going to see you, Maggie went on. She held the phone between us on the couch. No, I don't think so. Maggie and I glanced at each other in silence. He was coming with information on how to help the community against the Yorov people. I don't know about that. What? Ellie sounded like she'd dropped her phone a moment. Oh, hang on. A lot more scrambling followed before any background noise vanished for a few seconds. When she talked to us again, her voice sounded strained. I don't know what to tell you, Maggie. Maggie's brows lowered, and she stared down at the phone in her hand. Annalise wants to put a lid on this, she told the other woman. What? Oh, yes. Probably best not to frighten people unnecessarily. I have to go, though, Ellie added. I caught Maggie's eyes again. There was little but suspicion and confusion there. What? She asked Ellie. I'll call you back. And with that, the line went dead. She put me on hold for a second there, Maggie said. The screen on her phone turned black. She did, I nodded. Someone else called her. Maggie stared over the couch and into nothing. Yes, I think so, I said. Someone else had called her, and that someone was more important than the news of their judge being taken by the same people that were threatening their community. It's not that I'm unused to some of our own doing weird things, but this... You need to follow her. Annalise's voice sounded from the kitchen doorway. I looked up to find her there, leaning against the wall, her phone clutched in her hand. How much of that did you hear? Maggie asked. Enough to understand why you called her before I had a chance to. Annalise shuffled over to the nearest chair and finally sat. Her face radiated bliss at not having to strain herself. Her free hand was shaking somewhat, but I'd seen it worse. She was managing on her own for now, but I was fairly sure it wouldn't be long until she'd have to give up her house. Out of all of us, Ellie is closest to Gerard, Annalise went on. I opened my mouth to ask how many there were. I knew of 3, Annalise, Genevieve, and Ellie, but had the distinct impression that there were at least a couple more leaders in Ashport. I didn't get to utter even the first word of the question, though. I am certain you were not going to ask an invasive question about our inner workings, were you? Of course not, I said. Annalise smirked and then got back to it. Her reaction was strange to say the least, she said. Especially after someone else obviously called her. I agree with you on that. This is bad, Annalise, Maggie said. We don't know that yet. Ellie's a bit ditzy sometimes. It might be nothing. And yet you want Maggie to follow her? Annalise shrugged. We can't afford to leave this unchecked. She glanced at her phone and then handed it to Maggie. There's also the mystery of the car staking out my house at the moment. The what? We both blurted. I sat up and leaned closer to be able to see the screen. Sure enough, out on the street was a car that had not been there when we arrived. It looked to be parked near the neighbor's house, but they had surely not had a car earlier. They might have parked there afterward, of course, but why was the driver then hovering nearby, facing Annalise's house? Then the camera feed jumped to what had to be her backyard. I turned, but still saw no more than darkness due to the huge windows. You have cameras covering your house? I asked her. Annalise simply shrugged. I have enemies. Maggie snorted, unable to stop a smile, but it vanished as she was still staring at the screen. Is that because of your warm and welcoming disposition? I asked Annalise. Something like that. Her face softened. I might not have had her job for a while, she indicated Maggie with a thumb, but that doesn't mean people with grudges don't stop by now and then. I couldn't help a small smile at her nonchalance, but a pang of worry also struck me. Maggie's life was much in the same early stage that Annalise's had been. I focused on the screen again, and the feed skipped from the roof now and back to the street out front. It was hard to tell, but the figure looked like a woman to me. I thought of what Maggie had told me. Is that the same woman, do you think? Annalise's sharp eyes on us was not lost on us at all, but it couldn't be helped. I knew Maggie wanted to keep McCallan's suspicions secret. This was different, though. This was an unknown factor and another threat to Maggie. I want to get out there and check, she said, and handed Annalise her phone back. Roof? I asked, and Maggie nodded. It really was the best bet. No one would expect that. Likely the woman out there had her eyes on the street, front door, and all windows. You know the way? Annalise said, and got up a bit slower than Maggie and me before we both followed Maggie through the kitchen toward a wide and open set of stairs. Won't take a second, she said, and then ran upstairs. Why would she know the way to your roof? I asked Annalise. Does this happen often? No. Annalise began walking back into the kitchen. She cleaned my gutters earlier in the fall. Can't do that myself anymore. Of course she did. I couldn't help but smile. Maggie really cared for Annalise, and she hadn't told me about this, probably because she didn't want to reveal to others what the older woman no doubt saw as weakness. Stupid body can't remain calm on a damn ladder, Annalise huffed and proved my assumptions. How's it looking? I indicated the phone. She won't have gotten through the clutter in the attic yet. Patience, boy. Fine, old lady, I snarked back and crossed my arms. Annalise eyed me, but couldn't quite seem to stifle a smile. There was a definite twitch at the corner of her mouth. Then her hand started shaking again and she dropped the phone. It clattered to the floor, the noise blending with the impressive number of swear words that left her mouth. I bent and picked the thing up. "Have you taken your medication?" The words slipped out, and for a moment I thought she was going to fling me to the wall, like she'd done a couple of times in the time I'd known her already. This was not my business, but instead she drew a breath and seemed to admit defeat, more or less, because she ordered me to get a small glass bottle of drops for her. She wandered into the living room and sat on the couch where she dripped a couple of drops under her tongue. "You're a resilient little bastard. You know that?" she told me. "Why, Annalise, I think that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. Makes my heart go all mushy." She snorted, and this time she did smile. "You need to be one to keep up with her." She pointed upward and then settled back on the couch. "I'm glad someone does." Her face softened, but before I could respond, she raised her phone. "Here we go." I sat next to her in time to see Maggie pass the roof camera. She moved past so fast it was pure luck we'd even spotted her. "You have no problem with her doing this?" Annalise asked me. Her voice sounded apropos nothing, but her eyes didn't follow that up. "Of course. Why wouldn't I? Oh, because of my precious ego, you mean?" Annalise shrugged, the gesture easier now. She seemed relaxed, her body calm. "I've thrown out a man or two in my time who couldn't deal." I could imagine. Annalise did not strike me as a person who suffered fools for very long. "Well, despite Maggie dragging me to that climbing hall way too often, she is better at this. She's faster and more attuned to her surroundings versus gravity. It'd be stupid not to acknowledge her strong points." And there were many of those, not just her climbing abilities. Annalise gazed at me a moment, and then nearly scared the crap out of me when she raised her hand and patted me on the cheek. She must have seen the look on my face because the woman actually chuckled. "Good boy," she said, and lowered her hand. At the sight of me opening my mouth to protest that moniker, she put her index finger over my lips. "Now, a smart boy knows not to call me an old lady more than once." "You're genuinely scary when you're nice." That only made her laugh. Despite her crotchety tone and ornery stares, I had no doubt she was actually telling me something. That she was happy for Maggie. It meant a lot to me. The sound of Maggie's steps approaching had us both turn toward the kitchen. I'm pretty sure it's the same woman, but I couldn't see her properly. She might have gotten tired of sitting in her car, but she knows how to stay right out of sight for a decent identification. Maggie ran her hands through her already wind-blown hair and then dropped them to her sides. "What do you want to do?" I asked her. I'd honestly like to have a chat with her and find out who she's working for. Blakey already got one new crew member. Maybe she's another one? "Could be," I agreed. She was good enough to have followed us from Gerard's store and here. Of course, that was our mistake. We'd been too distracted by Gerard's fate to be aware enough of our surroundings. "We can go out the back here," I went on, and eyed the glass door that was part of the glass wall leading out to the back of Annalise's house. "If we're quick, we should be able to corner her." "Yeah." Maggie crossed her arms and thought about it, but then shook her head. "No, we should prioritize Ellie." Something about that other call rattled her. She was in a haste to end our call. "Okay," I said, and got up and grabbed my jacket. "I guess it's that way out anyway." I pointed at the glass door. We didn't need the unknown factor following us any further. I might not like abandoning the chance to stop a threat to Maggie's safety, but she was too busy worrying about other people's safety. And if Ellie was up to something now, we needed to act. "Good," Annalise said, and got up with more grace than before. "While you do that, I'll take out the trash."
Chapter 25. So, when she said she'd take out the trash, she actually meant it? Nate asked before ducking under a low-hanging branch. What did you think she meant? He stopped and waited for me to pass under the same branch. Mostly ominous things. I couldn't help but smile, but I wasn't sure he saw it in the dark of the forest below Dale Ralston's compound. Annalise had waited a good while to be sure we were far off before taking out her trash and attempt to get a look at the car and woman, but she'd gotten into her car and driven off at that. All Annalise had gotten was the license plate, which hadn't been visible on camera or from the roof. I jotted it down on Nate's phone while talking to her. We'd have to deal with it later. For now, there was nothing but a cold, dark forest around us, with an uneven and messy ground, which made it difficult to navigate fast in the dark. We'd taken a huge gamble when it came to following Ellie. After finding my car, we didn't think driving to her house was going to help much. She would have left, unless she was expecting someone. We'd chanced on her leaving and gone straight toward Dale's compound. Terry might own it now, but I could hardly think of the place as belonging to someone else. Nate and I had parked on one of the many narrow dirt roads and settled in to wait, and we'd just made it, because not 5 minutes later, Ellie's car had come driving down the biggest dirt road, down toward the compound. We'd followed on foot and found her car parked on the side of the road as far down as she could get, without turning off and going to Terry's farm. We were certain she was heading for the lighthouse. Her lack of caring about parking near the compound had given her a good head start, so we had little choice but to march on through the forest, more blind to the situation than either of us liked. Still, it was worth it to find out what she was up to. Annalise was right in us needing to assume Ellie could be acting in innocence, but she was heading straight for the lion's den here. Maybe she was under Ivy's influence? That could explain it. I'd experienced that myself now, and that had been what I imagined to be a small dose. I was so lost in my thoughts I didn't notice Nate halt until he put a hand out to stop me too. I felt the hard, uneven shape of a branch or twig under my shoe and eased up on the pressure and moved my foot before snapping it. We did not need to advertise our presence. Nate thought that Blakey and his guys came to and from the lighthouse mostly by boat, which I completely understood given the 20-minute trek through the woods. But one could never know. "What is it?" I whispered. "There's light over there." I glanced around and sure enough, slightly to our right and further ahead, there was light. It was still and hidden by trees, so not likely someone moving around with a flashlight. "There's a small structure on the satellite maps," Nate went on. "It's right between Terry's farm to the south and the lighthouse to the north. It didn't show up in the regular maps." "This must be it then. Let's check it out." For all I knew, it might be some kids partying, safely hidden from their parents, but it was too close to the lighthouse for us not to take a look. It turned out to be an old travel trailer in a clearing. The wheels had been taken off, and it was standing on huge concrete slabs. Someone had once taken the effort to bring it out here. For hunting or partying, I had no idea. There was an area behind it which was more open from what I could see in the light that came from the travel trailer, making me think a tractor had been used in getting it out here. The buzz of a generator explained the electricity. It also made it easier to talk, albeit in hushed voices, without being heard by whoever was inside. "I suppose we need to see who's in there." Nate followed me down the short slope into the clearing. We approached from one of the shorter, windowless ends. We wouldn't be seen from inside, but someone could be lurking outside. However, we reached the travel trailer with no issues and plastered ourselves to the wall. The light wasn't strong on that side, and though we'd wreck our night vision, we needed to get into the light to see what was going on. I glanced around both corners. On one side was a window, on the opposite, another window and a door. A few concrete slabs had been put there to form a set of stairs. I snuck around to the side with the door, Nate close on my heels. The travel trailer was big, and the added height with the concrete slabs meant that even Nate couldn't reach to peer inside through the window. I put my hand on the wall and felt movement in the structure. The generator nearby buzzed on, but there were noises coming from within. Nate said and glanced up at the window. "Whatever's going on in there, I don't think it's any of our business." I frowned. What was he on about? Then I heard the moans, stifled through the generator's noise. Right. It didn't matter, though. I was not walking toward the lighthouse from here without being certain on whether or not I had a threat behind me. "Give me a boost, will you?" I told Nate, and raised my right foot. Nate shook his head at my intrusive plan, but folded his hands nonetheless and bent to lift me up. I steadied my hands on the wall and then stepped into his hands. He was careful not to lift me too high, of which I was forever grateful when I peeked over the lower edge of the window. For a beat, I just stared. Gerard's massive golden frame was slick with sweat, his movements in rhythm with the woman lying beneath him, her legs wrapped around his hips, barely visible beneath his size. If my eyes could have popped out, they would. I nearly lost my balance jumping down. "Oh my God," I mumbled at Nate. "What?" "I think I know how people who see their parents doing it feel." "Who's in there?" "Gerard and... I don't know. Oh, it's Ellie, isn't it?" She'd gone down here after all. "That just poses a whole host of new questions," Nate pointed out. "Also..." He stopped talking at the sound of a few loud grunts and a high-pitched cry drowning out the generator. "Oh God," I muttered, and looked down, hand to my forehead. "Maybe now you understand why we need to lock the door to avoid Mrs. Gaines coming inside," Nate said through strangled laughter. Apparently, he didn't know Gerard well enough to be bothered by this. "Okay, I give. It's awkward when you know people so well and..." A loud bang, like something breaking, sounded from within. I stared at Nate in silence. Had they broken the table? Gerard was a big guy, but... A scream followed, broken off too abruptly. I waved for Nate to give me a boost up again. He did and heaved me up, less careful about height this time. "What the hell?" I burst out at the sight of the table upended, not broken, and Gerard pinning Ellie against the wall. She was so much smaller than him, and he had one arm across her upper chest, holding her in place. His face was twisted with something between rage and panic, and whatever Ellie felt, it couldn't be far from that. "What is it?" Nate asked from below, straining slightly to keep me up and balanced. I didn't have time to answer him. With one hand on the windowsill for support, I quickly got my baton out of my shoulder strap purse. With a quick flick, it opened. "Brace yourself," I warned Nate, and then slammed the thicker part of the weapon toward the window with all my might. Thankfully, the glass wasn't bulletproof or particularly hardened. It broke with a loud cracking noise and shards fell down on both sides, thankfully mostly inside. The last thing I saw before I lost my balance was Gerard letting go of Ellie before he reacted to the noise. I hit the ground a second later, the impact hard enough despite the softer forest ground. Nate's hands were on me at once, pulling me with him under the travel trailer before I could move properly on my own. I clutched my baton in one hand and felt something wet seep through the fabric covering my knee. Then the door slammed open, crashing into the wall. Nate and I, well under the travel trailer now, rolled in silence until we were nearly out from under it on the opposite side. At an angle, I saw Gerard's bare feet descend the makeshift stoop. He stepped onto the cold, soggy ground and stood there. What the hell was going on? Gerard had tried to kill Ellie? Why? The thought of her so vulnerable had me thinking of every way to separate the two. "I can feel you," Gerard growled loud enough for us to hear. The words made me shiver. I'd never heard such vitriol out of that man's mouth. I caught Nate's eyes, which wasn't easy in the dark under the travel trailer, but he seemed to be on the same wavelength that I was. We rolled the rest of the way out from under there. Instead of seeing the darkened and cloudy sky up above, I saw a pair of legs as Ellie climbed out of the window on that side. She lost her grip and fell, landing between Nate and me with an oomph when her back hit the ground. That turned out to be fortunate because it stopped her lungs from drawing the air she needed to scream. I whipped around and saw Gerard's large feet ascend the stoop to go back inside. His pace was calm, so I doubted he'd heard Ellie escape through the window. "We need to get out of here," I told her and Nate. He and I got to our feet, but had to grab her arms and drag her upright to get her to react. The light from the window was too bright, and without discussing it, Nate and I led her along the wall to the short end of the travel trailer, and then legged it toward the forest. The last thing I heard was loud, angered shouts from within the travel trailer. For several minutes we ran in silence. If Gerard followed, he'd likely take the time to put on some clothes and shoes. He might not have any active ability, but he was a big guy who'd just been about to cross a serious line. Trees and branches whipped past us, while Nate ran first, steering us in a roundabout way, so we ended up retracing our route to the travel trailer. "Please stop," Ellie gasped after a while. "I can't take more." I was ashamed to realize that was the first time I thought about the fact that she was naked and shoeless. She had a few scrapes on her arms that were visible even with the lack of daylight. Her feet must be hurting her too because she kept shifting from foot to foot. Then she herself became aware of Nate's presence. She pulled her long, auburn hair forward to cover herself, and then lowered her hands to cover more. "Crap, sorry," Nate said, and unzipped his jacket and gave it to her. "Should have thought of that earlier." She took the piece of clothing with a murmured thanks. With his height, the jacket reached her to mid-thigh. There was nothing to be done about her shoes, though. If Gerard came after us, I'd need my own to be able to defend us. "I don't think anyone's following," I said, despite that thought. There was no sound of anyone moving through the woods at speed, and that was needed to catch up with us. We all stood there in silence, trying to catch our breaths. "What the hell happened?" Nate finally asked Ellie. I, I, she began, and her whole posture spoke of adrenaline leaving her and reality sinking in. "We were making love," she began, her voice shaky. Then everything changed. His face, his eyes turned so cold. He said I knew too much, was too dumb to realize, that I'd tell people without thinking. "Tell what?" I asked her, my voice more clipped than I liked, because I'd seen what had happened to her. Despite what she was doing to harm the community, I'd never wish that on anyone. "I'm not sure exactly." She looked back and forth between us then. "You're going to think I'm crazy, but I believe Gerard is working for the Yorov people." The words sunk in. They really did. I rubbed my hands over my face, and then noticed Nate's calm stance despite standing in the freezing cold in his shirt. "I'm going back," I told him. "Can you take her to my car? Not hers." If Ellie was telling the truth, someone might have eyes out for that car. "Are you coming too?" he asked. "I need to check on something and she can't run anyway, not without any shoes." He nodded then. "Okay." I left them as they started walking the opposite way. For the first few minutes I jogged between the trees. I was certain Gerard hadn't followed us. He must have thought it a lost cause, and he knew Ellie hadn't been alone. Someone had broken that window, and he'd sensed us too. He had to be close to the people he locked onto, but I had no intention of getting that close. No, I wanted to see what he'd do now. Go home? He had some things to explain. Even if Ellie had betrayed us, he couldn't just try and kill her like that. And why had they met here, so close to the lighthouse anyway? Gerard didn't seem all that trapped. The sight that greeted me when I reached the small clearing was anything but uplifting. The light was still on, the generator humming along, and there in the travel trailer and right outside the door were Blakey and a couple of his guys. The proof was right there in front of me, and yet I stared in disbelief. Blakey was talking to Gerard inside the travel trailer, discussing the escape, no doubt, their arms flailing, emphasizing points. Gerard had screwed us over. I didn't know the hows or the whys, only that I had no doubt he'd done exactly that. I couldn't remain where I was. There were too many of them, and I was not in control of the situation. Yet my feet felt nailed to the ground while I stayed my breaths and watched in silent anger, an anger that began building and growing inside me. I had trusted this man, trusted him, and acted on his words without question. "You messed up, Judge," I whispered. With a last look at the scene that still told me the same horrible reality, I turned and began the trek back to Nate and Ellie.
Chapter 26. White flakes of snow spattered Maggie's hair and down jacket, contrasting with her dark colors. It melted before she reached the table I'd taken inside the diner a couple of blocks from my apartment. It was snowing outside, the first snowfall so far, but the fat flakes would melt within the hour, judging by how no layer seemed to form properly on the ground outside. "Hey," she said with a smile and leaned over the table to give me a quick kiss before she plopped down on her chair and took her purse and jacket off. "Hey yourself, you get some sleep?" She'd taken Ellie to Rob's place last night and then gone to talk to Annalise. Going by Ellie's state of mind, I'd stepped back. It didn't help her to have a virtual stranger around. I'd gone home, and after Maggie was done, she'd spent the night in one of the various places she had access to in town. Even if she did agree to move in together, that was something that would likely never change. That was fine, though. I knew what I was getting into. Maggie started to say in response to my question, but the waitress appeared and set our breakfasts down in front of us. An omelet and freshly baked bread for me, flapjacks with maple syrup for her. "I knew there's a reason I keep you around," she said with a smile and dug in. "Yes, my ability to order sweet stuff off a menu must be invaluable," I remarked, and picked up a fork myself. "How's Ellie holding up?" I added before taking a bite of the eggs. "I didn't get much out of her last night. She was pretty shaken up." I listened while Maggie recounted what little she'd gotten out of Ellie while getting her settled in Rob's house. There was no way for her to return to her own house now. Apparently, Gerard's betrayal of the community hadn't been first and foremost on her mind. From what Maggie was telling me, Ellie was heartbroken by Gerard's actions. "I didn't know they were even a couple," I said, and took a sip of my coffee. "But that doesn't mean much. Did you, though?" Maggie shook her head and began poking her food with her fork. "I didn't have a clue. Not that their private business is any of mine, until they do something that warrants me looking into it, of course. Like now." She sighed and put her fork down. I got the impression through Ellie's rambling that she thought they were in a relationship. But Gerard wasn't? He insisted they keep it secret. Was he ashamed of her? Why would he be? There's nothing wrong with her. She's fit for her age, too. Annalise might use the word ditzy, but Ellie is a community leader for a reason. Maggie sighed and drank some of her coffee. "I don't know. Ellie seems to have thought of it as a romantic entanglement. Gerard is more of a friends with benefits kind of thing. Do people in their 50s use the term friends with benefits?" She wondered, and pursed her lips. Either way, seems he wanted a last round in the hay, or on the table, as it were, before silencing her forever. She didn't see it coming at all, that's for sure. What an absolute monster. Maggie made a moo of disgust and put her coffee cup down. "I've never heard of such a thing before. Affiliates making a complete mess of things? Sure, but not by joining anyone working for the Yorov Corporation." She canted her head then and studied me with a smile. "It's still strange to be able to talk to you so openly about all this craziness." I put my hand on hers on the table and squeezed affectionately. Then I glanced at the front door on the other end of the diner and drew my hand back. "Someone pleasant come inside?" Maggie asked without turning. "That guy, Rupert Ainsley." The man stood, brushing off the snow that had landed on him outside, though it was a lot wetter now. Donning a thick suit coat today and a knitted scarf, he made his way to the counter. "Really don't have time for that dude," Maggie mumbled and focused on her food again. I did the same. He was bound to see us and would likely be a bit surprised to find us together. Sure enough, after he'd placed his order with the waitress, he took stock of the diner and noticed us. He jumped off his counter stool and moved closer. "Mr. Hansen," he said, and ambled even closer to be able to see Maggie's face. And, "I don't think I ever got your name, miss." "Oh my God," Maggie burst out. "You're that guy from the bar, the podflinger guy." "Podcaster," he automatically corrected. He had to know what she was doing, though. "I didn't know you two know each other," he said instead, probably hoping to take some control over the conversation. "Biblically," Maggie said, and beamed up at him. Rupert cleared his throat uncomfortably, and his face reddened slightly. Poor guy. He didn't really know who he was up against, and now she'd caught on to his sensibilities. "I saw you at the Daily the other day, too." "Yes," she agreed. "That Mr. Lawrence is very annoying, don't you think? I'm sure he's more than a little fond of the—" She made the universal sign of drinking from a bottle, and then nodded conspiratorially at Rupert. Rupert looked like he hadn't gotten that impression at all. "So how did you two meet?" he asked, instead of commenting on Rob's alleged drinking problem. He was fishing, obviously. Maggie had given him the impression she knew next to nothing about the strange things happening in this town. That would be a bit odd considering the people she associated with. Never mind that she'd been in the midst of everything herself. Maggie put her hand over mine. "It was love at first sight. He said such lovely things. I completely melted on the spot." She winked at me. To Rupert, it must have seemed flirtatious. "Really?" he said. I raised my eyebrows at him. I didn't know someone who hasn't said a word so far could be such a smooth talker. "I already told you I can't talk to you about my previous cases. You'd have to go through Chief Mulligan for that." I shrugged. I had nothing more to add. "The police chief?" Maggie broke in. "I didn't know you worked for the police." "How could you not know that?" Rupert asked. "We haven't actually been spending that much time talking." "Aw, look at you. You're blushing, sweet thing." You know, I thought reporters were a bit more weathered in the ways of the world," Maggie went on. Her bluntness had a fascinating effect on people sometimes. Rupert stuttered a bit more and then managed a, "Well, if you think of something," before heading back to the meal that now stood waiting for him. "Why, Nate?" Maggie let go of my hand and sat back in her chair. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's a smile you're trying to suppress there." You know, sometimes your ability to lay it on so thick so spontaneously is both entertaining and worrisome. What can I say? It's a gift. He doesn't strike me as stupid, though. He won't be thrown for long. I know. She sighed, and her shoulders sagged. But right now, I have enough people to deal with. I don't want him on my radar. Fair enough. So, Ellie? Yeah. She grabbed her jacket, swung it over her shoulder, and put it on. I'll head over there now and talk to her. She's had some time to come to terms with things. Okay, see you later? Yeah. She flashed me a smile, and then she was off. She walked quietly and had passed Rupert and was opening the door when he noticed her leaving. Then his eyes caught sight of me still seated, and he focused on his food again. Interesting. Had he thought to follow her? If so, I'd just ruined that plan by not going with Maggie. Despite the fact that I had some archived blueprints to look at, I decided to take an unnecessarily long walk through town simply to see what he'd do. I paid the bill and headed outside, where it had stopped snowing altogether now. What remained on the ground was a gray sludge that would melt soon enough. I took a left and made sure to stay in sight as long as possible before entering another street. About 5 minutes later, I spotted him by angling my phone slightly with the camera on selfie mode while appearing to be texting. The guy was trying to blend in with some people who stood huddled under a bus shelter. That confirmed it. He was a little too curious. Whether it was only Maggie or the both of us, I had no idea, and it didn't matter. He'd probably gotten a lot of people in town talking about both the Marbella and Dale's compound, but no one who'd been involved with the investigation. They talked to the regular media, as far as I could tell, but not this guy. Maybe because he was young, or maybe because of his chosen medium. It was another thing I didn't care much about, beyond the fact that it likely made him search for other sources. In that regard, Maggie and I were both eyewitnesses. Hell, we were offenders in a few instances, too. I stuffed my phone back in my pocket and decided to ditch my tail. Now that I'd confirmed his suspicions, I had no reason to keep him following me. With the guy not being local or used to tailing people, it didn't take me many minutes before he'd fallen too far behind. Satisfied that I'd lost him, I settled on writing him off temporarily as a footnote in the back of my mind, and went on with the plans I had for the day. That entailed getting the drawings of the lighthouse from the town archives. We still had no idea of what we were in for there, and couldn't get close enough to tell without being spotted. What I had found out on a web page for local history was that it had been built in the 50s and had been funded by the council. This meant there would be records of the place. The archives themselves occupied a couple of floors in an old building in the town center. I crossed Tangier Square, which, despite the cold and nasty weather, still had a few booths selling local produce. There were even a few customers about. There was a sweet scent in the air when I passed one booth where they were busy making crepes and using the smell to advertise and draw people in. It worked, too. I was giving a group of hungry people a wide berth when I heard my name called out. Nate? I closed my eyes for a second and felt a wish to run away, which was ridiculous unless you were 5 years old. Instead, I turned to find Rosita standing there with a half-eaten crepe in one hand. She was wearing a thick down coat that almost dwarfed her. She hated the cold and probably found restricted movement better than a lighter coat. She pushed her hood back, though, likely to hear better. Her dark hair was braided to the side and her eyes crinkled at the corners as she smiled at me. "I thought it was you," she said, and stepped closer. "Here, give me a hug." She pulled me down for a short, friendly one. "I haven't seen you in ages," she said, and let go of me. Yeah." Rosita rolled her eyes and waved a hand dismissively. "I don't know what's up with you and Bill, but I'm sure it's stupid and easily fixable." Are you communicating only in one-syllable noises today?" "Seems like it." She smiled at me and then shook her head in apparent exasperation. "Listen, I've missed you, Nate. You haven't been over for ages. I don't know much about this, but I've caught on to a few things here and there. Bill has some suspicions directed at your girlfriend, doesn't he? Maggie? Is that her name?" "Yeah, that's right." I felt deflated. Normally, I'd have brought Maggie to meet my friends already, but with things being what they were... Oh, Nate. If she's the one you've chosen to be with, then I'm sure she's a good person. Thanks, she is. I truly meant that. At her core, Maggie was a good person who'd chosen to spend her life helping others. That mattered a great deal to me. It should to anyone. Just promise me to try to figure... A high-pitched scream sounded across the square, and Rosita turned at once, attuned to that voice. I followed her line of sight and saw one of her boys running after his sister with cupped hands held in front of him. Whatever he'd found, it was disgusting enough to freak her out. "Sorry," Rosita cast a stressed-out glance at me. "I have to..." "Yeah, go." I waved her off with a smile. I'd missed her too. She was a great friend. She was the only one I knew who was interested in figuring out the best ways to mix foodstuffs and spices, like our own very low-key chemistry experiment, only with food. I really needed to figure out a way to get McAllen to back off of Maggie's past and present lives. That, of course, was proven difficult the moment I turned to continue on to the archives, only to find him right there, making me jump. "Geez, Bill, I swear you do that on purpose." I hadn't heard him walk up, and I should have kept an eye out, considering his wife and kids were here too. "I need to talk to you," he said, instead of chuckling like he usually did when almost startling the life out of me with his stealth walking. "Listen, if this is a rehash of what you said outside Emmerich Lammy's house, then I don't need to hear it." "It isn't." He eyed the closest booths with all the nearby people. "Walk with me." He began doing so himself without asking if I would bother. I sighed and followed until I caught up to him and walked with him with no apparent purpose on the outskirts of the town square. "It is about Maggie." "Stop it, Bill. I'm so tired of this." "It's not what you think," he said, and shoved his hands in his coat pocket. He wasn't wearing gloves in the crisp weather. "Fine, then get on with it. I have somewhere to be." "Something's happened. It seems that 2 nights ago, Rollins and Lyle pulled a car over. The driver had covered the license plates." Covered license plates? That sounded way too familiar. It had to be Maggie's new stalker. "Turned out it was an FBI agent come to town again," McAllen said, unaware of the unease that was surely showing on my face a couple of seconds before I could rein it in. FBI? FBI? And Maggie? It could be about something else, but... "For Dale Ralston's compound?" I asked him. That wouldn't be all that strange, even now. "No, she didn't say. Anyway, they didn't do much but ask her to remove the covering. It looked hastily made, they said, like she was tailing someone and hadn't had time to get fake plates." I changed my mind. This was not about Dale at all. "That is strange." "Yeah, and unlike that Agent Larkin who was here around the time I was shot, she said nothing about contacting us or what the hell she was doing here. At least he pretended to be on the Andrea Kirby case. which he might have been, since he was killed out there on Steep Rock, but it was a messy case at best. That gave me a bad feeling. Agent Larkin had been here to recruit Maggie to a small dusty corner of the Bureau that was actually aware of the otherworldly communities around the world and the people belonging to them. Maggie's ability to read people's minds was like catnip to them. The problem was that she didn't want to go, and they didn't really take no for an answer. She was too valuable. I didn't say anything about this to McAllen, though. That information was safely stored in the secret pile of things he couldn't know. Anyway, she contacted me yesterday. She did, huh? Yes, Special Agent Kelly Clifford came to see me at home. McAllen stepped back a second when a kid with a dog twice his size ran in front of us, being dragged by the leash more than walking the dog. Not at the station? Interesting. The dog gave a joyous bark and ran further into the square, and we walked on. McAllen gave a quick nod. Yes, I'd say so. So why exactly are you telling me this? Because she wanted to talk to me about Maggie. I wasn't surprised, and yet a heavy burden suddenly seemed to rest on my shoulders. You don't look overly surprised, he remarked. Care to share? I couldn't help but laugh. I'm guessing you're sharing this information because you want me to know, but tell you what. Say what you wanted to say, and maybe I'll tell you what it is that doesn't surprise me. It took him about 5 steps to make up his mind, probably because I was right. He'd already decided to tell me about this, whatever this was, so he didn't have much of a bargaining chip. Fine. I told you I've been checking into Maggie's past. I merely nodded, pressing my lips together to prevent myself from saying something about that. I blamed myself more than him. Well, that seems to have raised some flags. Apparently, Agent Clifford caught wind of Maggie's whereabouts because there was some activity connected to her names in Seattle. She figured out who had asked the questions, and hey presto, there the agent was, right on my doorstep. I got the distinct feeling her unit, whatever that might be, was under the impression that Maggie left Ashport months ago. That had been the point of her most recent identity change. We'd known it might not work or last long. Too bad we'd just been proven right. So why are you telling me this? I asked him. Honestly, this feels like a warning. Isn't this what you wanted? I don't know what I want, because I don't have all the puzzle pieces. But I did not like this agent's approach. Something didn't sit right with me, and so I am giving you a heads up. I didn't meet Agent Larkin, but from what you and the others at the station told me afterward, he was a shifty fellow, and operating on his own for some reason. Despite the awkward situation of my friend investigating my girlfriend, I did trust his instincts. He wasn't completely wrong about Maggie either. If you didn't know about the world she lived and worked in, she did come off as suspicious when noticed by the police. So, if McAllen said there was something off about this agent, then that was likely true, and I had little doubt of what that was. So, he prompted, that's it, warning delivered. Care to share why you're not that surprised? I considered for a few heartbeats and then made my decision. Sure, why not? McAllen raised an eyebrow at this, like he didn't believe me. But this was not completely a secret, and might make him less suspicious. Of course, he had way too many suspicions already. It would be like evening out a tiny dent next to a giant scrape on the side of a car. I waited until we'd passed a young couple who were happily chatting together, unaware of much but each other, but I didn't want to draw anyone's attention. The FBI wants her to work for them. McAllen blinked. He'd clearly not expected that. Work for them? She is good at interrogations, remember? Excellent, actually. McAllen scoffed through a smile. It wasn't that long ago you wouldn't have uttered those words with a gun to your head. Yeah, I laughed. I was ignorant, at best. Stubborn and blind at the worst. I wiped the smile off my face. Things are not what they seem, Bill. I really wish you'd back off. You're not asking me to? We both know that's pointless. We'd worked together for a long time and knew how the other thought and worked. Getting the little puzzle pieces, as he'd called them, to fit was something we were both relentless in. What do you mean, things are not what they seem? I couldn't help the sad smile on my face when I shook my head. You'd never believe me. And that was as much as I could say. He'd think I'd lost my marbles if I told him the truth. And then there was also the issue of the community being incredibly careful about telling outsiders. And cops? Never. I was a rare exception, I knew that. And no one had told me anything until I'd seen too much. Nate, if you are in trouble, I immediately held up a hand to silence him. I told you, I do not want a repeat of that. I am not in trouble. At least, not the kind of trouble he thought. Just let it go. He was about to argue further when I noticed, across the square, that Rupert Ainsley had arrived. Have you crossed paths with that guy? I asked McCallan, both to make him stop badgering me about supposed blackmailing, but also because the reporter was getting on my nerves. He hadn't followed me here. I was sure of that since he came walking into the open square from a different direction and street than I had, and also because he had his recorder out, interviewing an older man while they walked. Oh, him, McCallan said, with obvious annoyance when he'd caught sight of who I was referring to. Yeah, he thinks he's going to make it big by solving the unanswered questions about recent murders, explosions, and hostage situations in town. He gave me a pointed look at that last one. Have you talked to him? He added. Nah, told him to go through Mulligan. McCallan nodded. Well, he's annoying as hell. Doesn't take no for an answer. As if the guy knew we were talking about him, he looked away from his interviewee and right at us. Even at that distance, and with people and the market between us, I could see his impatience at wanting to ditch the old man and run after us with that microphone. I think that's both our cue to get away while we can, I said. Thanks for the heads up, man. Yeah, McCallan said, in a tone that suggested he wasn't sure he'd done the right thing. I knew he had, though, and I suspected this agent was the woman who had been following Maggie lately. And here she'd said she didn't want more unknown factors on her radar. Judging by McCallan's news, the out-of-town reporter was going to be the least of our problems.
Chapter 27. How is she? I asked Rob, while taking my jacket and purse off and hanging them on the coat stand. I noticed that though he was dressed for work, he made no move to put on any outerwear and go there. She says she slept well, but I think she's only being polite, he told me and led me upstairs. She looks like she hasn't slept in days. Anyway, Dr. Morris and Tegan came by not long ago to check on her. Rob stopped and gave me a once-over. How are you holding up? Get any sleep? I shrugged. I had turned down his offer to stay here too the night before, mostly because I thought Ellie needed a break from everyone involved last night, but also because I needed a quiet place to fume in anger on my own. I still didn't have the full extent of what was going on here, but I knew enough to know that while Ellie had been too shaken up, confused, and scared to talk much last night, I had been too angry. Not at her, a lot at Gerard, but mostly at myself. Sensing no more information about any peaceful sleep coming his way, Rob continued walking down a hallway, and I followed him into the guest room at the end. It was light and spacious with a large bed, a work desk, dresser, closet, and another door that led into an ensuite. Ellie sat on the bed looking fragile and haunted. Dr. Morris was in the middle of checking the now visible bruises on her neck. Gerard was a big guy, and there was a mishmash of red and purple spots on her skin. Her long auburn hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail. Last night, she'd had to settle for borrowing a pair of Rob's sweats and a t-shirt that were too big for her. But now she was wearing light-colored pants and a green women's t-shirt that fit her much better. I assumed this to be the workings of Tegan, who stood close by, dressed in a pale blue swing dress, paying attention to what Dr. Morris was doing and saying. A polka-dot tote bag filled with what had to be more clothes stood on the desk chair, so that told me my assumptions were right. The bruising is unavoidable, so is the slight swelling, but I'm not too worried about that. It will go down soon. I am, however, remiss to think of how bad this could have been had Maggie not interrupted this attack. Dr. Morris, a short, dark-haired woman with a usually steely expression, gave me a tired smile and then stepped back from Ellie. Physically, you will be fine, Ellie. I do suggest you stay here until this is all settled, if that's all right with you, Rob, she added to the owner of the house. Of course it is. You can stay as long as you like, Ellie, he told her, and there was only sincerity in his voice. Thank you, she said and nodded. She knew very well that for now, at least, she couldn't go home. She turned her eyes on me then. I suppose you want to talk to me? I nodded and so did she. I'm ready. If you guys don't mind, we need to talk alone, I told the others. This wasn't going to be pleasant, nor was it going to be only with spoken words. My friends knew about my ability because I trusted them. That did not mean I wanted them to witness me using it this way. I could see that knowledge on their faces, but they nodded nonetheless and began shuffling toward the door. I have to get back to the hospice, Dr. Morris said, her gaze flickering between Ellie and me. But Tegan will stay behind a little while, okay? She addressed Ellie, who nodded, looking unaware of the reason why. She might need someone there when we were done. When the door closed behind us, I went over to the desk, put Tegan's bag of clothes on the floor, and carried the chair back and placed it in front of Ellie before sitting down. I noticed the bandages on her upper arms and around her feet. Running naked and barefoot through a darkened forest in the winter had taken its toll on her. Rob was right. She didn't look like she'd slept well, but she did seem physically better than last night at least. I suppose this means you'll be reading my mind then? She asked bluntly. I couldn't remember a time when I'd told her that information about myself, but of course she knew. She was a community leader, and I was their mender. They needed to know who they had working for them. Yes, I simply told her. Does that frighten you? Of course it does. I'd be a fool if not. I'll try not to listen in on anything not pertinent to the mess we're already in, I said, and leaned back on the chair. But to be honest, it's hard to control it that way. However, I'll be asking you questions, and that usually brings the relevant stuff to the surface, which is easier to hear. Anything I come across that's not anyone else's business stays with me. You have my word on that. She nodded her understanding but seemed worried and uncomfortable. I couldn't blame her. Her eyes, my gateway to her mind, were clearly visible to me when sitting face to face like this. I locked onto her then, and when I let her thoughts come through, it was almost like switching on a frequency that let an array of confusion and hurt reach me. Let's start with our phone conversation yesterday, I began. Someone else called in the middle of it, right? Yes. Was it Gerard? Yes. What did he want? He said not to trust anyone and then gave me directions to the place where you found us. He didn't even let me ask questions about his abduction, she thought. I was so worried something horrible had happened to him. I felt an urge to tap one finger on my thigh. It was the system I'd used with the police when I'd worked with them. One finger meant she was telling the truth. Two meant a lie was being told. But Nate was not in the room right now, and I had no one to share the information with at the moment. And you just hung up on me and went running at his beck and call? I immediately regretted saying that because anger flared in her so fast I was almost burned hearing it all. Not at his beck and call, she thought. What am I, some lovesick girl? I trusted him. Trusted. When he said not to trust anyone after I was told he'd been taken, I had no reason to disbelieve what he told me. I may have loved him, and I may have been blind. That does not give you the right to judge me. Oh, God. The judge. The thought of his title made her break contact with me because she bent her head and placed her hands over her face. It's all right, I told her. I meant no offense. Yes, you did, she mumbled behind her hands. And you're right to. She sighed, rubbed her hands over her face, and then sat up properly, her eyes meeting mine. Her thoughts came back to me again, the underlying ones weaker because she was so intent on recent events. No wonder. Ever since Blakey and his team turned up here in town, I continued, your name's been popping up a few times. She only raised an eyebrow at that, but her inner thoughts said something else. Oh my God, you think I've been working with them? That could lead to. It didn't before, mind you, I went on. When the team that killed Andrea Kirby was here, Blakey's predecessors. I wasn't that interested in her upper and conscious thoughts. Sooner or later, her subconscious would reveal whether she was telling the truth or not. So you think I'm working with these new Yoroff affiliates? She asked me, her voice blunt, and the fragility transformed into a sneer at the mere accusation. Well, that was better. What affiliate wanted to be associated with them? Let's go through it, shall we? And then you can fill me in. Fine, she huffed. Let's talk about the Aurora. The Aurora? She echoed, a curious frown on her face. Jacques' boat. You know him and Eddie well, don't you? Yes, that's not a secret. I was friends with the boy's mom. We went to school together. When Jacques had an issue with an affiliate crew member, he went to you. Yes, he did. So what, she thought. Yes, she said. In fact, Jacques had asked Ellie for help because he hadn't wanted to go to me due to our past. Ellie had then talked to Gerard, who'd eventually sent me anyway. It was Nate who'd figured this out, and normally it wasn't a big deal. People talked to the ones they were most comfortable with, but it posed an uncomfortable truth in this particular case. I was attacked on that boat, I told her after relaying the chain of asking for help. It never made sense to me because the guy who did it was someone I'd dealt with in my past, not here in Ashport. I heard about that, Ellie said with sympathy that turned out to be genuine in her voice. Her thoughts flowed to me as well. She almost didn't make it, yet somehow beat a man who couldn't be killed. That's what Gerard told me. I can't even imagine. Oh no. She swallowed hard, and there were tears brimming in her eyes as she remembered the arm of steel that had begun to crush her windpipe the night before. Her thoughts came clear. I can't believe he did that to me. I'm so sorry it happened to you. She shook her head violently, forcing the memories back, just like the oncoming tears. I couldn't help the bout of sympathy this awakened in me. I already felt for her, but the memories of being trapped on that boat were something I tried not to dwell on beyond in a calm and assessing manner. My point is, I went on, that besides Jacques, who I know didn't call the guy, the only ones who knew I was going there and at approximately which time were Gerard and you. Hell, Jacques didn't even know where I lived before I showed up in Ashport over 5 years ago. It had to be one of the two. I had suspected one of Blakey's guys to be behind it. Dax, which was how I'd known him in Seattle, or Chester as he went by in Blakey's crew, had been involved in the initial weapons theft from the Air Force. I'd assumed he had to be involved in getting Rick Porter to travel across the country and get his revenge from me stopping one of his foolish mind control schemes years ago. I'd seen no other connection than Dax, but not been quite able to settle on that as a conclusion. Now the truth was turning uglier than I'd thought possible, because having one of two people I was supposed to be able to trust having done it was not much better. Hearing Ellie's frantic and upset thoughts on the matter helped narrow it down even further. I'd never do such a thing. You have to believe me. That man almost killed you. I'd never do that. It has to be Gerard. I can't believe it. He's a good man, I swear it. But he tried to kill me. And to think I loved him. I can't believe he tried to kill me. Yes, she did seem to find that hard to believe still, even after what he did. I was encouraged by her use of the past tense when thinking about loving him, though. He hadn't killed her, thankfully, but he had killed her unrequited love for him. Good. What can you tell me about Theo Michaels? I went on. From what Nate and I could see, Ellie had been involved in both his placements with idiot uncles, despite obviously having to know better. Her brows lowered at the question. Not much, she thought, and then spoke. He's the boy who was orphaned after his mother was murdered. I told you this when you came to my house and asked about him, she thought at the same time before speaking again. I knew a bit about him because his father was an affiliate, but She shook her head. Nate had seen her pick up her phone and call someone the moment I left after talking to her about Theo the first time I'd asked her. According to Gerard, you've been involved with Oliver Langan when finding a home for the kid. I. Her jaw dropped and her eyes swiveled, taking this news in. That asshole! She snapped at the same time those words echoed in her mind. He's been blaming me. I know next to nothing about the boy, I swear. I only helped move him because Gerard said Oliver needed the help. The child is one of ours. I asked Gerard about it. I knew of Dale's reputation, of course, but he argued that any affiliate child needed to stay within our community. I understand that sentiment, I really do, I told her before she could formulate her thoughts into actual spoken words. It seemed to startle her because she jumped a little on the bed. Knowing what I was doing was not the same as truly experiencing it. But even Theo is better off in an ordinary non-affiliate family than the hell you put him through. I knew Gerard was behind it, but the fact that no one, including Ellie, had really stood up for him angered me. Do you know why his mom was shot? She shook her head, her mind full of questions. That was strange. Shouldn't Gerard have told her? I'd told him after all. It was to redirect my focus from Blakey and his plans for this town. I can't believe. She broke herself off, but her mind went on. I'm going to have to start believing. Yes, you are. That boy has been used like a pawn by Blakey and Gerard both. I don't know what the hell Gerard's stake is in all of this, but his days as a judge are over. Good, she whispered, and thought, that poor little boy. Tears began streaming down her face then. Those were the only tears she couldn't hold back, and the fact that they were for Theo warmed my heart. I have a last question, I said. Why did Gerard try to kill you? She flinched at the blunt question and wiped the tears with the back of her hand, though they didn't stop coming. Still, she managed to answer me with a steady and calm voice. She really was strong, despite it all. I knew that. Not everyone could stomach this kind of talk with me. All the while, because of the thoughts in the forefront of her mind, I now knew more than I wished about her relationship with Gerard. My assumptions about the power dynamics related to how seriously they took the relationship had been confirmed too. Gerard has been setting me up, she said instead of answering my question directly. You want to listen in on my mind? Well then listen. She ordered and stared back at me with an almost defiant look in her eyes. I knew next to nothing about Theo Michaels, and now I suspect that's what Gerard wanted. He told me to call him if anyone asked questions about the boy. You came to my home and did exactly that, and I then did what I was told. And of course I did. He's our judge. We're supposed to trust him. And I thought I had more reason than anyone to do so. I think now that this was Gerard keeping tabs on you, while distracting you, as you said. Or maybe it was whether you were onto him. I can't answer that. But before he slammed me against that wall, I was kissing him and asking if he was okay. I was so happy to find him safe, even in that travel trailer of all places. I didn't think to ask invasive questions. He said that you were lying about him, that Annalise had sent him a text asking whether he was all right because you'd seen him get taken by the Yorov people. Then his eyes, they went dark. I've never seen such a thing. He said I was the perfect patsy and that I couldn't be allowed to talk because he needed me to take the blame. She'd been sitting up straight during this, her hands gripping the bedding on either side of her, but now she slumped down and moved her hands to lie lax in her lap. She chose to use her voice again. I laughed, you know. I thought he was joking. Then he pushed me against the wall and, well, you know the rest. I couldn't even defend myself. I knew she had some form of pyrokinesis, but affiliates were not superheroes who were invincible. Our abilities were often highly affected by our states of mind and limited to our reactions. Anyway, thank you for stopping him. I didn't say that before now, did I? You did most of the work of getting away yourself, but I'm glad we got there when we did. I leaned forward and rested my forearms on my thighs. Thank you for telling me all this, Ellie. I won't listen in anymore now. I broke my connection with her, and once and for all buried the things that I was not supposed to hear. She'd told me the truth no matter how frightening, embarrassing, or hard. Never once had I felt the urge to tap two fingers on my thigh, alerting others of a lie. She wasn't lying because she had absolutely no reason to. No, Gerard had used her, and then, in desperation, decided to use her even more as an explanation of things in this town going Blakey's way. I was sure of that now. I was also certain that he'd risked my life, and many others, by helping Blakey see his plan through. I just couldn't see why. Money? What else could it be? But I'd known Gerard for years. It seemed like such a pointless incentive for him. No, I reminded myself. I hadn't known him. None of us had. Is everything all right? Rob and Tegan asked at the same time when I came downstairs a few minutes later. Yes. Well, no, but Ellie is resting now. She could use a break for a couple of hours. We'd uncovered some unpleasant truths, and she'd had to rehash a betrayal again and again. I'd told her to lie down for a bit, and her eyes had closed before I'd left the room. Okay, so where are you going? Rob asked. I'd made a beeline for the coat stand and was putting my outerwear back on. I need to find Nate. He's looking for a way into Blakey's hideout. If Gerard is anywhere now, it's there. I stopped in the middle of zipping up my jacket. You guys understand that you can't tell anyone about this, right? Annalise wants this whole thing with Gerard cleared up before we unleash the confusion on the community. Of course, Tegan said. She seemed worried but decisive. Anything you need. Thanks, guys, I told them and mustered a quick smile. Then I was out of there, rushing through Rob's front yard on the narrow footpath there, feeling the cold air against my face. I pulled my phone from my purse so I could reach Nate and figure out where he was now. The sight on the screen made me stop outside Rob's gate. Nate had tried calling me 4 times. That was unusual. It was actually a first since I'd been trapped on the Aurora. He'd been worried then and had to be now too, calling this many times. Nate was a practical guy who figured if you called once, the missed call in the log was enough of an indicator to call back. But now, he'd needed to get a hold of me and kept calling. I noticed a text message waiting too and clicked to open it before calling back. That's when the steps of someone too near for my tastes caught my attention. Maggie Evans? I glanced up at the unfamiliar female voice and saw a tall woman in her 40s with chestnut-colored hair in a thick braid. She wore a sensible down jacket that was open and therefore didn't hide the elegantly cut suit underneath or the badge on her belt. Crap! It had to be the woman who'd been following me. The next thing I noticed was the gun in her hand. She was pointing it at the ground, but the threat was clear enough. Yeah, what's it to you? I asked, and took a step back, ready to bolt at any second. This was an unknown factor that I did not have time for. I'm Special Agent Clifford of the FBI, and you are under arrest, she announced with what sounded like glee in her voice. Yeah, I don't think so. What for? Shall we call it hacking into people's most private data? She said it with a smile that would have sent chills through most people, but would have made me laugh had it not been for the fact that I recognized her for what she was. I remembered Agent Larkin well enough. He'd been dispatched here to get me, and now there was another one. Come now, she said, and raised her gun, using it to indicate I should place myself up against the nearest car that was parked in the street. You can't outrun a bullet. Why don't you read my mind and see if I'm serious or not? I eyed the weapon pointed straight at me, and then her face. There was no hint of a joke or empty threat in there. I didn't need to read her mind to know my best bet was to do what she said. 20 seconds later, my purse and phone were taken from me, and my hands were cuffed behind my back. With a steel grip on my upper arm and the gun in her free hand, she steered me toward a dark car I recognized some 30 yards away. I'd spied it from a rooftop after all. Where are you taking me? I asked her while being forced into the back seat where she, unlike Larkin, strapped me in with the seatbelt so I couldn't try to do anything to her, all the while with that damn gun in one hand. I'm taking you where you belong, Evans. Back to us, where you can do the most good.
Chapter 28. Politeness was far from my mind when I pushed open Rob's front door without knocking. It smacked into the wall behind it with a heavy thud, but I was already inside and didn't care about the noise either. I caught movement to my left and swung in that direction into the living room where Rob and Tegan were breaking away from each other, having embraced. I noted the tears in Tegan's eyes and Rob's pale complexion and his lips pressed tightly together. "What happened?" I barked at them. Rob never called me, and now he had, sounding confused and worried, saying that Maggie had been arrested? Had McAllen lost his mind? "Maggie left to find you, and I saw her through the window." Tegan pointed at the narrow window near the front door. "Suddenly, this woman showed up and pointed a gun at her. I didn't know what to do, and she was cuffed and taken away in a car, and it happened so fast." "Did you say woman?" Tegan nodded. "Yes, do you know her? Is she one of yours?" "Describe her," I told her, deciding to let her comment go. No matter how many times I told these people, they never seemed to get the memo that I'd quit my old job. Not that it mattered much right now, and for once I didn't think it was meant as an insult. Tegan was too shaken up. She did what I said with Rob confirming. He'd apparently just seen the woman get into her car when Tegan had shouted for him. "That does not sound like any of the women at the station," I concluded when they'd relayed what they knew, which meant that McAllen had been right. This had to be the Agent Clifford he'd met. When I told them it was an FBI agent, they looked even paler, yet not that surprised. "It's like that other agent that was here, isn't it?" Rob asked, confirming that Maggie had told them about that at some point. "I thought they didn't know she was here anymore." "We were all wrong about that," I muttered. My pulse was up, my anger too. I felt a sense of fear I only seemed to experience when someone threatened Maggie. I was dangerously close to losing my focus. Thankfully, Ellie, of all people, stopped that. "What's happening?" she said from behind me. "I heard a lot of noise." I swung to find her bandaged up and looking tired, but better than last night. "Maggie got arrested by the FBI," Rob told her, before Tegan added a brief explanation. It dawned on me too late that Maggie didn't want the community leaders to know about such a thing. She was already hiding the fact that McAllen was onto her. This would surely make things more complicated for her, or maybe it wouldn't matter, and she was at this moment being whisked away from Ashport. And me. That thought was like a punch to the gut. "This will not do," Ellie said, and suddenly seemed more alert, more put together. She emanated strength and warmth as she laid her eyes on me. "She is going to stop Gerard. You have no idea what he's capable." Considering I'd been there last night, I did have a clue. What with Ellie's insistence Maggie needed to deal with him, I also assumed the two had come to an understanding and that Gerard had been to blame for most, if not all, our suspicions. "God damn it!" "Rob?" Tegan blurted with a sob. "We've lost her, haven't we?" I looked back at them and saw her step closer to him as he held his arm open for her. "Can we break her out of that station?" he asked me. My first instinct was to laugh, but judging by his face, he was dead serious. They meant it. Break her out and send her away. That was their solution. That or wait for the slow process of getting her out with a lawyer, I guessed. None of those scenarios worked for me. Nor would they for Maggie. I was sure of that. "No," I said. "That won't work. I'll figure something out." I didn't know what, but it had to be something that would allow Maggie to continue living here in peace. "Anything you need, we will provide," Ellie said. I glanced at her and then froze. Her eyes were golden with fiery rage and determination. Her entire body seemed to glow with it, and the warmth I'd felt was literal. She was angry as hell and not bothering to hide it. "Do you understand?" I nodded, more dumbstruck by the sight than anything. Apparently, Ellie Torp was a force to be reckoned with when not surprised by a dangerous lover. "Anything," Rob confirmed behind me. I had no idea what I'd need, but I took it to heart when I left them there. I didn't have time to dwell on their sudden, yet forced, trust in me. I needed to find Maggie before it was too late. Part 3. Convergence. Chapter 29. The Greenwood Motel was not busy this time of year, but there were a number of guests judging by the traffic in and out under the gate. The motel constituted a number of two-story buildings that centered around a courtyard with parking spaces. Out toward the street, the far wings were connected by a large fence and the always open gate. I stared at the place I now knew Maggie was being held. I wasn't sure which room, but she was in there somewhere. I'd thought about using Rob's retrocognizance to locate her, but would have needed an object that was closely connected to her for him to be able to figure out where she'd been. However, since I hadn't known if Agent Clifford would keep driving, Rob's gift would never let me catch up. Instead, I'd used simpler methods to figure out where the agent had driven. Rob and Tegan had pointed me in the right direction first, since they'd seen her drive off. At first, she'd headed north, which hardly made sense to me. But I'd followed and made a few stops in places where I knew there were cameras and staff who'd let me have a look. The affiliates might say what they wanted, but sometimes my past in this town paid off. I'd assumed the agent would take Maggie out of town at once. That had been Larkin's plan too, but going north meant Charlotte Bay. A smaller town than Ashport made no sense as a destination. It hadn't taken long before she'd headed east, though, and east meant back into town. After that, it hadn't taken me long to locate Clifford's car in the motel parking lot. In retrospect, it had probably taken about as long as it would have to use Rob's ability, but I had at least kept myself busy and prevented my mind from jumping to the worst conclusions. I was at a safe distance, in my car, and could see the left taillight of Clifford's car in there. I'd risked walking by once to check the license plate and confirmed it. Clifford must have made a mistake that night at Annalise's because she hadn't reattached the covering on her license plates, and now in daylight I assumed she wouldn't because it would stand out too much. She'd been stopped by the police once. Now she had a prisoner and dubious reasons to have arrested her. Still, remembering the cautious nature of Larkin and his persistent nature and absolute belief that Maggie's loss of freedom was a necessity, I had to assume the worst of Clifford too. I could not barge into whatever room they were in. She'd likely shoot me and ask questions later. I also had to assume that since she'd been following Maggie a while, she knew about me. Any kind of ruse was therefore out of the question. I considered my options. I needed a way to get Clifford away from Maggie. Even 5 minutes would suffice. A fire alarm wasn't going to cut it. The agent would no doubt smell such a simple diversion a mile away. I would. I wouldn't fall for any diversion at the door either. Given that Maggie was the grand prize for these people, she wouldn't leave her for long. She had likely planned ahead and stored food. Maybe she'd venture out to one of the numerous vending machines outside the rooms, but that was about it. I sighed and started the engine. I needed to get Clifford to leave on her own accord, and that wouldn't happen. Unless... I turned the car around, not willing to drive past the gate should Clifford happen to glance outside. I wouldn't be surprised if she had a view of the gate. Again, I would in her place. A shiver of worry ran through me when I drove away from there, but I couldn't see why they would disappear on me until morning at least. Why check into a motel then? My best guess, and it was what I had to hold on to, was that Clifford was waiting for something, and whatever it was, it wouldn't happen until tomorrow. It had started raining again, a soft drizzle, as I navigated through the town center and toward the oldest part of town where I parked, in what was now a familiar street. Why the hell was this guy so useful anyway? It was incredibly annoying. Music blared through the walls of Eddie's house when I walked into the secluded courtyard. At least that meant he was home. Unfortunately, it also meant he didn't hear me knocking. "I don't have time for this," I mumbled. I might as well have yelled. No one would have heard me. I glanced around and found none of his neighbors were outside or perched in any windows. Surely they had to find the noise irritating at the very least. Whatever. I had far more important things to think about. Content no one was watching, I got my lockpicks out and went to work. To Eddie's credit, the lock was not easy to pick, and it took more time than I usually needed. I didn't hear the final turn of the plug due to the cacophony of noise from inside the house, but I felt it. I tried the door, which now opened for me, and put my lockpicks away before I walked inside. Eddie's place was empty of people, it seemed, though the ear-splitting techno music boomed through the kitchen and sitting room. The usual mess and takeaway boxes lined the kitchen counter, but that was it. I'd noticed before how Eddie kept his place tidy and smoke-free, like he respected the former owner of the house, and had never truly settled enough to make it his own. A couple of loudspeakers hung up under the roof in both rooms, but I did not locate the source of the music. I assumed him to be home, and that left the upstairs. I took the stairs, and at the top immediately dismissed the open and empty bedroom. That left his workroom. I knew he was extraordinarily particular and secretive about it, but I didn't care at this point. This was about Maggie, and time was short. I simply pushed the door open and went inside. The room was warm due to all the monitors and hard drives in there. The equipment was spread out on several desks and tables. Usually, Eddie switched off all his screens when I was in there, but now I was met with a flurry of them on, showing code, graphs, and various documents, some of which seemed to be under production. Eddie himself sat in front of two screens, where one showed a young couple who were talking to him via headsets, just like he was. The other screen showed what looked suspiciously like an official government document of some kind. I squinted my eyes to see better, but by opening the door and stepping inside, I'd let the music in. In addition, the couple he was talking to saw me and immediately cut their feed. "What the hell? You broke into my house?" Eddie shouted loud enough for me to hear. He swung round on his chair, blinked, appeared to want to shout more, but then swung back and pressed a few keys before every screen went dark. Then he returned to glaring at me and tried saying something. The music was still too loud even upstairs, and he pressed a last key which switched the deafening noise off. "What the hell are you doing?" he immediately shouted at me. "I am trying to run a business here, and having someone reeking of blue show up like this does not inspire trust from my clients." "I noticed," I said, and walked further into the room. "I also don't care." "You may not, but I—" "Shut up, Eddie. I need your help." "What?" "The hell you do! I'm getting tired of you scaring my clients and then asking for favors." I said shut up. Unlike him, I wasn't raising my voice. I was concentrating too hard on not losing it at the moment. I had limited time. "What the—" he mumbled, but picked up on my mood and did exactly that. "Maggie's been arrested by the FBI. Well, at least by one of their employees." "Geez, man, what did she do?" Apparently, he had no trouble thinking she was capable of doing something to warrant that. "It's not something she did. It's who she is." Eddie narrowed his eyes, thinking this through. "Who she is? She's an empath. Why would they want one?" "No, Eddie, she isn't." "She's not? Then what is she?" I could almost see his mind working to figure this out, but I couldn't tell him more, certainly not that it was written in the ledger. He simply hadn't looked. "I can't tell you that because of all your rules. Maybe Maggie will if we can get her back, but you have to trust me when I say she's valuable enough to be taken without any official cause." "Crap." Eddie leaned back in his chair, which squeaked. "I really need your help right now. I don't care what you want in return, but you'll have it." "No," Eddie said, and held his hands up in front of him. For a split second, I thought he meant no to helping, but I was thankfully wrong. "Much as I'd love for you to be in my debt," he explained, "this is about Maggie. Even if I didn't owe her, she's our mender and can rely on us when she needs us." "That's oddly kind of you, Eddie." "Well, you're very quick to judge," he threw back at me, "but you are often also satisfyingly wrong." He turned around to his desk again and began typing. When the screen lit up in front of him, the no doubt incriminating document from before was gone. "Anything that can help me find her?" he asked me. I stepped closer and gave a silent sigh of relief. "No, I already found her, but I need some help to extract her." "You already found her?" He peered up at me with obvious doubt in his eyes. "I do this for a living, you know." Eddie humphed at that, but didn't argue. Instead, he went back to his keyboard. "Where is she, then?" "The Greenwood Motel." "Uh-huh," he responded, and was instantly busy with extracting information on the place. Several windows opened with maps, photos, and... Is that their booking system? I asked, incredulous. Uh-huh. Why was I even surprised anymore? Here they are, he added, and pulled up a reservation for Jane Johnson. A fake name if I ever saw one, Eddie concluded. Room 106. So, how do you want to get her out? Diversion of some kind? I'm sure there's something electronic there I can hack into. Now schematics of emergency exits and alarm systems dominated the active tab. No, the agent won't fall for that. Set an actual fire, so she won't think it's a ruse? I could do that, but I don't want to risk anyone else's lives. Or damage Mr. Robertson's property. He doesn't deserve that. You're a bit vanilla, you know that? Eddie sighed dramatically, but thankfully exited those tabs. I do actually have an idea, I went on. Let's have it. His fingers froze on the keyboard and he regarded me attentively. It has two parts. You won't like one of them. Damn, I wasn't even sure about this myself. Okay, does it involve your former colleagues? No? Then I'm sure it's fine. Tell me. I glanced around and spotted a spare chair further inside the room. I wheeled it over to Eddie and sat. The first part is kind of creepy. Disturbing, actually. Cool. No, not cool. Dangerous for people. I don't want you to start doing it. Aw, ex-detective Hansen. He laughed, and his smile did not inspire much confidence. That's adorable. You know you'll simply have to trust me. I couldn't help but glance at the door. Maybe I should just do it myself. And I'm guessing that will take much more time than if I do it. Am I right? Of course he was. You're an asshole. That made him laugh more. I've been told. Now enlighten me. Fine. A few years back, when I worked as a police officer in Ashdale, someone found what they thought was a dead body in a suburban area. My partner and I were first on scene. The victim had not been killed, but severely beaten. Killing had not been the perp's intention, apparently. The detectives on the case told us about it later. The two guys were involved in some rival... I eyed Eddie, who was uncharacteristically interested in what I was saying. It doesn't matter. The point is that the man who was beaten to an inch of his life and robbed of an insane amount of opioids in the process had come to the city to hide because he owed the other guy money. A story as old as time, Eddie remarked. Right, but it was the way the other guy found him that's pertinent here. There was a lot of money at stake, enough to get the perp to go the extra mile. He bought data from an overseas company that sells this kind of information. It's sourced from various apps. Eddie opened his mouth, but then nodded and rolled his hand for me to go on. So I was thinking, if I remember the names of some of these companies and you have the time and locations for a specific phone in this area, could you do something with that? Oh, saintly Nate, you'd have nightmares about the things I could do with that kind of information. I'm assuming that was a yes to my question. And he was right. It would give me nightmares, but despite his ominous declaration, I had to hope he wouldn't. My best bet would be to have Maggie talk to him. He actually listened to her. If we got her back. I swallowed hard and pushed that treacherous thought away. We needed to get this done. I don't care what the cost is. I need to get her back. Nah, Eddie waved me off. I have some funds tucked away. That also sounded ominous, but hell. Thank you. Sure thing, dude. Now let's have those names. And also, what was the part I'd hate? It should be this stocky tool. But, he pressed, not offended at all, it's the owner of the phone. You won't like that at all. Chapter 30. Daylight was waning when I entered Danny's. It was fairly quiet in there now, no more than 10 people, but the dinner rush would start soon, and almost all the booths and counter stools would be filled, my former colleagues among the usual patrons. I didn't know what dish was being made back in the kitchen, but the scent of sautéed onions made my stomach rumble. I didn't have time for that, though. I quickly made my way to the counter and sat next to the only other person there. Hello, Ivy, I greeted the blonde woman who sat staring into a cup of untouched coffee with an equally untouched sandwich on a plate, pushed to the side. She eyed me a second, and then rested her head on her hand as if she couldn't be more bored. I honestly thought tracking you was going to be a bit harder than this, so imagine my surprise at finding you here." "What can I say?" she replied, her English accent gone now. "They make great food here." I pointedly eyed her untouched plate and raised an eyebrow. "They do. I'm going to have to assume you've tried it at some point." "Hey there, Nate," Josie chirped and came over. "What'll you have?" "Just some coffee, thanks." "Sure thing, hun," she said, and seconds later, a steaming cup of coffee stood before me. "Tracking me?" Ivy volunteered then, when Josie was out of earshot, having had a moment to think about what I'd said. "Mm-hmm." I swallowed down the sip I'd taken and nodded. "Your phone. You should really turn off your apps' access to your locations. Do they not teach you that in Evil Villain School?" Ivy scoffed, yet smiled at that. "It's scary how easy it was to find you. Although, upon reflection, I'm starting to think you don't care that much about being caught anymore." "How insightful. Is that your new career then, detective? Venturing into the study of psychology?" "Nah, I ventured into the second most hated profession when asking affiliates' opinions." "True." I wasn't surprised that she seemed to know that about me. Like Agent Clifford, Blakey's team had likely gathered information on Maggie, which would include who the hell I was. "I need your help," I said, matter-of-factly. Ivy bent her head and moved her hand from her cheek to her forehead, staring at the wooden surface of the counter. "Am I supposed to laugh?" she asked after a while. Her hair fell forward, partially obscuring her face. "I'd prefer it if you didn't. I don't really have time for that. Eddie had yelled at me for this and then spent minutes grumbling after I'd stared him down. I get that you have come upon our world from the outside, but this is not how things work." "Yeah, and yet you're still sitting here instead of scurrying back to your boss." She bristled at the mention of Blakey. Oh yes, I was beginning to believe, not only hope, that I was reading her right. She straightened up then and pushed her hair back by running her fingers through it. "I do not scurry." I rolled my eyes. She noticed it and suddenly seemed more interested in talking than a mere second earlier. "Why on earth are you asking for my help? Did you hit your head? It is slippery out front after the snow and rain today." "You have an ability I need," I told her. Ivy was a killer. I saw no reason not to be careful or frank with her. "Didn't get enough the first time, huh?" She smiled at that memory. "Did you or the girlfriend say something unforgivable?" I scoffed softly, my eyes on her at all times. One touch, and she could have me robbing this place or something else completely beyond what I'd normally do. "Actually, no," I said, instead of taking the bait. "You didn't put much effort into it, did you? Just enough to get away from us. You even gave me my gun back." I drank some more of my coffee. "And I've been thinking about that, and more." "Oh, interesting." Her tone of voice suggested the exact opposite. "And you want my help? Why?" "As I said, I need your ability." "Gun not working?" "Not in this case. I couldn't threaten or shoot a federal agent. Much like Agent Larkin, I was sure Clifford didn't have grounds for an arrest. I only needed to get Maggie away from her. Then we'd think of the next step." "Get real. Why would I help you?" "I've been thinking about that too," I told her, and put my cup down. "There are a lot of small things, really. First off, I've seen firsthand how little you and the other guy, Ian was it, respect Blakey. Little isn't even the right word, I think. You loathe the man and what he's doing. Is it because he's perfected your employer's usual crude abduction scheme?" I couldn't help the jibe. I hated what her employers did for money and power, and with no regard for anyone else. "Wow," I said at her reaction. "That must be what the evil eye looks like. Anyway, I think you cared for Ian. I think you cared a great deal. But I'm not sure you were a couple when he died." I was fishing, but it was impossible to read any verification of facts on her blank face. "He was killed so pointlessly. For Blakey's deal with Dale Ralston, who was an absolute scumbag." I noticed I was getting somewhere now. She'd grabbed her coffee mug, and her knuckles were turning white under the pressure she held it with. Thankfully, the porcelain was sturdy. "Then you handed over the memory card, the updated version of your boss's grand plan, so easily, I was stunned there a moment." "Really? I'm having a hard time picturing you with your mouth shut." "In addition, I went on, ignoring her. There were tracks to follow in that file. It was like you weren't even trying to stay hidden, Ivy. If I'd trained you in concealment, I'd be disappointed. It was sloppy at best, but yeah, I think it was deliberate. Or you're simply a desperate man searching for allies where there are none. I think that might be yourself you're talking about there. What? You sent Dale and his cronies after Maggie and me. I bet Blakey denied you killing the men responsible for Ian's death that day, and so you used your gift of persuasion on them and sent them after us. They were a threat, all right, but they were also mindless. Gift of persuasion? She chuckled. What am I? Some famed concubine? No, I think you're in a desperate situation that you want out of but don't know how to. Ah, she pursed her lips mockingly. Are you going to save me, Nate? No. You killed Jordan Halen. He did nothing to deserve that. You made a healthy young man run straight into a concrete wall until he killed himself. I didn't expect it, but she responded seriously to that. I didn't have a choice. Yes, you did. No, you don't understand how Yorov works. It was him or me. Then it should have been you. I knew I was being hard on her, but it was the damn truth. Her flinch, though, that was unexpected. If you're trying to win me over from the only people I've ever known, then this is a bad way of doing it. I'm not, I shrugged. I need your help with something. That's it. But while we're touching on that subject, I think you're well on your way to make a change on your own. Do you now? If anything, there was a jaded woman seated beside me. She might have been manipulated and brainwashed, forced to do things people normally didn't. I wondered how long she'd lived that life. She appeared to be my age, late 20s, but had she been taken as a child? According to Maggie, Yorov preferred it that way because children were easier to mold into obedient automatons. But Ivy did not strike me as that right now. She could be faking it, of course, but I had reasons to believe otherwise. Something had changed in her to make years of programming become scrambled. You led us to the Boudreaux house. We thought we were following you. I didn't actually see you. No, I know. But you suspected, because you waited a hell of a long time for us in the mill afterward. That was a message, wasn't it? To warn us of the Boudreaux girl's imminent abduction? She didn't answer me, merely let go of her mug and rested her hand on the counter. You left Maggie behind too in Francis Perkins' house. I know your boss wants her. I forced myself to breathe calmly at the thought. You've begun your culling, as it were. Wouldn't it be best not to have her running free? She is a mercurial thing, isn't she? Do you want us to take her off your hands? The smile of Ivy's face was frightening, yet theatrically so. She wasn't even really trying. So why tip us about the girls? We already knew because we'd had dealings with them before, but that was beside the point. Were you taken by your employers as a child yourself? Did you have a child with Ian? Ivy threw her head back and laughed at that. It caught a few glances from the other customers, but they soon went back to focusing on their food. You think they allow us to do that? She said, and wiped tears from her eyes. Ha! They allow us to breed on the off chance it will produce strong offspring. That's it. She shook her head while stifling her laugh. Tell me, Nate, do you have kids? No. Yet you want to help those girls, even that boy they put in your Mender's way. Yes. Well, there you go. Must I have had a child to want to help one? Fair enough. Thanks for admitting it, by the way. She eyed me a second, and then lifted her shoulders in defeat. Fine, you got me. I don't want what's coming for those children. Which is why I think you're the right person to help me. Oh, this again. Take a hint. I do take hints. I've just gone through all of them. If you think I'm going to risk my neck for whatever scheme you've planned, I don't, actually, but I do think you'll want this. The door to the diner opened, letting in a cold huff of air. We both glanced over there, but it was a young couple who were quick to sit in the booth closest to them, too far away to hear our hushed conversation. For crying out loud, Ivy, you're sitting in Danny's diner right before the dinner rush. I'm sure you know the cops hang out here. It's like you're tempting fate. They'll recognize you. You did occupy Jordan's neighboring cell after all. And she'd been in town and then supposedly left right before everything that went down in the Marbella. They'd find her interesting, at least. "What do you want, and what are you offering?" she asked, bluntly. "Maggie's been arrested, and I need your help to get her out, and—" Ivy scoffed, grabbed her coat, and began getting off her counterstool. I stopped her by putting a hand on her upper arm, nudging her back. For a second, I wondered if this was enough for her to influence my mind. Instead, she seemed baffled at the gesture. "You're tagged," I said. "What?" "They put chips in you, all of you, to be able to always keep tabs on you." She looked surprised at me knowing this, but I'd seen the app they'd used to follow each other in the forest outside Dale's compound. "You can't get it out, can you? No affiliate doctor will help your kind, and any other doctor would go straight to the police, as they should, which would alert your employers anyway. But I can help. We can get the local affiliate doctor to remove it." I wasn't actually sure how or how many favors I'd have to owe, but I would get it done. She didn't say anything, simply remained frozen in her halfway off the stool position. "I told the truth when I said I can't save you, but I can help you." Her eyes sought out the door, and I was sure I was losing her. "I'm not asking you to do anything but help me. If you do, you'll have the option of removing that chip. It will be up to you." Her eyes caught mine then, and doubt was written all over her face. "You're not one of them." "No," I agreed, "but on rare occasions they do listen, even to me."
Chapter 31. I was surprised by the fact that Agent Clifford didn't take me farther than the Greenwood Motel. She pushed the door open to one of the lower-level rooms and ordered me inside. With my hands cuffed behind my back and a gun in her hand, I had little choice but to do what she said. "Shouldn't you be taking me to the station?" I asked her, and stepped over the threshold. The room was actually nice and inviting, with its light-colored walls contrasting with one flowery red one. A couple of twin beds stood against one wall, and a small kitchenette was placed on the other side, with a round wooden table and a few chairs. A flat-screen TV hung on the wall and could be seen from everywhere in the room. There was also a narrow closet next to a door that I assumed led into an ensuite. The Greenwood Motel had done well due to all the tourists in summer. Right now, though, it might as well have been a cell. Clifford yanked a heavy coat she'd draped over my shoulders so none of the other guests would see the handcuffs. The fact that she didn't want anyone asking questions, despite the badge that would surely send them on their merry way anyway, said a lot. She wanted no interference whatsoever. She didn't answer my question either. Not that I wanted to be taken to the police station. If I was brought in there, that would raise a whole host of questions. But maybe the chief might have stood up for me. She knew about my ability, after all. Maybe she'd interfere and stop. I shook my head. I was desperate if I was picturing cops helping me. Clifford made the threat of her gun apparent again when she released me from the cuffs to let me take my jacket off. Then the cuffs came back on, and though the temperature became better, my movements were again restricted. "Sit," she said, and pointed at one of the beds. I considered the order and was promptly pushed forward, stumbling by the sudden motion and unable to brace myself. I landed with my upper body on the bed and feet still on the floor. So I had that going for me. "You know, Agent Larkin." "Agent Larkin made too many mistakes when it came to you, Evans." Clifford went over to the table and put her gun and phone down there. "I will not be repeating any of them." "Mistakes?" The guy had taken me and Nate both, using Nate as leverage to get me to cooperate. "He made a deal with you." "Yes." I got my bearings on the bed, sat, and scooted back so I could lean against the headrest. I'd been desperate then. Time had been short, and I agreed to go with him if he helped me save Andrea Kirby. A deal. Maybe I could— "I will not be doing that," she declared, and stepped over to the window where she peeked out, likely due to some muffled laughter nearby. "We know you won't cooperate easily. Larkin made a deal, got himself killed, and then you disappeared." She went back to the table and hung her coat, and the spare one she'd taken off me over one of the chairs. Or so we thought. Yeah, I must be really stupid staying here. Are you sure you want me working for you? You have someone helping you that's good at hiding your tracks. We could use someone like that too. Like I would ever give them Eddie's name. I had nothing to say to this woman unless it was to gather information and get away, which, as it turned out, seemed to be fine with her. She made one phone call where she informed someone she got her target. That was it. Her "yes, I'll wait for instructions" ended that call, and then she sat at the table and watched me. That was it. Of course, with me, that was not it. Staring at me for a long period made me bored, and that made me latch on to her mind. It was like she was asking for it. In a sense, she was, too. Are you reading my mind now? How do you do it? Not that it matters. If you truly can do it, then you are as valuable as my bosses think. There were a lot of these musings interspersed with things she didn't want me to know. Memories of past mistakes, humiliations, and awkward moments. In that sense, she was like anyone else on the planet. None of it was any help to me, because I also picked up on the strong persona that had grown and developed over the years. Taunting her with a cheating college boyfriend would get me nowhere. The only thing that did interest me was the fragments of thoughts of the bathroom. Oh, yes. After a couple of hours like this, with her watching me, her bladder would give in before I did. Despite my hands being behind me, I'd found a comfortable spot on the bed with my legs crossed and leaning back on the large decorative pillows behind me. I could do this longer than her. I didn't have the time, though. She was trying to keep that information from me, which never worked, because I could also hear the fragmented, underlying thoughts of any mind. She was waiting for some kind of extraction team. They didn't trust a sole person to bring me in anymore, not even for a short drive out of Ashport. I desperately needed that team never to be dispatched, and I assumed that wouldn't happen if she lost me. They wanted this done quietly and without notice. I didn't want to think about what methods they'd use to get me to cooperate once they had me trapped. Seemed my freedom was less important than my usefulness for them. But hell, they'd been the reason I'd had to leave my life once before. To change my name and never look back. I thought of Nate and my friends here. I had so much more to lose now. I smiled at Clifford, who reacted by getting even more flinty. TV? I asked, and nodded at the large screen on the wall. She and the few people she worked with knew about my ability in theory. They'd never experienced it. I wasn't going to prove it to her, no matter how curious she was. Besides, I'd heard what I wanted. The woman was convinced I needed to be sacrificed for the greater good, that I should pry into the most depraved mind and tell her and her colleagues everything. Funnily enough, that was what I'd done for the Ashport police. But Chief Mulligan had used a combination of asking nicely and guilting me into it. That was a difference that mattered. Also, I had chosen my path years ago. The community was my duty. Clifford glared at me a long time, but then got up and turned the TV on. She even allowed a little prompting until she switched onto a nature show, and I settled in to watch lions hunt in the wild. How appropriate. I considered everything from starting a fire to setting off the alarm manually, but that wouldn't work on her. She was too alert to what was happening around us. Maybe dislocating my thumb to get free from the handcuffs? I was getting desperate, I knew that. I'd never done that before and would probably end up breaking the bone instead. About half an hour after she turned the TV on, Clifford picked up her gun and checked the door, despite having locked it when we came in, and then went to the bathroom. When the door closed behind her, I kicked off my shoes, turned on the bed, and rolled onto my shoulders while I slipped my cuffed hands under my ass. I grimaced at the strain on my arms and wrists, but then continued and brought my hands over my legs and feet. With my hands in front of me, things got easier. Hoping the TV masked the few sounds I made, I pushed my feet back into my shoes. I needed them out in the cold. I spied the woman's phone on the table. I also needed her not to receive that call with instructions on how to deal with me further. There was also the added bonus of reading her correspondence. I snatched it on my way to the door. It was locked and secured with an added security latch. The snap of the lock had me curse inside. The sound was too loud for her not to hear. With the phone in my hands, the latch wasn't easy either, but I needed to get out. I heard a shout behind me. Why wouldn't the latch give? If I got out, I was sure I could outrun her. I just needed the space to do so. I wasn't going to make it. In desperation, I shoved her phone into my bra to hide it. She descended on me then, and grabbed a fistful of my hair, yanking me backward, twisting me around. I fell face first on the bed nearest the door and felt something hard push down on my back. Her knee, no doubt. Then, the cold muzzle of her gun against my temple. "You know," I said, halfway muffled by all the scrunched-up bedding in my face, "I got the distinct impression from Agent Larkin that you guys want my brain intact." She lowered the weapon and dug the muzzle into my thigh so hard I couldn't help a startled groan of pain. "Better?" "Ouch, sure." 5 minutes later, I was back on the bed farthest from the door, watching her hard at work on the wooden table. Turned out she had a drill and some other equipment in her suitcase. She hadn't bothered with cuffing my hands behind my back again, and I sat more comfortably while she fastened a bolt to the top of the table and then screwed the entire piece of furniture to the floor. Effing great. No need to be a genius to figure this one out. When she was done, she used her best incentive to get me to cooperate, her damn gun. I walked over and sat at the table where she handed me the key to the cuffs and made me lock myself to the bolt before she took the key back. I glared at her, which she didn't care about at all. Was it bad of me to want to wring her neck? Of course it was. Nate would say so, but then he was also a good person. Clifford went over to the other bed and sat there, switching channels into some debate program and keeping an eye on the window. "Where'd I put my phone?" she muttered half an hour later, and started looking, even searching my jean pockets to no avail. Then she seemed to figure she'd find it when someone called. I sighed and settled in to wait. It was dark outside by now, and trapped like this, my best bet was the next time she moved me, and by the looks of her watching TV and checking the occasional noise from outside, that wouldn't happen soon. This was going to be the rest of my night. It made me simmer inside like a bad person indeed.
Chapter 32. This is a good plan? Ivy sat in the passenger seat of the tiny car she'd stolen across town and graced me with an exasperated stare. "It has to look real, right?" "Right. Well, I don't like getting shot, and this will work." I mulled that one over. She didn't like getting shot. Not that she didn't want to get shot. The difference in word choice told me much more than I wanted to know. "Do what I told you and I'll be fine." She stared at me across the tiny console. "Unless you want to make it really believable." She wriggled her eyebrows. Good grief, did she not care about her own safety? Was it that bad working for Blakey? "Tempting as it is, I'll try not to be that convincing. If they have to scrape you off the ground, then someone will also start searching for this car." I doubted it had been reported stolen. It had had a few parking tickets on the windshield, which suggested the owner didn't use it much. In addition, it had slightly tinted windows, which Ivy insisted were a good idea when not wanting people to identify you. No one could say working with the other side wasn't educational. "You're no fun, Nate, though I guess you never stood a chance of becoming anything but conscientious with a cop for a father and an elementary school teacher for a mother." Oh good, now she was casually informing me they'd looked into and knew who my parents were. They probably knew where they lived and what their bank account numbers were too. Lovely. I did believe it was a jibe and not a threat though. What an infinitesimal relief. "I suppose," Ivy went on and pulled her blonde locks back and quickly braided them into a short braid at the nape of her neck, "that you working with me is a step in the fun direction. Or it's a step in the right direction for you." I shrugged. "Ready?" "Yes." I turned the engine and drove the car around the motel, which had two entrances to the parking lot. The first was through the gate, the second between two of the buildings farthest away from the room Eddie claimed Clifford had Maggie. It allowed us to park without the car and me being seen too clearly. Though the whole courtyard in there was lit, it wasn't daylight. That also helped. Ivy got out and headed over to the reception. She had to pass several rooms on her way, including room 106. I couldn't see much except the door from where I sat in the car with the engine off now. 5 minutes later, she sent me a text informing me the curtain had moved a little in room 106. If Clifford was in there, she was paying attention and taking no chances. When Ivy reemerged from the reception office, she seemed happy and was twirling the key and plastic card with the room number on her finger. I had to admit, she was a talented actor. There was nothing about her right now that even hinted at a threat. There was even a freaking bounce in her step. She came back over to the car and I opened the door where she lingered for a bit. I think you're right. If they're anywhere, it's in that room. She's spied me twice now. Okay. You know, she said, way too casually, if I get her to drive off a cliff... No, but that would make your problem go away. No, it won't. They'll send someone else. Also, no killing. It shouldn't be that hard to understand. Ivy huffed, but there was a definite smirk there. I wasn't sure whether she was serious or not, and I was not taking any chances. Okay, she said instead. That should be enough time for you to say something stupid. She stepped back and gave a frustrated cry of anger before she slammed the driver's door shut. Then she stomped off back in the direction she'd come from. In what appeared to be blind rage, she whirled around and shouted toward me. I turned the engine then and didn't hear it all, but it was along the lines of, "You cheating asshole," etc. She wasn't afraid of making a scene when necessary, that was for sure. More importantly, Clifford had been following Maggie and assessing her life for days now, but Ivy was not part of that life. I hit the gas then and drove straight for her. My pulse sped up and I gripped the steering wheel. This was madness. There was a limit to how fast I could accelerate in the short space, but the car was heavy and she was not. It was simple physics. Aim your right corner toward my right thigh. No matter how I react and flail about, just do that, Ivy'd said when she'd proposed this insane plan. If you do, I know exactly how to move to make it look good. So I did. I had the gas pedal to the floor, driving straight ahead, my eyes fixed on the target. Ivy made a few ridiculous jumps backward, as if only then thinking of running. Then the car hit her. It happened so fast I barely noticed how she swung one arm out like she panicked, yet braced herself with the other and kicking off a little from the ground. Her right thigh thumped into the hood and she rolled up, not over the car, but to the side where she took the side mirror off with her hip, and then fell out of my line of sight. I hit the brakes and stopped. Crap! I glanced up at the rearview mirror and saw her lifeless shape on the ground behind me, the red brake lights illuminating her. For a second, every instinct told me to get out and check if she was all right. Get a grip, I told myself. I was supposed to stop. She'd told me that. It was a natural reaction. No kidding. She'd said if I didn't stop, it would come off as staged, like it was purposeful and not an act of passion. I shook my head and put the car in drive and then took off through the open gate. Now it was a proper hit and run. I drove a few blocks down from the motel, ditched the car, and ran back. Entering through the gate was a no-go, so I ran around back and entered the same way we'd come with the car. The sight that awaited me was one of confusion, compassion, and shouting. Ivy lay on the ground. She was conscious and crying out in pain. The motel clerk had come out, and so had 3 of the guests. One of them, to my intense relief, was Agent Clifford. It had to be her, judging by Maggie's faint description of a tall woman with a long braid, her suit, and the obvious badge on her belt. No one out there, her included, had had time to put on proper outerwear, so it was easy to see. The door to room 106 was closed. I had to believe Maggie would come out if she could escape. The fact that she didn't had to be due to some sort of restraints. The 4 people milling around Ivy were helping her sit up, and she accepted their help easily, touching their helping hands. Clinging a bit to Clifford, I noticed, looking frightened and confused. She really should have been an actor instead of the life that had been thrust upon her. I noticed the four taking out phones one by one, yet no one seemed to make any calls. No sirens rose up, though someone hit by a car like that should have an ambulance sent for. I was amazed by how quickly her ability worked upon touch. I hadn't quite figured out how strong the impressions she planted in people's minds were. She hadn't touched Maggie and me for long, nor had she imposed a severe action upon us. The only thing I could think of to compare with was hypnosis. I'd heard people couldn't be forced to do something they didn't really want, like jump off a cliff like Ivy had so callously suggested. And that was where her ability went beyond hypnosis, because she absolutely could do that. She'd done it to Jordan, and I'd seen the tape. She'd spent a lot more time touching him to get the deed done. Now she held on to Clifford the longest, while the confusion died down around her. Her helpers calmed down, put their phones back in their pockets, except Clifford, who didn't have one, and they all simply turned and went back to mind their own business. I sighed in relief. First off, because none of them had gotten hurt by Ivy. I'd never forgive myself if that had been the case. But they all went away with smiles on their faces and closed their doors behind them. The same applied to Agent Clifford. "You okay?" I asked Ivy when she jogged over in my direction. "Yes," she confirmed when she spotted me behind the corner of one building, though her jog was proof enough. "Do they teach you how to get hit by cars in the Yorov Corporation?" Believe it or not, we do figure some things out on our own. She stopped next to me, watching the door that Clifford had disappeared through. "Though I suppose they did teach us how to fall properly," she added, and shrugged. "What happens now?" "Patience. I had to hit her harder than the others to get it to last longer." "And no driving over cliffs?" Ivy tisked at me. "It's like you don't trust me at all." "Yes, that is exactly how it is. Well spotted." She snorted and then inspected her hands. The light was poor, but I could see she had some scuff marks on her hands and her pants. It was unavoidable, I supposed. It took 10 minutes standing there in the freezing air with an even colder person for company before the door to room 106 finally opened and Clifford came out. "You got her to pack her suitcase? Why not make it look good?" Clifford headed to her car, where she dumped the suitcase in the trunk, shucked off her coat, and then got inside and turned the engine. "Well, F me," I mumbled at the sight of the agent backing up and driving away from the target she'd been sent to retrieve. "I thought you had that truculent Mender for that kind of thing," Ivy said and winked at me. "Let's go." I rolled my eyes at her. I left the corner and jogged over toward room 106, trying to squash any fears Maggie might not be in there. What if she'd been in the trunk? No, she hadn't. I had to remind myself of the suitcase the agent had thrown in there. The door was open. "Nice touch," I said to Ivy, who'd followed me. I aimed to please. "Yeah." I pushed the door open and stepped inside to find Maggie seated by a table, scrutinizing her thumb of all things. She glanced up and kicked back the chair she was sitting on, attempting to at least stand, despite being cuffed to the table. When she saw me enter, she sighed and visibly relaxed. That lasted about a second until Ivy stepped in behind me. A flicker of shock crossed Maggie's face before a blank mask took its place. "Agent Clifford?" she asked. "Out on a long drive away from Ashport," I told her, and stepped over to the table. "Here, let me get you out of those." I got my lockpicks out and began to work on the cuffs. "She had this well planned out, huh?" I asked, when noticing the table was also bolted to the floor. "She did," Maggie agreed. I saw that her entire body was tense despite the neutral expression on her face. Ivy stood close by, her arms crossed over her chest. This had to look insane to Maggie, like one of those jokes but set in her world. A Mender, a private investigator, and a Yorov operative walk into a bar. Hell, being in any room at the same time was weird to her, and probably to Ivy, too. "She's worse than Larkin was. Can't be talked into anything," Maggie said. She waited patiently while I worked on the second lock, and before long we heard the mechanism give and the click that opened the last lock. "Here you go," I told her, and opened the first cuff. She smiled at me and pulled it under the bolt to free her other hand. Then she threw the cuffs straight at Ivy's face. "What? was all I managed before Maggie jumped up on the table and leaped on Ivy so fast the handcuffs hadn't even tumbled to the floor. Ivy took an elbow to the side of the head, in addition to Maggie's weight over her when she fell. By the time I'd gotten around the damn table, she'd somehow snaked her way behind Ivy and had an arm around her throat, the other pressing the woman's head to the side. Her legs were around her too, clamping her arms to her sides. Damn, she was fast. "Maggie, no!" I tried. "Stop it! She helped get Clifford out of the way!" My words must have gotten through to her because she gave me a bewildered look while controlling Ivy at the same time. The other woman wriggled to get free from her steel grip. "What?" Maggie said. "Let her go. I got her to help." "What?" Maggie repeated. It was like trying to explain I'd just come from the moon. "I thought she'd done her mind thing on you." "No," Ivy gasped, "but I sure will use it on you unless you get the hell off me." She managed to twist an arm free, bend it back, and place her hand on the side of Maggie's face. Maggie let go of her immediately, looking repulsed where she backed away and managed a small kick to push Ivy forward. The latter got on her feet and stepped away, glaring down at Maggie. "What the hell is going on, Nate?" Maggie asked me. "What's going on," Ivy said, and addressed me rather than Maggie, "is that I did what we agreed." "Yes," I said, and noticed the shock return to Maggie's face. "And this was my thanks. You're trustworthy, aren't you?" She shook her head and headed for the door. Damn it. This was not how it was supposed to go. "Ivy!" I shouted after her. "Here!" She stopped and caught the keys to the stolen car when I threw them at her. Her reflexes were quick, too. She just hadn't expected to be attacked by Maggie, considering she'd helped me. "Gee, thanks," she said. "Wait." I stepped closer to her. "I made you a deal, and I will honor it." She scoffed and shook her head, a knowing smile on her face as she caught Maggie's unforgiving eyes. "Of course you will." She'd appeared tired and bored at Danny's, snarky and almost a little alive when planning the diversion. But at that moment, she'd sounded like someone who'd never been promised much, but pain and imprisonment. Fences didn't need to be physical. She walked out without another word and was gone. "God damn it," I muttered, and stared up at the ceiling, shaking my head. "What the hell was that?" Maggie said, her voice unbelieving. I reached out to her and pulled her to her feet and then into my arms. I was so relieved to find her unhurt. "Are you okay?" I said into her hair. "Please tell me you're okay." "I'm okay, just seriously confused." "We can fix that." I sighed and released her. "Grab your stuff and let's get out of here." "First thing you said in here that makes sense." She proceeded to pull a cell phone out of her bra, which she gave me before getting her things that Clifford had left behind. Yep, seemed Ivy had thought of everything.
Chapter 33. The street in front of the building Nate lived was quiet, except the odd car that drove past. It was snowing again, the same wet sludge as yesterday, and I sat perched on the roof, contemplating whether to climb the wall when it was this slippery. There was such a thing as a challenge, and then there was stupidity. Being up there gave me room to think. No one followed me up there, so there were no cops, reporters, treacherous people, or anyone else who'd pose a problem for me. I could still hardly believe Nate would use one of Blakey's people to help get me out of a jam, but I did believe what he'd told me after recounting that whole ordeal. He'd do anything for me. Which, I felt my throat close up a bit and settled on making my decision on climbing in a few minutes more. I needed a moment. Ivy, though. Nate was sure she could be persuaded to help, but I was not sure about that. The look on her face when she'd left had not inspired trust. I knew Nate wasn't gullible, so I had no idea what to make of it all. This was completely uncharted territory for us all, including Ivy Allister. Movement down the street caught my eye, and I was thankful to focus on something else. It was early evening, but the town seemed to have settled down due to the wet snowfall. Hopefully, it wouldn't last. Nate and I had plans tonight, and we needed both darkness and traction on the ground, not reflective, slippery snow. The lone figure came closer, and I cocked my head sideways at the sight. Whoever it was wasn't very tall. In fact, when he came closer, I was sure it had to be a boy, out and alone in the cold. The kid was dressed for the low temperature at least, and he was carrying a bulging backpack. Despite seeing him from above in poor weather, I recognized him when he came close enough and stopped in front of the building I was on. That was Theo looking around like he was unsure of something. What was he doing here? He seemed to settle on this being where he was going, because he then went straight toward the doors down there. I stared after him, and then figured my climbing route had been decided for me. I got up and crossed the roof, so I ended up peering down from the other side of the building. Things were so much easier here, with terraces and gangways leading to the various apartments. Before the kid reached Nate's door, I'd shimmied down via a column and landed right behind him, where he walked with determination now, clearly recognizing the place. "Hi there, Theo." He whirled around and stared at me with big eyes. Then he noticed the long, open corridor behind me. "Whoa! Did you climb down from the roof?" "That would be dangerous, kid. I simply walk quietly." His eyes narrowed then, and oddly enough, it warmed my heart to see some spirit return to him. "I think you're trying to trick me." "You should talk to Nate about it. He has lots to say on that topic." I stepped closer and to his side, taking a hold of the loop on top of the overstuffed backpack, lifting it a bit, and feeling the weight. It was surprisingly heavy. I let go, and his narrow shoulders sagged. "So, what are you up to then? Do your new foster parents know you're here?" "Yes." I gave him a pointed look, which made him cast his gaze down. "No." "Thought so. Run away, have you?" He must have put all his earthly possessions in there. "Maybe?" "Uh-huh." I leaned against the banister and crossed my arms. "Why?" He mumbled something I couldn't hear. "Well, now you're making me guess. Are they not nice to you?" "I guess." "Oh, good. A little man of few words. This won't take all night." "They're nice, I guess," he expounded. "That's good." I gave him my best smile of encouragement, reached out and yanked his beanie up by the pom-pom. It made him look like a miniature old man not covering his ears in the cold. "So?" Theo pulled the beanie down again, but his lips betrayed him, and he smiled despite himself. "They're okay. It's just, they don't know anything about—" He glanced around the empty space around us. "Us," he added conspiratorially. "The community." "Not everybody does, kid. That's the point." His mom had not been an affiliate, but she'd told him the few things she'd learned from his late father. Now he'd experienced so much more, including his own ability. No wonder he was curious. And with both his parents gone, it wasn't strange that he felt some kinship to our world, because no matter how much they had screwed him over, he was one of us. That mattered, and the kid obviously got that, and clung to it now that he was effectively shut out again. The thought of what Gerard had put the boy through made my blood boil. "But they don't understand anything," Theo argued with the attitude of a true preteen. "Maybe not. But if they're good people, that's more important." He slumped down a bit more at that, looking like he'd crumble under his backpack. "Come on," I told him. "Let's go inside and figure things out. Want me to take that?" I reached for his backpack, but he forcibly drew himself up then, puffing out his skinny chest. "No, I got it." I smiled. "Yes, you do, kid." He followed me over to Nate's apartment. "Yeah, I'm ready, I swear," Nate said when I opened the door. He had his arms full of papers that he was picking up from the floor and couches. "Take your time," I told him and kicked my shoes off. "What? Why? Didn't we have plans?" He turned around and gave me a questioning look. Then his eyes caught the kid as he walked in behind me. "Theo?" "Yeah," I said with an apologetic smile. "Theo's on an adventure tonight, his first running away. So I figured, pizza?" I shrugged. Theo seemed to forget all about us when Kona came trotting out of the kitchen, curious about the newcomer. The kid let out an actual squeal of joy at the flurry of the large yet gentle dog, licking his face. I walked over to Nate as he beckoned me closer. What's going on? He's having a hard time adjusting to normal people, Nate suggested. You could say that. I nodded sideways and laughed because the kid was rolling around on the floor with the dog. Kona never wasted an opportunity to play, and she loved kids. Well, she loved everyone, to be honest, but she was good with children. I placed a hand on Nate's neck and rose up on my toes to give him a quick kiss. How about you call Oliver? No, wait. Call Erin instead. She's reasonable and not swayed by Gerard in any way. And I'll call for some pizza. An hour later, I found myself in the strangest of situations, a completely normal one, at least when discounting the kid who'd run away from home. But that kid now sat on the couch, the dog at his feet while he ate pepperoni pizza and was absorbed in an animated movie with spaceships on the TV. I swallowed down the last piece of my own slice, put the napkin on the table, and cuddled up to Nate's side on the other couch. You okay? He asked me and put an arm around me. I told you I was fine when you asked yesterday. Yeah, I didn't mean about Clifford. I took in the living room around me and the peaceful setting and the action-filled entertainment. You mean, can I handle the flimsy lasers that seem to go off everywhere and hit no one? He chuckled as he glanced at the TV and then back at me. Something like that. I'm fine. Better than fine. This is nice. His phone pinged with an incoming text then, and he grabbed it from the side table. 5 seconds later, he straightened up. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa, what? I asked, and put my hands on the cushions, elevating myself sideways and trying to see. Eddie got a date. Nate grinned at me and showed me the screen. Then, as fast as it had come, the smile vanished, and he looked shocked at himself. He stared at the phone like he'd never seen it before. When the hell did Eddie Hayes become my friend? Ah, I said, and nuzzled up to him, giving his earlobe a little bite. My best friend and your worst friend are going on a date. Ugh, don't make it worse. I smirked and planted a kiss on his jaw. Our love is spreading, I teased. What did I just say? And only you could make that worse. I put 2 fingers on his cheek and turned his face my way so I could kiss him. Think of something else then, I murmured onto his lips. Ugh, gross, the kid muttered, and promptly focused on the TV and his soda again. It made us both laugh, effectively breaking the kiss. How did you do that, by the way? Nate asked me, and put his phone back down. Easy, Nate. I told Tegan about him and gave her his number. The rest is magic. Uh-huh. And does she know about his business ventures? Of course. I wouldn't lie to her. But there's a reason I use Eddie more than most in my job. He's skilled, of course, that's one thing. He's an ass, too. But that is forgivable because despite your misgivings, he's loyal to the community, and he's a good guy at heart. I snuggled into Nate's side again. There's also the fact that Tegan's never actually seen me in danger before. She knows a lot, but always after the fact and not in grueling details. Now she saw what Clifford did and suddenly got a bout of don't waste time syndrome, so it seemed a good time to suggest Eddie. I shrugged and felt ridiculously content when Nate's warm hand slid down my arm and rested on my hip. You're a bit scary, you know that? He said. It has been mentioned now and then. Shh, guys. This is the best part, Theo said, and directed our attention back to the TV. Another hour went by like that, talking and joking about the movie, before there was a knock on the door and Erin arrived. Nate had informed me she knew about the community now. I'd bet money she'd become an affiliate by marriage before a year had passed. Her knowledge, though, made everything so much easier when it came to Theo's case. She greeted the kid with warmth, and he pouted a bit when he realized she was there to take him back. What do you have in here? I asked him when I helped gather his things. Erin had wanted a word with Nate before taking Theo back to his new home. My games, movies, yeah. Well, good to know you've got your priorities straight. Who needs food and money when running away, eh? Theo considered this and then decided to shift his focus. Can you teach me to climb up on roofs? I don't think that falls under responsible grown-up behavior. Boring, he muttered, and was then distracted by the dog. Since he'd gotten his outerwear on and was ready, I left him with Kona to find Erin and let her know. Temporary foster home, I heard her say when I neared the kitchen. What? Why? The Masons are registered as an emergency foster home, and Theo needed that now. But we still need to find him a more permanent solution. Maggie and you. We don't live together. You don't? The surprise in Erin's voice was obvious. Huh. I get now that the community is more involved in these cases than Scratch that. Both of us ever knew, Nate said. So can't you pull some strings? What about you and Jacques? There was a pause as she thought this through. Theo has been through a lot of traumas in addition to some big realizations about his life. He needs someone who knows about his world. Jacques. Jacques is an affiliate by blood, I think they call it. He doesn't have any ability himself, and I have recently been thrown into this. Theo needs someone who can handle the needs of a child with such a powerful ability. And you're suggesting I'm not part of that world either. Those words surprised me more than Erin's suggestion about Theo's future, mostly because it hurt to hear Nate say that. I stood helpless for a moment, unsure of what to do. Then, Kona barked, and Theo laughed somewhere behind me, and it dawned on me that I was eavesdropping again. I needed to stop with that. Nate had even said in plain speak that there was such a thing as joining in on the conversation, but I couldn't muster the energy to do that. Instead, I stepped into the kitchen with "The kid's ready." Great, I have the car right outside. I'll take him back. He's worried the foster parents are angry, I added. Theod whispered this when he'd put his jacket and beanie on. No need to worry. They're good people. They get it. She gave me a warm smile and followed me back to Theo. I heard Nate's steps too. He said goodbye to them, but didn't mention that conversation after the door closed behind them. I supposed he was still trying to give me space to make up my mind. If only it were easy enough for my mind to forget the difficult factors and focus on the simple ones. Chapter 34. The snow had stopped again, and the streets of Ashport were back to being wet and dark as I drove. How would you usually deal with a situation like this? Nate asked beside me. I glanced over at him. The streetlights rhythmically lit up the handsome profile of his face. You mean, if this was not our judge who'd betrayed us? Yes. I sighed and slowed down because of a crazy person cycling against the wind in the street, veering to the sides, and generally struggling to get home in the cold on the inappropriate vehicle. Can you believe this guy? I concentrated on Nate's question again. Normally, if it was this serious, I'd go to Gerard to clarify what to do. Right. I swung around the cyclist and sped up, finding some reassurance in having Annalise to help. I always did, but now especially. With Gerard out of normal play, and knowing all of us too well, we needed all the help we could get. And speaking of help, do you remember Liz? It took him a second to recall who I was talking about. Liz? We met her on Highfield Ridge? Yes. What about her? Is she okay? She had that weird ability, right? Death warnings. They're kind of rare, and probably uncomfortable and slightly traumatic. I'll bet. Yeah. Anyway, she's aiming to become a Mender herself. She is? Are you surprised? Not really. She was tough. It might not happen. There are those who try and give up. Not only do you have to deal with all kinds of craziness, but you have to get people to trust you too. So, you won't be doing all of this alone then? He asked. Yes, that was something he disliked. I had many allies and resources at my disposal, but in the end, I was expected to handle community issues on my own. To him that seemed unfair. To me, it was how it was, and I was free to give it up. Possibly, though technically I'm not doing it alone now either. I smiled warmly at him and then had to focus on the road again. He reached over and put his hand on my thigh, squeezing gently. You know what I mean. I did. Nate had no intention of becoming a mender, nor could he due to his past, but he'd had my back from the moment he found out. Actually, slightly before that. I put my hand over his. I know. Have I ever thanked you for everything you do for me? Yes. I think it's the word sorry you have issues with. I swatted his thigh, making him laugh, before resting my hand over his again, entwining my fingers with his. I mean it though, thank you. It's not about what one of us does for the other. It's what we do for each other, together. And what you do matters, Margaret. You help people who need it, and you care about them. I'm only sorry I was too blind to catch on fast enough. I had to steady my breath, my chest tightening at those words. I often felt he was too good for me, and then he went and said something like that, making me realize how he saw me through his own lens. Like I mattered, like I truly belonged. The thought of how close I'd come to be taken away from that yesterday when Clifford had intercepted me frightened me. The automatic windshield wipers kicked into life when a few drops fell from above. I cleared my throat, back to the task at hand. My guess is that Gerard is hiding out with, or near, Blakey's guys now. I checked out his house before I found Theo. There was a slight pause, while Nate processed the change in topic, no doubt. Did you? I was at a safe distance, super stealthy, cross my heart. I noticed that you are in fact not crossing your heart. That's merely to avoid crashing, and because your hand is nice and warm in this cold weather. Humph. Humph, indeed, I teased. I let go of said hand to change gears when the streets became wider and offered the chance to drive faster, and then found it again. I take it no one was there? He asked. It was as empty of people as your car is of chocolate. Yes, I understand now how sacrilegious that is, he said, voice dry. Fine, Gerard is likely there, and I agree. We should deal with him first. Which was why we were heading to Annalise's. I needed to know how the community leaders wanted to handle this mess, now that they'd had a moment to think it through. Then, Blakey and his guys, Nate went on, listing up our problems. After that, we have to check into that Ainsley guy, and of course, there's Bill. And Detective McCallan posed a unique problem, since he was Nate's friend, or so I thought. Did you go to the logger den last time? Why do you ask? I noticed him watching me intently out of the corner of my eye, but I couldn't decipher his mood because of the semi-dark and my need to watch the road. Mulligan mentioned it. The other day when you were overwhelmed by the massive police presence in this town? There were only two, I muttered. The rest were sort of at a distance. I'd say that was more than enough. Hey, you're avoiding my question. No, I'm not. I avoided going because I don't know how to deal with Bill. I'm not allowed to tell him about you guys, and he wouldn't believe me even if I did. So I'm loath to say I'm out of my depth here, but I have to figure out a way to dissuade him from investigating further. He was helpful yesterday, so that was something. He was? Oh, I didn't tell you that part? No, he hadn't because everything had been way out of control yesterday. But when he told me, it did explain all the missed calls before Clifford had made her appearance. So, I think he might not be as set in his ways as he seems, Nate concluded when I turned into Annalise's street. I had my doubts about that. So you say about Ivy too? That's because I've talked to her, not tried to bash her head in. Bashing heads are sometimes the most prudent way to go. Is that an agreeing humph or a doubtful one? It's a philosophical one. Let's just take these things one at a time. We'll figure something out. Yeah. I sighed and exited my car after parking in front of Annalise's house. The lights were on, inviting us inside and out of the frosty night. That's odd, Nate said. He was walking ahead of me through Annalise's front yard. That short comment was enough to change my whole demeanor, and I was suddenly taking in the silence of the surrounding street, the lights on in the house, but no movement to be seen, neither inside nor outside, and when I reached the door a millisecond after Nate, I saw that it had not been closed completely. The welcome mat on the porch that did not say welcome lay askew in relation to the door. It was a little thing, but Annalise kept a tidy and elegant house. "Something's wrong," I whispered and reached for my baton while Nate unholstered his gun. Unfortunately, I was right. We stepped over the threshold with care of our surroundings and found a house in disarray. The den at the front of the house had books and furniture strewn all over, and that was the case for the kitchen and living room further in. There had been a fight here, and Annalise had used her ability to defend herself. Only her telekinesis could have upended a piano like the one Nate stared down at. "They've taken her," he said, and looked over at me. I stood next to a huge crack in one of the large windows that must have been caused by the impact of the coffee table that lay upside down next to it. I could only nod at Nate. They had. There was no need to make a threatening call or leave a note. "Gerard's behind this," I said with absolute conviction. "He knew we'd keep this quiet at first. He's trying to cover his tracks by taking her first. Annalise would never let him get away with it." Nate managed to find his way over to me between all the overturned furniture and broken glass and porcelain. "She's incredibly strong. How did they—" He shook his head and stared at the surrounding carnage. "She is, but her illness. They must have overwhelmed her. She's not as— She can't—" My voice hitched, and I gave up. Nate reached out and cupped my cheek. I leaned into the comfort, reached up and took his hand in mine. "We'll deal with this, okay?" he said. "I'm going to kill Gerard." "The smart way," Nate interrupted. "This is another point on our list, and it's at the top. But let's be smart about it and not run headfirst into trouble." "Okay." I nodded and pushed my fears for Annalise back. I couldn't help her if I let my mind dwell on all the maybes. "What do you suggest we do?" "I suggest we talk first and then bash later." "Talk, huh? With whom?" "That's where you need to take a leap of faith." He looked like he didn't want to say, but I had faith in him. And as I stared at the proof of my friend's desperate fight and now need of aid, I was willing to try anything.
Chapter 35. The sound of waves crashing in on the islet drowned out most other sounds in the nearby area. "Nothing's going to happen," Maggie said. There was no need to lower our voices out there. We were surrounded by jagged reefs and small islets and skerries like the one we were on. Most had no more vegetation than a few bushes, but we'd selected the sole one with actual trees and an uneven rocky surface to be able to hide while spying on the lighthouse. Looking at the surrounding treacherous waters, I understood the need for the lighthouse here. Most boats took a wide berth of the area. I glanced back and saw Alan in his little boat. He'd tied it to a rusty metal hook that someone had once put there for that purpose, and while Maggie and I were watching the lighthouse, the gangly mechanic was chilling, wrapped up in thick clothing while fishing. The guy had asked surprisingly few questions when Maggie had recruited him and seemed to be taking his time away from Gary's auto shop with calm and ease. Apparently, affiliates didn't ask too many questions. I turned my eyes on the lighthouse again. Dusk was approaching and Maggie was bristling with impatience. It had been about 18 hours since we'd found out Gerard had taken Annalise, and it had taken all of Maggie's willpower to wait for our best chance. That had involved contacting Ivy, which did not help Maggie's mood. "Just wait," I told her. It was early yet, despite darkness falling. "I don't trust her," Maggie said. "I know you don't. I don't either." Which was why we'd taken this approach instead of coming through the woods. We needed no surprises, and this way we had the best view of the area we could get. I'd sent Ivy a simple text message last night after we'd gotten back to my place and asked her who's next. Nothing more. It had taken her 2 hours to respond, in which I'd been strung with impatience myself. But she had answered with a name that was on our list, and tomorrow afternoon. That answer didn't tell me much, though. It could be a trap. It was the added "we will start with the children next" that had me convinced. I believed her when she said she didn't want her own fate for other children. Her use of the word "we" was a cause of concern, though. "Now something's happening," I said, when I saw the doors to both the lighthouse and the keeper's quarters open before several people filed out. I grabbed my binoculars to have a better look, and Maggie did the same. "There he is," she said. "Blakey, Nura, Red, the pilot, that new guy, and your new best friend." I saw Ivy step outside last and saunter after the others like she couldn't be bothered, but she went with them. They were all dressed normally with pants or jeans and large thick coats and jackets. Nothing screamed abduction about these people. They would not stand out in town if they let anyone see them. They walked down to and entered the boathouse on the far side of that building. Moments later, I saw movement inside when one of them unlocked the large doors that opened onto the water. The boathouse stood on the flattest area down toward the waterline, which wasn't saying much considering the uneven rocky ground around here. But it had been built to withstand floods, and the little, yet deadly, group over there had no problems getting their boat out onto the water. It was a speedboat that lay low in the water and didn't draw too much attention. Many people in town had boats like that. The sound of the two engines revving boomed across the water and could easily be heard by us despite the general susurration by the wind and waves. Then it quieted down and the sound of the engines didn't stand out too much. "They probably have a car in town," I said. We'd seen them use an SUV when they but picked up Gerard. "We shouldn't overestimate the time we have." We'd sent Ellie and Rob to double-check if the intended victim had heeded Maggie's warning and left town, especially since she's our source of intel. Maggie lowered her binoculars and indicated the boat with a haughty nod. She'd drawn her hair back into a short ponytail, but a few dark strands blew around her face. I'll grant you she's flaky. The fact that she'd left the motel, instead of coming with us to see Dr. Morris, spoke volumes. But right now, we didn't have a choice. She's Yorov. I don't care if she suddenly sprouts angel wings. I don't like her. I lowered my own binoculars and stuffed them back into the backpack. "You don't like her because she's basically you if you'd never gotten out from under Yorov's clutches," I said. Maggie glared at me. "I am... ugh!" She sighed and made a grimace. "I don't like it when you're probably right about things I don't want you to be right about." "Probably?" "That's all you're going to get," she announced, and then grabbed her own backpack and headed back to Alan and the boat. With the wind against us, I thought she didn't hear me laughing. We entered the boat, and by the time Alan had reeled in the line, we couldn't see the other one. Fortunately for us, it was dark enough for us to sneak up on the lighthouse. The little boat dipped and jumped through the waves, and Alan led us off slightly to the south, just about where I'd seen the lighthouse the first time. From there, we used a small inflatable dinghy and rowed the last way. At least the wind was on our side for that part, and it ensured a quiet and unseen approach. We came ashore behind the boathouse where we were sure we couldn't be seen from the other buildings. There, we stuffed the dinghy under the boathouse and then proceeded up to the keeper's quarters first. "If those drawings were correct," I said, while we were hunched down behind some bedrock, "the southwest window on the lower level should be the best entry point." Maggie nodded and crawled up to peek over the rock before returning to me. "Hard to see in the dark, but there seems to be a square shape on that end, yes? No sign of anyone else." Best not to assume. We'd seen everyone we knew about enter that boat, but as with the man who could blind people, we didn't know if anyone else had arrived to help with Blakey's scheme. We had to assume there were one or more guards. We didn't have any accurate knowledge of Gerard's whereabouts either. He could be here, but we'd guessed that he'd stayed in the travel trailer further up in the woods because he wasn't exactly one of the Yorov people. He'd merely sold the community out to them. Agreed. Maggie leaned in and gave me a kiss. "Ready?" I nodded and followed her when she shot off over the rocks, bent low, quick, and sure-footed like a cat. We both wore dark clothing and lighter jackets to offer easier movements now, having left the heavier stuff and our backpacks in Alan's boat. The wind subsided somewhat when we got to the keeper's quarters. "Here it is," Maggie said, and bent to inspect the window. It was placed in the foundations of the house, and would lead us into the basement. I glanced up at the 2 stories above us. There were several lights on up there, but that didn't mean much. They were coming back, after all, or someone else could be in there. I wasn't quite sure what Maggie would do if she came across Gerard down here. Up in the travel trailer? We had a plan for that because of the close quarters, but here? Neither she nor I gave our trust easily, but from what I understood, she'd trusted Gerard from the moment she arrived in Ashport 5 years ago simply because of his position within the community. It was a position of trust, given by everyone who needed to band together to stay hidden and take care of each other. It had been a given that he was someone to rely on. "Don't even need your lockpicks for this one," Maggie whispered, and she was right. The window was old and held in place by crusty cement. A knife blade did the trick of jiggling the mechanism open so we could climb inside. The basement was cold and dusty, and from what we could tell, unused. It gave us a good starting point where we could move through the house without worrying about anyone being somewhere behind us. And that turned out not to be a worry. We searched our way up and found an old and worn building, but though it looked like it hadn't been furnished since the 50s, it had what these people needed. A living room, a sizable kitchen, and bedrooms for every one of them, including an extra one that served as an office. Judging by the books and papers strewn around in there, I knew this was where Blakey did his genealogical research to sift out the most valuable affiliates for the ruthless people he worked for. "We don't have time to take all this," Maggie said, and stepped into the room behind me. "I wasn't thinking of taking it," I said, my eyes roaming over all the information the man had meticulously gathered. "I was thinking we should burn it." She came closer and rested her hand against the small of my back while leaning against my side. "Good idea. We should focus on our missing affiliates first." "I take it they were not in the last couple of rooms, then?" "No, the house is empty." I nodded and turned toward her. "That leaves only the lighthouse itself." "Yeah, let's go. Blakey and the others must have found out we got there before them by now." She was right, and we made our way back outside. The tower structure loomed above us, the glassed-in lantern up at the top sending its signal out over the water below. Nothing to it, except the way the tower was built made for some challenges. We did not want to be trapped there if someone decided to box us in from below and above at the same time. Hopefully, an empty house meant no one outside in the dark paying attention to us. Like the keeper's quarters, the lighthouse was old, and not everything was in pristine condition. From ground level, we could see light streaming out of the tower proper due to shutters that were halfway open and moving with the wind. The door creaked, and we had to spend extra time opening it slow enough to avoid that sound. Inside, we were met by a relatively open space. A huge wooden staircase led upward with wooden floors placed on heavy crossbeams that were gray with age. The stairs only passed through each floor, through an opening in the floors. That changed when we reached what had to be the top, or near it anyway. This far up, we could hear the wind howling and the wood creaking with the movement. "That's odd," I mumbled while looking up the stairs. "What?" Maggie peeked around me. "Oh yeah, new wood. They've been doing some carpentry." They had indeed. The new wood had been added to one side of the floor above us, sealing it in, and from what I could see from below, they'd added a wall up there and shut a hatch with a sturdy padlock. "Well, if ever there was a hint," Maggie murmured, and nudged me since I was blocking her way. I went up the stairs and saw that the last opening above led on up to what had to be the lantern room. Maggie touched my arm and indicated the padlock with a sideways nod. I got to work on it while she kept an eye on the closed-off hatch in the floor above us, the only floor that had been closed off in the original design because of the lighting mechanisms up there. Unlike the one in front of me, it was not locked. The padlock gave way, and I drew my gun before opening the hatch. It swung sideways, hanging on a pair of hinges that at least didn't creak. There was a bright light inside that came from a work light placed on the floor. An extension cord went through a hole in the wall. "Hello?" I tried when I stepped in through the narrow hatch opening and saw 3 figures lying on the floor. No one moved. It was our missing affiliates, though. I'd seen enough photos of them to know how they looked. even in their sleep, as it turned out now. Eli, Francis, and Lorraine. They had all been given a mattress to sleep on and sleeping bags. There was a cooler and lots of dry goods and fruit to keep them fed. A small partitioning wall had even been set up to cover what had to be a very primitive toilet back there. Poor people, trapped in a tower like some bizarre fairy tale. "They must be drugged," I said in a hushed voice when Maggie came in behind me. Makes sense. Why? Because they're very strong. That's why they were chosen, remember? Yeah. Our abilities are tightly knit with our minds and bodies. If they're drugged, either to sleep or to a reduced mindset, they won't pose a threat. And so Blakey's team must have put them to sleep before leaving for town then, to ensure they'd still be here when they got back. This poses a hell of a problem, though. How are we going to get them out? I know. Maggie walked between the unconscious people and considered them. Carrying this dead weight will take time. What about the loading hooks outside? Could work, I suppose, but that will only get them down on the ground in one piece. I doubt Alan will get back here before Blakey does. We'd sent him away, after all, since he was not to risk his neck for this. We needed a way to transport the affiliates unless they would wake up. We had no idea what drug they'd been given or when, so there was no way for us to tell. True. Maggie tapped her foot on the floor and crossed her arms. When she opened her mouth to speak, glass broke above us. It was enough for us to hear it, despite the wind outside. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps before something fell to the floor. That would be the guard we've been missing, Maggie said, instead of whatever solution she'd figured out for the affiliates. Let's go.
Chapter 36. I ran out of the room containing the captured and drugged affiliates with anything but a graceful exit through the open hatch. Someone was upstairs, and it sounded like a scuffle going on. "Do you think Annalise might be up there?" Nate asked and followed me out. "Who else? She's not back there." I pointed at the newly built cell behind us. "And I doubt Blakey's guards would fight each other. They're on the same side." "Right." Nate walked past me and up the last flight of stairs with his gun raised and ready. I followed with my baton, figuring the gun was better for entering rooms with threats first. Nate opened the hatch up there and carefully walked all the way up, turning his upper body as he took in the space. "No one's here," he said, and climbed all the way up. I did the same, and then found myself in the heart of the lighthouse. The lantern room was circular, with a wall of glass stretching around in 360 degrees. The lanterns with the lenses set up to amplify and direct the signal beams took up most of the space, making it impossible to see the entire room at once. Nate went around the lantern, gun at the ready. I noticed a chilly breeze up there, and when Nate called me over, I realized why. One of the window panes had been broken, leaving a large space for the wind to come through. It was who was on the floor that caught my attention, though. Nate was kneeling next to Annalise, checking to see if she was alive. "Annalise!" I ran to them and knelt at her other side. She turned out to be barely conscious, her eyelids fluttering. Her usually pristine and elegant clothes were rumpled, and there were scuff marks on her arms and legs like she'd protected herself. Her clean-cut bob was messy, and she looked pale. When she came around, I noticed how weak she was, how confused and beat up. There were bruises forming on her face and hands, likely more under her clothes. Annalise would never give up without a fight. "Annalise, can you hear me?" I asked her. Maggie? It's me." "They broke in, all of them. I tried to stop them, but—" "I know, I saw. Gerard was with them. He's crossed so many lines." Nate sat back and then got up to give us some privacy, though he didn't go far. "They drug us." "I know, we found the others. It's that woman." No sedative then, which meant the affiliates could be out for a long time. We needed to get them all out, including Annalise. "Can you get up?" I asked her and began helping her. "Think so," she mumbled, and after some struggle managed to get to her feet. She looked around like she had no idea where she was. "Where did he go?" "Who, Nate?" He's right here. No, Gerard. I'm sure he was here. I whipped around then but saw the man too late. Gerard's large frame almost filled the open window. For a second, I was amazed at the agility of the man. He'd been hanging outside, biding his time. No! I barely managed to get the word out. Nate didn't see him, his back to the window, his eyes on me. When he realized the look on my face was one of worry for him, and not Annalise, it was too late. Gerard's thick arms went around Nate's neck and pulled him back. The gun went off when the big guy grabbed Nate's hand and forced the weapon to point anywhere but at himself. The bullet went into the ceiling, thankfully not ricocheting on something. I leaped forward to help, but Gerard was both quick and powerful. He slammed Nate's hand against the metal frame of the window wall. The gun clattered to the floor, and Gerard pushed and then kicked Nate right at me. The force behind the big man's actions was astounding. Nate tried stopping the collision but didn't have a chance within the close quarters. Neither did I. We both tumbled to the floor and crashed together, which meant seconds wasted while we tried getting our bearings and disentangling from each other. I heard glass breaking again, and felt the surge of even more cold wind entering the lantern room. Then Gerard grunted as he slammed into the wall beneath the windows. Annalise was staggering toward him, shaky hands outstretched. She'd missed with her first blow and broken the window instead. Nate and I managed to get halfway up when Gerard reached behind his back and then withdrew a gun he'd kept hidden there, in the waistband of his pants. He pointed it straight at Annalise, but his eyes flicked to us too, the threat clear. Neither of us were faster than bullets. Annalise leaned back against the lantern's glass cage, trying to stay upright. She eyed Nate's gun and attempted moving it, but the weapon only shook slightly on the floor before Gerard caught on, leaned over and grabbed it. Annalise was exhausted and ill and had little energy left. The sight of Gerard with those weapons surprised me. Affiliates weren't much into using firearms because they didn't usually need them, but Gerard had a passive ability. He must have deemed the use of weapons necessary. "What the hell are you doing, Gerard?" I had trouble containing the contempt from my voice. "You messed everything up!" The big man was catching his breath. "I'm doing what you would never do. I'm trying to save the community." I blinked. What? By handing them over to Yorov, you have no idea what— "Shut up!" he snapped and pointed the gun my way. "You have no idea. They were going to call our numbers no matter. We can never escape them. They always come back. And now they have an even worse scheme to find the ones they want." "Oh my God," I mumbled. "You sold out a few to save the rest. Is that what you've been telling yourself?" "That's exactly how it works. They leave now, knowing there's no one else here for them, because they've taken who they need. Then the rest of us can live in peace and mind our own business. Live our lives." "You've gone mad," Nate said, a look of pure disgust on his face. "No, I'm the only one seeing reason here. You've been fumbling about trying to stop them when it's like trying to beat back a swarm of ants. You sent me to Jacques' boat knowing an enemy waited there to kill me." I could still hardly believe it. "You told Rafe Porter where I was. You were the only one who knew enough about my past to find someone with a big enough grudge." "He wasn't going to kill you," Gerard countered, making a brief wave with the gun as if to point that out. "Only keep you busy." "Oh, keep her busy, was it?" Nate said. I could see he'd balled his fists, the knuckles white at the pressure. "You keep telling yourself that. You also helped pick Theo as a suitable distraction." Annalise panted, yet had no trouble getting the venom in her statement through. I stepped over to her, disregarding the gun pointed at us, and took her left arm, lending her some support. "They didn't want to take you yet," Gerard admitted. "Claimed you'd be too much trouble over a longer period. The boy's mother wasn't one of us, so the choice was—" He hesitated, which told me he wasn't as mad as he seemed. "The choice was easier." "Damn you, Gerard. You've ruined everything. What the hell are you going to do now, huh? Live a life of luxury from the payments? I know the Yorov Corporation doesn't want empaths." "Payments? What are you talking about? I'll move on, knowing my community is safe." Do you seriously think you're going back home? After all this?" He actually smiled then, but sadly. Of course. I know how you would react to this. You've kept it quiet. There are some sacrifices to be made, of course. Sacrifices? To stop the spread of rumors. He gave me a look that suggested I was an imbecile, but I was too shocked. What he was saying suggested everyone who knew about his crimes would be killed so he could continue his tenure as our judge. Tegan, Rob, Ellie, Eddie, Genevieve, probably even Alan, if Gerard got wind he'd taken us here, despite us not telling him everything. They would all be killed, probably by Blakey's team. He seemed the sort to honor a deal. He'd gone far to keep Dale on his side, after all. Gerard, it will never work, I said. But something shifted in his eyes and they grew colder. Apparently, he wasn't one for lofty villain speeches and maniacal cackling. He merely needed to get the witnesses to his acts out of the way. Annalise caught on before I did. "Maggie," she said, and gave my arm a gentle squeeze. "Get the bastard!" Then a shot cracked through the lantern room. I felt Annalise's hand grip my arm tightly as the bullet hit her head straight on. For a second, despite the fact that she'd understood it first, there was utter surprise in her eyes. Then she slumped down on the floor, her hand releasing me. The bullet bloodied and lodged in the glass cage of the lanterns behind her. I gaped and stared in shock at her dead body. "No!" A sound of motion caught my attention. I saw Gerard's shocked face staring at someone who had been his friend, now dead at his hands. He'd lowered the gun slightly, and Nate reacted. He was running for Gerard. He reached out and took hold of both of the man's hands, forcing the guns away. He rammed a knee into Gerard's stomach, but must have missed the solar plexus, because it made the man grunt and fight back instead of doubling over. Nate managed to claw his own gun out of Gerard's hand. The weapon fell to the floor again, at least not in Gerard's possession. That left his own weapon. I gripped the baton in my hand and went for him, but the gun went off. I ducked on instinct, but the bullet hit the wall far away from me. Nate shoved Gerard against the open window behind him. The man cried out when his back hit some jagged shards of glass still left in the frame. It spurred him on, and he managed to twist his arm, despite Nate's grip, so that his elbow slammed into Nate's face. Nate staggered back, and that was all Gerard needed. I saw it happening and ran for them. There were no more than 7 or 8 steps between us, but Gerard was deceptively fast. He turned them both around in a single move and bent and shoved his shoulder into Nate. I screamed when I saw him topple backward, out over the window frame where no glass would hold him inside. Then Gerard got his bearings and gave Nate a last shove, pushing him over the edge and off the lighthouse. I kept screaming, a desperate hoarse cry of pain and fear, as I ran toward the window, but Gerard whirled around and clamped a hand around my throat and pointed the gun between my eyes, pushing me away from the window. "Shut up!" he shouted at me, desperation in his voice. Somewhere in my pain-addled mind, I could see he was scared and shocked by his own actions. He gave me a final shove, and I fell backward and landed by Annalise's feet. She lay slumped by the glass cage, blood pooling under her head. Her eyes were open, still displaying the shock of death. The small red entrance wound on her forehead was unreal. I didn't know where to turn my eyes. Not at her, not at the window. Nate. He'd killed Nate. I couldn't think. I couldn't believe that this was the same man who'd welcomed me when I'd arrived here 5 years ago, with barely any clothes in a bag, not knowing anyone. And now, Gerard had taken my most important people from me, and was going to take more. I looked up at him then, and saw the confusion still on his face. He'd likely never killed anyone before, and he had to be picking up on my grief and pain, too. When my feelings slowly shifted to hatred and revenge, his demeanor changed as well. He thought he was doing what was best for the community, didn't he? "I should shoot you too," he whispered. It was like he didn't want to admit to himself the truth of what he'd done. "But Blakey wants you." "I'd be better off if you shoot me," I said, and meant it. The pain of my losses was crippling. I reached out and touched Annalise's ankle, the only tangible thing keeping me grounded as images of Nate's body crushed on the rocks below the tower refused to stay out of my mind. Then I thought of Tegan and Rob. I'd failed Nate and Annalise. I couldn't fail them too.
Chapter 37. I'd felt the surge of falling from a great height before, but only in my dreams. Panic gripped me immediately when I flew headfirst out of the glass-free window at the top of the lighthouse. My brain couldn't fathom the ugly truth. The wind whipped at me, and I cried out in pain as I hit something hard that smacked into my hip. Instinct had me reach out and grab it, and the shock of pain jerked through my shoulders when the continued fall came to an abrupt, yet very short, stop. I hung by one of the support beams for the loading hooks. I saw the metal hook on the rope beside me and took hold right before my hand slipped from the beam. I grabbed the rope, but it wasn't secured, and I fell again, before another yanking stop had me crying out again. There was fire in my arms and shoulders. I swung like a pendulum and crashed into the wall. The skin on my hands was on fire since my grasp was slipping, and still in desperation and acting on nothing but instinct, I reached out for the nearest thing I could, one of the shutters. My foot slipped against the wall of the tower, and I lost hold of the rope. "No!" I uttered in desperation when the shutter began breaking off its hinges due to my weight on it. I flailed to grab its twin but couldn't reach. I tried bracing my feet and free hand in the wall, feeling two small cracks and footholds to keep myself up with the speed I was descending. I grabbed at everything, feeling no sense of balance while I slid down the wall now, crying out again when something hit the underside of my knee, another shutter. This one barely broke my fall as it broke off under my weight. I dug my hand in the opening but couldn't get a proper grip to stop my descent even for a second. Another protruding support beam hit me in the back, and I barely managed to grab hold of the hook dangling from the attached rope, feeling it dig into my palm and then ripping through flesh when the rope yanked to a stop again. The momentum pulled me ever more downward, and I scratched and dug my nails in, desperate to stop gravity from pulling me to the unforgiving rocks below. Another crack in the wood, and I forced my fingers in, and then the wood gave. I fell back properly then, with nothing to cling to even for a second to break my fall. I hit the ground before I thought I would, and then saw the rising tower above me as a blurry shape before my senses faded out. I didn't know how long I lay there like that, but large, cold raindrops fell on my face when I came to. It took a long time of me staring up before I understood where I even was. The lighthouse. It loomed over me. Under me, there was nothing but cold stone and downtrodden dirt. I remembered everything then, the surge of the fall and panic returning. I drew a sharp breath of air and winced at the pain, but that was nothing. I forced any thoughts of the fall away. I knew I couldn't remain here. Gerard had tried to kill me. He'd shot Annalise. I gasped when the knowledge hit me all over again. He'd shot her in the head. There was no going back for him now. "Maggie!" I gasped and tried sitting up but lost my breath at the pain. Had he shot Maggie? The alarm at that thought absolutely overpowered me. No, he wouldn't shoot her, surely. They needed her. Her ability was too rare and too valuable. I forced myself to believe that because the alternative was too painful to even consider. I tried moving again then, but with more care. My knee hurt, my hip, my back, hell, all of me. But those parts in particular. I felt an unfamiliar throbbing in my hands too, and lifted them to see if I even had them anymore. I could remember trying to take hold on the entire way down. I held them up in front of my face, and it took me a moment to realize the blood on them was due to scrapes and a deep gash in my right palm. But the sight of 3 missing fingernails on one hand and one on the other had me stare blindly until my brain allowed me to process how that had come to be. Or maybe it was the sound of an engine that was slowing down nearby. I knew that meant danger, but couldn't quite piece together how. Not caring much, I reached a hand back and touched the back of my head. I winced at the pain, but there seemed to be no wound back there. That was something. I must have blacked out again for a minute or two, because the next thing I knew, there were voices nearby. "Maggie," I mumbled, hoping it was her. But no, the voices were many, sharp, and unfamiliar. The engine that had been approaching. Right. Blakey and his team had returned, very likely without a new victim to bring to their employers. I groaned, and I forced myself to roll over on my side. I hissed as shards of glass cut into my arms and legs, the glass that Annalise had blasted out of their frames. The porch lights of the keeper's quarters and the lighthouse itself allowed me to see enough in the cold and wet darkness. I was near the ground level entrance of the lighthouse. That meant I'd be spotted when Blakey and the others came here. I couldn't let them find me. If Maggie was still alive, I swallowed hard and shook my head. Maggie was still alive and might need my help. I stared up at the lighthouse and saw the height from which I'd fallen, the broken shutters and the ropes and hooks that swung easily in the strong wind now. Shouldn't think about that, I told myself, and began to push to my feet. Like a damn cartoon. I winced and groaned in pain, while various agonizing bolts of it shot through me. They did steal the ledger, a male voice sounded nearby. Blakey, I thought. Yes, and then their judge got it back for us, another man said. It's a computer file, smart boy. Ivy's drawl was unmistakable. Just because we got the memory card back doesn't mean they didn't copy it first. Either way, if they've seen the patterns like I have, then we need to escalate our plans. The schedule must... I'd heard enough. And besides, I needed to get the hell away from there. I'd be of no use to Maggie if they brought me back up into the lighthouse now. Biting my teeth to ignore the fiery burns and aches, I limped around the lighthouse until I was on the backside, opposite the door. The waves crashed in on the rocks below in the darkness, and I got down and crawled my way down there to avoid even more falls. I needed to regroup and figure out something to do. The briny smell and feel of slimy seaweed under my hands told me it was time to move along the shoreline, but the cold water sloshed over my knee, providing a moment's worth of pain relief. Screw it, I said, and crawled down a bit more. I didn't care about the season and danger because the second I dipped my knee into the cold water and then my bloody hands, I could feel some of the pain ease. If only the water could do that to my fears for Maggie's safety as well. Chapter 38. There was movement all around the lighthouse and the keeper's quarters now with Blakey and his team back from town. I watched from the outskirts of the lighthouse property, hiding and finding that easy enough in the dark. They couldn't see me out there, but I could see them due to the lights from the buildings. For a while, they'd all been inside the lighthouse, which gave me more hope Maggie was alive. She was their grand prize, wasn't she? I sat behind a jagged outcrop of rock, withered long grass in front of me that swayed in the wind. I watched while most of the Yorov affiliates filed out of the lighthouse after about 20 minutes. Maggie was not among them. Gerard was, though. He went with them into the house, and I could tell, even from this distance, that he walked a few steps away from them. I wasn't sure whether it was because of his distaste for them, or vice versa. Maybe both. He did stop, though, between the buildings and looked up toward the top of the tower and then down on the ground. He shook his head and followed the others inside. You and me both, I muttered. I still couldn't believe I was alive, either. I swore I'd never again grumble at Maggie's insistence we go to the climbing hall. If we could ever go there again. I violently shook the thought out of my mind. We would. I just needed to wait for the best moment to get her out. Tonight, hopefully. When most of them were sleeping, I could sneak inside and... I subconsciously put my hand on my knee and winced. I was lucky to be limping. The cold water had kept the swelling down, enabling me to move, but it wasn't as fast as I needed to. The other injuries weren't helping, but they weren't as bad. The cold would become a problem, though. I was already freezing due to the temperature and my wet pant leg and shoe. I either had to do something tonight or wait until Blakey decided to take someone else from town. That could be tomorrow already, if his talk of changing their schedule was anything to go by. They'd been very careful so far. They'd drawn no attention and were rarely seen by anyone in town, but they had also thought Maggie and the rest of the community didn't know where they were. Things were about to change, and those changes would escalate fast. I was beginning to shiver and decided to move simply to remain warm. I wanted to check out the keeper's quarters anyway, to see if I could get some sense of the activities within. There were enough windows there to show me a lot, but they were high up. If I could get some sense of when most of them were asleep, that would help. I reached into my pocket for my phone. Like always in these situations, I'd turned it off. But to hell with precautions now. Besides, I needed to know what time it was. Unfortunately, the phone was as broken from the fall as the watch on my wrist. Lovely. It wasn't late, though. I knew that much. But not knowing the time would make my wait seem longer than the reality of it. The house came into view when I climbed and crawled carefully over the rocks. The lights were on in almost every room now, and I saw people moving about in there. They appeared so normal, making food, eating, doing the dishes, and generally walking about. After a while, the telltale flashing blue light of the TV was visible against the wall and ceiling in the living room. The domestic calm was almost an insult, considering what they were doing here. Bastards. I contemplated going back and taking another look at the lighthouse, which was now behind the keeper's quarters, but decided against it. I already knew what awaited there, and the only good thing about my fall, besides surviving it, was that I knew the loading hooks and ropes would hold any person lowered down from there. The scuff of a shoe against stone drew my attention then, and I froze. Except for the wind, there was nothing but silence around me. Had it been my imagination? My ears were one of few things that had not been banged up, so no. I glanced around but did not move other than that. The darkness made it difficult to see far, the lit-up house in the distance an exception. Without a watch, I could only assume, but after about 5 minutes, I gave up. Maybe Blakey had a guard walking the perimeter, but I hadn't seen anyone leave the group since they came back, and I certainly hadn't seen anyone doing that before they left for Ashport. As long as the man who could literally blind me was in the house, I was happy. I decided to at least head back where I'd come from. That would lead me away from the water and toward the forest, where I'd be a bit more sheltered from the wind. That's when I saw the figure. Someone was easing over the rocks, but the person was not taking care to hide from either me or the people over in the house. If not for the lack of daylight, he, because I thought it was a man, would be fully visible. So Blakey did have someone out here then. Well, it figured. He'd been reinforced with the new guy, Basily, I thought his name was. Why not another one? The problem, beyond an extra Yorov affiliate, was that he was moving toward me. His general body language didn't indicate he knew I was there, though. Hoping my knee would cooperate, I waited, and when he stepped close enough to touch, I reached out and grabbed his ankle. I yanked so hard the man barely had time to yelp in surprise before he fell and hit the ground. I could hear his breath knocked out of him in a pained huff. Not knowing what his ability was, I moved forward to reach his hands and pull him back. I barely got hold of the one, but didn't stop. I hauled at the arm I had a grip on and slipped on the rock, but managed to turn the man over so I could make quick work of this before he gathered himself enough to use whatever ability he had on me. He was struggling desperately, but panic and surprise in him were my allies, because the moment he remembered what he could do, I was likely toast. Except he didn't have an ability. As I prepared to punch him in the face, something hard was pushed into my stomach. "Stop! Hands up!" What? What kind of affiliate said that? I looked down but saw little more than shadows in the dark. Was that a gun? "Get off me, and put your hands up," he repeated, the voice familiar. "What the hell, Bill?" I froze, fist elevated, ready to pummel his face. Or an enemy's face, rather. "Nate?" I backed off and slumped down, my knee protesting at this maneuvering on the cold, wet rocks. "What are you doing here?" "What are you doing here?" He sat up, and when squinting my eyes, I did see it was him, but only barely. It was dark as a grave out here behind the rocks, hidden from the buildings now. "You need to leave," I told him, the danger he was walking blindly into dawning on me after the initial confusion. "You can't be here." "Yes, of course," he said, his voice dry. "I'll get right on that." I noticed he wasn't holstering his gun. "You need to trust me on this one. You need to leave." "Yeah, I do need to trust you, Nate, and yet I find you here in the middle of nowhere next to the Scary Passage lighthouse station, attacking me in the dark." Trust it to McAllen to know about this place and every single place in and outside Ashport without having to look them up online. "I wasn't attacking you." "Uh-huh. That oncoming fist didn't look friendly. I thought you were going to attack me. You didn't know who I was, he pointed out matter-of-factly. Damn him. Logic was hard to circumvent when you didn't usually go around ignoring it. Which means, he went on, that you think there's someone out here about to do exactly that. For crap's sake, Bill, you need to get away from here. Why? He holstered his gun then and crawled up the rocks to see better. And why are there people in an automated lighthouse station? You don't want to know. Sounds like you don't know me at all. I drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly to keep my patience. This was becoming even more of a disaster. I'm here on a job, I said, hoping that would get him to back off. He didn't understand the danger he was in here. No, you're not. What? I followed Agent Clifford here, so my guess is whatever you're doing here has something to do with Maggie, which means it's not one of your jobs. What did you say? My pulse, which had begun slowing down, suddenly went haywire. I said that I doubt your boss assigns you cases that involve Maggie, so... No, about Agent Clifford. Ah, yes. I hadn't seen her for a while, and then she suddenly reappeared in town a few hours ago. Got me curious, so I followed her out here. Lost track of her in the woods, though, and ended up near the water. Then I noticed the beacon and followed it. I automatically glanced up at the light from the lantern house. So Ivy's manipulations hadn't lasted more than a couple of days or so, and then Clifford had turned around and come back? And now she was here somewhere? How? There was no way she'd know about this place. This is bad, I mumbled and shook my head. Yeah, I'm curious as to what kind of bad, though, McCallan said. He lowered himself behind the rocks again. I did find it peculiar that Clifford drove out to Dale Ralston's compound. Didn't you guys check this place out when things went down up there? Nah. Honestly, didn't think of this place. I don't think I've been here since I was 10 and on a school trip. I rubbed my hands over my face and immediately regretted it. The numb pain in my hands flared back to life. Bill, you need to listen to me. I get that it's difficult, but you have to trust me when I say that you need to leave here. Uh-huh. I kept my fingers splayed, waiting for the piercing pain to ease down. How was I going to get him to back off? I wasn't allowed to tell him anything, and he wouldn't believe me. He was in danger from being near these people, and more so if he came across any of them in attack mode. I needed to get to Maggie and get her out, not spend time on this. Just don't follow me, I told him, and slowly got to my feet. Turned out sitting still for too long was not good for me at the moment. Sore muscles tended to stiffen when hurt and cold. Okay, McCallan agreed, and then proceeded to get up and walk with me. For God's sake, man! You already said that. You must be seriously strung out, considering your increased level of swearing. I rolled my eyes and began moving back up toward the forest. Why are you moving like an old, half-dead guy anyway? Fell from the lighthouse. Funny. No, it really wasn't. What are you up to? McCallan pressed, clearly not believing that part. I stopped and stared up at the tree line. McCallan was obviously not going to leave. He knew I was lying about something. However, if I could get to Maggie and then get out, he didn't have to see any weird nature-defying abilities that would mark him as a threat to the community. They didn't like people they didn't trust finding out about them. I knew that from experience. I was pretty sure that they'd had contingency plans in case I couldn't be trusted to keep my mouth shut. I didn't want that to happen to McCallan. What if they decided he was a threat? He had a wife and 4 kids, for God's sake. However, if I could get Maggie out with his help and without him seeing anything he shouldn't, then that was a win-win. Nate, Maggie's in trouble. Okay? Those people down there, the squatters? I guess you could call them that. You might want to check them out in relation to the Marbella case. Oh crap. You were there, weren't you? I didn't say that. I turned and looked at him, but he was merely a dark silhouette, hardly contrasting against the night. Neither of us could read facial expressions. Maybe that was for the best. I said that Maggie's in trouble, and I need to get her away from them. Yeah, I feel so much wiser now. I'm only telling you this much because I'm not getting rid of you. Perceptive, So what are you going to do? Wait till they fall asleep and then get her? That's pretty much it, yes. Excellent plan, Nate. Detailed, thought through, and simple. I smiled then. I missed working with this sarcastic dumbass. If you come up with something better, then I'm all ears. Where is she anyway? In the lighthouse. Of course she is. Are you armed? Nope. My gun is also in the lighthouse where I lost it before being thrown out the window. There was a pause. And if you bump into these guys and feel threatened in any way, then don't hesitate in shooting, I said before he could respond. If he wasn't fast with these people, he'd be dead. I'd bet money that if Maggie and the other prisoners disappeared during the night, Blakey and company would leave this place and hide somewhere else. But maybe, just maybe, McAllen could get Gerard for Annalise's murder. That would be something. I needed to figure out how to put it all together. Maggie first, though. What time is it? I asked McAllen, who had not crushed all his gadgets while falling from a lighthouse. 10. It was later than I thought then, but not so much that anyone would go to bed yet. We would have to wait. So you were thrown out of the first-floor window then? McAllen asked, as he walked after me. We were far enough away now to walk upright without being spotted. No. Second floor? No. Come on, you don't mean... Yes. Geez, how are you even walking? Sheer will. I stopped and glanced around before spotting the same place I'd been hiding out before going to check the keeper's quarters. It was slightly better to wait there, because the rocks gave some shelter from the wind, and I could see everything clearly down by the buildings. Over here, I added to McAllen, who followed without a word. That lasted for about 10 seconds. You know, I could hear the smirk that was surely there. You do realize you're on a quest to save a princess from a tower, right? Shut up. A rumble of laughter followed me. And besides, if you call her a princess in need to her face, you won't be adding more to the 27 kids you already have. McAllen snorted. What fits better then? Evil queen? Strangely, I think she'd actually like that. I'm not surprised. She strikes me as... A strangled cry of fear rose up at the same time I stepped on something that moved. I startled and jerked back. The person who'd been hiding in the scruffy bushes near the woods jumped up, but before he could do anything, I twisted and slammed my elbow in his face. The figure moaned and then slumped to the ground. What the hell? McAllen uttered and came closer. No clue, I said, and bent down, careful in case it was a ruse, but it wasn't. A quick flash of light from McAllen's cell phone revealed this to be Rupert Ainsley, unconscious and wearing his elegant yet inappropriate clothes for the cold weather. What's that guy doing here? McAllen asked. No clue, but since there's no way he followed Maggie and me, it has to be you. Oh, that's embarrassing. It should be. How did you get here anyway? I laughed at that attempt to gain information and bent down and grabbed the recorder from the reporter's coat pocket. Then I threw it as far away as possible and heard the clatter of it breaking against the rocks with satisfaction. Okay. McAllen sounded thoughtful. That will stop him for about half an hour. Then I'll knock him out again. I have other things to tend to than this idiot. You've changed in some strange ways, Nate. No, I haven't. I'm only slightly freer now.
Chapter 39. I tried figuring out something to say to Gerard, but my mind wouldn't let me. Every time I glanced at him, my throat clamped shut and I had trouble breathing. It was like it was physically impossible for me to consider even a simple word to try to reason with him. I didn't want to do that. I wanted him to pay. I could see him avoiding looking at Annalise's lifeless form. Her blood lay in a large pool around her head and shoulders, but it had stopped widening now. I knew I should attempt to persuade him to let me go, to run away or something. I'd follow him at the first opportunity, of course, and he knew that. He knew so well after all these years. What a mess. I sat in silence and gave up on working Gerard. No, if he was going to hand me over to Blakey, I'd have to figure out something then. They still had people to take, and Gerard had people to kill, and I desperately needed to stop them all. Tears threatened to well then, because my first thought was what Nate would have said. Something logical, no doubt. Stopping Gerard first, because death was irreversible. Then free the prisoners. That was what I'd do. Easy peasy. I forced back the tears, because I'd rather be shot than let Gerard see. But he felt it, of course. He'd turned away from me, staring out into the darkness, which was occasionally lit by the beacon that was still cast from this very room. It took me a while to understand there was a strange sound out there. An engine. Dread filled me when I realized it was my new captors returning. Somehow it felt both like an eternity and a minute before their feet clomped up the stairs. Gerard? It seems like something is off with the window panes. Blakey stopped halfway through the opening in the floor when he noticed me sitting there with a dead body next to me. Oh, he added, and then noticed Gerard, who stepped into view with the gun in his hand. Blakey climbed all the way up and was promptly followed by Red and Ivy. Neither of them said anything, merely took in the scene. "What happened?" Blakey asked Gerard, who gave a very brief answer to that. "I see," Blakey responded when he was done. "You pushed Mr. Hansen out the window, you say?" "Yes." "Funny that," Ivy chimed in. "He wasn't on the ground." My breath hitched at that, and I turned my eyes on her, scrutinizing her. But she merely stood, leaning against one of the unbroken windows, arms crossed over her chest, her face blank. Had I heard her right, though? Was Nate not there? How the hell could he not be there? What if— "That can't be right," Gerard said. "Are you sure?" That was exactly what I wanted to know. Ivy rolled her eyes and then gave Red a pointed look. It took him a second, but then he got his phone out and called someone downstairs, as it turned out. "Check the area!" he snapped at whoever was at the other end of the call, and then hung up. 10 minutes later, the entire horde of Yorov affiliates came up the stairs. "Wow, so we're not taking her last then?" the pilot asked when he, as the last one, squeezed into the room which was now crowded. Blakey stared at him, clearly relaying without words not to discuss any plans in front of me. "Sorry, boss. Anyway, the ex-cop's not down there. At least not near the buildings. If he fell down, though." "If?" Gerard broke in. "I told you I threw him out, and that is what I did." "Yes, because traitors are so easy to trust," the pilot commented. Gerard got red in the face, but likely felt the contempt that none of Blakey's team seemed to hide. "If he survived, then he probably crawled away. We'll find him dead somewhere along the shoreline tomorrow morning." I felt a pang in my chest at that reasoning, because it was a probable outcome. My shoulders sagged, and I stared at the floor, my heart breaking at the thought of Nate dying, broken, and alone out in the cold while I sat here, helpless and lost. "Look," the new man, Basily, said. "She cares for a cop. She really has strayed from her kind." No, I hadn't. I wanted to yell at him. I'd merely learned to trust better than we usually did. How I wanted to kill these people, but now with all of them here, Gerard's gun wasn't even the deadliest weapon in the room. Blakey straightened his coat. "Nura, Basily, take our Mender here down to the others. Make sure she complies." Considering the fact that I didn't comply, Basily used his ability to take me down a floor. It felt like a buzzing energy field held me in place and lifted me the short way. I knew he was strong, of course, but his level of controlling his telekinesis was impressive. I'd never seen that in anyone except Annalise. The thought of her almost made me cry again. She'd never have tolerated that, though, not in a situation like this. "On that mattress there," Nura instructed, and I was placed on one of the vacant ones. "Okay," Basily said. I heard the sound of everyone else going down the stairs again out there. "What about the body?" came Gerard's voice. The body? He was distancing himself from Annalise, like not using her name would make it easier on him. I sure as hell didn't want it to be easy on him. "Put a sheet over her. We'll deal with both her and the cop in the morning." That comment brought my attention back to Nate. What if he needed help? I needed to get to him. But Nura and Basily were blocking my way, and behind them, leaning against the wall beside the newly crafted entryway, stood Ivy and observed. "Put her to sleep already," Basily ordered. Nura glared at him, clearly not interested in taking orders from the guy, but she gave a curt nod nonetheless. She took hold of my hand, and I couldn't move it away since it was frozen to my side by Basily. "No," I gasped, realizing fully now how the other 3 prisoners were drugged and subdued. "Stop it!" My senses became blurred and the faces above me unclear. "Don't do this!" I focused on the face with the almost white hair surrounding it. I couldn't see her features. "Deal," I said, going for full-on desperation now. Nate had made a deal. It was a deal, I slurred, and then couldn't keep my eyes open. I had no idea how long I was out, but when I came to, I didn't feel all there. Everything was blurry, and I felt groggy and slow. "She's coming to," a female voice said. "Okay, let her breathe a few minutes, then bring her under again." "What?" I said, and then turned over on my side. I saw 3 people but used an insane amount of time to understand that they were 2 women and 1 man. "Nate?" I asked, but they didn't respond. "Eat," another voice commanded. It felt like ages before I managed to do so. I didn't even remember getting over to join the others, but at some point, an apple appeared in my hand, and it was half eaten, and some of it was in my mouth. I stared long and hard at my fellow table guests, or floor guests as it were. "Lorraine?" I asked finally, managing to connect a name to the face. She was eating a pear. "I can't," she mumbled. "I can't focus. Can't do anything." I glanced around, but there was nothing but that strange wooden room and the 4 of us. More mattresses were stacked to one side. Oh yes, people were being taken. I had been taken. Somehow my messed up mind was able to understand that I'd been drugged. I remembered then. Nate and I had found them unconscious and been unable to wake them. "Nate?" I asked loudly at the thought of him. "That's enough," someone said. A man, I thought. "Put her under. I don't trust her." I had no strength, and certainly no will to stop whoever took my apple from me and then lifted me over to the mattress again. A female face hovered above me, and then I fell asleep again. My second awakening turned out to be different. I felt the grogginess leave me to a higher degree, but not enough for me to jump up and start saving the world. "Are you sure about this?" a woman asked before I could open my eyes. "Hell no." "Then maybe we should—" "Ivy," I mumbled and cleared my throat. She was standing at my feet, arms crossed again, though this time she looked straight at me. Nura, who knelt next to me, held my hand in hers, likely controlling the amount of whatever drug she was a natural carrier of. I felt clear in my head, but my body was heavy and uncooperative. She was good at this, accurate with her doses, and able to control which part of a human she wanted to subdue. And here I'd thought her tech skills were her primary gifts. "This is a bad idea," she told Ivy, her thick hair rippling as she moved her head to meet Ivy's eyes. "Of course it is." "No," I interjected. "It isn't." Nura turned her gaze back on me. "Nate made a deal with you, Ivy," I said, not caring that Nura heard. She was here, so Ivy had said something, if not everything, to her. I decided not to mention her saving me from Clifford. "I think you know Nate would honor that deal. You're the one who walked away, not him." "You did?" Nura asked. "What he offered is impossible." "Removing the chips?" "Of course it is," Ivy hissed and then waved at me. "They all hate us. They won't help." "That's not true." "Oh, so you don't hate us, do you?" I winced. This was not the time to lie. "I'm not overly fond of you, but—" Ivy snorted and shook her head. "But," I repeated, "Nate made a deal with you and I will honor it. I swear it." "Promises from a mender?" Nura said to Ivy. "You want me to rely on that?" No, never a Mender. But I do think she means it. She really does love that man. Beats me why he loves her back, but she shrugged like this was a conundrum that could never be solved. But he's probably dead, Nora argued, and the pain of those words hit me all over again. Ivy merely watched me before she lowered her arms and nodded at Nora. Let her go. Are you sure? This is my life too, and I have someone to fend for. I want to be alive to do that. What do you want me to say, Nora? Ivy flicked her hands out. It's our best chance. Nora stared at her for a long time, and I wanted to scream at her to get on with it. That wouldn't inspire trust, and the wait was agonizing. Then, she finally turned her dark eyes on mine, and I felt my body relax before something lifted. It felt like a blanket of lead had been lifted off me. Slowly, so as not to scare the Yorov women, I sat up. Thank you, I told Nora, and then ran my hands through my hair. It barely hung in the ponytail I'd fastened it in earlier, and I redid it. Despite them waking me and freeing me, it still surprised me when Ivy tossed me my baton. I clutched it gratefully. I had more than one now, but this was the first one I'd gotten, the one that Nate had given me. Where is everyone else? I asked. In the house, Ivy said. We're all waiting for Dawn to go out and search for Nate. I nodded and forced back any emotions regarding that. Can we sneak past them? Probably. Reassuring. We don't do things halfway, Nura said. I nodded and considered my fellow sleeping prisoners. Do you keep them like this all the time? No. We wake them regularly but keep them subdued. That way their physical health doesn't decline, but they can't muster the focus to attack. Okay, good, I said, and noticed the looks of confusion on both women's faces. Means they can walk. Wake them up, please. The hesitation annoyed me, but I forced myself to remain calm. Think of it this way, ladies. You may want to sneak away with only me and get your chips removed. I want to help these people. They, in return, are strong and exactly what we might need. It's a long way up to the road from here. They drew synchronized breaths at this, considering my words. Fine, Nura said, and then walked over to them. Ivy didn't object, which I took to mean she was on board at least. The three prisoners took a little more time to awaken fully. According to Nura, it was because they've been treated like this for longer than I had, but after 15 minutes, they seemed to have their senses back. Maggie? Frances said. Yeah, you know who I am? She and Lorraine nodded, having heard of me at least. The man, Eli, didn't. Considering he'd kept to himself his whole life, I wasn't surprised. But you're our Mender, Frances said. What are you doing with these people? They took me from my home and— I know, I said, and broke her off. I felt cold, but we really didn't have time for this. Leaving while it was still dark outside was our best bet. But now we all need each other to get the hell out of here. Can you put all that aside for that long? Well, They looked at each other and then at Ivy and Nora, who did nothing to either threaten or attack them. We don't have much time, I said, and urged them to act by rolling my hand. Okay, Lorraine said, and that seemed to decide it for all three of them. They got up, and though with wary and confused frowns directed at Ivy and Nura, they came with us out of that room. The Yorov women led the way down the stairs of the lighthouse. I knew they were taking a tremendous risk here. They'd likely be killed on the spot if the other Yorov affiliates got wind of this. They had to be truly desperate to get out. And Nate had seen that in Ivy. Of course he had, because he hadn't been brought up to fear and hate these people. He detested them and their actions, but recognized a fractured soul when he saw one. Oh yes, I would honor his deal. But the moment we were far enough away to avoid recapture, I would turn back alone and search for him until I found him. He came first, then the deal. Hey, what's taking so long? A man shouted up the stairs. The professor wants a meeting and— He stopped talking when he noticed me behind Ivy and Nura. I was still up on the floor above them, ready to pass through the opening. I could see it was red, as they'd called him in the Marbella. "What the f—" he began, his brain putting what he saw together. Ivy was faster. With no hesitation, she pushed Nora, who was first to the side, and jumped down from the steep stairs and landed feet first on Red's chest. He fell back, and even I could hear the snap of his neck as he landed with his head against the wall behind him, the angle on his neck against it impossible. "Ivy?" Nora said, whilst I could only utter, "Whoa!" I climbed down and approached. "Too late to turn back now," I said to make the point clear. "It was him or us," Ivy told Nora after glaring at me. "I understand that. That guy was a constant pain anyway," she said with utter disgust in her voice. "But they're going to wonder when we come back without him." "We're not going back," Ivy pointed out. "We have to pass the house." Crap. I said, and glanced back at Lorraine. "Think you can help?" Lorraine climbed down the ladder and stared at the dead man. I could see a shiver run through her. She wasn't used to death, which, good for her. Thankfully, she didn't panic, and nor did the other two. In fact, all three seemed fairly shocked and pliable, willing to do anything to get out of here. They knew very well why they'd been taken in the first place. "Yes, I think I can," Lorraine said. She closed her eyes and focused, and a shimmering light appeared, rippling over her entire body and transforming her into the image of the dead man at her feet. "Damn, that's impressive," I said. "I'd never seen such a thing before." "How do you do the clothes?" She had in fact not only changed shapes into the dead man, but was also wearing the same men's clothes, not her own. "It's a mirage," she said in a deeper voice, "like an illusion outside my body." I knew it was rude, but I reached out and touched her head anyway. The image of short hair curled around and parted for my fingers, and I felt her long hair underneath. "That is nifty." "Super nifty," Ivy repeated with annoyance and indicated the stairs with a brusque movement. "Now let's go." We did, and reached ground level shortly after. There, Ivy, Nora, and Lorraine, looking like Red, went first. That turned out to be a good idea, since the pilot then opened the door to the keeper's quarters and took a step out. I remained behind the door to the lighthouse with it slightly ajar so I could hear. "There you are," the pilot said. "The professor's waiting." "Whatever," Ivy said, and this seemed to be normal when talking about their boss because no one reacted. "We want to give the area a quick check first. I don't like it when someone might be lurking." "Yeah, I'll tell him to wait 5 more minutes." That, of course, was when everything went wrong. I could see through the narrow gap that a shadow fell over the pilot, and then heard Gerard's voice. "You should—" He stopped himself and then blurted, "Who's that?" "Who's who?" Ivy asked. "That." I saw his hand emerge, pointing right at Lorraine. "That is not Philippe." Apparently that was Red's actual name. "What are you talking about?" Nura said, scoffing at him. "That is not Philippe. I sent someone else." "Oh, hell," Ivy said, and almost sounded bored. Then she lunged toward the big man, and so fast, I barely saw the little Kubotan in her hand. I pushed the door open and ran for them, hoping Eli and Francis followed. We were busted now anyway, so there was nothing else to do but help. Ivy, with the aid of Nura, had beaten the big man to the ground. I skidded to a halt by the door to find him clutching both his head and throat on the floor. The pilot was behind him, having been pushed into the house. He was livid, and yelled something in a language I didn't understand, yet the meaning was clear enough. I gave my baton a flick, and it expanded. My eyes landed on Gerard, but the pilot was the bigger threat at the moment. Then, Blakey himself appeared behind the pilot, a glass of water in his hand. His eyes widened at the sight of us, and he shouted something, a warning to the pilot it turned out as he threw himself down. The next thing I knew, pink, painful blasts of light was thrown toward us. Escaping quietly was now a plan of the recent past. Chapter 40. The force of Blakey's powers hit my side, and I cried out when the pain surged through me. I didn't stop moving, though. I ran past the door, yelling for the others to get away. Blakey, the pilot, and Basily stormed out of the house, ready to attack. We all spread out to avoid the forces sent after us. I knew the pilot needed to touch someone to send his shock waves through a body. Nate had told me that from experience. I was, however, not aware of his telekinesis. Like Basily, he was double-gifted, not uncommon with Yorov affiliates, but his skills were not refined like Basily's. It didn't matter, though. My feet were yanked off the ground and I fell hard. I rolled around, somehow avoiding the guy's ability. I saw him come after me while the other two seemed to attack everyone at once. The pink flashes of Blakey's lit up the area. From afar, it had to look like fireworks. I scrambled to get to my feet, but the pilot wasn't having it. He waved his hand, and I felt the tinge of his force on me, lifting me and slamming me into the wall of the house. I cried out and rolled away from the wall, my whole side hurting. Then Ivy leaped for the guy. I hadn't even seen her coming. The pilot went down under her and squirmed like mad, fighting the Kubaton being forced against whatever pressure point she aimed for in his neck. Her sudden scream told me he'd sent that agonizing bolt of pain into her. I crawled and then scampered to my feet, my baton in my hands. I aimed for his head, but they were still tussling, Ivy hurting him with her weapon despite what he was doing back. I hit his arm, then Ivy's hand. It didn't help her already hurting body. The next strike hit home, and her screams stopped as the pilot's head lulled back and forth. The world exploded in pink then, and I was pushed back. The unforgiving rocky ground scraped against my back and legs as I was pushed along the ground. The pain was paralyzing, and I gasped for air and for the pain to end. I saw Ivy get up and charge her former boss, only to barely dodge the flash of pulsating light he sent after her. There was nothing but utter chaos. We might outnumber the 4 men, but with 3 of them having active and damned useful abilities, we were in a downright crapstorm of trouble. I saw Eli crouch down on the ground on the outskirts of the skirmish. The guy was already scarred from his ability. I couldn't count on him. I'd known that all along. I saw Nura jump on Basily's back just when he threw his gray blinding curse straight at Lorraine's face. She screamed when her vision was taken from her and fell down in absolute panic. Basily threw Nura off before she could subdue him, and then caught her with his telekinesis, lifting her and flinging her against the wall of the lighthouse. He missed, and she crashed in through the open door and into the stairs most likely. None of us could run to her aid. This was it. This was win or lose. Blakey would kill Ivy and Nura and torture the rest of us into submission. We had nothing to lose. I ran for the pilot again since he was closest, but a shadow moved from my side. Despite his size, Gerard had kept back and remained unseen. Now, he pummeled into my legs like a football player. I toppled over, actually flipping in the air due to the sheer size of the man. I'd learned to fall properly, though, and managed a roll upon landing, which took some of the impact at least. I heard his steps on the ground before I could turn properly. There was only the wall of the house in front of me, and nowhere to go. Something moved to the side, and then Gerard cried out in pain. I got my bearings and swung around to see Nate on top of him, ramming his fist into the other man's head and upper back. He must have come running up behind him. "Oh, effing, yes!" I shouted and ran over. The sight of me raising my baton had him roll back off of Gerard, and I swung the weapon as the judge lifted his neck tentatively due to the lack of blows from Nate. There was one more, though. This time, the big man slumped over and remained still. I made the mistake of looking over at Nate. Pink light hit me all over, pushing me away. I couldn't help but scream in pain. It hurt so bad, so much worse than an electric shock. I glanced up and saw, through squinting eyes, Nate ducking Basily's invisible force. Next second, the man hit and lifted Nate, who squirmed in the air. A gunshot cracked through the noise of the fighting. Nate fell to the ground like a sack of bricks. Basily staggered backward, a hand over his stomach, blood trickling out between his fingers. "What the hell?" I muttered, and forced myself up on all fours. I had to crawl sideways to see who had fired the gun, and my jaw dropped at the sight of Detective McCallan standing there with his gun in hand. His jaw was beating mine in levels of dropping. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Neither could anyone else, it seemed. The guy wore his thick down jacket open, his badge glinting on his belt from Blakey's pink light. It was Ivy who attacked him, dropping him with a well-aimed kick that would likely not have hit had the man not been so shocked at everything before him. No one here, except Nate and I, knew whose side he was on. Basily groaned on the ground and twisted over on his side. He flung his blinding force in the direction of McCallan, but he was down, and Ivy had moved on to Blakey again. It was the skinny guy standing behind McCallan who caught the full force. "What's he doing here?" I shouted to no one in particular, and finally got my legs to cooperate. I ran past everyone when Rupert Ainsley cried out in fear at his now unseeing eyes. He dropped his phone in his panic. Oh God, he'd been filming. "It's all right," I shouted at him when I reached him. I grabbed him and held him, but he wriggled in fear, not knowing who was there. "Rupert," I shouted to get him to hear me over his own screaming. "It's temporary." "What?" "Please get down, you're going to get hurt." "Maggie? Maggie Evans?" "Yes," I admitted. He already knew I was involved now. No need to pretend anymore. "Listen to me." A cry of warning from one of the others came too late. I felt Rupert ripped from my arms as I was hit again by Blakey. I coughed hard when seconds later I lay further away from the melee. Could this guy not be beaten? I rolled around and groaned in pain, my baton somehow still clutched in my hand. I noticed him then. Nate. He dodged an attack from Blakey, who now had the lighthouse at his back. Whatever the others did, he seemed to beat them back. I saw Basily had stopped moving on the ground, his hand sliding off his stomach. Ivy, like Nate, dodged another of her boss's agonizing flashes, but neither of them could get close enough to touch him. The pilot circled in on Ivy, hitting her with his invisible force. She rolled to soften the fall. Nate caught my eye then. He was staring intently, like he was trying to tell me something. I wanted to run over and help them, but he shook his head. Then he pulled back against some of the more jagged rocks. He pointed two fingers at his own eyes like he was trying to stab himself. "What the?" I mouthed, but he kept doing it, and added a rolling motion with his hands. "Get on with it." "Oh," I gaped. Was he serious? Nate? I couldn't believe it. Now he was rolling his hand even more frantically and wincing while doing so. I shook my head and then realized how that might look, so I nodded fervently instead. Then I listened in. "The lighthouse, Maggie. The lighthouse. Behind the bastard. Are you hearing me? Eli's no good. He's panicking. How the hell do I know you're hearing me? I don't—" I broke the connection then and gave him a thumbs up as I caught on to his meaning. I pointed out Frances for him, since she was hiding behind some rocks to his side where he couldn't see. Like me, he knew what she could do. Then I ran away from the chaos and around the keeper's quarters. How I didn't fall and crush my face in the darkness there was beyond me, but I didn't. Instead, I emerged on the other side of the house and sprinted behind Blakey and reached the lighthouse. The walls were full of cracks, and with a jump, I managed to reach the lowest window. I grabbed onto one of the shutters and felt it about to break off. I swung a hand up and caught hold in one of the cracks. Hoisting myself further up, I managed to get my foot on the window, and the edge held better than the shutter. Feeling my way up, I managed a few feet more before I used all the strength I had and forced a short sideways jump. I caught the beam with the lowest hanging loading hook and breathed a sigh of relief. From here it would be easy. I was no more than 10 or 12 feet up, but that would be enough. I dangled like a pendulum and used the momentum to swing up on the beam. I looked down as I got my bearings. I saw Nate and Ivy trying to distract both Blakey and the pilot. Blakey was the worst, and I could see they were both exhausted from the pain. McCallan started getting to his feet too, but a blast caught him straight on, and he writhed on the ground. I caught Frances's eye then. Nate had told her what to do, and she sat hunched over Eli, saying something to him. Then she nodded at me, and I jumped. There was nothing to think about. Sooner or later, the pilot, if not Blakey, would have noticed me up there. Fortunately, that didn't happen. I crashed into Blakey and pushed him to the merciless hard ground. I cried out in pain myself, but I wasn't here to stay, only to buy Frances time. "Run!" she screamed, and to the pilot's astounded reaction, everyone did exactly that. I saw Nate and Ivy run straight for McCallan, Nate bending to drag him along. Even Eli ran away. Blakey lifted his head and saw this. Then he noticed Frances remaining. I slammed my baton down on Blakey's back when he attempted to get up, and then I ran away myself, heading between the lighthouse and the keeper's quarters. I stumbled down between rocks, missing the path there completely in the dark. I heard Blakey's shout of "no" as he knew what was happening. Something cracked in the air, an ear-splitting noise, and then there was silence. I stopped moving then. "Please let everyone be all right," I whispered, and slowly turned back. I was breathing hard, and my hand around the baton was hurting with my desperate grip. The light wasn't as bright when I returned. Blakey and the pilot lay lifeless on the ground, having been stricken by Eli's unforgiving power, wielded by Frances, who'd absorbed it temporarily from him when he couldn't use it on a human being ever again. "Are you all right?" I asked her. This wasn't something she was used to. She stood on the open ground in front of the house, eyes wild at what she'd done. Yes, I will be. I think." Then she bent over and threw up. I nodded at this understandable reaction, and then my eyes found Nate at once when he, Ivy, and McCallan emerged. Nate looked like he'd been through a grinder twice, limping and bloodied, but he was there, and that was all that mattered. All the pent-up fears in me melted away then. "Seems the princess got out of the tower on her own," McCallan said, oddly calm considering what he'd seen. I frowned, not understanding what he was saying or why he was even here. "Yeah, she does that," Nate said with a smile. Then he took in the mess behind me, and his brows lowered. "Where's Gerard?"
Chapter 41. "Anyone seen Gerard?" Maggie shouted. Ivy gave a backward wave of not caring as she headed for the lighthouse. Frances was on her knees, heaving, and Lorraine, turned back into her own form, lay curled up on the ground. At least, that was what I assumed had happened, since I'd seen Red fall there. According to Blakey's ledger, she was a shapeshifter. What a world I was currently in. "Shouldn't you take a break?" McCallan asked me, giving me a dubious look. I had to resemble a piece of crap, because I was certainly feeling like it. If I sat, I would probably not get up again, so it was safest to remain upright. Taking those hits of Blakey's ability took its toll when heaped up on everything else. "Can someone help?" Ivy barked from the doorway of the lighthouse. She appeared to be dragging someone by the hands. Nora, most likely. I'd seen her get thrown in there before I reached the chaos. "Guess I better do that," McCallan said, and went over to help. "I saw Gerard," an unfamiliar voice said behind me. I turned to see Eli. He was pale and unwell. From what I understood, he'd suffered quite the trauma due to his uncontrollable ability. Honestly, Frances's relatively good handling of it had surprised me. "Where?" Maggie stepped closer to him. "He ran that way. I'm sure he'll be back when he realized we won." Maggie's lips tightened. "No, he won't. His side lost." "What?" Eli looked like she'd punched him. "He sold us out, Eli. But I'm going to get him." She pointed at Frances and Lorraine. "Can you keep an eye on them? I know she's frightened, but Lorraine's vision will return tomorrow." Eli nodded and went to do what she asked. "Gerard is heading in the direction of the travel trailer," Maggie said to me when we were alone. "If you're coming with me—" "Of course I'm coming with you," I said. "I saw what he did to Annalise." She stared at me, dark eyes scrutinizing me. Then she took my hand and gently squeezed it. My unfortunate wince at that made her look down. Her eyebrows rose at the sight of my scraped and bloody digits. "Let's not waste time right now," I told her. "Gerard could be going a lot further than the travel trailer." "Gerard?" McCallan said, making us both jump. "Will you stop it with that?" I snapped. "Geez, Bill, wear a bell or something." "Do you mean Gerard Hartman, owner of the Hartman grocery stores?" he asked, ignoring my request. "Yes, he's part of this." I raised my hand to indicate the chaos over by the buildings, and then realized we didn't have time for explaining much. "And her?" McCallan said, pointing at Ivy, who was tending to Nura, who sat propped up against the wall of the keeper's quarters. She was banged up, who of us wasn't, but awake and responsive. "We arrested her, right?" He was talking about Ivy, of course. "Yes, but just leave it. We have to go." "Yeah, to find Gerard Hartman, apparently. Let's go." I noticed Maggie was watching him silently, but with a wary look which made me nervous for him. Still, she seemed to settle for dealing with him later. I could only hope it would happen peacefully. McCallan's reaction to everything so far seemed to be to simply go with it, but even he would begin asking questions sooner rather than later. We followed Maggie over the rocks in the direction of the woods up ahead, but got no more than 20 feet before something caught our attention. The lifeless body of Rupert Ainsley lay splayed on the rocks, his neck in an unnatural angle. Blakey's force had thrown him far, and he'd landed all wrong. I'd honestly forgotten about him, but he must have woken up and decided to follow us again. The spectacle next to the buildings had likely become too tempting. What a story it would be. Maggie bent and picked up a phone nearby. I saw her tap on the screen and then put it in her jacket pocket. "It was still recording," she said, without looking at either me or McCallan. "It wasn't uploaded to the cloud, thankfully." She shook her head and exhaled slowly. "I tried helping him." "I know you did." "This is what I was trying to avoid when you found out Nate." "What?" "Don't get me wrong, we tell the outsiders we trust, friends, boyfriends, girlfriends, and such, but when people find out like this and their intentions are—" She eyed the dark forest nearby. "When someone cares more about the story, or getting us, destroying us, they usually end up in situations they can't understand." "Ah. Yeah. I'm not blaming him, poor bastard. He couldn't have known. He shouldn't have known." She glanced at McCallan then and began walking again, her baton in her hand, ready for whatever lay ahead. "Was that a threat?" he asked me, keeping his voice low. "Merely a statement of fact." We entered the woods, and things got even darker. The voices from down at the lighthouse became muffled and soon disappeared. There was the odd bark from a fox in there, but that was pretty much it for noises. There was only the wind, shaking the leafless branches, and the soft sound of our feet on the ground. I had already mapped out the area above the forest and the escape routes Gerard would likely use. Since he'd been brought here by Blakey's people via car, he might use that. Or he could get someone in Dale Ralston's compound to drive him into town. Things had calmed down there, and since they didn't know what Gerard had done, they might help him. A snap of a branch and a sudden beam of light hit my face. I swung around, wincing and half-blind. "Well, hello again," a female voice said. "Oh, crap, not you," Maggie snarled next to me. By bending my head and holding my hand up to shade my eyes, I saw it was Agent Clifford. Damn it. McCallan had said he'd followed her here, but I'd forgotten what with Blakey and his guys trying to kill Maggie and the others. "Yes, me," Clifford said, with what was probably a smile behind the flashlight she had directed at us. She also had a gun aimed the same way, which was much worse. We were unarmed and— "Drop the gun." I blinked, then I squinted my eyes some more. Somehow, McCallan had stepped around her, without a sound, of course, the bastard, and he now had his gun pointed at the back of her head. He must have heard her before I did. Clifford hesitated, then raised her hands, gun in one, the flashlight in the other. With the light finally out of our eyes, I stepped forward and took both from her. "Been waiting here long?" I asked her. "Hours. Though not as many hours as I spent driving away from this town. Care to explain that?" "No." "I don't have time for this." Maggie said, impatience marring her voice. None of us have, I agreed, and began walking. Bill? Yeah, I got her, he confirmed, and I heard both him and Clifford following a few steps behind us. Gerard first. Then everything else. I had no idea how Maggie and the community would deal with another cop finding out about them, but that was not our most pressing matter. There's light, Maggie whispered and stopped. I did the same and saw what she saw. Light streamed up from the travel trailer, like the last time we were here. This time, we wouldn't be so taken by surprise. You think he's here? I asked her. He should be running to get away now. Blakey couldn't protect him anymore, and Maggie had made sure that if something happened to her, at least Eli and the others knew everything too. Only one way to find out. She stepped close and put her hand on my neck, drawing me in for a kiss. Soft and short. Let's go. I followed her down the short slope and walked over to the travel trailer. The door was open. Light streamed out, and heat too, making the generator work in vain. I touched Maggie's shoulder and indicated Clifford's gun, and then the door. Maggie shrugged and let me pass. With the door open, I suspected he'd gotten something from inside and then legged it, or he had remained. Either way, he was likely still armed. I walked up the concrete porch steps and saw the first half of the room inside the door was clear. I continued to the right, and there he sat. Gerard, I said, gun pointed straight at him while I entered the room, Maggie on my heels. He sat unmoving by the table, both hands flat on the surface, the gun he'd shot Annalise with under one large palm. He looked haggard and tired after the night, and he was staring at us with bland eyes. I almost didn't think you'd come, he said. His voice was controlled and hushed. It was like any fight he'd had in him was gone. Here sat a shell of a man who'd had respect and a real purpose in life, and he'd wasted it by sacrificing his own. Oh, I would follow you anywhere, Maggie told him. She walked over to the table, grabbed a toppled-over chair, righted it, and sat on the other side. She stared right at him. It was amazing how this lithe woman drew the first emotion I'd seen on his face in here, and that was fear. I know, he said. Maybe you should push that gun over here, I suggested, indicating the place on the table where I wanted it. Gerard registered my request by his gaze flicking to me before settling on Maggie again. I did not lower my weapon. This was not going to end with him shooting her. The sound of Clifford and McCallan entering barely had me glance over to confirm it was them. Other than that, my undivided attention was on Gerard. You betrayed us, Gerard, Maggie said. Her voice was like steel, unmoving and cold. Yes? And you murdered Annalise. Yes. What? McCallan uttered, but no one paid him any attention now. Maggie leaned forward. She laid her baton on the table, her hand flat over the handle, mirroring his hold on the gun. His eyes were drawn to the weapon. She was a dangerous threat, and the fact that he had a gun did not change that. She was your friend. She trusted you. And you shot her in the head. There's no coming back from that. She's dead, and you breathe air like it's bloody fair. Maggie lifted the baton then and tapped his hand with it, surprisingly lightly. He lifted it, and she used the tip to push his gun over where I'd wanted it. I quickly took it, checked it, and handed it over to McCallan, who was keeping Clifford under control. Maggie sat back then and simply stared at the man. He looked up, and it took me a second to realize what was happening. She was listening in on his thoughts. Doesn't matter how sorry you are, how pained you feel for what you did. Regretting it now doesn't make it right. That's not how it works. I know how it works, he said. Mind lock, prison, death. You know you don't have all those options. The thought of Ivy flashed through my mind then. She'd killed Jordan and had to live with that. That had not been self-defense on her part, and neither would this be. Maggie, wait, I said, before I'd even thought it through. You don't want to do this. Actually, I do, Nate. She didn't take her eyes off Gerard. And what do you achieve then? He doesn't get punished for more than the moments when he's scared mindless of death. Then it's over. Fade to black. Nothing. There's nothing for Annalise either. Just gone. Her voice held, but she paused before saying more. She'd want him dead. Or she'd want him to pay. She was a crafty lady. Nate, I told you. But I saw you. I grasped for words. I saw you when you handled Terry. You could do the same here. I could see a flicker of hope on Gerard's face, likely because that was what I was feeling. What? Send him away for a few weeks? Months at best? No. I turned to McCallan and Clifford, who were paying attention like meerkats, standing still and taking all this in. For different reasons, but still. You want her for her ability, right? Clifford snorted. Certainly not for her personality. McCallan's face was looking more and more like a question mark due to these fractured pieces of information, but I couldn't deal with that now. I trusted he'd remain reasonable, though. She'll never cooperate. You know that. You'll have to force her. We can get her to work with us, Clifford said, and then addressed her fully. You simply need to see reason. I'd like to see you bloody try, Maggie snapped. What the hell is this? McCallan asked. This is the agent who arrests people without reading them their rights because that's how her unit recruits people to work for them. Maggie was nothing but factual in her tone, and, thankfully, McCallan seemed to believe her because the look of disgust he sent Clifford did not spell out respect. My point is, I said, you can keep trying to take her, I nodded at Maggie, or you can take the next best thing, a murderer who should be locked up, mind you, but who is also an empath. A what? McCallan said, but I held up a hand to silence him. I was so close to getting them on board with this, so close to prevent Maggie from doing something she'd regret. Empath? Clifford said. Strong, too. Isn't that right, Gerard? He can read emotions almost as well as... well, you know. I bugged my eyes at the woman, and she caught on by the look of her. Next best thing, huh? She mused and considered the big man. Let me make a call. We both turned to Maggie then. This was her decision, no matter what alternative solution I could come up with. I want to kill you, Gerard, she said, straightforward and calm. No one in the cramped room doubted her. I understand, he said. He was beaten, both by his conscience and his circumstances. You don't deserve to walk around when Annalise lies lifeless in the lighthouse. McCallan shifted from foot to foot at this news, but thankfully said nothing. But I suppose you will die one day. Personally, I hope it'll be painful and slow. If you ever escape Clifford and her damned unit, I will kill you. Do you understand that? I will leave here and follow you until I find you and finish this for good. She got up before he could respond and then eyed the agent. Make your call then. I sighed in relief and nodded at Maggie as her eyes caught mine. I didn't know what I expected, but was relieved at the hint of gratefulness I saw there. I knew then that she was thankful, that despite her need for revenge and her duty to her community, she could still see justice done for her friend, for everyone he'd betrayed in his fear of a threat to his charges.
Chapter 42. My eyes followed the makeshift stretcher when it was lowered from the lantern room at the top of the lighthouse all the way to the ground below. Maggie, Rob said, and came to stand beside me. Are you okay? I know that's a stupid question, but you know what I mean. I did, and I stepped close to him and put an arm around his back as he put his around my shoulders. I didn't care about being seen in a moment of weakness now. I was too hurt by my friend's death. I can't believe she's gone, I told him. Annalise had been here and welcomed me when I came to Ashport all alone and displaced from the only people I knew before. Now I could never talk to her again, drink her coffee, or have her call me out on my frequent nonsense. She'd been so strong, vibrant, and smart. What are we going to do without her? We sure aren't going to complain and despair because she'd haunt us in a heartbeat. I smiled and leaned my head against his shoulder. She really would. Thanks for coming. No need to thank us, Rob said. You've done your duty. Now we help out. It was early morning by now, and the smell of fire and smoke was still in the air. Nate had spent the rest of the night burning all of Blakey's research, creating quite the bonfire in the dark. We were too far away and secluded for anyone in town to see us, though, and he'd insisted no one should ever find all the information. I could only hope Blakey's employers would never attempt such a project ever again. It demanded resources and time, and this time, their people had died for it. I glanced over at Ivy and Nura, who'd kept to themselves near the keeper's quarters. When Nate had first conceived of the idea of trading Gerard for me to Clifford and her bosses, his mind had not stopped expanding on it. With Nura in better shape after her tumble and crash into the lighthouse, he'd gotten the two women to help out by Ivy manipulating Gerard into going with Clifford to her car, and Nura subduing him in the back seat so he wouldn't pose a threat should he change his traitorous mind before the agent reached backup. I hoped never to see him again, and that his punishment would at least do some good for others. I glanced around at the busy affiliates who'd come to assist. Too many things had happened here for us to just leave. Like the absolute mess at Steep Rock, I'd had to rely on the community to help clean up. Gary and Alan had taken charge of getting Annalise's body down from the lighthouse, while the rest were busy cleaning up and measuring for new windows up there. We'd all decided that, unlike Steep Rock, we would not leave anything or anyone behind here. It had to look pristine, so no one would ever suspect a thing. The best thing going for us was the fact that the place was visited so rarely. It gave us some time to do this properly. "Okay, stop!" Alan shouted up at Gary, who was controlling the loading hook and rope. The stretcher they'd built landed on the ground, and Alan went to work, untying the straps. They'd put a sheet over her, out of respect. "We'll take her into town tonight," Rob said. "We'll use the boats." I nodded. Many things, and people, would be brought to town tonight when no one would see. Then a lot of maneuvering would happen for this to, well, never have happened. "How is it that there are so many cops involved anyway?" Rob asked, clearly careful not to sound judgy. "And a reporter?" he added. "We wondered that too," I said, taking no offense. He was right to ask that. I'd told him of Gerard's fate, and since it was clear Clifford and her people knew of us, there wasn't much to do but hope they wouldn't go full-on in Yorov's footsteps and start forcing people to work for them. No one would do it voluntarily. My phone was off, but she tracked it the old-fashioned way. I dug around in my pocket and gave Rob the little tracker she'd placed under the lid of my phone when she'd arrested me. All I could think was that she'd done it in the car when I couldn't see what she was doing properly. She followed me and the other two followed her. "Ah, I see." "Maggie?" Gary said. The mechanic had come down from the lighthouse to help carry Annalise down to the boathouse. "I found these in my backpack." He held a small box out for me. "They're my son's. Will they do?" "Yeah, thanks." I took the box, let go of Rob, and wandered down to the boathouse myself. There were already several bodies lined up there, ready for the same transport as Annalise. "This is insane. They're so effective," came McCallan's voice from within the boathouse. The doors at the back of the building were wide open, so, for once in my defense, it was impossible not to overhear. "Oh my God," he went on. "Is this what happened out at Steep Rock? Bowman said it was the cleanest crime scene he'd ever seen." Yeah, it was," Nate said, his voice tired. There was little point in hiding things from the detective now. He'd seen too much, and like Nate, was way too able to put two and two together to figure out the rest of it. Of course, these two had always worked well together. It was why I tried to stay the hell away from them whenever I could. What a stupid plan, I thought as I passed through the large open doors and saw Nate seated on one of the wooden beams crisscrossing above the ground. The tide was out, so it was possible to keep one's feet dry at the moment. The large doors at the water's edge were open too, the water out there calmer today. Several boats dipped up and down on the slow movements of the sea, waiting for their owners to get to work later when darkness fell again. McCallan stood close by, arms crossed, while he talked to Nate. "So, the Marbella?" he prompted. "We were there," I told him. He startled at the sight of me but didn't back down. You were. It wasn't a question. We were also at Steep Rock and Dale's dump of a home, I continued, noting Nate's frown at this sharing of information. He was probably worried for his friend's safety. He should be. McCallan's gaze flickered between us. And you're telling me this freely because... Because judging by his past behavior, I pointed at Nate, you'll keep digging and badgering and figuring things out on your own. I smirked. I figured I'd save you some time. I went and sat next to Nate, savoring the warmth of his body beside me, so thankful he was even there. There are people here, normal people, cleaning up a crime scene, McCallan said. Yes. I nodded at that. He was not wrong. I saw Mrs. Murphy from the flower shop on Bay Street cleaning up blood from the stairs inside the lighthouse. He sounded sort of desperate for some kind of rational explanation now, like we could tell him something else to explain everything. Mrs. Murphy, of course, had the opposite ability of Dr. Morris. She could make anything grow and thrive instead of wither and rot. There was a reason her flower shop did so well. Mrs. Murphy is a trustworthy member of our community, I simply said, and then focused on the man's eyes, on what lay underneath his words. I felt Nate tense beside me as he surely realized what I was doing. He also knew that there was no other way. I didn't like the deception, but it had to be done. Well, clearly she is. That nice lady is committing a crime, several crimes for you, he said while thinking. I'd have to start a list to even figure out how many. And how many are there of you, hidden in plain sight? This is all insane. Maybe I hit my head somewhere and am lying in a ditch freezing to death. This is real, Bill, I told him, and we don't have a good history with people snooping in our business. Usually they want to use us or destroy us. That's dramatic, he thought. Who'd want to kill you for that? What's the point? I don't see why that would be the case, he said out loud. Wouldn't it be more prudent to seek your help? Well, that was uplifting at least, but the world at large didn't work like McCallan's head. We're an other, I explained. Many people don't like that, and we're both powerful and vulnerable. That makes us targets for those who want to use us and for those who fear us. McCallan glanced at Nate, who remained silent, yet attentively listening. Is this for real? McCallan thought. No wonder they're cleaning this place together. And here I thought she was blackmailing Nate, and everyone seems to be in on it instead. I'd never blackmail Nate, I blurted. I could feel my body tense at the mere suggestion. I knew that's what McCallan had thought, but it stung hearing it again. This again? Nate said, breaking his silence. McCallan frowned at my comment, his thoughts still sounding clear to me. How was I not supposed to think that? He quits his job for no reason after starting to date someone we suspected of crimes. There is no blackmailing, Bill, Nate said. Also, I'm only guilty of a few of those crimes, I chimed in. You found out about the identities. What the hell, he thought. Bill, are you going to tell anyone about us? I asked him point blank before he caught on. There was nothing as truthful as someone's undisturbed mind. What? He thought. Of course not. There's more going on here than I thought possible. And who the hell would believe me anyway? No, I won't, he said, measuring his words when speaking them. Of course, he was stranded here momentarily with us, and couldn't trust we wouldn't hurt him unless he promised not to tell. But now, I knew the truth. His truth. Funny. That's exactly what Nate thought too. What is? He asked me. How everyone would believe you're insane if you talked about us. Oh yeah, that. Nate chuckled. McCallan was looking more and more confused. What's going on? He asked. Is she doing her cold reading now? He thought. Sure seems like it. She's all focused like she was when she worked interrogations with us. It's not cold reading, I told him. Come on, Bill. You have a chance to get it faster than Nate did. Though, in your defense, I turned and patted his cheek. You hadn't seen all the craziness that Bill saw last night. What is going on? The words came like a desperate shout inside his head. What do you think is going on? I asked. McAllen blinked and then shook his head for a long while. No way, he thought. Way, I said, and couldn't help a smirk. That's her ability? He thought. Not something flashy like that guy with the pink lights? Not flashy at all, I told him. Just very uncomfortable for the people I use it on. Oh, crap. His thoughts became jumbled in his panicked reaction. She's a mind reader? I nodded and broke the connection. I'd heard what I needed. McAllen took an involuntary step back, the sand and stones under his shoes making a scuffing noise, alarm in his eyes. Don't worry, I stopped listening now. It is sweet how the thought of your wife underlies whatever occupies your mind. What the hell? You need to trust her, Nate said. She doesn't do it unless she has to. Trust, what? Oh, you just assessed whether I was a threat, didn't you? At least he catches on fast, I told Nate. Yeah, but you do get how you come off as a bit creepy, right? Humph. Nate smiled at me, nothing but warmth on his face. Listen, Bill, he said, and turned toward him. I will explain everything, I promise. But for now, I'd appreciate it if you could get Ivy and Nura for me. Which would also allow McAllen some much-needed minutes to process everything. So I'm not a threat then? He asked me. Not at the moment, no, I admitted. Frankly, it worried me a great deal having another cop aware of us, but I trusted Nate and I trusted what I'd heard. Hopefully, we could all live with him knowing. McAllen nodded and then cocked his head. Ivy and Nura? You mean the blonde woman who kicked me in the face? Nate shrugged. Yeah, well, she saw your badge and made assumptions. You should put that away, you know. No, I do not know. I can't do that. You're not here in any official capacity anymore. It will also get the other affiliates to stop staring daggers at you. McAllen looked like he thought Nate might be joking, but then he removed his badge and stuffed it in his pocket. I'm starting to see why you were always so happy to see us when you worked for us, Maggie. With you, I corrected. Excuse me? With you, never for you. The man shook his head and scoffed, but then walked off to clear his head and do what Nate had asked. We sat in a companionable silence a few minutes, listening to the water lapping against the boathouse as the tide was turning. Far off, we heard the voices of everyone hard at work, removing all traces of the harrowing night. I guess this was how to deal with him all along, Nate finally said, and put his arm around me. Simply tell him the truth. I leaned into him and sighed contentedly. I had to try to keep him out of it. You understand that, right? Yes. But, I conceded, he is alive, so I guess he might get through this. Which was more than could be said for poor Rupert. I had not been the nicest in trying to deceive him, but I had tried to avoid exactly what happened to him. I hoped McAllen would fare better. Still, that was not what I wanted to say to Nate. I hadn't really gotten a moment alone with him until now. Thank you for what you did. With Gerard. I just didn't want to see the look on Ivy's face on yours. I'd do anything to prevent that. I know, and I'm not going to lie. I still want to kill him, but I am glad it turned out the way it did, I said. Hopefully the FBI were now off my back. I had no reporter after me. Yorov was gone, but I'd ended up with another cop in the know. 3 out of 4 wasn't that bad. I could totally live with that. Besides, the first cop who'd found out outweighed all those wins by far. Nate touched my cheek, guided my face to his, and kissed me. The gesture made me notice his hand. Here, I said, and broke the kiss while getting Gary's little box from my pocket. They're colorful, but there are fire trucks on them, so I promise they're totally badass. Nate laughed as I got the Band-Aids out and carefully put them on his nail-less fingertips. I don't know how you survived that, but I am so thankful you did. Let's just say I'm grateful for dates in a climbing hall, instead of only restaurants. I smiled and closed my eyes a moment when his breath tickled my neck. Then I managed to keep working. I'm going to hold you to that. He sighed. Yes, I will endure. I've been thinking, I said, and got another Band-Aid. I want to move in together. You do? I mean, of course you do. Yes, of course I do. That was never the issue, and we both know it. I carefully folded the Band-Aid around his middle finger, setting the soft pad against the open wound. Like with the others, his hand jerked slightly at the soft touch. Fingers were insanely painful without their protective nails. Is this revelation coming because you thought I died? He asked, giving me access to another finger in need of some protection. Because even though that's sweet, it's not really a good reason. I leaned up and kissed his cheek before continuing my work. No, although thinking I lost you put some things in perspective. But no, you're willing to deal with this crazy madness that is my life, Nate. If you want to deal with that on a permanent basis, then who am I to say no? All I can do is give you my best self, everything good I hope you see in me, because you deserve that. My voice hitched a bit, and I inhaled and exhaled slowly. You make me feel like I matter, even when I'm at my worst. I swallowed and thought of what I would have done to Gerard had Nate not been there. No one has ever done that for me, and I don't think you know what that means to me. I've been alone since I was a girl. And though I've found family along the way as an adult, I'd never found a home until now. Not until you. I looked at him then, his eyes so close where we sat huddled together, the tide soon coming to soak our shoes. For God's sake, you let me read your mind. I know that wasn't easy for you despite the surrounding chaos. Actually, it was, he said. I trust you, Margaret. It took some time getting here, but now it's as easy as that. He tipped my face toward his again and caught my lips with his. They were soft and warm against mine, and for a moment we might as well have been at home together, not here, cold and banged up. Approaching voices broke through our tiny haven of peace then. Ivy and Nura. I could see them in the distance through the open doors. I suppose you need to see Dr. Morris anyway, I said and cleared my throat. More missing nails? I added. Just this one, he said, and switched hands for me. Oh, just one, huh? Well, that's nothing. I smiled and got to it. Nate used his free hand to slide the elastic band out of my hair and run his fingers through it. Maybe you could get her to remove these stitches. I think they're overdue. His fingers gently traced the remains of the injury I'd gotten in Francis's house. We're a right mess, aren't we? I couldn't help but smile. We are, he agreed. There's one thing, though, about moving in together. Yes? I fastened the last Band-Aid and looked up at him. There might be someone who needs us. Oh, yes, I know. You do? Yes. I was eavesdropping again. Accidentally this time. Don't judge me. Nate snorted. You'd be fine with that? They say it takes a village, I told him, thinking of our friends and family. And I think we have that village, so yes. He smiled then, his eyes reflecting the genuine warmth of it. You know. Are we ready to finally leave then? Ivy asked. She and Nura had nearly reached the doors. We both glanced up. Then I frowned. Had she sounded? Did she just change her accent? I asked Nate. Surely she'd suddenly sounded English. Yeah, he answered, voice hushed. My theory is that's the real her, and that it slips out when she's too tired to care. I gaped a second and then went with it. I'd had to change my life around enough not to judge. Yes, Nate added to the two women when they entered the boathouse. Nura, like Nate, was walking with a limp after her fall. Good, because we don't have long before it's noticed that our entire team is dead, and we're not. I eyed Alan's boat out there. We could use that to get to town. Then Dr. Morris could do her thing, and we'd never have to see these two again. Win-win. I've already talked to the doctor, I told them. She's waiting, and we'll remove your chip. Chips, Ivy corrected. What? Plural. She shared a look with Nura, who also seemed surprised at this. They place one here, she explained, and pointed at her left forearm, just below the inside of her elbow. Nura nodded at this. That's the one they want us to know about. We could cut it out ourselves, technically, but it would leave a proper mess. It's the one near our spines we aren't supposed to know about. How do you know this? Nora asked. Remember when I was shot that time in... She stopped and eyed us. Never mind where I was. It showed up on the x-rays because it was so close to the bullet. That will... Nate began, glaringly shocked at the cruelty of this revelation. That will surely need a different kind of procedure. I'll call the doc, I said, and stood. I'd meant it when I'd told them I would honor Nate's deal. I turned to him and smiled. Ready to continue this craziness? He grinned back at me. Always.
Chapter 43. Sometimes, despite all the things I'd seen in my life, I still managed to be amazed by people's stupidity. I'd taken up a spot in a small coffee house which had proper heating lights outside so I could sit there, and Kona didn't have to be left out in the cold. She lay dozing on the carpeted ground next to my chair while I waited to catch Emmerich Lammy in the act again. The job was so straightforward I'd brought the dog so she could have a walk. I was beginning to suspect she preferred Mrs. Gaines, but I did enjoy having her along when I could. My eyes betrayed me while waiting for the town's greatest moron. The restaurant, the Foodverse, down the street from where I was where Maggie and the entire community was today. People had been coming and going for a while now, but mostly coming. They'd booked the venue for the day, and it was closed for anyone else. Judging by the amount of people who attended, though, they'd needed more space than I would have suspected, even after seeing Blakey's ledger. It had been 10 days since everything went down at the lighthouse, and things had calmed down. That included my banged-up self, and I was back to work. My eyes flitted over to the garage, where I expected Lammy to show up, but the gate was shut yet, and my curiosity turned back to the Foodverse. I huffed, but couldn't help a smile when I saw Tegan and Eddie arrive together. I still had some trouble swallowing that pairing, but they seemed to get along. They went inside, laughing together. I hoped Maggie was able to enjoy herself a little in there. We'd buried Annalise a couple of days ago, and it had been hard on her. At this point, I was no longer surprised at the level of efficiency that let the community exist within the larger mundane one. It seemed one of the 3 funeral homes in town was run by an affiliate. Between him and Dr. Morris, Annalise had officially died due to heart failure and been interred without any outsiders even thinking they needed to ask questions. The other dead were cremated, their ashes scattered in the sea from Jacques' boat. Only Rupert Ainsley had not been handled like that. He'd been found a few days later, below Steep Rock, with his neck broken. Considering he was missing his phone and recording equipment, there would always be some mystery around his death, but that couldn't be helped. I was expecting more of his kind to come to town due to the strange things that had happened here. Too many crimes were still officially unsolved. The gate opened, and I was quick to get my head back in the game. Lammy came driving out in the red pickup he'd claimed to have been stolen from him. My photos with a date stamp would disprove the claim he'd filed with another insurance company. The initial case of burning down his antique shop had been handed over to the police, but things took time, and Lammy had thought himself safe after moving his goods into his mother's house. So he'd reported his car stolen and filed an insurance claim for that too. Someone in that company knew the people who'd hired Sterling IC in the first place, and hey presto, here I was again, documenting the greed of this man. A message pinged on my phone while I was taking photos. I deemed I had enough of those and read it instead. McAllen was making sure I was actually bringing Maggie over for dinner tonight. I chuckled at that. I was pretty sure Rosita was behind the double-checking. The moment she'd figured out we were talking again, she'd been all over us wanting to get together and finally meet Maggie. We'd only managed to put it off for so long so we could look like normal people who had not been in fights. I glanced at my bandaged fingertips and figured we'd have to make up some excuse for that before arriving. I sent a message back, confirming, and then got up. I still had about an hour before I was to meet up with Maggie outside the Foodverse, so I walked around town with Kona, enjoying the crisp air. The rain had stopped a few days ago, but snow hadn't deigned us with its presence yet. Everything was frozen, though. A couple of minutes past our agreed time, due to Kona wanting to greet every dog we passed, I found Maggie outside the Foodverse. She was talking to Rob on the steps, in addition to a couple of people I didn't know. She waved when she saw me and came over. A dark coat hugged her, and a burgundy scarf that matched her lipstick kept her warm. When she came close enough to kiss me, which she did, I noticed pink roses on her cheeks due to the cold. "How'd it go?" I asked her. She bent to greet Kona, who barked happily. "They went with Rob. Can you believe it? I'm so happy." She stood again and practically beamed at me. "Rob?" They'd been meeting to select their new judge today, and if anyone had stepped up after Gerard had betrayed them, it was him. He had a hand in every decision that had been made since the lighthouse. Things had gone smoothly because of his actions, and people had listened and done what they needed to. "Yes, I think that's an excellent choice." I glanced over at the doors. There weren't that many people leaving. "Are you done then?" The election of a community judge was, according to Maggie, not so much like a political one, but more like a papal election with lots of talking and discussions before a sort of vote was counted. "I am done, but come on," she said, and took my hand, mindful of my bandaged fingers, as she led me over to Rob and the others. Kona came along happily, eyeing the strangers for attention, no doubt, which she promptly got from a couple of them who were obviously dog people. The fact that they didn't resent me being there should have been my first clue. "I hear congratulations are in order," I told Rob. He nodded, which caused his glasses to slide a little. "Thanks," he said, and pushed them back up, a never-ending gesture for this guy. "I'm sorry you couldn't come in." "No need to be. I get it," I said, and meant it. I might know about them, but my past made it hard for them to trust me completely. That was fine because I understood the underlying reason. It wasn't personal, except Rob had other plans. "Well, now that the secret part's over, why don't you join us?" "What?" I glanced at Maggie, who was still holding my hand. "It's only a social thing now, so come in," Rob said. Then he seemed to take pity on my confusion. "A lot of strange things happened here, Nate. Lots of things that could have broken us. I'm going to do my best to clean up the mess, but you helped fix most of it." He sort of gave Maggie a blink then, and I realized it was supposed to be a wink, except he couldn't do it with one eye. "Come on in and let people get to know you," he added to me, and left us to decide for ourselves. "We have a little time, right?" Maggie asked me. "Yes." I sounded as dumbfounded as I felt. "Yes," I repeated, more assertively, and squeezed her hand affectionately. "Of course, let's go inside."
Epilogue. 6 months later. It was looking to be a sweltering hot day, but I was planning on sleeping through most of it and not get up until noon. The night had been long, and I needed some rest. I opened the door to what was no longer Nate's apartment, but our home. The thought still made me smile, and I was pretty sure that would never change. Even if we moved to a bigger place, it wasn't about the building, but the fact that we were there together. I closed the door behind me and kicked my shoes off. Then I took stock of the situation. Nate was in the kitchen, judging by the sound of something frying. It smelled delicious. I checked the time on my phone and then eyed the bookcase to my right with great suspicion. I went over there and banged on it. No response. "Yeah, right," I said to myself. I opened the door that couldn't be seen unless you knew it was there, and entered the small bedroom behind it. "Hey, kid," I said, making sure to be loud and annoying. "Do you think the school bus waits for your royally late self?" Was the answer to that, followed by some movement under the duvet. Proof of life, at least. I smirked, grabbed the corner of the duvet and yanked it so Theo's tousled head appeared. "No," he protested. "Maggie, only 5 more minutes." "Nope." "Come on. I bet you said that to Nate 5 minutes ago." No, I didn't. I yanked the duvet some more. Okay, I did, but I swear I only need 5 more minutes. He pulled at the duvet to get it back over his shoulders, but I didn't relent. No can do. You've got school, and then we're going out to practice your ability later today when it cools down a bit. Do we have to? He said, despite liking that time together, just the two of us. He was improving too. It had been a while since he'd toppled a tree over by accident. Yes, now get up. You know me. I'll stand here and talk louder and louder and louder, I said, doing exactly that. Theo was turning into a true night owl. This was not the first, and would not be the last of these types of mornings. Finally, the kid got his ass out of bed and headed into the little ensuite. Satisfied I'd managed to wake him, I went into the kitchen where Nate was hand-feeding Kona a few strips of bacon, which explained why she hadn't come running when I came home. "You're a sly girl, aren't you?" I said to her, but she was busy chewing and gazing up at her owner with adoration. "What are you cooking? Good—" "Don't," he interrupted me and pointed a spatula at me. I pressed my lips together, mostly not to laugh, and slid my arms around him. He really was good-looking, and a sight for my tired eyes that had been away from him for too long. He'd come home from Ashdale yesterday, after I'd left and dropped off Theo with Rosita. You know, Dale Ralston didn't like my sayings either. Nate put down the spatula and moved the frying pan off the stove. "Why are you talking about him all of a sudden?" He put his arms around me and pulled me close in greeting. I shrugged against him. "Dunno, just popped into my head. I saw Terry last night." "What?" Nate loosened his grip on me, put his hands on my shoulders, and studied me at arm's length. He glanced at Theo's empty counter stool by the kitchen island and lowered his voice. "He's back?" "Yes. It took a bit longer than I expected. Apparently, he ended up spending a few months' time in another cell in a country where you do not want to go to prison. But anyway, he's back, and I went to have a talk with him." "And?" "Let's just say he won't go near Theo unless he wants to get more acquainted with me and my traveling friends." Nate's handsome face warmed, and I melted a little. Good. The kid should never be bothered by that man ever again. He pulled me closer again and kissed me. "Of course not," I said between our lips, brushing each other. "He's our kid. Woe to anyone who even looks at him funny, and all that." Nate chuckled and deepened the kiss. His tongue slid over my lips and I parted them, letting him in and— Gross, guys. I'm supposed to try to eat." I kept forgetting how quick boys were at getting ready in the morning. A t-shirt and cargo shorts, and he was good to go. "No one's stopping you from eating," Nate pointed out, though he was shaking from trying not to laugh. I glanced over at Theo, who stared at his food with sleep-drunk eyes. Then he yawned and began forking in some eggs. "Aw, aren't you adorable?" I told him. "I'm not. I'm almost 9. "Oh, beg your pardon, old man." "I'm happy to see you," Nate murmured against my ear and kissed me again. "I missed you," I told him and kissed him back. Ugh, girls are gross. I looked over at the kid again. "Did you just call me gross?" "No," he said and avoided my eyes. "But you're not for kissing." "I beg to differ," Nate argued, and made me laugh so hard Theo squirmed on his stool and then jumped off, declaring us impossible to talk to, throwing his hands in the air and everything. "Remember to brush your teeth," I shouted after him. "Oh my God," Nate said, shaking his head. "Can you even imagine when he changes his mind on that subject?" "Nah," I told him. "I'm more interested in your opinion." "Well, I do wake up on time, eat my breakfast, and I don't think you're gross." "Glad to hear it, because I was wondering how busy you are." I slid my hands up his arms and rested them on his shoulders. "Got a couple of days off, why?" "Well, because—" Kona suddenly shot up and ran into the living room. Seconds later, we heard the front door open. "I'm going!" Theo shouted to us, sounding chipper now that he was about to see his friends. We shouted back our goodbyes, and then I bent my head against Nate's chest for a moment. Do you miss the days when Mrs. Gaines was our only problem? Don't remind me. He got a pained expression on his face, but then shook it off. I don't miss much, actually, because things keep getting better. He caught my mouth with his again, and I got lost in the smoldering kiss. He was right. I was not the sole mender in town anymore, and had more time for my own life, which included the man I loved and a foster child who was now family. To see the kid grow and blossom from a shy and scared boy into one with opinions he wasn't afraid to state and a good heart was fantastic. And to share that with Nate was a true gift. "What was it you were suggesting?" he asked me, his voice raspy. I was already unbuttoning his shirt while pressing against him. It made my task harder, and I didn't care. I was planning on staying in bed until noon, but now I want to stay there until that little romance wrecker gets home later. "I like that plan," he said, and pushed me back against the kitchen counter. He placed a finger under my chin and tipped it up, planting a trail of kisses down my throat and neck. "I love coming home to you, Nate," I said, and threaded a hand through his hair, the other up and down his back. "I love you." He pulled back and gazed at me then. "I love you too, Maggie. With everything I have. You don't even have to read my mind to see it, because I'll never be able to hide it." The weight of those words rang true with me, and I knew he was right. I'd never need to verify that love in any other way than seeing it on his face. It was the same look that was mirrored on mine.
This has been Convergence. Book 4 in the Ashport Mender series, written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2020 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production, copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way, you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.